fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. No one did more to bring law and order to the early western United States than the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode tirelessly in the cause of justice. History does not record his deeds, but his memory will never fade from the minds of those who have heard the stories of his adventures. Return with us once more to the thrilling west of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the Blackfoot Hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
The trail leading to Fort Paxton narrowed as it crossed the Blackfoot Hills. For more than 3 miles, it was a dangerous ledge, with a drop of hundreds of feet below and a sheer granite wall rising above. As our first act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto following the trail westward.
Bull Crummer's gang is somewhere in these hills, Tonto.
Them not far now.
Have you noticed any new signs, Kimosabe?
Tonto find only place where them camp.
That's something I can't understand. Until last night, they seemed to be following this trail. But today, there's no sign of them.
Maybe soldier hide sign.
Yes, the party of soldiers ahead of us may have covered their tracks. How far ahead are the soldiers, Tonto?
1 mile, maybe 2.
I wonder if Bull could have learned of the money they're taking to the fort.
We'll find out many things.
And if he's learned the soldiers have at least $40,000 with them, he'll do anything to get it.
What Army do with cash?
Part of it is the Army payroll. The rest is for the Indian agent at Clear Lake.
Oh.
I hope Bull knows nothing about it, but
What's that?
Oh, Silver.
White fella.
Tonto, that sounded like blasting powder.
Huh?
Why would anyone use blasting powder in this part of the country?
There's no mining here.
There's no mining and no farming. It wouldn't have been used to clear stumps.
And plenty big noise.
Can you tell where it came from?
Come from up trail.
That's where the soldiers are. I wonder...
What you think?
I wonder if Bull Kremer could have had anything to do with that blast.
Oh, that may be right.
We're going to find out right now. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
Let us flash ahead of the masked man. The blast had started a thundering avalanche of rocks and earth, which completely blocked the narrow trail followed by the soldiers. we hear Lieutenant Jack Harris, in command of the small detachment, shouting orders to his confused men.
Turn your horses, men. We've got the back trail.
What started that blame landslide?
We might have been killed.
Look, some of the trail's been carried away.
Lucky for us, we wasn't no further along.
You, Simmons, straighten those horses out. Barker, stay away from the edge of the trail. There's a 1,000-foot drop.
Begging your pardon, sir, but ain't there no chance of going ahead?
The trail's completely blocked, Sergeant.
Blast it. That means an extra day getting to the fort.
We'll be lucky if it doesn't mean worse than that.
Huh?
This landslide didn't start by itself, Sergeant.
What do you mean, sir?
Didn't you hear that explosion?
Yes, sir, but I...
There's no time to waste, Sergeant. Take charge of the men. Get them started on the back trail at once.
I'll handle them, sir. Hey there, Rickett. You ain't handling the plow. Fred, get that horse in hand. You're holding up everything.
Lieutenant!
Right here.
Oh, there. Oh.
What is it, man?
I've seen riders coming toward the bend.
Riders?
There's 12 or 15 of them. They come down that gully back there. The leads from up above.
I was afraid of this.
One fellow was riding a big bay horse, and he's right powerful looking.
Bull Kremer.
Huh?
Bull Kremer started that avalanche. We can't go forward, and he rode down from the cliff to cut us off from behind.
There they come now.
He's after the gold we're carrying.
There ain't but 6 of us. What are we going to do?
The best we can. Get up there. Come on, boy.
Wait, where are you going?
We've got to save that money. Come on, boy. Get along with you. Come on.
Wait, Lieutenant. They'll get hold of you, sure. Come back here.
Fight them off, men. Fire at will. Don't let those crooks get the gold.
We ain't got a chance. It's Bull Kremer's outlaw.
They're 2 to our 1.
Hey, that fool right over there.
Well, that trick is working out all right, Cap. That was a slick notion of yours, Bull, setting that blast so as we could come at the soldiers from behind them.
If we'd done it any other way, there wouldn't have been enough of us.
Yeah, we got them just where we want them.
Hey, Jim, get them horses that are carrying the cash.
Yeah, Jim's getting them all right.
I don't like the way our fellows is getting shot up.
There ain't any of them hurt bad yet.
Yeah, but now we won't be able to make the Badlands in one ride like I was planning.
By golly, I never thought of that.
Once in the Badlands, we can split up and nobody can follow us.
Yeah.
We gotta make camp before that to let the boys rest up and may mean trouble.
Hey, look. Jim and some of the boys have got hold of the lieutenant.
I can see him.
But I thought you told him not to take any prisoners.
That gives me a notion.
But listen,
Jim,
Bull.
bring that lieutenant over here. Hey, you soldiers over there. Quit your shooting or we'll finish off the lieutenant.
Blast you, Bull Kremer. You'll pay for this.
Jim, put the lieutenant on a horse and see that he don't get away from you.
I'll take care of this fella, Bull.
And the boys got the cash?
Yeah. They've already started for the gully to get back on the cliff.
Good.
You rotten killers.
Now, don't go to fretting, Lieutenant. It ain't no disgrace to be tricked by a fellow as smart as me.
Why, you...
But what do you want with a lieutenant, Bull?
I told you I had a notion, didn't I?
Yeah, but...
We're taking this fellow along with us, so that the soldiers come, they can't do nothing for fear we'll shoot him.
Uh-huh.
That'll give the boys a chance to get rested before we reach the Badlands.
Hey, that's all right.
Go on, Jim. Put him on a horse, like I said.
Yeah, sure thing.
Take your dirty hands off me. Let me go. You can't get away with it.
I got a couple words for that sergeant over there. Sergeant! Hey, Sergeant!
We ain't been firing because we don't want to harm the lieutenant. But by God...
Keep still! I got a warning for you.
Yeah?
We're taking the lieutenant with us. And the first shot is fired at us means he's going to be killed.
We heard you.
Carp, have the boys that have been shot been taken care of?
Yeah, they're far along behind the horses with the cash.
Then we'd better be...
Hey, what's that?
Someone's coming.
We'd better get moving before they get between us and the gully.
Can you see how many there is?
I can't see a thing.
Then we ain't taking no chances. Come on, fellas. We're riding. Back up the gully to the cliff. All of you. Come on, get up there.
Bull's clear now.
But he's got the lieutenant and the cash.
We're darn lucky he didn't get all of us.
There comes 2 fellows on white horses.
That's what made Bull ride off in such a hurry.
One of them's masked.
I don't give a darn. They saved our lives showing up just like they did. Bull most likely would have shot us all before he left.
Hi there!
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh.
What's happened here?
Bull Kremer just rode off
He blocked the trail, stole the cash we was carrying.
and took Lieutenant Harris with him.
Tonto and I didn't pass them on the trail,
They went back up to the top of the cliff.
but I don't know
There's a
how.
gully back there. They can climb with their horses.
You must have just missed them.
Now what we going to do, Sergeant?
I don't know. We ought to ride after them outlaws, but somebody's got to report this to the fort.
Listen to me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
We'll all follow the outlaws. Tonto here can follow that trail without trouble.
Yeah, but...
It won't do any good to report to the fort until we know where the outlaws have gone.
maybe you're right.
Bull is probably heading for the Badlands. It'll be dangerous to lose his trail.
He won't be getting there for a while yet.
No?
We shot up plenty of his gang before they got the lieutenant. They'll have to stop for a while so they can rest up.
And we'll find where they stop.
Stranger, you sound to me like you savvy what you was doing.
He sure does.
So you just give the orders and we'll follow along.
Are all your men mounted?
Sure they are. But we got some wounded, too.
They should be able to ride as far as the outlaws can.
They can do that all right.
Then come on before they get too much of a start on us. Come on!
Led by the masked man and Tonto, the soldiers followed the outlaws. Bull Kremer headed in the direction of the Badlands, but the condition of his men forced him to call a halt in the hills facing Birch River. They chose a place for their camp where they could fight off any attack. We hear one of the outlaws as he addresses his chief.
How long do you figure we'll have to stay here, Bull? Things is worse than I thought. Maybe we'll be here a week.
And the soldiers could be brought here from the fort in just a couple of days.
That's why I brung along the lieutenant when I saw how bad off he was.
Yeah?
And I got a scheme to get us out of here without no harm.
You have?
Do you see where the river is?
Yeah.
There ain't nothing between the river and the Badlands but that valley beyond.
But what
You
about
just leave things to me. Before I'm through, we'll have the cash and be where nobody can lay a hand on it.
I wish I knew
Hey,
what
Bull, the soldiers followed us here.
I reckon they would. But that don't matter none.
The sergeant and the masked fella just rode up to camp. They want to talk with you.
They sure got nerve aplenty.
Tell them to come on over here.
I'll do that.
What in blazes can they have up their sleeves?
They just hanker to talk terms, that's all. They want the lieutenant back again.
I sure wouldn't ride into this camp if I was in their boots.
Go, Silver.
Blast you, Bull. What have you done with young Jack Harris?
You'd like to have him back, huh?
Bull, look here. Why don't you grab a hold of these fellas, too? Then the soldiers sure wouldn't dare touch us.
Don't be fools.
Huh?
We investigated before we entered camp.
Yeah?
Your men can't be moved for several days yet. By that time, the soldiers can be brought here from the fort.
That's just
We
why
came here to talk. But if you make us prisoners, soldiers will know you can't be trusted and will attack even if it means our lives.
Well, what about
Now,
it?
suppose you keep out of this, Carp. I'll do the planning with this bunch.
We want the release of Lieutenant Harris.
Uh-huh. And we want a chance to get to the Badlands.
And perhaps we can come to terms.
Nope, not just yet.
Why not?
Before I'm going to make terms, I want to see every soldier from the fort outside there.
Bull, have you gone clean loco?
Don't be butting in, Carp. I said is what I'm doing.
You say you want all the soldiers brought here?
Well, I'll be darned. I'd sure think that'd be about the last thing you'd hanker for.
You don't think I'm going to give you a chance to set a trap, do you?
A trap?
There ain't nobody but the soldiers in this part of the country that I'm afeard of.
Yes.
So I want to know where every blame one of them is.
I think I know what you have in mind.
If you do, mister, it's a blame sight more than I do.
And if the soldiers are brought here, then what?
That's all I aim to tell you right now. You'll get the soldiers, and then we'll talk some more.
We'll do that.
But just remember one thing. I know how many soldiers are in the fort. And if every blame one of them isn't here, then the lieutenant ain't got no more chance of living than if we shot him right now.
Come, Sergeant.
But,
We'll go back to our camp. Then I'll ride to the fort.
Maybe you fellas savage what you're doing, but I sure don't.
You'll learn Bull's scheme soon enough, Sergeant. Hail, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bull Kramer stole $40,000 in gold from an army train and captured Lieutenant Jack Harris, escaping just before the arrival of the Lone Ranger. The outlaws, however, could not reach the safety of the Badlands because of their wounded. They made camp in the hills, facing the Birch River, and there told the masked man who had followed them they would not release their prisoner until all the soldiers from Fort Paxton had first been brought to the spot. As our second act opens, we see the masked man, after his ride to the fort, being brought into the presence of Captain Brent.
Captain Brent.
Well, what is it?
I'll explain my errand, Captain.
A masked man.
He made me bring him, Captain.
An outlaw. Get out of here.
I'm not an outlaw. Read this note.
What's the meaning of this? Orderly, put this man under arrest.
Stand where you are, orderly.
Put down those guns.
Read that note. And I believe you'll change your mind about arresting me.
Note?
It's from Sergeant Murphy.
You've seen him? You know what's happened to the money we've been expecting?
The note explains everything.
If this is a trick, good heavens. The money's been stolen.
And Lieutenant Harris is Bull Kramer's prisoner.
Orderly, tell the bugler to sound assembly. We ride at once.
One moment.
But
Captain, you'll have to take all your men.
I'll take every man I can spare.
I said every man.
Nonsense. It isn't necessary. And I can't leave the fort deserted.
Those are Bull Kramer's orders.
I'm not taking orders from that outlaw.
And the life of Lieutenant Harris will be in danger.
But I tell
it's
you...
a deadlock, Captain. You can take a part of your men and either attack the outlaws or starve them out.
That's exactly what I'll do.
But Bull Kramer is desperate. He wants to escape with that $40,000. If you prevent him, he won't hesitate to shoot his prisoner.
He wouldn't dare.
Why wouldn't he? Bull knows he'll hang anyhow if he's captured. Another murder won't change his punishment.
But I've got to do something.
I think I know what Bull's scheme is.
Yes?
He demands that you bring all the garrison so that you can't hold back soldiers to set a trap for him.
I see.
I believe he'll make terms for the lieutenant's release when you've shown him that your men are with you.
I seem to have no choice.
Do you agree?
I do. Orderly, have assembly blown as I told you. Have my horse brought outside. I want every man in the fort ready to ride at once.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have a question to ask. Just what have you to do with all this, stranger?
I met your soldier just after Bull Kramer's attack.
Yes?
Tonto and I helped follow the outlaws, and I offered to return with a message to you.
I think the sergeant's note proves the truth of your story.
It should.
Come. We'll be on our way in a minute.
Good.
This means that we'll probably save the life of Lieutenant Harris. But the money will be lost.
I believe we can get the money, too, Captain.
What's that?
Steady, Silver. Keep.
You said we could get the money?
Not only that, Captain, but capture the outlaws as well.
Impossible.
I'm sure I know what Bull is planning, but I'll explain later. We must get started at once.
Orderly.
Yes, Captain.
Are the men all armed and ready?
They are, sir.
Then follow us. Up! Get along there.
Come on, Silver.
The soldiers, led by Captain Brent and the Lone Ranger, raced to the hills near Birch River, where they joined the small squad under the command of Sergeant Murphy. Then, accompanied by the captain, who knew the masked man's plan, the Lone Ranger once more rode to the outlaws' stronghold for a conference with Bull Kramer.
Hold up them horses. Stand right where you are. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
What's your errand here?
We want to speak with Bull Kramer.
Uh-huh. He's been looking for you. But don't try no tricks now. You're liable to get shot.
Don't stand there, man. Get moving.
Hey, Bull. Here's the masked fella again.
Tell him to come over here.
Get along with you.
Come, Silver.
Get up.
Well, Captain, I see you brought the soldiers like I said to.
Move, Silver.
Who there? Who? But you've harmed Lieutenant Harris.
Shucks, you don't have to worry about him, none. We ain't harming him unless you fellas get stubborn.
Where is he?
You can see him right over there by that tree.
All right. We've done as you say. Every trooper in my command is with me. Now, let's get down to business.
Captain, there's just one way you can save that young fella's life.
Yes?
First thing, you're going to line up your soldiers in that hill across the way where I can see them.
And then what?
When you've done that, so's I can see you ain't trying to trick me, I'll take the fellas that's with me and ride out of here.
Go on.
We'll take the lieutenant along with us. We'll cross the river, right across the valley to the Badlands. Then when we're sure we're safe, we'll let the lieutenant go.
One moment.
Yeah?
You'll release Lieutenant Harris when you reach the river.
Now, look
If you're
here.
honest with us, that'll serve your purpose just as well. The soldiers could never catch you before you reach the hills.
I don't know.
Don't listen to him, boss.
You've got nothing to lose.
Just what's your idea in that?
If you let Lieutenant Harris go at the river, we can tell whether you've kept your word or not.
You know blame well we'll keep our word. We don't want to keep that fellow with us any longer than we have to. We're running short on supplies, and he's just another mouth to feed.
Those are the only terms we'll make.
Boss, I'm telling you, it's just some kind of a trick.
Ain't I told you enough to keep out of this when I'm thinking things out, Carp? Now you keep still.
Moreover, Bull, the fewer men you have with you when crossing the valley, the better time you can make.
Yeah, in that sense.
And you agree?
Yeah, I don't know why I shouldn't. All we want is to get safe out of here with the cash. Like you say, the river's enough head start for us.
And it'll be in plain sight of the soldiers. They won't be willing to wait until Lieutenant Harris can return from the Badlands to learn if he's safe.
Then it's a bargain.
Not yet, Bull.
But the masked fella just said it was...
You'll have to give us an hour first.
What for?
I want to talk this over with my men. They may not be willing to give you a chance to escape.
If they don't, they sure won't never see the lieutenant alive again.
We'll return to our camp. Then, at the end of the hour or before, I'll give you my decision.
Yeah, that's good enough, I reckon. But if you try to send any soldiers ahead to cut me off, I'll know it.
You have my word. Every soldier in my command will be drawn up where you can see him when you ride out of camp.
They better be.
Come, Captain.
And you ain't getting 1 second over the hour either.
Right. Let's go, friend.
Come on, soldier.
Blame it all, Bull. Why'd you let him talk you into a thing like that?
And what's wrong with it?
I don't know.
We don't want to keep the lieutenant. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
Yeah, that's so.
And I don't aim to put him on one of our good horses. So if he rides all the way to the Badlands with us, he'll be slowing us up considerable.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Bull. It's just that I got a feeling that masked fella was up to something.
Carp, there ain't a thing he can do. If the soldiers are where we can see him, there won't be nobody to stop us. Now forget about your worrying. We got other things to do before we're ready to ride.
Captain Brent, following the instructions of the Lone Ranger, waited until the hour was almost up before informing Bull that he agreed to the terms. Then, while the soldiers paraded in plain sight on the side of the hill, the outlaws rode forth from their camp, Lieutenant Harris with them. We see them just as they've crossed Birch River.
Steady, boy. All right, Jim. Cut them ropes on the lieutenant.
Yeah.
You rotten killers. You aren't going to get away with this.
Hold still, won't you? How'd you expect me to get you loose, jiggling around like that?
I'd rather be killed than see you men escape.
Well, that ain't the way the captain feels about it.
There. The ropes is off him, Bull.
Well, Lieutenant, you came in right-handed.
If you hadn't made me a prisoner, you'd never have got away with this.
That's just why I thought of this scheme.
Oh, why let him get away? Why don't you shoot him now? Then the soldiers can't catch him.
Shucks, let the fellow go. I ain't got nothing against killing the line of business. There ain't no sense doing it for no reason at all.
But I'm
you
telling
always was too handy with a gun, Cop. You've got a lot to learn. Now on your way, Lieutenant.
We'll meet again, Bull.
If we do, you will be the hombre that's sorry.
All right, get along then. Come on.
Say, Bull, I just thought of something.
Yeah?
What's become of the masked fella and the Injun that was with them soldiers?
I don't know. What's the difference?
But maybe they rode ahead of us.
Let him. You ain't afeard of just two fellas, are you?
Maybe not. But that masked fella looked too darn slick to suit me.
Come on. We're heading for the hills before the soldiers try to come after us. Get up there. Come on. Get up.
There's the Badlands up ahead, Bull. Not even a regiment of soldiers can ever find us in there.
You fellas just let me think things out and you'll always get along.
We got the gold, and we didn't have to leave any of the fellas that was wounded.
Uh-huh. Have the soldiers took out after us yet?
Nah, I reckon they savvy they can't get us.
What are we going to do when we get to the Badlands, Bull?
Well, I was thinking it'd be a good idea to split up. We'll divide the gold, then meet again when we come out on the other side.
Yeah. That way we can be blamed sure nobody can follow us.
Yeah, but
There's somebody ahead of us.
it's that masked fella again.
Come on. If him and the Injun got any notion of stopping us, we'll shoot him down.
They won't have no chance against us.
Bull,
Huh?
They've been setting fire up ahead. What's that?
I see it.
Well, I'll be it. Prairie fire. The whole plain valley's ablaze.
And the winds are coming this way.
Hold us, steady. Well, we can't make it through them flames. We've been tricked.
That's what the captain wanted an hour for. To give the masked fella a chance to ride ahead of us.
And that's why he wanted to let the lieutenant loose at the river. Blast him.
We gotta go back. We'll be burned alive.
And the fire's getting closer. The soldiers...
Just blazing with the soldiers.
I'd rather face them than a prairie fire. Then that's what we gotta do. Come on, fellas. Turn your horses. We gotta ride for our lives. Get up, boy. Get up.
The masked man's scheme worked. Fire at will, men.
They're coming right toward us, Captain.
By golly, I'll knock off a couple of those varmints.
Don't let a man escape.
Bull is the man I want, Captain. I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
They've crossed the river.
And there ain't no way for him to go except this way. Let him have it, boys. Teach the yellow coyotes ain't that monkey with the army.
Captain, they're shouting something.
Cease fire.
Hold your fire, boys.
Steady.
We give up. Don't fire no more. We don't want to get killed.
Throw down your
The
arms.
horses with the gold are safe, Captain.
Good. All right, Bull, come forward. Hold your hands in the air.
You only got us by a trick, blast you.
But it was a trick that will put you where you belong, Bull, at the end of a hangman's rope.
Well, I told you I didn't trust that masked fella. How was I to think I'm starting a prairie fire? Hey, you and your slick scheming. You shut your fool mouth.
Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
put these men under guard. We're starting back to the fort.
I'll take care of them skunks, Captain.
We'll give them a fair trial, and then they'll hang.
Captain, where's the masked man?
I'm afraid we've seen the last of him, Lieutenant.
But we ought to thank him.
We're too late. There he is. Do you see him? He's riding down the valley.
Well, I'll be doggone. He won't even come back to be thanked after saving the lieutenant, getting the gold, and capturing the outlaw.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Although his name is not to be found in the written pages of history, the adventures of the masked rider of the plains have come down to us through the generations. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Ike Hanover was well past middle age. His wife had died many years before, and Ike's only relations were a son, Matt, and a nephew, Jim Rockwell. Matt was idle, dissipated, and bad-tempered. And on those occasions when Ike tried to persuade him to mend his ways and pointed out Jim Rockwell as a good example, Matt lost control of his temper completely. As our story opens, we find him arguing with his father.
All the time holding Jim up to me like a tin god, I'm sick of it.
Hold on there, Matt. I wasn't holding Jim up to you.
Just the same thing, ain't it? When you're telling me to get out and work the way he's doing.
I wouldn't be telling you to if you'd get something worthwhile to do your own self.
I suppose he's doing something worthwhile, wasting his time digging all over the state, hoping to strike it rich somewhere.
Well, even if he don't find no claim worth staking, he ain't sitting around all day smoking and gambling and drinking half the night.
Pack of gambling I can do with the cash I get.
There's lots of cash for you, Matt. All the cash in the world if you'd get out and hustle for it instead of loafing around.
I'm satisfied. And any time you want me to get out of this old shack, you just say so.
Son, I don't want you to leave me. You know better than that. But you're getting on toward 30 now, and most men your age are...
I'll do something. I'll get out where my friends are. I won't clutter up your house no more this evening.
Matt.
Mind your own business.
Matt, don't come home liquored up like you did last night.
I'll do what I please.
I don't know what I ever done to have my own son treat me like what Matt does. He...
Hi!
Jim! By the shade of the cactus, I'm sure glad to see you, boy. Come in.
Say, what's the matter with Matt? He wouldn't even say hello.
Never mind. Did you just get in town?
Just this minute. I come here direct.
This is your home, Jim, any time you want it. Well, what are you doing back here so soon? I figured you'd be going another 2 or 3 months anyhow.
Nope. I got news for you.
What do you mean, Jim?
I found it.
You mean...
Gold. I found a claim that's a corker. It's going to be worth thousands.
Jim, you don't mean that. You really struck it?
Look at this. Just a few samples, but it'll show you what the ore's like. Why, say, there's outcropping right on the surface. I'll bet it's the best strike yet.
Gosh, Jim, you sure have got some good samples here. Better than any I've ever seen. Have you got the claim registered yet?
Nope.
Ain't that risky?
No, it ain't. You see, I want to go back there and work it a little bit more, and then we'll make sure it's just the same under the surface as on the top. Then I'll register it.
You're smart, Jim. You sure are.
What's Matt doing these days?
Jimmy ain't worth the powder to blow him up.
He ain't, huh?
I don't know what to do with him. He's getting into trouble all the time.
Drinking and gambling again?
Yep. Sleeps till noon every day and then gets back at the cafe again every evening.
It's about time he'd done something.
I know it, I know.
Have you said anything to him yet?
I talked myself hoarse. It don't do no good. I offered to start raising cows for him. I told him I'd start farming for him or stake him to a prospecting outfit. But he tells me to mind my own business.
Good old-fashioned licking would do him a powerful lot of good.
I wished he'd get it.
Say, hold on, I have an idea.
What's that?
I'll take Matt back with me. I'll let him be a partner in my claim. And when he sees a chance to get a half share in a first-class gold mine just for working it...
No, Jim, you couldn't do that.
Why not?
There ain't no call for you to give Matt half your claim.
Oh, shucks, Uncle Ike. If he gives me a hand, we can work it just that much faster, don't you see? There's more than enough gold there for both of us.
Well, I don't know.
Besides, the trip will do him good.
If he'll go.
I'll fix that, all right. Just let me tell him how rich he can be in a few months, and he'll jump at the chance to go.
It took very little persuading to get Matt to join Jim. And in a short time, the two cousins were back in the deserted part of the country where Jim had found the gold. Unknown to them, their arrival was watched by an Indian. We find him now as he reports to his masked friend. The Lone Ranger is saying...
You say they just came, Tonto?
Them come dig gold.
This morning?
That's right. Them build shack at bottom hill.
That isn't a very good place to put a shack. Look up at the top of the hill there.
Oh, heap big rocks.
And the shale on that hill doesn't make a very sound support for the rocks. If one of them comes down the hill, it's likely to crash right into that shack they're putting up.
That not all.
What do you mean, Tonto?
One feller, him pale. One brown from wind.
Yes?
Pale feller, stay indoors too much.
You haven't much use for men like that, have you, Kimasabi?
Maybe sometime. Tonto not like this pale feller, though.
Why is that?
Him plenty lazy.
I see. You think he'll let the other man do most of the work while he sits around and does nothing? Is there gold over where they are?
Plenty gold. Tonto know. Many Indian know. White man just find out. Indian leave gold in ground. Too much gold make trouble.
I think, Tonto, it'll be a pretty good idea if we stay around here and watch the two men.
In a few days' time, Jim and Matt had their shack built and were ready to start tunneling into the hill. When the last of their equipment had finally been stowed away one evening, Jim puffed contentedly on his pipe, while Matt nervously rolled cigarette after cigarette.
This here place is downright comfortable when the oil lamp's burning and you got your pipe going good, ain't it, Matt?
It'll do.
Oh, what's the matter? Can't wait to get your hands on the pick and shovel and get after the fortune that's waiting for us, huh?
The sooner the better.
You'll have your chance, Matt, first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll have to clear away the loose shale first, then we can tunnel in.
Why can't we just blast?
Well, maybe we can save time by using some blasting powder, but we've got to do most of the work by hand.
We could stake the claim now.
That wouldn't be so smart, Matt. You see, we only claim so much land, and if we stake the claim now, there's no telling whether the vein will run off our land or not when we get down to it.
I see.
We're going about it in a level-headed way. You see that, don't you, Matt?
Toss me a match.
Here.
Thanks.
Seems to me you're smoking a heap of them cigarettes.
What's it to you?
Nothing at all.
Then shut up about my smoking. Say, I hope you ain't been kidding me about this here claim.
Kidding you?
That's what I said, ain't it?
What do you mean, Matt?
If this claim don't prove out a blame good one, it'll be a pile of trouble.
You've seen the samples yourself, Matt.
I know it. But you might have fixed this up with the old man, you know. Just to get me up here away from my friends. And if you did,
I'll see here, Matt. You won't do nothing. I've had enough of your ornery cussedness, and I don't think I'm going to stand for much more of it.
Oh, you ain't.
I've done 3/4 of the work on this shack, and maybe more.
Well, it was your idea.
We had to have a place to live in, and it was easier to do the work myself than to try and get you to help. Besides, I figured maybe you'd get used to work gradual, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, what you aiming to do about it?
Just this. From now on, you're going to work right along with me digging that tunnel. You're going to get half of what we find. And if you don't do the work, you won't get that half.
All right. Shut up now, will you?
One thing more. There's to be no liquor. Get that?
You've only seen me take one drink since we come here.
Yeah, because you couldn't find no more. And you're not going to find any more, understand?
I hear you. If you're through preaching now, I'll turn in. Good night.
Daybreak the next day found 2 shovels breaking into the side of the hill as the eager men threw the dirt and shale to one side and started to work on the tunnel itself. For the first hour, the work went smoothly. And then Matt said,
Gosh, this digging ain't no cinch.
You didn't think it would be, did you? There's nothing worthwhile that's a cinch. You ought to know that, Matt.
How much do you reckon this claim will be worth to us?
No telling. Maybe not so much. Maybe thousands of dollars.
Gosh, I'm going to get what cash I can real quick, and then I'm going to town. You know, Jim, this ain't a bad idea. Up to now, I ain't had so much money to spend, thanks to the old man. But now I can show the folks in town some real parties.
Not if you don't get back to work.
I'll get me a big house and let the old man have his dirty shack if he wants it.
He don't want that shack, Matt. I reckon it'll be right fine for Uncle Ike to be able to stop saving pennies.
Ain't no call for him to change his way of living.
No?
He don't get none of my claim.
What do you mean he don't?
I'm working this. Let him find a claim of his own. He's always saying every man should earn his own money.
Just like you did, huh?
Well, maybe I didn't find this here claim, but it's half mine, ain't it? I'm working it as much as you are.
Mm-hmm. You're working as hard at leaning on that shovel as I am at tossing this dirt and shale aside. I'll grant you that.
You...
But I told you it'd be half yours, and I reckon it'll be that.
Wish I had a drink.
You ain't going to, so you might as well forget it.
Good morning.
What the...
Why, howdy, stranger.
Where'd you come from?
Over yonder.
You're wearing a mask. You're an outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
I don't care what you say. You're wearing a mask and sporting 2 guns. And I don't want you near our claim. Now get.
Hold on, Matt. What'd you want, stranger?
I wanted to borrow some matches from you. I saw your shack and...
We ain't got none to spare.
Sure we have, Matt. Plenty. Here you are, stranger, and welcome to 'em.
Thanks.
You sure you ain't dodging the law, mister?
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't be wearing that mask if you wasn't. Now, see here. You can't come around here and try and jump our claim. Get going before I put a bullet in your hide.
Shut up, Matt. This fella ain't trying to jump no claim. There's lots of room here.
You're right, Jim. I don't want any part of your claim. I just thought I'd better warn you that you'll have to be careful of rocks sliding down the hill. You're tunneling in, I see.
Yep. We aim the tunnel in away and then file our claim at the government office.
Better watch out. This is loose shale. If one of the rocks on the hill above should slide down, it might block your entrance here.
Thanks, stranger, for the advice.
But we ain't taking it. Now get along and mind your own business. And don't try no tricks.
I'm going. Here, Silver.
You was hiding your horse around the bend, huh?
I wasn't hiding him, Matt. Yep. Good day. Hi-yo, Silver!
I'll get that outlaw. What'd you knock my gun up for?
Because you ain't gonna shoot a man in the back. Whatever he is, don't make no difference. What was the idea, anyway?
He's an outlaw.
We don't know that.
Well, blast it. He'll fetch a whole gang of men here to file claims near us.
What if he does? That's his privilege, ain't it? We can't claim this whole territory.
But we're the only ones that know about this place. Now the news will spread.
Let it. But don't shoot at a man when all he does is ask for matches and warn us about the rocks.
Got any more to say?
It's no use talking to you. The next time you try a stunt like that, I'll take a hand at it myself with a 6-gun. Now I'll get to this tunnel again and dig.
You can't boss me that way, Jim Rockwell.
I'll boss you as long as you keep on showing you ain't capable of bossing yourself.
But half of this claim is mine.
I said dig.
You regret this, Jim.
Dig!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue the story. Jim Rockwell offered to share his gold claim with his cousin Matt Hanover in an effort to get Matt interested in something besides drink and gambling. The claim had to be worked before it could be registered, and the Lone Ranger, knowing of this, decided to keep an eye on the two men. He warned them about the loose rocks on the hill, and Matt, afraid the ranger might bring others to stake claims in the neighborhood, fired at the masked man as he rode off. Jim knocked his gun in the air. We find the Lone Ranger now as he joins his friend Tonto on the other side of the hill.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there. Oh.
You see, fellas?
Yes, I saw them, Tonto. Steady, Silver. I warned them about the rock, and Jim thanked me for the warning.
Me hear shot. What that?
The other one fired at my back as I rode off.
Me thought him like that. Him plenty bad feller.
Jim grabbed his gun hand.
That good.
Tonto, I'm afraid that when Matt gets a sight of the gold that they'll find when their tunnel is a little farther into the hill, he'll want all of it.
You think him maybe try get all gold?
Yes, I'm afraid he may attempt to kill Jim. We're going to stay nearby and watch, Kimosabe.
That good.
We'll watch and plan.
When Hard Rock was reached, Jim brought out the blasting powder, and for several days, the sound of drilling carried through the hills with heavy blasts at regular intervals. Finally, when the depth of the tunnel had reached 20 feet, Jim straightened up excitedly.
Matt, look at this!
Is that the gold?
The richest vein I ever seen. Matt, we're all set now.
We're rich, Jim, rich. We're both rich.
We will be when we get this claim filed and the gold dug.
Then we got to get the claim filed now. We can't take no chances.
That's right.
Here, I got it all made out. This is the right wording, ain't it?
Huh? Say, when did you do this?
I couldn't sleep the other night, so I made the paper out. You were sleeping. It's all right, ain't it?
Yeah, looks to be.
Oh, well, sign it then.
You put your name on there first.
Well, what of it? One of us has to be first. Reckon it don't make any special difference which one it is.
I don't suppose the fact that I found the place first means anything to you.
Why should it? I could have found it just as well as you if I'd been here first.
All right, Matt, never mind.
You're going to sign, ain't you?
I reckon. But see here, how'd you know how to make out these papers?
I ain't as dumb as you seem to think. It ain't so hard to learn to draw paper up like that.
All right.
You'll sign it?
Yep, as soon as I get a pencil.
Here's one.
Good enough. Now then. A-I-M. Jim. There you are.
I'll get over to the shack and get ready to head for town and file a claim.
You going yourself?
Sure, why not? You stay here and watch it to see no one jumps it.
All right, Matt. But let me tell you this. When you get to town, you file the papers and get back here pronto, understand?
Sure thing.
Don't do no drinking and less talking. Just get back here as fast as you can.
I'll start now. You're going to stay in the tunnel here?
No use wasting time. I'll stay here and get the next blast ready.
All right.
There ain't no more powder here, though. Bring another can of it before you start for town. Get one from back of the shack.
You ain't got none in here at all?
Nary a bit of it.
Then I'll fetch some.
When Matt reached the house, he looked back to make sure Jim was still in the tunnel. Then, reaching behind his bunk, he brought out a bottle, still half full of liquor. One long drink was followed by another. His brain was filled with plans and schemes.
thought I didn't know enough to make out a claim. He thinks he's the only one able to do anything. Smart hombre he is. Too bad I gotta split that gold with him. Don't even want a fella take a swig of liquor. Well, he can't stop me from drinking. I got a right to do what I want. Gosh, I sure will spread my stuff when I get rich.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall and seal the tunnel.
Rocks fall? They're like to at that. Be right natural. Too bad I got a split with him.
Fetch some blasting powder back with you, Matt. I ain't got any more. It's all used up.
He ain't got no more powder. That's good liquor.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall.
I ain't got no powder left.
Jiminy, why should I split with him? There ain't no one that'd ever know what had happened to him. Be perfectly natural for the rocks to fall.
Matt sat on the edge of his bunk for some time, thinking, hearing whispers around him, listening to the ideas that seemed like spoken suggestions to his liquor-soaked brain. From time to time, he looked toward the tunnel, making sure that Jim was still at work there. And then...
I'll do it. No one will ever know. I'll get even with him for preaching at me. I'll show him all right. Yeah. One good swig left in the bottle, and then... There. Now, Jim, I'll bring your blasting powder to you, but not the way you think.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the figure that staggered up the side of the hill with a keg of blasting powder. Matt avoided the tunnel and went up above, where the huge rocks were poised, ready to crash down and seal the entrance.
Him get drunk.
Liquor does things to men, Tonto. Brings out their worst instincts.
It make good Injun bad. It make good pale-face bad. It make bad pale-face killer.
Exactly, Tonto.
Him fix some powder under rock.
Yes.
Rock fall over tunnel. We stop now,
No, Tonto. Let him go ahead. Watch Matt and see what he does. We stopped him now. Perhaps Jim would forgive him. It would happen again some other time when we weren't around.
Oh, that's right.
He's lighting the fuse now and running.
Rock's been flying. Yes?
Jim, trap him. Fine now.
It'll take a lot of strength to move the rock away. More than Jim has.
Maybe him blast from inside.
He has no powder inside.
Jim, sealed inside the tunnel, realized what had happened, and knew that without help from the outside, he would soon starve to death within the mine. He shouted,
Matt! Matt! Are you there?
I'm here, Jim.
Matt! Them rocks must have slid down from above. Get some powder and break up the one that's sealing me in. Matt! Can you hear me? Are you there?
I hear you. You bet I hear you.
Matt! Get powder! Drill!
I'm doing what you told me. I'm heading to town to file a claim. I'm filing a claim for myself, see? You won't need to be cut in for half now. It's all mine now. All mine.
Matt! You're crazy! Matt!
So long, Jim. I'll be back in a week. Maybe 2, 3 weeks. I got some spending and drinking to do in town. I'll file a claim first, and then I'll celebrate.
Matt! Matt!
Jim shouted until he was exhausted. Then for some time he tried to think, tried to force his mind to action and plan some way of escape. He used his pick on the barrier of rock without any success. And then after almost giving way to despair, the sound of someone digging reached his ears through the darkness.
What's that? Am I going crazy? I hear something. Matt! Is that you, Matt? Who is it? Is there someone there? Oh, I'm going mad. I'm hearing things.
Steady, Jim, steady. This way, Jim. Take my hand.
Who are you? You ain't Matt. You ain't my cousin.
No, Jim. Take my hand.
Leading Jim out through an opening in the side of the tunnel, the Lone Ranger paused to let the young man gather his scattered wits.
You're the fellow with the mask.
Yes.
I'm safe now.
Yes, you're safe, Jim.
But how
There
did
were
you...
2 tunnels on the side of the hill, Jim. While you and Matt worked on yours during the day, we were working on the other one at night.
You mean
The second tunnel was at right angles to yours. And when your entrance was blocked, all that I had to do was to break down the wall dividing your tunnel from the one we just came through.
Then... Oh, but see here, stranger. I gotta get my horse. That ornery double-crossing murderer will head for the office to file a claim to the mine for himself.
He's had an hour start on you, Jim. Can you catch him?
I don't know. Come on, I've got to get started. He tried to kill me. He done it on purpose.
Yes, Jim, he did it on purpose.
And look, stranger, he's took both horses with him.
Wait, Jim.
But now
Here, Silver. Come with me, Jim. I'll take you.
Yes.
Give me your hand.
Here it is. But who are you? Why are you doing this for me?
Steady, Silver.
Ain't you afraid to be seen in town? You'll be arrested, won't you?
Hi-yo, Silver!
The great horse Silver, carrying his double burden, swept toward the town, the ground flying beneath his silver-shod hoofs. Some time later, we find Matt in the government office, about to register the claim.
Well, there's the papers. I reckon they're made out all right.
Yeah, seem to be. Your name Matt Hanover?
Yep.
You ain't old Ike Hanover's boy, are you?
That's right. And I've struck it rich.
Seems to me I hear that you and young Jim Rockwell started out together to work on a claim. Ain't he in on this, too?
No, he ain't. I'm afraid he won't be in on anything anymore.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We had some hard luck with the mine, and Jim, he got caught in a cave-in and killed.
No. You don't say so.
Yeah. I tried to get him out, but when I got the rock away, he was dead. He'd smothered to death.
That's a shame. He was your cousin, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sort of busted me up. We was good friends. He done a lot for me.
What'd you do with him? Bury him?
Yeah, I thought it'd be best to bury him right there.
You done everything you could to save him, huh?
Of course I did.
Right sure of that?
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing except there's a claim already on file for this here land.
What do you mean? You're crazy. There couldn't be no other claim.
He means that I got the claim filed.
What?
And I filled out the claim in your name and mine, like we agreed. You just lied yourself into jail, Matt, and there's witnesses aplenty. I reckon your pa can use your share of the claim.
But I...
Yep, Matt. Looks like what you told me is evidence enough that Jim's story is true. That means you're going to jail. You see, I ain't the government man at all. I happen to be the sheriff.
Come on, Silver, old boy! We're on the trail of Pete Lorenzo! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
City and in the territory on west. There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Howdy, Marshal.
Hello, Mr. Biggs. Can I give you a hand?
No. This is the last batch here. Hey, wait till the flies get to these buffalo hides in the morning. Be enough vultures overhead to keep the place in the shade for a week.
Yeah.
You know, you'll sure have your hands full by tomorrow night.
It looks that way.
When these boys turn them hides into cash, they'll bite the corks out of every bottle in town. And some of them look mean enough sober.
Yeah. Well, you better bed down and get some sleep, Mr. Biggs. Where are your boys?
I don't know. Jeff had some trouble with a dry axle up near Pawnee Rock, and Boaz stopped to help him fix it, but they shouldn't be this long behind me.
Well, if I see him, I'll tell him where to find
you. You can tell Jeff, but Boaz ain't even going to hear you.
Why? What's the matter with him?
Oh, he's riding higher than an eagle. You know that white buffalo you've been hearing about?
The albino?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just Indian talk.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, if it is, Boaz sure shot himself a mighty scared buffalo. White as borax.
That ought to fetch a price.
Hey, anybody seen Marshal Dillon?
Over here, Chester.
You better saddle up, Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter, Chester?
Indian trouble. 2 men dead and a couple of wagons burned up out there. I found this.
A war rattle. Made out of buffalo toes. Arapaho. Well, they haven't been making any trouble.
Well, these did. I was topping a hill when I saw the wagons go up in fire. It was Indians, all right. I saw one ride off.
That's funny. I never heard of Arapahoes attacking at night. How far out, Chester?
10 mile, maybe, toward Pawnee Rock.
Pawnee Rock? Marshal, my sons is coming from there.
Easy, Mr. Biggs. Lots of wagons in the territory.
Marshal, I didn't see another wagon between here and Pawnee except the ones we had, but the Indians killed my boys.
There's only one way to make sure, Mr. Biggs. Saddle up and ride over to my office. I'll be with you as soon as I can get my horse.
I cut back through those button willows over there when I spotted the wagons being fired.
We must be close to it, then.
Just over there. Right down yonder. See him?
Yeah. I see him. We rode up and dismounted. The last glint of hope in Mr. Biggs' eyes died. His boys were there, all right. And it wasn't nice to see.
Kill him. I'll get him, please. I'll murder every redskin in the territory.
We gotta bring your sons in, Mr. Biggs. You know what the morning's gonna be like. You don't want to leave them out here. Now, come on.
Hey, look. Down there by the stream.
Yeah, 4 of them. They're not saddle horses. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs. You recognize those horses down there?
Yeah. I know them. Teams belong to Boaz and Jeff.
Indians must cut them loose from the wagons before they fired.
Doesn't that seem curious to you, Chester?
In what way, Mr. Dillon?
Why didn't they take the horses with them?
Yeah. What are you thinking, Marshal?
No burned hides in those wagons.
So they stole them.
Yeah, they stole them. But Boaz and Jeff both have their rifles there beside them, and the horses are left behind, too.
Horses and guns are the first things Indians would go for. What are you looking for, Mr. Dillon?
Those buffalo hides weren't carried off without wagons. Yeah, here. Marks the 2 other wagons here, and they're fresh.
I didn't see any other wagons, only these.
Well, they'd finished and gone before you got here, Chester.
Well, yeah, but I'd have caught up to any wagons on the trail to Dodge.
Did you go by regular trail?
Well, no, I figured the Indian I saw wasn't alone. I didn't want to get bushwhacked further on.
You didn't see any Indian, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon, just as plain
No Indian would leave guns and horses. This job was done by white men. They didn't take anything that could be recognized or identified.
You mean somebody's in Dodge by now? With the hides my boys worked and sweated to get?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Biggs.
Well, there'd be more than 300 buffalo hunters there by morning. Could be any of them.
We'll find the right ones.
Oh, how?
The albino. Whoever killed your sons will have that white buffalo hide. It was almost sunup when we got back to town, and more wagons had jammed the main street lining up for the unloading barns. I rode down the line, looking them over one by one.
Howdy, Marshal.
Some of the men would take their money, drink it up, and drift away. Few would stay long enough to be buried on Boot Hill. Then suddenly a wagon driver up ahead pulled out a line.
Oh, hey, wait a minute, Jim. Hold it there. Take your hands on that team. I'll take my hands off as soon as you get back to your place.
Oh, I'm tired of waiting now. Let go of that bit, mister.
Don't do that, stranger. Get your hand away from that gun.
Well, now, knows any law around you.
There is, so don't try making your own.
You got no right grabbing my team.
I got plenty right when he tries to horn in front of me, Marshal.
That's a lie, Marshal. He cut
Never
his
mind.
blood.
You both want to cool your heads out in jail? Now, what's your name?
Tennessee's good enough.
A lot of people from Tennessee coming into the territory. Most of them are pretty peaceful.
That sounds like you're saying I'm not.
You move pretty fast for that gun.
Man can lose his temper.
You lost yours 4 times, according to the notches you've carved into that gun butt, but don't try for number 5, not here. How about you? What do you call?
Charlie Kell.
Charlie Kell, huh? They ever call you Chuck?
No,
Heard of a Chuck Kell a couple of years back, come from Kentucky.
not me.
Man I heard about was a gunfighter, so he never wore gloves. See, you don't either. It's pretty rough on the hands.
Thanks, Marshal. I'll make sure to take better care of them.
Yeah, do that.
I'll be around a while, Marshal. Maybe we can have another talk.
Anytime. They'd need watching. But what I wanted now was a white buffalo hide. Searching the wagons wouldn't do. There wasn't time, and a search had let the killers know that something in the hides they'd stolen could be identified. The time to find out would be when the buyers checked them. I got Biggs and Chester to cover 2 of the unloading barns, and I covered the 3rd one. And then finally daylight came, and the haggling started.
Son, you want to sell those hides? Better learn how to handle his skinning knife a little better.
They're as good as any.
They're full of holes, they ain't. Give you $4 a hide for the bunch.
You gave that last fellow 8.
He looked tougher than you.
6. I'll take 6.
4. Take it or leave it.
You think you can rob me, mister?
Watch your mouth, boy.
Here, none of that.
Let me go!
Easy, son.
Go!
Let me have that gun just so you won't be tempted. There, that's better.
Give me that. Give it back.
You can pick it up at my office whenever you're ready to leave town. Yeah, you look like a city boy to me. Where are you from? St. Louis?
None of your business.
When something's got you beat, son, there's no shame to admitting it and going home. Sometimes that takes a real man.
Don't tell me what to do. Why don't you watch your own job? Why don't you leave me alone, Marshal? I ain't got a white buffalo hide.
What'd you say, boy?
You heard me.
What do you know about a white buffalo hide?
What everybody else knows. That you're looking for one. Everybody in town knows it.
How?
Because the old man whose sons were bushwhacked is all liquored up over at the other barn, shooting off his mouth. Don't go away mad, Marshal.
Mr. Biggs wasn't at the barn where I'd left him. I cut through an alley to Front Street and headed for the saloons. I never got to him.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
What's the matter, Chester?
Old man Biggs.
Where is he? I'm looking for him.
Well, he was over by the barn I was watching, drunk, going through the wagon.
Yeah, I know about that.
I was trying to get him to go back to his own barn, but all of a sudden, he took off.
For where?
I don't know, but there was one wagon he was watching in particular. The driver walked away from it with a package of some kind.
That white hide?
It could have been, I don't know, but Big sure thought so. He lit out after the fellow with blood in his eye.
Which way?
Down there where the boy's been hitching the empty wagon.
Well, let's go.
Old boy's drunk enough to make trouble. He's liable to kill somebody.
Or get killed.
Too late, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. It came from there behind that row of wagons. You stay here, Chester.
Be careful, Mr. Dillon.
When I rounded the corner wagon, Mr. Biggs was sprawled across a wagon tongue, his eyes dead and open, staring at the ground. And standing over him was Tennessee, a smile on his face, and his gun extended to me butt first.
Looks like I'm in mighty trouble, Marshal.
He's dead, Tennessee. That's more than a mite.
You take my gun for a while.
You mean until after you hang?
Wasn't figuring to be that serious. Not when a drunk follows me out here and throws down on me.
If you're figuring on self-defense, forget it. Look at his gun. It isn't even cocked.
Well, it's out of his holster, Marshal. That's enough. Law don't say I have to wait till he kills me.
You'll have to make a jury believe that.
No, you shouldn't have much trouble doing that, Marshal.
What are you doing here, Mr. Kell?
Oh, I just happened to follow Tennessee out here.
Why?
Well, you broke up our little argument in town. Thought I'd get him alone here. See if maybe he was still nursing a grudge he wanted to settle. But the old man beat me to it. Now, Tennessee here ain't exactly a friend of mine, as you know, but I hate to see any man hang when he ain't guilty.
Is that your personal verdict, Mr. Kell?
That's right, Marshal. The old man threw down on him, and Tennessee had to kill him in self-defense.
Chester,
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
which one of them had the package?
This one. This is the fellow the old man was after.
All right, Tennessee, where is it?
I don't know anything about a package.
Look in the wagon, Chester. See anything?
Nothing here.
I reckon you can give my gun back to me now.
All right, Tennessee. Here.
Thanks.
But if you decide to use it again while you're in Dodge or any place else in Kansas, I hope I'm there when you do.
Well, now, don't you fret, Marshal. I'm sure you will be.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, action, excitement, thrills. That's Gangbusters. Gangbusters helps to fight crime by fearlessly naming the criminals. Listen for it later this evening on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Just before sundown, we buried old man Biggs and his two sons up on Boot Hill. By the time the service was over and I rode down, darkness had fallen. and everything was going full blast. The town was roaring.
Seemed like a good man, old Biggs.
He was, Chester. So were his boys.
Yeah, but there are too many men like Tennessee and Cal coming in, Mr. Dillon.
They won't last, Chester. They'll keep coming, but they won't last. They'll take a gun and go against a man, but they won't sweat. They won't take root and build.
We still going to look for that hide?
Yeah.
Well, just what do you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
Tennessee and Kell will be in town, but their wagons are back there with the other empties. Ride back and look them over. Oh, they might have had somebody carry that package off for them.
It might be, but they don't seem like partners, Mr. Dillon. From what I heard, you stopped them from gunfighting.
Took more than one man to kill the Biggs boys, and more than one man and more than one wagon to cart the hides in.
Well, you mean they staged that trouble just for you?
Just for me. After they heard I was looking for that white hide.
Well, why do you figure that, Mr. Dillon?
When gunfighters start for their guns, nothing stops them, Chester. They both started, but they both stopped. I reckon you better take a look through those wagons.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Where'll I meet you?
I'll be checking the saloons. One by one, I made the stops. The Long Branch, the Alafraganza, the Texas Trail. And one by one, they got quieter as I went in. As though each place was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The last place was a Mexican hangout. A long, dark walk.
Hello, Marshal. Can't see me, can you, Marshal?
No. No, I can't see you, son.
Too bad. Because I got another gun. They sell them around here. And I ain't going back to St. Louis.
You'll fire once, son, and if you don't kill me with that, and I'll kill you.
I'll gamble on that, Marshal.
Marshal!
He lurched from the shadows into the street, staggered, and fell. And then he rolled over on his back, and his eyes struggled for a minute like they were trying to remember something. And then he went blank. Well, he was right about one thing. He wasn't going back to St. Louis.
Well, what do you know? The marshal's real handy with a gun.
Stay out of this, Kel. But I may have something to talk over with you later.
Meaning what?
If you don't know, then you got nothing to worry about.
I've been hearing a lot about how fast you are with a gun, Dillon. Anything to it?
I'm still alive.
Yeah. This your hobby, shooting kids?
He was old enough to try to kill me.
I don't like it, Marshal.
That's too bad, Mr. Kell. The Chuck Kell I heard about would have loved it. They said he'd killed 2 kids under 16, one of them his own brother.
No, you didn't hear the whole story, Marshal. The Kell you heard about killed a marshal, too.
You made the bid, Mr. Kell. And you got a gun. Use it or I'll take it away from you.
Come and get it.
Anytime.
Here it is.
How you feeling, Mr. Dillon?
I'm all right, Chester.
Doc fixed your head. Wasn't much he could do for Kell, though.
I hit him.
If you didn't, he sure died for nothing.
He was fast, all right.
Boys say you made him look like a sleepy burro. Never even cleared his holster.
And my head says different.
You didn't get that from Cal.
What do you mean?
Tennessee was up the street with a rifle. He creased you.
Huh? Where is he now?
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. He rode out of town before I could stop him. I was the only one who saw him. I was coming up street to find you.
All right. Let's get out of here. Did you find anything in the wagons?
No, sir. But I found Tennessee's wife.
Wife?
That's right, Mr. Dillon. In a small wagon next to his. He's a squaw man. His wife's an Indian girl.
Well, let's find her. All right, Chester. Which way?
Edge of town, Mr. Dillon.
Well, let's go. You talked to the wife?
Yes, sir. Found out Tennessee and Kel were friends, all right. They left her here night before last and arranged to meet her here today. She said they were driving empty wagons when they left her.
Ask her what tribe she belonged to?
Didn't have to ask, Mr. Dillon. I could tell by her beads. She's an Arapaho.
She was there, all right. Crouched by the wheel of a wagon. Her face was bloody, and she stared into a small campfire, rocking back and forth without a sound.
She wasn't beat up when I left her, Mr. Dillon.
Where's your husband?
He gone.
Gone where?
He gone.
Tell me which way he went, and I'll bring him back to you.
No. You lawman.
Your husband had a white buffalo hide, didn't he? Tell me.
No. Other man killed white buffalo.
Then your husband took the hide away from him?
He buy. He buy hide.
He didn't buy him. He killed 2 men to get him. He killed with Indian paint on his face. He left an Arapaho war rattle. He wants the blame to come to your people.
If the white men think the Arapahoes are on the warpath, the soldiers will come.
No. Arapaho, peaceful.
Where's the white hide? What'd your husband do with it?
He tell me. Bury it.
Where? Where's it buried?
There. Back there. By tree.
Go dig it up, Chester. And then stay with her till I get back.
You going after him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, as soon as she tells me which way.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
You're white man. No good. Now tell me which way he went.
You let him go. He not come back.
I can't let him go. If I do, the soldiers will come after your people. He beat you, and he ran away from you. Now he'll bring death to your tribe unless I get him. Where did he go?
He ride to where moon sleep.
I rode east. Tennessee had about an hour's start, but I figured to make up most of that before sunrise. The prairie was open and flat except for an occasional roll, and the Arkansas River would keep him from cutting south. His best bet for a fresh horse would be Kinsley, and I rode hard for it. It was just turning daylight when I rode in.
Well, howdy, Marshal. Morning.
Good morning. Got a place I can water my horse?
Trough right there. Just let him loose. He'll find it.
Thank you.
Looks like you come a long way.
Dodge.
Another fella here just a few minutes ago been riding hard, too. He come from up Pawnee way, though.
Tall, dark, riding a vinegar roan?
Yeah, that's right.
You get a fresh horse here?
I had to send my boy out the corral to get one for him. He'll be back soon.
You mean he's still here in town?
Yeah. Asked about breakfast, so I sent him over to the Widow Hilliard's place. Right over there, across the road.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Say, you after that fella, Marshal?
Yes?
Understand you're serving breakfast, ma'am.
Why, sure thing, Marshal.
Dillon!
That's right.
Give me a clear way out the door, or I'll kill you.
Come by me, Tennessee.
I'll come shooting.
That's all right. But just be sure you get me this time. You hurt, ma'am?
No, I'm all right, Marshal. He looks kind of dead.
Yeah.
Bad one, huh?
Yes'm. Gunfighter. Thief. Killer.
What's your name, Marshal?
Dillon, ma'am. Matt Dillon. I'm sorry about
Marshal. When my husband brought me out here 15 years ago, Indians burned this place down 3 times. I'm used to killing. You want to carry him out? I'll go fix you that breakfast.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a long ride back to Dodge.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Joel Murcott, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Stan Waxman, John Daner, and Larry Dobkin, with Sam Edwards, Lillian Baeff, Tom Holland, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bayer is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Something new in CBS radio newsroom coverage, World News with Robert Trout presents as a special weekly feature an interview with a crack CBS radio news correspondent. This correspondent flies in from his post overseas to give you his authoritative eyewitness viewpoint on latest developments. Tomorrow afternoon on most of these same stations, World News with Robert Trout. This is Clarence Cassell speaking. And remember, from now to November, you'll find intensive, impartial campaign coverage on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Ain't growing wood like they used to. Well, you can't hardly make yourself a decent fire no more. You just can't get it to burn. Everybody knows you can't cook none without an even fire. I'm sorry about it. I just as well decide to chew on a piece of jerky and let it go at that.
Oh, Chester, you got the beans ready?
Now, you know they ain't ready, Mr. Dillon. Beans has got to cook long and slow before you can eat 'em.
They seem mighty slow to me.
Well, it ain't easy to cook 'em with this wet wood that's laying around here. It ain't dried out like it needs to do for a decent fire.
You know, you're getting pretty fussy, Chester, for a fellow who's camped out half his life.
A man gets tired of it sometimes, Mr. Dillon. A man likes a few comforts when he's cooking his dinner.
Like that old pot-bellied stove back in Dodge, huh?
Well, now, a decent stove don't hurt none, I can tell you that.
Come on, Chester, stop your bleating, will you?
Got me a decent slab of pork.
A what?
A decent slab of pork for the beans, Mr. Dillon. They ain't hardly worth fussing about without that.
You want to ride into Dodge and get some?
Well, that's a day and a night's ride.
Well, then why don't you quit complaining now? How long before we eat?
Well, at least about an hour or two, I expect. Them beans should just set and simmer. That's
all right, so let them set and simmer, and we'll go check that line shack for Old Man Goss like we promised, huh?
Guess that'll be all right.
You bet it'll be all right. Come on. I don't smell anything burning, Chester.
Well, of course not. I wouldn't leave them till they burn, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I'm tired and I'm hungry.
You know, there's some cooks on the chuck wagons that won't let you touch their beans till they've set all night.
Well, I'm not about to wait all night, so why don't you dish them up and I'll say to the horses, huh?
Well, sure. I was just telling you that there's some folks that's mighty particular about their... No. Mr. Dillon?
What?
They're gone.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Them beans. They're gone.
What?
And they wasn't rightly done yet, neither.
Whoever took them wasn't too particular, I guess.
Maybe it was an animal, Mr. Dillon.
No animal would come into with a fire like that.
I guess you're right.
And there's nothing spilled.
No, they ain't.
Your animal's a two-footed one, all right.
I declare. Looks like they was just dragging along, don't it?
Yeah.
You gonna track them?
Well, I don't begrudge anybody a free meal, Chester, but I wanted some of those beans myself.
Yes, sir. Say, you reckon I better go get the horses?
No, not yet. Let's see where these tracks lead to.
Them prints is going right down the creek, ain't they?
Yeah. Maybe he didn't have a horse.
Oh, nobody don't go around without no horse, Mr. Dillon.
Unless you don't have one.
Well, yes, but then...
Hey, Chester, keep your eyes open in these bushes, huh?
Yes, sir, I am.
Down this way.
Here. Look at there. There's my bean pot.
Yeah. Look yonder.
declare it's a woman.
Yeah. Come on. Let's turn her over easy, Chester.
She alive?
She's still breathing.
She don't look very good, Mr. Dillon. Just look at them bruises.
Mm-hmm. She's been beaten, all right. She looks half starved.
She didn't even get to eat them beans she stole.
We gotta get her to Doc.
She ain't fit to ride, is she, Mr. Dillon?
No. Chester.
Yes, sir.
You notice that old wagon out back of old man Goss's shack?
Yes, sir, I seen it.
Well, you ride up there and get it, huh?
Well, but there wasn't no horse.
Well, you'll have to hitch your horse and lead him, huh?
All right. If you think you'll settle down enough to pull that wagon...
It's the only chance we have, Chester. Go on now.
Yes, sir.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
If there are any old blankets in the shack, put them in the wagon, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll do that.
Hold up a minute, Chester. I want to take a look at her.
All right, sir. Move. How does she seem, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, Chester. She hasn't moved. Yeah, she's still alive, anyway.
Poor thing.
Yeah, whoever she was running from gave her plenty of cause. All right, you get on my horse, Chester. I'll lead the wagon for a while.
No, I ain't tired, Mr. Dillon. I can go on walking.
Go on, Chester. Mount up. I want to stretch my legs.
All right. I'll say one thing. You're going to have plenty of time to stretch them between here and Dodge.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All right, let's go.
Mr. Dillon, I didn't think we'd ever get here.
I'm just glad the wagon hung together.
I don't suppose it'd go much farther, and that's a fact.
Well, it doesn't have to. Come on, let's get her up to Doc.
All right.
Now, you take her shoulders. We'll lift her together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now. Careful now, Chester. Take her up easy.
I am. Sure do hope Doc's here.
Yeah.
Matt and Chester, what's the matter? Who is it?
It's a woman, Doc.
Yes, I see it is. Oh. Where'd she come from?
We don't know, Doc. She was out near Hat Creek when we found her.
Yes. You didn't get her here any too soon.
She's pretty bad off, ain't she, Doc?
She's in bad shape, Chester. Yes, she is.
She took a mean beating.
Well, it isn't the beating that worries me so much.
How's that?
This woman is nearly starved to death. Now, Chester, pour some water in that pan for me, will you?
Yeah, Doc, sure. Here you are, Doc.
Yeah? Oh, yes. Thank you. This is an ugly business, Matt.
Yeah. I think she'll be all right.
She has a chance. It's a little too early to say how good a chance.
You'll keep her here?
Yes, of course I'll keep her here.
Thanks, Doc. I don't know if you'll get paid.
Oh, stop wasting my time. Help me get her into bed.
All right, Doc. Come on, Chester. Here, give me a hand.
And you don't know who she is?
Don't know anything about her. Just that she was badly hurt and hungry.
Shame. Is she a young woman, Matt?
Kitty, that's kind of hard to tell. She was so skinny and so sick.
Yeah. Well, I hope she comes out of it all right.
The doc said she was doing a little better this morning.
That's good. And maybe I could go see her when she feels well enough.
Would you, Kitty? That'd be nice.
Sure. We women have to hang together.
Or hang separately.
Oh, that's a lawman's attempt at a joke if I ever heard one. Oh, you want me, Sam?
I came to speak to the marshal, Miss Kitty.
Well, what can I do for you, Sam?
That big fellow at the bar, Marshal.
Down at this end?
That's the one. He's been asking after you. I thought maybe you'd sooner see him over there.
Yeah, Sam, thanks. See you later, Kitty. I'm the marshal. You were looking for me?
You got my woman?
Oh, what's your name?
My name? Jedro. I come from a woman.
What makes you think I've got her?
You was seen. You brung her here in the wagon.
Are you the one who beat her?
I'm her husband.
That's not what I asked you. Did you beat her?
That ain't rightly none of your business, Marshal.
It is if she dies.
Allie? Allie ain't gonna die.
Well, the doctor isn't so sure.
I come to get her.
She's in no shape to be moved.
I come to get her, you hear?
Now, you listen to me.
No, you listen to me. You ain't gonna tell me what to do about my woman.
All right, come on, get out of here. There's no need
You
for a
ain't
ruckus.
telling me
Yes,
what...
I am telling you. Now, come on outside. Come on. Come on. All right, now. Just stand easy. Maybe we can talk.
There's nothing to talk about. A man's got a right to see his wife.
Man's supposed to treat her decently.
I got a right to see her. Now, the law says that.
All right, Jedro, I'll take you to see her.
More like it.
But I'll be there, too. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Matt.
Hello, Doc. This man's name is Jedro. He's the woman's husband.
Oh, yes.
He wants to see her.
Well, now...
And I got right.
Will it hurt her, Doc?
I don't know if she'll even know him. I shouldn't think she'd want to see him.
She's my woman.
Yeah, she's your woman. It's all right, Doc. I'll take him in there for a minute.
All right, Matt. If you say so. Come on in. Don't touch it.
He won't.
Allie? I come to get you, Allie.
Jedro.
Come to take you back.
Jedro.
She turned her head away.
Let me get to her. She's unconscious again. She won't speak anymore now.
All right, Jedro, come on out.
I come to get you, Allie.
That depends on the doc, Jedro.
And on the good Lord.
Matt. Oh, Matt.
What?
Wake up, Matt.
What?
Come, wake up.
What? Oh. Doc, what are you doing here?
She's gone, Matt. The woman's gone.
You mean Hallie?
Yes, Matt. I had to go up to the Morey place tonight on a call. When I got back, she was gone. Well, she can't stand it, Matt. She's not well enough.
Well, hand me that other boot, will you, Doc?
Jedro must have been waiting.
Yeah.
And that wagon's gone, too. That old one you left out back of the office.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I'll go get the horses. Go get Chester for me, will you? And have him meet me at the livery stable.
Sure, Matt, I will. And I'm awfully sorry this happened.
But don't worry about it, Doc. We'll get her.
I hope so, Matt. I hope so.
It'd have been a sight easier if that Jedro would have took his woman off in the daytime.
He's not interested in it being easy, Chester.
I don't know. There just ain't no sense in everybody losing a night's sleep.
Won't kill you.
I reckon not, but all the same.
Looks like that might be the wagon there ahead.
Say it does for a fact.
Yeah, come on. Hold up, Jedro.
I keep telling you, Marshal, she's my woman.
She's not in any shape to move, Jedro.
And that just ain't none of your affair.
I told you once it's my affair when somebody is killed, and this would be a killing just like a shooting. Now, come on, stop the wagon. All right, grab the reins, Chester.
There now. Let go of him.
Now, you listen to me, Jedro. This woman has a right to decent care until she's well again. She has a right to decide for herself whether she wants to go back with you.
No, I do the deciding.
She might even want to file charges against you for the beating you gave her. She's going to get the chance.
Marshal, her place is with me.
Not right now, it isn't. Now, come on, climb down from the wagon.
Well, I ain't doing that.
I said climb down.
You ain't going to shoot me, Marshal, because I ain't wearing no gun. Ain't no way for you to get me down.
Yes, there is. You're coming down.
No, there ain't. God! My arm. Will you let go of my arm? Pull it off.
All right, get up.
Oh, my arm. You could have broke it.
You're lucky I didn't.
Ain't no call to break my arm.
Now, you listen to me. I'm going to drive your wife back to Dodge, and if I see you around there again before she's well, I'll lock you up if I have to break both your arms to do it.
Man's got a right to have his
woman has a right, too, Jedro. All right, come on, Chester. We're heading back.
Look at there. There's one. Well, sir, I tell you one thing, Miss Jones. This new batch of circulars, these fellows on these wanted posters sure don't get no better looking, do they?
Well, we all can't be handsome like you, Chester.
Yeah, my gracious. Miss Dillon, I ain't handsome, but I don't look like no desperado, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I guess you don't at that.
Marshal Dillon?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I'm Hallie, and I come to thank you.
Hallie?
Well, Doc Adams told me all you done, fetching me to him and all.
Oh, Hallie. Yes, I guess I didn't recognize you, looking so well like that.
Yes, I got my strength back.
Oh, Hallie, this is Chester Proudfoot. He helped me bring you.
Yes, I come to thank you, too, Mr. Proudfoot.
Oh, my. Well, that's all right, ma'am.
Doc said that you'd been out to Winter's place for a few weeks, right?
They took me in, Marshal, like I was one of them. I'm beholden to them all.
Sure looks like they fed you, all right.
Yes, I've took on some, and that's a fact.
Fine.
Marshal,
Yes, Hallie.
I got another reason for coming to see you.
Well, I figured you might, Hallie. What do you want me to do?
Well, that's just it, Marshal. I don't want you to do nothing.
No. What do you mean?
Well, it's that I'm trying to save you some trouble, like, Marshal.
How's that?
I just want to save you the trouble of coming after me.
What? You think Jedro's coming again?
No, Marshal. It ain't Jedro. It's me. I'm going back.
Going back?
Yes, Marshal. I'm going back to Jedro.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Hallie. He can't force you to.
He ain't forcing me none. He don't even know it.
Well, then why?
He'll be needing me, Marshal. The crop's coming in.
What, if he treats you so badly?
Jedro don't mean no harm. And if we get a good crop, maybe we'd have enough to eat this year. And Jedro ain't took mean so often when he's eating regular.
Hallie, you've been a very sick woman. You better think this over.
I've been thinking. That's my place out there. I spoke up to the preacher that I'd take Jedro.
The law will protect you, Hallie. You don't have to go back to him.
Yes, I do, Marshal. Yes, I do. A woman belongs where her man is. I'm thanking you, Marshal, but I'm going back.
Miss Dillon, is that right?
I don't know if it's right or not, but that's the way it's going to be.
You mean you ain't going to keep her from going back?
No, Chester, I'm not. If Jedro hasn't kept her from going back, nobody else can.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Virginia Christine, and James Musser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns.
It's amazing what a man will do to himself over a woman, and still more amazing what a woman will do to herself over a man. This story happened in Virginia City, Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just 1 minute, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman.
What are you stopping here for, Clark? The country club is still a half-mile away.
I know, Scarlett, but I don't want to drive up to the club in this low-priced car.
But the snow is 6 inches deep, and I'm wearing my ballerina your slippers.
Well, you'll just have to hoof it, baby. I'm not driving any further. You're much too big for piggyback.
Oh, the snow is cold.
Take bigger steps.
Oh, that won't help. Why don't you get a big car like a swept-wing Dodge?
A Dodge? I can't afford a big car like that.
Oh, yes, you can. Even though Dodge is a big car, it's priced below 59 different models of the low-priced field.
What? You mean I can own a big swept-wing Dodge for less than I paid for my car?
That's right. And you get all that big car roominess and big car luxury. With a Dodge, you get all the car you're paying for.
Okay, Scarlett. Let's forget the Dodge, dear, and go see our Dodge dealer.
Oh, wonderful, darling. On these cold feet, who could dance anyway?
Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
Virginia City, Montana Territory, was particularly noted for three things: its gold, Henry Plummer and his band of outlaws, and the vigilantes. The vigilantes disposed of the Plumbers and were replaced by a more lawful authority, so that by the time I arrived, only the gold remained, and of course those who sought it, the miners. They filled the town day and night, spending their hard or easily won money in saloons, gambling houses, and hurdy-gurdy establishments. I was attracted to one of these on the night of my second day in Virginia City. It was a brilliantly lit saloon called Skinner's, and outside was a large sign proclaiming the appearance of Miss Eulalia Robinson. I went inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll give me your attention, kindly refrain from shooting 6 guns in the establishment, because the next man that does it's going to get thrown out on his saddle. With your kind permission, I have the honor of presenting the world-famous actress, Miss Eulalia Robinson. She has appeared before the crowned heads of Europe and honors us with a presence tonight by a special appointment to Her Majesty, the Queen of England. Ladies and gentlemen, Henry Irving's leading lady, Miss Eulalia Robinson. For her first recitation, Miss Robinson will give us a scene from William Shakespeare's play, Romeo and Juliet.
Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek. For that which thou hast heard me speak tonight, fain would I dwell on form, fain deny.
She was in her late 30s. Not a good actress, not even beautiful. But her manner, the dignity of carriage, created an illusion of beauty which captivated her audience. She remained on the stage for a solid hour, and by the time she was finished, I could see that every man in that saloon was completely taken by her, and more than one imagined himself to be hopelessly in love.
Boy, ain't she something. Now that's what I call a woman. Hey, where you going?
I want to meet her.
Who don't? Hey, partner, wait for me.
Mr. Skinner?
Yeah?
My name is Kendall.
What?
Kendall.
Kendall?
Yes, that's right. I'd like to meet Miss Robinson.
Yeah, you and 100 more. It'll tear the place down.
Now, I'm a correspondent for the London Times, newspaper.
Newspaper man?
Yes.
Sure, come on, duck under here. How'd you like it? That's real culture, huh?
Well, she's quite a success.
Yes, she sure is. What paper did you say you write for?
London Times.
Well, that's so. Well, Miss Robinson will get a kick out of that. You and her both coming from England.
Yes? Come in.
Oh, that was just fine, Miss Robinson. Real fine. Say, this is Mr. Kendall. He writes on the London Times.
Mr. Kendall.
How do you do?
May I present my business associate, Mr. Grimes?
How are you?
Grimes?
I guess you folks have plenty to talk about. I'll go on back and get the boys quieted down. Virginia City never heard anything like you gave us tonight, Miss Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner.
Not at all. I'll see you later.
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Kendall?
Oh, wait a minute. Kendall, you got identification or something? Proving you're a correspondent?
Not on me, no.
I don't think it really matters,
Well, it
James.
does to me. You know what I mean, Kendall. Miss Robinson is popular. A lot of fellas like to come busting in and make any excuse, you know what I mean. I gotta watch out for her interests.
I understand.
And she's kind of tired right now. Why don't you let her go till tomorrow?
If you would rather, Miss Robinson?
No, not at all. I'd rather enjoy being interviewed tonight.
And I say it's not a good idea.
You're being extremely rude, James. Perhaps you'd care to take supper with me, Mr. Kendall.
Why, I'd be delighted.
No.
No?
No, she's not going.
I hope you'll forgive him, Mr. Kendall. He thinks that every man who looks at me is thinking dire and dreadful thoughts.
My intentions are completely honorable, Mr. Grimes.
Laley.
I don't want to discuss it anymore, James. Now, both of you, please wait outside. I must change my clothes. I shan't be a moment, Mr. Kendall.
Listen, Kendall. I'm sorry I acted the way I did, but if I don't keep an eye on her, nobody's going to. You know what I mean?
I think so.
I mean, nothing personal, but as her business manager, I've got to take care of things. Now, she gets awful tired traveling around this way. Best thing for her right now is to go back to the hotel and get some sleep.
As a business manager, Mr. Grimes, I should think you'd be happy to have a newspaper interview.
Oh, sure I am. But you know how these actresses are. They're like kids. They don't even know what's good for them.
I hadn't been aware.
Well, take my word for it. So you go on ahead. Now, I'll tell her you see her tomorrow.
Under the circumstances, I'm afraid she'd think it was rather impolite, don't you? Why not wait until she comes out?
All right. We'll make it tonight. A nice quiet supper at the hotel, 3 of us.
Mr. Grimes, I get the distinct impression that for some reason or other you don't want me to be alone with Miss Robinson. Am I right?
I'm her business manager,
So you said.
and she doesn't talk to anyone unless I'm around.
Strange. I got the impression that she didn't want you around.
I don't care what you think. I'm coming along. If you don't like it, no interview.
There. That didn't take long, did it? Are we ready, Mr. Kendall?
Yes?
Laley, you're going back to the hotel.
Good night, James. I'll see you in the morning.
We walked down the street to the hotel. She talked about some of her experiences in the territory, rather nervously, I thought, seeming almost deliberately to avoid her background of successes in England. I ordered champagne with dinner, and I could see that rather than making her feel more at ease, the drink only increased her anxiety.
I'm afraid that James is right, Mr. Kendall. I must be tired. Champagne makes me feel quite giddy, but I will have just a tiny drop more.
Of course.
You know, James is very angry with me.
I gathered that.
He's a jealous man. You wouldn't think so, would you? But he is.
I don't think I blame him.
He has no reason to be. We're only business associates. It's not as though we were married or anything. James doesn't believe in marriage. He says it deadens one.
Do you think so?
I don't know. I've never been married. My work hasn't allowed for it.
Did you meet Grimes in England?
Oh, no. No, that was in Boston. He saw me perform and asked to represent my interests.
I see.
Oh, he'll be very angry about this. Me being with you tonight.
May I ask you something?
Please.
Why are you afraid of him?
Afraid? Oh, afraid of James? How utterly ridiculous. Does it show so very clearly?
Yes.
May I have some more champagne? You know I'm not English, don't you?
Yes.
I never played with Henry Irving. Never saw England. Never did any of the things they say I did.
I didn't think so.
By appointment to Her Majesty. James thought that sounded fine. He took it from a bottle of Scotch whiskey. Do you know what I am, Mr. Kendall? I'm a liar. My whole life is a lie. I'm not even a good actress.
I was completely charmed by your performance.
How sweet. How gentlemanly and nice you are. Mr. Kendall, you're terribly attractive. You're the most attractive man I've ever met. No, that's not true. My husband was the most attractive man. You see, I lied about that, too.
You are married.
I was. James is always afraid I'll tell someone.
Why?
Well, the marriage didn't end very nicely.
Why do you tell me?
Too much champagne.
I don't think so.
I'm tired, then. I wish I could cry. Do you know, Mr. Kendall, I haven't been able to cry for 3 years. And there are so many tears.
The shots had come from outside. Just for a moment, I saw a shadowy figure at the broken window. Then it was gone in the night. Miss Robinson was lying on the floor. A thin line of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. She was unconscious.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. Today on CBS Radio's Suspense, Vanessa Brown and Jim Amici will co-star in Affair at Loveland Pass, a Western thriller with a psychological twist. Exciting dramas waiting for you, too, on yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Join us on most of these same stations later today as action-packed stories come your way on CBS Radio's Suspense and yours truly, Johnny Dollar. And now we return you to the Anthony Ellis production of Frontier Gentlemen.
I just heard. Who did it?
I'm not sure, Mr. Skinner.
The doctor's on his way. Ought to be here in a few minutes. Oh, she doesn't look good.
I think the bleeding's stopped.
Boys down in the saloon are mad. Word's got around there in a lynching mood. Sheriff's trying to ease them down.
Mr. Skinner, was Mr. Grimes there?
I didn't see him.
I just wondered.
I guess he ought to be told. He's staying down at the Nugget Hotel.
Yes, it might be a good idea.
Well, I'll go on down myself. Now, listen, Mr. Kendall. If there's anything she needs, you sing out. Anything at all. One of my boys will be outside. You just say the word.
Right.
I'll be back.
What a strange feeling.
Miss Robinson?
No pain at all. I've always thought there would be.
The doctor is coming.
I don't really mind, you know.
Don't talk.
Funny. I never believed him. He always threatened to do something like this.
Dr. Todd, where's the wound, please?
Oh.
Kindly wait outside, sir.
Yes.
I'm Dave. Skinner told me to wait. What's the doc say?
Nothing yet.
I'd sure like to get my hands on that feller that done it.
Yeah. I imagine a lot of us would.
She's a lady. A fine lady. Not like them hurdy-gurdies around here. It don't matter. One of them stops a piece of lead. She real bad hurt?
Pretty bad.
You figure it was some crazy liquored up son of a gun, don't you?
I don't know if he was drunk or not.
I mean the fellas. We come to see how the lady is.
We don't know yet.
There's more downstairs. We just wanted to know we're going to get the son of a gun that dry gulch, sir. Doc Todd come yet?
He's in there now.
Well, you give him this. There's $300 of better gold dust than that. You tell Doc he pulls her through, he'll get another like it. The boys wanted to know they're with her.
Sure do.
I'll tell her.
You do that.
I got a couple of dollars. That goes for me, too. We give it to the doc.
I will.
I can't operate yet. She's lost too much blood.
She gonna be all right, huh, Doc?
Don't ask fool questions, boy. I'm not God. Right now, she's asleep. Well, you're Kendall, aren't you?
Yes.
Lucky for her you were around. If she'd lost any more blood, she'd be dead. Well, you might as well get some shut-eye. I'll stay with her.
I left the hotel and went out into the street. There were 50 or 60 men standing about, quietly, waiting. I told them all that I knew. Then I saw Mr. Skinner hurrying up. He motioned to me, and we walked away from the crowd.
Grimes. Couldn't find him.
Oh?
Hotel clerk said he hadn't seen him all night. Now, I've been thinking. Is there something wrong between these two? I heard arguing this afternoon in her dressing room over at the saloon. I didn't think anything of it then, but with this...
I think we'd better find him, Mr. Skinner.
He did it?
I don't know, but it's possible.
I'll get some of the boys.
No.
What's the matter? You a friend of his? You trying to protect him?
Neither one, but all they need is an excuse. If they even suspect someone, they'll hang him. I prefer things more legal.
He's a killer. We've handled that kind before in Virginia City.
Miss Robinson is not dead. No, what I suggest is that you talk to some of the men who aren't likely to take matters into their own hands. Tell them we're trying to find Grimes, but he doesn't know what's happened to Miss Robinson. They can bring him back here.
Then what?
We'll let the sheriff handle it.
All right. But I'll tell you, Kendall, if he puts up a fight, I want to be there. It'll be a pleasure to shoot him.
The search began. At first, only a handful picked by Skinner knew what they were looking for. But the word spread, and with it, rumor. Grimes was the man. Grimes had done it. In an hour, every man who knew or cared about what had happened was a hunter. The quarry, innocent or guilty, was James Grimes. And it was obvious that if found, he'd have very little chance of standing trial. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, I returned to Miss Robinson's room. Any change, Doctor?
No. They get the fellow that did it?
Not yet.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? How come a man would want to kill a woman like this? She's the way I remember a woman should be.
Why don't you get a cup of coffee, Doctor? I'll stay with her until you come back.
I think I will. Stretch my legs a minute.
Turn around, Kendall. Don't move.
You look a little worse for wear, Grimes.
Well, they're after me. They're trying to kill me.
Any reason why they shouldn't?
Is she dead?
No.
I warned her. I've been warning her what had happened.
Put away the gun.
And get myself killed?
You'll be safer with me than the mob outside.
You're the trouble, the reason for everything. It's been men like you everywhere we go. Every town she has to find someone. I warned her. I told her I wasn't going to stand it any longer.
Well, I heard a different reason.
A different reason? What did she tell you?
About her husband. An unhappy marriage.
She said that? Told you about her husband?
Yes.
You want to know what really happened? She had a husband, all right. In Boston. I didn't know it at the time. I met her. I fell in love. She went away with me. After we were married, she told me.
She is your wife?
Surprising? Look at her. It's another one of her little ways. She thinks it's better if people don't know. She thinks I don't know why she wants it that way. I guess you could say we killed her husband. He committed suicide after she left him. Oh, you don't know. You don't know what it's been like. But I told her what I'd do if she went after another man.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter anymore. I hope she dies, then I won't have to feel these things.
If she dies, they'll hang you.
Yeah.
James?
Laylee. I'm sorry, Laylee.
Such a jealous boy. I never meant anything.
Don't, Laylee.
I like to flirt. That's all. A woman likes to flirt. It doesn't mean anything. Mr. Kendall knows that.
Can't you stop acting? Even now, can't you stop?
Listen to him, Mr. Kendall. Has he been telling you what a terrible woman I am? I suppose it's true. But you're not much of a man, James.
Lily.
You don't have to listen to this, Grimes.
Kill her.
Come outside.
Kill
No,
her.
you don't. Give me the gun. Give me the gun.
Lily. Lily.
She's dead.
Give me my gun.
I can't. You'll get a trial. Perhaps they'll understand.
There'll be no trial.
Now, Grimes, come back. Grimes.
Grimes!
I think I was rather glad I hadn't stopped Grimes when he went through the window. They killed him. But in this case, perhaps it was better than a public trial and hanging. Miss Eulalia Robinson and James Grimes were buried side by side in Virginia City, Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Jack Moyles, and Jim Nusser. Music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Now stay tuned for the Ford Road Show, to be followed by the CBS News over most of these same stations. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. John Wall speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Around lonely campfires throughout the western United States, cowboys still tell of the daring deeds of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and injustice relentlessly. The famous masked rider did more than any other single individual to bring law and order to the early frontier. And now, as the hoofs of silver thunder down the trail, adventure comes to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's trouble in the town of Winford. The town was waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The sheriff of the county, Greg Morgan, was known as a stern manhunter, a terror to outlaws in his district. We see two of his prisoners, Dan Cooley and Wolf Brandt, sharing a cell together. The light of a flickering lamp reveals the cunning and cruelty of Wolf's features. He speaks softly to Dan.
We shouldn't have much longer to wait, Dan. Can you hear the deputy stern?
Ain't heard a thing.
Red had better get here before the deputy comes to take our lamp, or we'll have to wait another day before breaking out.
There's only one thing I want to get away for, and that's to shoot it out with Sheriff Morgan. I didn't kill old man Bailey, and he knows it.
Last time I seen Red, he said the sheriff weren't any too sure you killed Bailey. But he was going to hang you for it anyway.
Some sneaking ornery coyote had done the job, and I get blamed for it. I never had no use for Bailey, but I never planned to do him harm.
Well, you can't hardly blame the sheriff for arresting you the way things looked.
The only thing I got to back my story is a letter I picked up before they took me away.
Yeah. What'd you do with that letter?
I got it hid away. I won't bring it out until court sets. There ain't nothing in the letter that matters, but there's a name on it. Clem Rabb. Ever hear of him?
No.
Well, I'm betting the letter was dropped there by the real killer without his knowing it.
I wouldn't pin no hope on that.
Uh-huh. That's another thing I got against the sheriff. He as much as said that letter didn't have no bearing on the case.
You got a lot to explain, Dan. The sheriff found you laying just a few yards away from Bailey with a bullet crease in your scalp. Bailey was dead, shot by 2 bullets from the gun you was holding.
But it warn't my gun.
Well, I ain't saying it was. But something like that's hard to explain.
Yeah. And everybody knows there was bad blood between Bailey and me. If I don't break jail, Wolf, I won't have a chance for my life.
The sheriff claims you both shot about the same time. But you hit Bailey first, and his shot went wild, just creasing the top of your scalp.
Then why don't he call it self-defense instead of murder?
Well, Bailey was an old man. And there ain't nobody around this part of the country that can draw as fast as you can.
Blasted, I never drawed on him, I tell you. I just happened to be down there hunting some strays. I never even seen Bailey.
If Red gets us free, will you still go gunning for the sheriff?
It'll be a fair fight, but I'll get him.
I want him out of the way just as bad as you do, Dan. He's the only witness there is against me on that rustling charge. With him dead, there won't be no case.
That's the first thing I'll do when we break jail. Then when that's done, I'm going to take that letter and trace down the fellow that done the shooting if it takes me the rest of my life.
Hold on, Dan. I thought I heard something just then.
Yeah?
Outside by the window. Maybe it's Red. He ought to be here by now.
We'll soon see.
Wolf. Hey, Wolf. Red. By golly, you didn't get here none too soon.
Come over by the window. I brought the guns. I'll hand them through the bars.
Good.
Here you are. You got a hold of them?
Yeah. Here you are, Dan. Take one and put it in your shirt.
Thanks.
How about horses, Red?
I got 3 good horses hitched in front of the cafe right across from the jail. When you come out, you'll see me standing beside them.
Everything's set then. You'd better be clearing out. The deputy will be coming along for our lamp pretty soon, and he...
All right, fellas. It's after 9 o'clock. I gotta take your lamp.
Hurry, Red. That's the deputy coming now.
Time you fellas was hitting the hay anyhow.
All right, Deputy. Just stand a little closer so as I can hand the lamp through.
I should have come after it before, but then I... What the...
Stand where you are, Deputy. We both got you covered.
I don't want to shoot, Judd. I ain't got nothing against nobody but the sheriff. But if you make a sound, I'll have to shoot.
You're breaking jail.
You just bet we are.
You can't get away with it.
Shut up and unlock this door. You got your keys right there.
By golly,
Come on, Judd. Make it fast. Maybe somebody heard that lamp busting.
I'm unlocking it. Just wait till I find the right key.
You find it quicker.
I got it now.
Open the door and don't make no sudden moves.
Take it easy, Wolf. Me and Judd have always been good friends.
That don't matter none now. Now walk ahead of us, Deputy. Is there anyone in the front office?
Sheriff's there, and he'll see you fellas sure as blazes.
And it'll be the worst for him.
I got a notion to have it out with him right now.
Don't be a darn fool, Dan. We got to get away from here without too much commotion.
Yeah, I reckon, but...
Don't talk. We're almost to the office and the door's open. Keep right on going, Deputy. And if you says one word, it'll be your last one.
Blast you, Wolf, it's you that put Dan up to this.
And you out there, Judge?
Sheriff, it's a jailbreak. Wolf and... Oh!
You shot him in the back, Wolf. You shouldn't have done that.
The dirty coyote tried to double-cross us. Run for it, Dan. Get to the horses.
Hey, hold on.
The whole town will be down on us pronto.
There's a fellow over by them horses.
That's Red, all right. Come on.
Stop him. They're on the jail. Stop him.
Hurry up, you fellas.
We got here as fast as we could. That blame fool deputy went loco, and I had to let him have it.
Ben, stop them outlaws.
Get on the horses.
Hey, hurry it up, can't you, Wolf?
I'm ready now. The reins was caught on the hitch rack.
They're almost on us. Get up there. Get up.
Get up.
Can nobody come?
They're traveling too fast.
We gotta chase after them. Get your horses. We're pulling a posse. I'll show them outlaws that nobody can bust out of Greg Morgan's jail and get away with it.
A posse pursued the three men into the hills, but the fugitives made good their escape. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto made camp near Winford. The next morning, they saddled their horses and rode toward town. As they neared Winford, the masked man pulled Silver to a stop.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Come, Tonto. We'll ask that man sitting on the porch of that house there if he'll sell us any provisions.
Him get him hurt.
Yes, his shoulder is bandaged.
Howdy. What are you fellas? Hey, you're masked. What the...
We'll not harm you. We stopped here only to see if you'd sell us some food.
Maybe I didn't hear you just right. Did you say you wanted to buy some grub?
That's right.
And me here with a bullet through my shoulder? So I couldn't... He could help you help me yourself?
We're willing to pay. We're not outlaws.
Well, by Juniper for your hearts. First time I ever heard of outlaws buying anything they didn't have to.
We don't need much. Just whatever you can spare.
Oh, I'll let you have some grub, all right. I can see for myself you fellas ain't crooks. I was sheriff of these here parts for too many years to be fooled on a thing like that.
Thank you. You're the sheriff, you say?
Never said nothing like. All I said was I used to be sheriff. When my rheumatic got bad, they made Greg Morgan sheriff, and he hired me for a deputy.
And did an outlaw give you that wound?
Say, ain't you heard what happened in town?
We're just heading there. You're the first man we've seen to speak to for several days.
Well, then you sure missed a heap of excitement.
Yes?
Wolf Brent and Dan Cooley busted out of jail. That's when I got this shoulder shot up.
I've heard of Wolf Brent.
Oh, he's plenty tough, and he's plenty slick. Slick enough to get away without the sheriff catching him anyhow. The posse just got back this morning without him.
But who is Dan Cooley?
Oh, he's just ranching a small way around these parts till the sheriff jailed him for killing old man Bailey.
Dan Cooley killed Bailey?
Hold on now. I didn't say Dan killed him. I only said the sheriff arrested him.
Don't you believe Dan to be guilty?
Well, tell the truth, stranger, I don't. Though by golly, things sure look bad for him.
But the sheriff must have had a reason for arresting him.
No, he had plenty of evidence. But when evidence points to something I know can't be so, then I throws the evidence out.
Why?
Dan ain't a killer, that's why. Maybe he'd fight it out man to man, but he'd never go after a feller as old as Bailey was.
I see.
But I sure hate to see him running around loose around the country now.
Yes?
There's going to be trouble, sure as I got a lame arm. Dan figures the sheriff didn't give him a square deal. And he's told everybody he'd get the sheriff for it first chance he had.
Do you believe Dan meant that?
You bet I do. He won't dry gulch the sheriff. And he ain't no sneaking killer. But he'll go for him the first chance he gets.
Dan must have a lot of confidence in himself.
No reason why he shouldn't. There ain't a man in or around Winford that he can't beat on the draw. And that's including the sheriff, too.
But has the sheriff really been unfair to Dan?
Well, the sheriff sets a lot of store on evidence, without figuring anything else, like I do. And he sure likes to convict outlaws.
Sometimes men of that type make bad mistakes.
I've seen it happen before.
If Dan wants revenge, he won't leave this district until he and the sheriff have met.
You're darn right he won't.
Come, Tonto, we're leaving.
Hey, wait for your grub. What's your hurry, anyhow?
We may see you again.
Come around any time.
What we do,
I believe the deputy is a good judge of character, Tonto. A good enough judge to realize that we weren't outlaws in spite of the mask I'm wearing. Perhaps he's right about Dan Cooley.
Tonto, think that.
Steady, Silver. Yep. The deputy is right. We must save Dan before he kills the sheriff and actually becomes an outlaw.
That's right.
Dan will attempt to get the sheriff. But you and I, Kemosabe, are going to take turns secretly guarding the sheriff. We'll guard him day and night. Then when Dan confronts the sheriff, one of us will be there. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, White.
The sheriff did not know that his movements were being closely watched for the next 2 days. We see him now on the second evening at home, just finishing supper. His wife is speaking.
I'll clear away the dishes, Greg. You'd better be getting to bed. You always get up so early in the morning.
I reckon I will, Mary.
Have you heard anything more about Dan Cooley? I'm so worried I can't hardly sleep nights for thinking of what may happen if you two meet up.
Now, don't you worry none, Mary.
Someone fired at you.
But he didn't hit me, by thunder, and I'm going outside to find the skunk.
Greg, don't. You'll be killed. Oh, Greg, come back here.
I can take care of myself.
Greg, don't go up.
Blast you. Saved the sheriff that time, but you won't the next.
Steady, Silver.
I'll meet up with you yet, Greg Morgan.
So you shot at me through the window, did you, Dan? Hey, you fella, hold on to him.
Get along there. Get up.
Don't let him get away. Stop him. No, put up your gun. Shoot him. No, you don't. Oh, Dan, better let go of my arm. You made me miss.
That's just what I wanted to do.
Mask man. Dan
didn't shoot at you through the window. That bullet was fired at me and went wild.
But I
didn't want him to kill you.
Now, look here.
And I didn't want him captured in case you shot him.
What right have you got to interfere?
You'll have to trust me, Sheriff. You had caught Dan, Wolf, and the other man who helped them break out of jail would still be free.
But now I ain't got none of them.
Take my word for it, Sheriff. You'll get them all.
Huh? What do you mean?
I let Dan Cooley go so he could lead me to their hideout.
Is that what you had in mind?
And now it's time to follow him. Hi-yo, Silver!
But wait!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Wolf Brand, an outlaw, and Dan Cooley, arrested on circumstantial evidence for a murder, escaped from jail with the aid of Red Brill. When Dan would have forced a gunfight on the sheriff, the Lone Ranger prevented it, permitting Dan to escape, however. As our second act opens, we see Dan reining in his horse at the hidden camp he shares with Wolf and Red.
Oh there, boy. Oh, boy. Hey, Dan, did you get him? Did you shoot him all right?
No, I didn't. Huh? There was a masked man outside the house. He mixed in, and I had to run for it.
Masked man?
I tried to shoot him, but he was coming at me so fast on that big white horse of his that I got rattled and missed.
So now you gotta get the sheriff some other time.
I ain't give up yet.
If you wasn't such a darn fool, Dan, you'd dry gulch him instead of giving him a chance to outdraw you.
I'll do this in my own way, and that's that.
Well, just so you don't miss out the next time, you better picket your horse back in the arroyo with the others.
Yeah. I'll take care of him right now. Come on, boy.
Rat the fool. I was hoping he'd finish the sheriff tonight.
I don't like this waiting. I want to get that letter Dan's hiding and clear out.
Yeah, but we can't make him give it to us till he shot the sheriff.
But when that's done, Dan's going to get a surprise he ain't looking for.
And he won't like it none either.
Ain't no danger of him hearing us, is there?
No, he's over with the horses.
I sure wish I'd never dropped that letter when I finished off Bailey.
Wishing ain't gonna do you any good. You lost it, and now you gotta get it back.
No one knows me around here by the name on that letter, though.
Uh-huh. But you never know when somebody will find out your real name is Clem Rad.
Yeah.
There's only one way we can work this. First, we gotta see that Dan takes care of the sheriff.
He'll do that all right.
Then when the sheriff's killed so he can't be a witness again you on that cattle stealing charge, we'll make Dan tell where the letter is.
He won't hold out on us for long.
No. And as soon as we get that letter, we'll finish Dan off. It won't be safe leaving him alive once he finds out it was you that killed Bailey and framed him.
That worked out pretty good. I meant to kill Dan when I seen him riding toward where Bailey was laying. But when I found I just knocked him out, I put my gun in his hand and left him there.
It was a slick idea.
Keep your voice down. Dan's coming back.
Uh-huh. Well, the horses are bedded down. I'm about ready to turn in.
Hold on a second.
What's on your mind, Wolf?
We want to know when you plan to try for the sheriff again. We can't be fooling around too long.
Well, I've been giving that some thought.
Yeah?
I ain't going back to the house and take the risk of running into that masked fella again.
Well, what are you going to do?
I reckon you fellas know the sheriff gets up before daylight in the morning.
Uh-huh. We know that.
He gets up so as he can relieve the deputy that's on duty, guarding the jail all night.
Well, get on with it.
The sheriff's got about a mile to go between his house and town.
There's more than that.
Well, I'll wait for him somewhere along that stretch. And this time, there won't be no one around to keep us from shooting it out.
I still say you're a fool for giving him a chance. What if he outdraws you?
He won't. I can draw twice as fast as the sheriff ever could.
Yeah,
I ain't going to argue about it. Good night.
You ain't got no sense at all.
Maybe I won't be seeing you fellas in the morning. I'll be getting up pretty early to meet the sheriff.
I never met up with a fella as stubborn as him before.
Let him do it his own way, Wolf. If he's loco enough to give the sheriff a chance, let him.
Well, I wouldn't.
You know the sheriff can't draw near as fast as Dan, so it won't make no difference in the end.
That's so, I reckon.
And if nothing else goes wrong, the sheriff will be out our way after tomorrow morning. Then it'll be our turn, and we'll do things our way, not his.
We've heard enough, Silver, old fellow. Now to get Tonto, then call on the sheriff once more.
The Lone Ranger carefully led Silver through the woods that surrounded the outlaws' camp. Safely away, he hurriedly mounted, raced to his own camp, and repeated what he had heard to Tonto. Then, together, they rode to the sheriff's home. We hear the masked man as he knocks on the sheriff's door.
Who's there?
A friend. I want to speak to you.
Hold on a second.
Hurry, Sheriff.
You think him do what you say?
I believe he will. He knows I followed Dan Cooley to the outlaws' camp. That should convince him I'm on his side.
Oh.
Say, ain't you the masked fellow that was here before?
Yes, and I have something important to tell you.
Who's the redskin with you? Seems to me I've seen him someplace.
Tonto's my friend, and you may have seen him while he was guarding you.
Guarding me?
We wanted to prevent Dan killing you.
Well, I'll be doggone.
I followed Dan to his camp.
You did? You just wait till I get my horse.
One moment, Sheriff. I learned enough to know that Dan is not guilty of the crime for which you jailed him.
Now, look here.
The man who killed Bailey is Wolf Brantz.
I can't believe it.
Dan is innocent. That's why he feels you were unfair to him.
Unfair to him? Say, I had enough evidence to hang a dozen men.
But that evidence was planted, and Wolf is urging Dan to kill you because he doesn't want you to be able to testify against him for rustling.
Well, why can't we arrest a whole bunch of them right now?
Because if we did, we couldn't prove Dan's innocence.
You'll have a hard time convincing me that Dan ain't guilty.
I know, but I have a plan that will prove it and capture the outlaws as well.
You have?
Dan expects to meet you on the way to town in the morning and force you to fight.
That don't surprise me none.
But we can turn that into the means of learning the truth about this affair.
That sounds right interesting.
Will you do as I suggest?
Talk right up. If your plan makes sense, I'll give it a try.
Good. First, Sheriff, Tonto and I will have time to get back to the outlaws' camp before Dan gets up. You leave here in the morning just as though nothing were wrong. And then...
The sheriff agreed to the masked man's plan. Then, while it was still dark, the Lone Ranger and Tonto made their way to the outlaws' camp. The sleeping men were unaware of Tonto's quiet movements inside the camp. Nor did they hear him rejoin the masked man a short distance away.
Is that you, Tonto?
Tonto do what you tell him.
Good work. You're sure no one saw you?
Them not see me.
Then our plan is ready. Now there's nothing we can do but hide here and wait.
The outlaws awakened before dawn. Dan Cooley, under the watchful eyes of his companions, strapped on his gun belt, saddled his horse, and made ready for his meeting with the sheriff. In the meantime, the sheriff arose at his usual time and started for town. We see him riding slowly down the road.
I'm sure hoping the masked fellow had everything figured out right. He looked to me like a fellow that savvied what he was doing. So did the engine, for that matter. Get along there, boy. Come on, get along. You ought to be seeing something, Dan, most any time now. Town ain't so far away.
Hold on there, Sheriff.
Dan Cooley.
Stop your horse.
You got the drop on me. Oh, there, boy. Oh, boy. Oh.
Now get down. We got something to be settled between us, and it's going to be settled right now.
Are you clean, loco? You can't...
You might just as well keep still, Sheriff. Talk won't do you no good now.
What do you want with me?
Stand away from that horse.
But I...
Hurry.
All right, I'm doing what you tell me to.
Now I'm putting my gun back in the holster. There.
Dan, what are you aiming to do?
I reckon you know what I'm going to do, Sheriff. There ain't nobody around here that ain't heard me say I was going to shoot you down as soon as I got the chance.
Yeah, but
I ain't the man to kill a fellow without letting him go for his gun.
You ain't going to get away with this, Dan.
Who's to stop me? That masked fella ain't hanging around now to protect you.
I don't need nobody's help.
I'm glad you feel that way. Now my gun's in the holster. You and me'll draw at the same time.
And if I don't draw?
Then if you get killed, it's your own fault.
Uh-huh.
Get ready. I'm counting to 3. And then if you ain't made a move for your iron, I'm shooting regardless.
You don't need to count. I'm going to...
In their camp, Wolf and Red waited anxiously for Dan's return. His success meant the accomplishment of their plans. His failure threatened them with further danger. We hear them as they discuss the situation.
I'd sure like to know how Dan come out, Red. This waiting's making me fidgety.
It ain't doing you no good.
But it's been near 3 hours since he rode away. He should have been back by now.
Just hold on to yourself. There won't be nothing we can do till he gets here.
That must be him now.
It is him.
Hi there, Dan. Hurry along.
Oh, there.
Well, I done it.
You did?
That fixes everything up just right.
Did you have much trouble?
No, but I ain't feeling so good about it now. Maybe I had things figured out wrong after all.
Uh-huh. You had things figured wrong, all right. But not the things you're thinking of.
Huh?
Place your hands.
Hey, what's going on here?
You heard him. Get your hands up.
But wait, look here,
There's something we want to know. And you'd better tell us pronto if you savvy what's good for you.
But
What'd you do with that letter you found near Bailey?
You want that letter?
You're darn right we do.
But what's it got to do with you fellas?
Just this. It was me that dropped that letter.
What's that?
So if you think we're fooling, you can get that notion out of your head right now.
Then you're the hombre that shot Bailey.
And what if I was?
And that means it was you that framed me for the killing. It was you that shot me and put that gun in my hands.
Sure I did. And it turned out just right.
Why, you dirty polecats.
We ain't got no time to waste on you. We want to know where you hid that letter.
I ain't saying.
Well, by golly, you will. Or you won't live to ride away from this camp.
And that ain't no bluff either.
Do what you please, but you ain't getting that letter.
Now, don't be a fool, Dan. If you were dead, that letter ain't going to do you no good.
Maybe not. But as long as you ain't got it, there's a chance that the law will catch up with you.
Are you going to give it to us?
No.
Why, you...
Well, Dan, you've asked for it. And now you're going to get it. Oh, my hand.
Where'd that shot come from?
I fired it. Up with your hands, all of you.
And there's a sheriff. But it can't be him. I just shot him.
Blast it.
I saw him fall.
I fell all right, Dan. That was just part of the masked man's trick.
Huh? What did you say?
The Redskin came into your camp last night.
But what
You was sleeping, so you didn't hear him. But he took the bullets out of your gun and stuck in blanks.
I shot you with blanks.
That's right. Tonto and I watched you when you made ready to leave this morning, Dan. If you had discovered the trick, we would have prevented your firing at the sheriff.
Wait a second. According to that, Sheriff, you could have fired at me if you'd wanted to.
Uh-huh.
But you didn't. You let me go.
You've had me sized up wrong, Dan. All I do is my duty. But I don't go out of my way to harm nobody.
Well, you've got us again. I reckon you'll be taking us back to jail.
You won't have to stay there for long, Dan.
Why, I thought
As soon as you rode off, I got my horse and followed you. And I heard enough to know that Wolf there is the dirty skunk that killed Bailey.
It ain't so. I never...
Shut up. You can't lie your way out of this, Wolf.
But I never killed anybody, Sheriff. You ain't got nothing on me.
There's plenty on you. You helped Wolf to break jail. And just now you would have killed Dad if we hadn't been close by.
Sheriff, I feel bad about this. I was going to shoot you, and now you've proved I'm innocent.
Forget about it, Dan. Besides, it weren't me that caught these fellas.
It wasn't?
Nope. The credit belongs to the masked man, the Injun. If it hadn't been for them, I'd still be looking to jail you for murder, and these skunks would have gone free.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Santa's waiting on the trail. There's danger ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
There's double-barreled action for you this week. Tonight, Gunsmoke. Saturday night, Gunsmoke again. At the end of tonight's show, I'll give you the details. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it. I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, it seems like we've been riding with that Cottonwood Grove the last 2 hours.
Well, that's because you started thinking about it before you even saw it, Chester.
It's water I've been thinking about. I won't never make it to Dodge without water.
You'll make it.
Not saying I won't.
Wait a minute, Chester. Look over there.
Who are they? What are they doing in there?
Well, the man on the paint horse is Bill Pence, Emmett Bauer's foreman. The other two must be riders of his.
Yeah, but that kid they've got... Look, his hands is tied behind his back.
They haven't seen us yet, Chester. Let's ride closer. Huh?
What's Pence taking down his rope for? What? Well, Mr. Dillon, you know what they're doing?
Yeah, only they're not going to do it.
They've seen us now.
Hello, Pence.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
I'm on my way into Dodge. Does Bowers know what's going on out here?
Marshal, I'm foreman of this outfit. Emmett Bowers don't question how I handle things.
Whose horse is that kid sitting on?
What?
The boy there. Is that his horse?
Well, yeah, it's his horse. Why?
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go untie his hands.
Here, wait a minute.
Go on,
Marshal.
Chester. And if anybody interferes with you, I'll shoot him.
Okay, Mr. Dillon. You're making trouble, Marshal.
Pence, you know me. You know I won't stand for lynching. And you know I'll kill you if I have to.
Yeah, I think you would. But this still ain't none of your business, Marshal. I caught that boy
I don't care
to
what
run
you
off.
caught him trying to do. I'm taking him into Dodge, and if you want to ride in and make your charges against him legally, you'll be there. And you can thank your luck I came by here before you got your own neck in a noose. Because I'd have caught you for this, Pence, and I'd have followed you to California for it. Now, you get out of here. All three of you. Oh, morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
How's the boy this morning?
Fine. Except he's wondering when you're going to turn him loose.
Well, I saw Emmett Bowers and Bill Pence riding up the street when I came in. Maybe we'll learn the truth about all this now.
The boy swears he ain't lying.
Yeah, maybe he isn't. Now, here they come.
Marshal Dillon. Chester.
Morning, Mr. Bowers.
Hello, Bowers. Pence.
I told Mr. Bowers the whole story, Marshal.
Did you?
He did, Marshal. What you called a lynching wasn't going to be no lynching at all.
No?
No. It was just a hanging. Pence and them two riders of mine caught that fella trying to run off a bunch of my cattle. That's cattle thieving, Marshal, and where I come from, that's a hanging offense.
The law, Bowers. The law decides who hangs and who doesn't.
The law is too slow. Now, cow thieves has got to be hung when you catch
I
them.
told you yesterday, Pence, you lynch anybody out there and I'll come after you. I don't care what you call it. No, I'm not going to argue about this, gentlemen.
We'll worry about that later. Right now, I want to know what you're going to do with that thief.
Well, I haven't decided yet, Bowers. But I'll tell you what he told me.
I ain't interested in what he told you.
Listen anyway. He said he didn't steal any cows, and what's more, he wasn't going to.
Well, that's a lie, Marshal. Me and the men watched him cut 15 head out.
And then did he leave him and start to ride away, or didn't he?
Oh, well, sure, he started to ride away. He either seen this or he was coming back and drive him off at night, one or the other.
He says he changed his mind. He realized he couldn't do it even though he started to.
You believe a thieving kid rather than a man like Bill Pence, Marshal?
I don't know who I believe yet, Bowers.
Let's get out of here, Pence.
Yes, sir.
Marshal Dillon, I'll be mighty interested in what you decide to do about this. So will every other cattleman I know of.
I want to talk to that boy, Chester.
He's right back there waiting.
Oh, Marshal.
Unlock the cell, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You said your name's Steve Elser. Is that true?
I got no reason to lie about my name, Marshal.
Where are you from?
San Juan Mountains, Marshal, over in Colorado.
What are you doing in Kansas?
I'm 18. I figured it was time to leave home.
Why?
I'd have killed my pa or he'd have killed me if I'd stayed.
Yeah.
He ain't let me sleep in the house since I was 10, Marshal. Sometimes he don't even let my ma sleep in the house.
Why not?
Oh, nothing my pa does makes much sense. I think he got his brains knocked loose about 10 years back. Time a grizzly bear slapped him in the head. It most likely killed him, and I wished it had.
I see. Tell me about those cattle of Emmett Bauer's, Elsa. You admit you started to steal them.
Oh, shucks, I'd have never done it, Marshal. Not really. I was just kind of seeing how easy it'd be.
Well, you found out. Pence and his riders were watching you the whole time.
I know. They told me.
Well, there's one thing about you. At least you don't carry a gun.
Maybe I'd better.
No. Look, Elsa, I believe you. I'm going to turn you loose. But on one condition.
What's that?
That you get a job. Work at it. Prove you're honest. I'm going to give you a week to find one.
Oh, Marshal, I've been working all my life. I'm tired.
I'll give you a week, Elsa. And if you don't have a job by then, you're going to have to leave the country.
Who do you like in the World Series? New York Giants? Cleveland Indians? Well, I guess that question is on everybody's mind right about now. Of course, the series starts Wednesday at New York's famous Polo Grounds. Then the action moves to Cleveland's great municipal stadium. You fans who have been to these great ballparks know they have one thing in common. The giant Chesterfield scoreboard signs, which instantly flash the official scorer's decision. It's a hit. Yes, sir, as the big signs say, Chesterfield's a hit with baseball fans everywhere, with millions of smokers around the country. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette. Whether you enjoy the World Series at the ballpark, on TV or radio, there's one thing for sure. You'll enjoy it much more with Chesterfield. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Buy Chesterfield King Size or Chesterfield Regular, both at the same price in most places. Get a carton today.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, sit down, Doc.
Oh, thank you, Matt. My. The street looks pretty quiet tonight.
Oh, it's early yet, Doc.
Uh-huh. Oh, see, Chester was telling me about that boy, Elser.
Yeah. I hope I was right turning him loose this morning.
Uh-huh. Well, Matt, it sounds to me like he's one of those fellows that's just about to go bad. A push one way or the other could make the whole difference.
Well, I guess it's worth a chance, Doc.
Yeah, most all of us have had a little help somewhere along the way. Otherwise, there'd be nothing but thieves and crooks walking around. I bet you did, Matt. Or you wouldn't be trying to help this boy.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, anyway, he didn't steal those cows.
No, but he came a lot closer to it than a man should, Doc.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Good evening, Chester.
You better step into the Alpha-Ganda, Mr. Dillon. Pence is in there about to have a fight with young Elser.
What?
Not a gunfight. Elser ain't armed. But he's making Pence awful mad.
I will see you later, Doc.
So long, Matt.
What's Elser up to, Chester?
Well, sir, he's been bragging to Pence about his not getting to hang him, about not being in jail and all. It ain't improving Pence's temper none.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John. Is Elser drunk?
He's been drinking, but he ain't drunk.
Well, he won't find a job hanging around saloons.
No, sir. Over there at the bar, Mr. Dillon.
Now, you just shut up and get yourself out of here, little thief.
I ain't a thief. I ain't a murderer either, Pence.
Oh, I told you for the last time, Elser.
All right, that's enough, Ben. Don't kick him.
Well, then throw him in jail where he belongs, Marshal. I just ain't going to listen to his talk.
You don't have to. I'll handle him.
You'll handle him. You sure done fine so far.
Hit me. I'll kill you for this, Pence.
Shut up, Elser. Now get up on your feet.
I didn't hurt you, but I sure will next time. And there won't be no marshal around to nurse you, Elser.
I didn't come to Dodge to get kicked around. Not no more, not never.
You ain't even got half of what's coming to you, kid.
Leave him alone, Pence. Now, you, Elser, I told you to go find a job, you remember?
A job? It's a gun I'm going to find me. He wouldn't have hit me if I'd been carrying a gun.
You start wearing a gun and I'll throw it in the Arkansas and you went after it. Come over here a minute. I'm giving you a chance to make good, Elser, but it's not going to last forever. Now you get out of here and start doing something about it. The next day, I had to go up to Fort Larned on government business. But before I left, I talked to a couple of ranchers who were in town about hiring on Steve Elser. However, they'd heard about him and said I was making a big mistake trying to help a boy that was headed for the end of a rope. Well, I argued with them, but it was no use. And I decided I'd try to find him a job in town to start with. I was gone 2 days, and the night I got back, I went over to the Texas Trail looking for Chester. He wasn't there, but Kitty was.
I saw Chester about an hour ago, Matt. He didn't expect you back till tomorrow.
It didn't take as much time as I thought, Kitty. Tell me about things here, huh?
Well, nobody's been shot or hung I know of. There's one thing I don't like, though.
Oh, what's that, Kitty?
You know Ben Hander?
For one reason or another, I've thrown Ben Hander in jail at least 10 times.
Well, he and Steve Elser have been running together the last couple of days.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's mighty poor company for Elser.
I think you're wasting your time trying to help that kid, Matt. As much as I admire your reason.
He isn't wearing a gun, is he?
Not so far.
I don't like this, Kitty. Could be that all Ben Hander needs to get into real trouble's a partner. Somebody just like Elser who'll kind of look up to him, egg him on.
Yeah.
I was hoping the boy'd done something about finding a job.
Maybe you've been too easy on him, Matt.
I've done what I thought was right, Kitty.
I know.
Has, Bill Pence been around, or Bowers?
No, but I heard Bowers has spread it all over the country how the law turned a cow thief loose.
Oh, sure, I expected that.
Well, you can't blame people for wondering about it.
No, but I can sure blame Bowers for backing up Pence on a lynching. If he's going to talk about the law, why doesn't he start with that?
Matt.
What?
Look around. Headed for the bar.
Yeah. I'm going to have a talk with him, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Sure.
Hello, Elser.
Oh, Marshal. I heard you was out of town.
I got back tonight.
You gonna buy us a drink, Marshal?
Not likely, Hander.
That ain't very friendly.
You found a job yet, Elser?
No. No, I ain't.
You been looking?
Oh, some.
Where?
Here and there.
Where?
Oh, it's no use, Marshal. First man I asked said nobody'd hire me. Anyway, there's no lawman's got to have a job.
You got to have one.
Lay off him, Marshal. He ain't done nothing.
Of course ain't. Why is everybody always kicking me around?
Oh, you think that's what I'm doing?
Everybody is. Makes me ashamed. Nobody'll trust me.
Elser, I'll help you find a job tomorrow. Around Dodge somewhere.
But I told you nobody...
People will trust you as soon as you prove to them that they can.
No, they won't. Besides, I don't want no job. I just don't want one.
There's no other way, Elser. You find a job by tomorrow night or get out.
No, you can't do that. You give him a week before...
I changed my mind, Hunter, since he's met you.
What's that got to do with it?
You're no good. And sooner or later, he'll be in trouble. So he's got to move faster now.
You got no right to talk that way about me, Marshal.
Why not? Well, why not?
Oh, leave him be, Marshal. Leave me be, too. I'll make out all right. Always do.
Oh, you made out fine in that cottonwood grove, Elsa. So far, you're not doing much better here. Now, you come see me tomorrow night and you have a job. And if you think I don't mean what I say, you ask Hander here. He knows me.
Today, one-way cigarettes, one size, that is, are almost obsolete because they just don't give smokers what they want. Either way, you'll like Chesterfield best. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette because only Chesterfield gives you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine. Best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size, both at the same price in most places. This is the best, Chesterfield. And the time to change, today.
Maybe Kitty was right about my being too easy on young Elser. But as I found out next day, being hard on him didn't work any better. I just had breakfast at a little Mexican place at the edge of town, and I was walking back into the plaza when I noticed a small crowd in front of the Overland Express Company. I started across to find out what was going on when Chester spotted me and came running over.
He shot him, Mr. Dillon. He shot the clerk in there.
Who shot him?
Ben Hander. He tried to hold the place up about 10 minutes ago.
Well, where is he? Did he get away?
Well, they say some men chased him down to the OK stable, and they've got him trapped in there.
All right, come on.
I talked to the clerk. Doc's with him now. It was Ben Hander alone, Mr. Dillon. Elser wasn't with him.
Oh. He got any money?
No, sir. Some men heard the shooting, come running across the plaza right away, and Hander got scared and left.
I wonder where the boy is.
Nobody ain't seen him I talked to.
Yeah. How bad's the clerk, Chester?
Oh, he took one bullet in the shoulder. It's going to hurt some, but it won't kill him. Look, there they are, Mr. Dillon. 4 or 5 of them, looks like, spread out around the stable area. I guess they must be waiting for you.
Good.
Hey, that one right there, ain't that Bill Pence?
Yeah, it is. Pence? Hey, Bill Pence.
Yeah. Well, we got him, Marshal. He's in that stable there. No way for him to leave. Not getting shot.
Okay. I want you and the other men to stay where you are, Pence. I'll go in after him.
Well, he's armed, Marshal.
Sure.
We could set fire to the place.
What, with horses in there?
Oh, I forgot about them.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Wait here till I yell for you, huh?
Well, Mr. Dillon, if it's okay, I'd like to come up to the door with you.
All right, sure. If he gets past us, Pence, shoot him.
We sure will, Marshal.
That door swings out, Chester. Now that you're here, you can pull it open, but stay behind it. I'll go in alone.
Okay, sir.
Hander? Hander! It's Marshal Dillon.
You stay where you are, Marshal.
You can't get away, Hander. There are 5 men waiting out here for you. Now, don't be a fool. That clerk you shot isn't hurt bad. If you try to run now, you'll die for it.
I didn't kill him?
No. I'm coming in, Hunter. It won't do you any good to shoot me, Hunter, so you might as well give up. Now, you take your choice. You go to prison for a few years or die this morning.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I'm quitting.
All right, then walk up here with your hands in the air.
I'm coming. Here you go, kid.
What's that? Who you talking to?
It's me, Marshal. Elsie.
What? Then you come out with your hands up, too, Elser.
We're coming.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
come on in here. All right, that's far enough, you two. Stand right there.
Elser, so you was in on this.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't anywhere near that express office.
He's wearing a gun.
I got a right to wear a gun just like any other man.
He had nothing to do with that robbery, Marshal. Clerk and those men that followed me here can tell you that.
He was waiting here with your horses.
You can't prove that, Marshal.
Why are you standing up for him, Hunter?
He's a good boy. People let him alone.
I ain't done a thing.
Chester, take Hunter's gun.
Yes, sir. I got it, Mr. Dillon. What about Elser?
No, leave him alone. Step over here, Hunter. Elser,
What, Marshal?
I still think you were waiting here to get away with Hunter. But he's right about it being hard to prove.
I ain't done a thing, Marshal.
No, but you would have. Anyway, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm taking Hunter to jail now, and while I'm doing it, I want you to get out of Dodge. For good. And don't come back.
Kicking me around again, ain't you?
I've done all I can for you, Elsa. There's nothing more I can do. You're on your own now. All right, Hunter, you know where the jail is. Start walking.
Sure, Marshal. So long, kid.
Let's go, Hunter.
Mr. Dillon! He was drawing on you, Mr. Dillon. He was going to shoot you in the back.
He dead?
He died before he hit the ground, Hander. I could see it from where I was standing.
Thanks for warning me, Chester.
I was just starting to follow you, and I seen him move out of the corner of my eye.
I had a feeling he might try it.
You did?
That's why I was half ready for it. Anyway, it's the first time I've been right about him. I sure guessed wrong up till now.
But it was worth it, Mr. Dillon. Trying to help him, I mean.
No, not him, Chester. It was already too late to help him. I should have known that.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two important pieces of news for you. First, as of this Saturday night, October 2nd, Gunsmoke goes back to its original time, where you discovered it and liked it. That's 8 p.m. in most cities, this Saturday and every Saturday. Second, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Perry Como will bring you an exciting new program with all of radio and TV's top tunes. That starts next Monday night, October the 4th at 9 p.m. So remember, Gunsmoke every Saturday night, Como every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They're both on CBS Radio. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, Joe Cranston, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again this coming Saturday as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, and the reason's simple. No filter compares with L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip for quality or for effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes, only L&M gives you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M's, now king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Remember, a week from tonight, hear the great new Perry Como Show, on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And this coming Saturday, hear Gunsmoke, both over CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Quiet night, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Except for that coyote. He's wailing his head off out there. Mad at the moon, I guess.
Or in love, maybe.
Oh?
Yes, sir. The way I've noticed it, any time you find a man or an animal out squalling around in the dark, it's usually love.
Yeah, but this one sounds kind of mournful, Chester.
Well, sir, love is mournful sometimes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Matt?
Is
that you?
Oh, good evening, Miss Morley.
How have you been, Matt?
Oh, fine. Fine, thank you. You, down here on Front Street this time of night alone?
I'm looking for Red Lawson. He's a new man, works for Al. Al's meeting him sometime after midnight, and they're going out on a cattle buying trip. I want to talk to him first. You satisfied?
Well, it's just that this is no place for a woman alone, Miss Morley. Maybe you better go home.
There are other women down here.
They belong here, Miss Morley. They work here.
Oh, don't be so stuffy, Matt. And call me Ava for once. Everybody else does.
Well, your husband might take exception to that, Miss Morley.
Now, you're blaming me for what happened before, aren't you?
I'm not blaming you for anything, Miss Morley.
I didn't tell him to get into a gunfight over me. It wasn't my fault.
I didn't say it was. Chester, you better see that Miss Morley gets home, all right?
Yes, sir.
I can get home by myself.
My, she's pretty as a picture. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, maybe you were right, Chester. With a woman like that, love might be kind of mournful.
So I just give my rope a couple of turns around that juniper stump, and I jerk back on it. I'll bet that.
Lawson?
Oh, hi, Marshal.
I wonder if I could see you for a minute, huh?
Yeah, sure. Be right back, boys. What's on your mind, Marshal?
Lawson, I just ran into Miss Morley in the street outside.
You did?
Yeah, I suggested she go home. She's got no business being down here this time of night. It might be a good idea if you'd tell her that, huh?
Seems to me that's up to her husband.
Look, you're new here, Lawson. I guess you didn't know Fred Curtis and the Santa Fe Kid.
I heard about it. A couple of fools, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I guess they were. After they met Miss Morley.
Hey, look, Marshal. What's your stake in this?
I got no stake. What Miss Morley does is her own business, as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. I'm just trying to keep her peace, that's all.
I feel kind of sorry for her, that's all. Al treats her like a dog.
Uh-huh. Fred and the kid used to talk the same way.
Like I said, a couple of fools. I'm not.
I hope not.
See you around, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I would think so. Sure.
Hi, Kitty. Could I speak to you?
Oh, sure, Matt. Excuse me, boys. I'll be back.
All right. You hurry back now.
What, Matt?
Kitty, has Al Morley been in tonight?
Oh, no. I haven't seen him, Matt. Should he have been around?
Oh, not necessarily. He and Lawson are riding out around midnight on a cattle buying trip. I just thought they might be meeting here.
Oh, well, not yet anyway. Jesse Wells would know what their plans are, though.
Jesse Wells?
Yeah, the bartender down there at the end, the young one. You know him.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why would he know?
Well, he's going along. Al asked him to help out. They're going to follow the Lazy Bee roundup. Try to get in ahead of the buyers from Chicago.
Oh, yeah. He's a nice-looking kid. I wonder if...
Yeah, he's another friend of Ava's.
Oh, boy. Hold it now. Marshal Dillon. Oh, come on. Wake up, Marshal.
All right. Take it easy. Who is it?
Jesse Wells, Marshal. Open the door.
All right, just a second till I get it.
What's the trouble, Wells?
Al Morley, Marshal. And you better get your horse, because we got to ride back out there.
Out where? What happened?
Buffalo Flats. We camped there to wait for the roundup crew. And Al's dead, Marshal. He's knifed in the back.
Did you do it?
No. It was Red Lawson. He knifed Al and he stole the money we were going to use to buy cattle.
What in the world is going on, Mr. Dillon?
You better saddle up, Chester. We got to ride.
What's the trouble?
The usual. Nothing new but the names. Seems Red Lawson turned out to be a fool in spite of himself.
Over this way, Marshal. Camp is right there by that plum thicket.
Right.
Be daylight in another 20 minutes.
Hello, boy. Oh. He's laying over there by the bushes.
Yeah, I see him. Whose knife is it, Jesse?
It's Al's. We were all asleep. We built a fire, made some coffee, and then turned in.
Would wait for daylight. The Lazy Bee bunch planned to work their stock up this way.
I see. Here, Chester. Wrap the knife in something and hang on to it. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Now, go on, Jesse. What happened?
Well, like I said, Marshal Dillon, we were all asleep. I guess it was the sound of the horse's hose woke me up.
Mm-hmm.
Red Lawson, he was pulling out. I run over to Al, shook him to wake him up and tell him. Then I saw the knife. He was dead.
Where were you sleeping, Jesse?
Well, right about here, I guess. Red was across the fire over there, and Al was where he's laying now.
What about the money? How'd you know it was gone?
Well, I thought about it right off, and I figured that's why Red had done it. Al was carrying about $10,000 in a little leather sack. He'd stuck it under the blanket before we'd gone to sleep. So I went and looked for it. It was gone.
You figure Red killed him for the money, then?
Well, sure. Of course, I doubt he meant it, though. I think Red was trying to ease the sack out from under the blanket when Al woke up and caught him.
Yeah, it's possible.
Be light enough to start tracking him in a few minutes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sun's poking up over there now. Looks like it's going to be a clear day. Which way'd Lawson head out, Jesse?
East. Seemed to be following the wagon tracks.
Odds are bad, Mr. Dillon. He's got quite a start on us.
Yeah, too much of a start. Well, let's load the pack mule, Chester. I think we'll ride back into Dodge and then take the train from there to Abilene, then work back from the east.
Say, that's a good idea. Lawson probably won't be expecting anybody ahead of him.
I can't understand it. I just can't understand how anybody could do a thing like this.
It sounds like a meadowlark, Chester.
Yes, sir. He just flew into those bushes.
Red seemed a pretty nice fellow as far as I could tell.
It's a funny time of year for a meadowlark, isn't it?
Guess $10,000 was just too much temptation. Huh?
Oh, some of them hangs around all winter, Mr. Dillon.
That sure sounds a lot better than that coyote howling. All right, Chester. Get a hold of his feet. Let's load him up.
Sumac Creek water tank's right around the bend up ahead of us there.
How long we stop here?
Oh, about 5 minutes. Just long enough to take on water. Might as well relax, Marshal. It's a long ways yet to Abilene. Why, we ain't but 24 miles from Dodge City.
Feels more like 100. These seats are harder than a saddle.
Yeah. Say, this here feller you boys looking for, I guess he's a real mean enough.
What? Oh, yeah. Mean enough.
Well, it's just like I always say. This prairie country ain't never gonna be a law-abiding place to live. Well, every time I pull out of Kansas City on and run west, I'm expecting every minute to be shot or hung or scalped.
Chester.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Look out the window here. Around the bend there by the water tank.
Looks like we don't have to go to Abilene.
Oh, yeah. There's some fella waiting to catch a train, I guess. You boys recognize... Is he the one?
Yeah.
His horse is tied there by the tank. Must have decided on a quicker way of traveling.
Yeah, it looks that way. All right, Chester, he won't be expecting us. Let's get out in the vestibule and then drop off and take him as soon as the train stops.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Marshal, whatever you do, don't let him get on this train.
Just keep the passengers away from the windows.
In a way, it's too bad, Mr. Dillon. Miss Morley would have really enjoyed that $10,000.
You're guessing, Chester. Well, he hasn't seen us yet. All right, let's go.
Lawson, get your hands up.
No.
You're under arrest. Get your hands up.
No. He's running for his horse, Mr. Dillon.
Lawson!
He's going to fight.
You can't get away on foot. Lawson! Come on, Chester.
That's a cutting it awful thin, Mr. Dillon. Giving a man 3 chances before you haul down on him.
Well, we're still on our feet. He's not.
Yeah, but it's a pushing the odds, though.
Yeah, I guess. All right, pick up his gun there, will you?
Yes, sir.
Lawson?
He's still alive, Mr. Dillon.
Can you hear me, Lawson?
Sure. I can hear you.
There's the sack of money. Looks like it fell out of his coat.
Yeah, I see it. Lawson, there's no doctor on the train. We're going to try to stop the bleeding and do the best we can for you. There'll be a train back toward Dodge City in about a half hour. We'll wait for it. Is that all right with you?
I don't have any choice, do I?
No, I guess you don't. You made your choice last night. Was she worth it?
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Saturday night, Gene Autry invites all his friends to visit him at Melody Ranch for a half hour of songs and stories about the Old West. Tune in the Gene Autry Show tomorrow night over most of these same CBS radio stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
That's a bad one, Matt. Yes, I'd say the bullet's lying right in against his heart.
I just tried to wing him, Doc, but we were both moving. You can't always call him, you know.
No, I guess not. Well, I'm afraid that's about all I can do for him, Matt.
It's not enough, is that it?
He won't live an hour.
Yeah, I wish he was conscious. I want to talk to him.
Well, the stimulant might take effect, and then again might not. With this kind of a case, you never know. What is it you're after, Matt?
Ms. Morley?
Accessory before the fact?
She could have been.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm a broken down old man, Matt, but if that woman rolled her eyes at me just once, well, I do not know. I just might.
Matt. Yeah. Lawson? Lawson, can you talk? Can you hear me, Lawson?
Yeah. Sure.
Was Ms. Morley in on it?
Nobody was in on it.
Did she know you were going to do it?
She had nothing to do with it.
Was she going to meet you somewhere later?
She had nothing to do with it. It was my idea. Nobody else.
Lawson. Lawson, listen to me. You're dying. Do you know that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can feel it. She wasn't in on it.
All right. That's the way you want it. At least Al won't treat her like a dog anymore.
What do you mean?
I mean, a dead man can't bother anybody.
Al?
You ought to know you killed him.
No.
What?
He was asleep. I took the money and rode away. And they were both asleep. I didn't touch him.
You're telling the truth.
I swear I didn't kill him. I only stole the money, and I didn't get...
Well, guess I was wrong, Matt. The bullet was closer to his heart than I thought.
Yeah. And I was wrong about something myself, Doc. I thought this was the end of it. Now it's wide open again. Wide open.
And
don't see why you got me here just to ask the same things all over again, Marshal, because I told you how it happened.
Yeah, I know, Jesse.
You caught Red Lawson with the money on him. Now, what more proof do you need?
It only proves he took the money, Jesse. It doesn't prove he killed Al.
What do you mean?
Chester, you better punch that fire up over there a little, huh?
Does seem to be getting chilly in here.
Now, what do you mean by that, Marshal?
You killed Al yourself. Didn't you, Jesse?
You're out of your mind.
You woke up and saw Red steal the money and take off, and it gave you ideas. You slipped over and knifed Al in his sleep. You knew Lawson had got the blame for it.
Well, sure. Sure, because he did it.
He said he didn't.
Dang stove.
Well, Marshal, did you expect him to tell the truth?
He was dying, Jesse. Knew he was dying. I think he told the truth.
I see. His word against mine. Word of a thief.
I didn't say I could prove it, Jesse. But you did it, though. We both know that. And sooner or later, I'm going to get you for it. Chester, I think it'd draw better if you'd open the damper.
Quiet night, Mr. Dillon.
It was a quiet night last night.
And 2 men who were alive last night are gone tonight. Sure makes you stop and wonder.
Well, at least one thing hasn't changed. That coyote's still there.
I guess there'll always be coyotes around, Mr. Dillon. What are you going to do about Jesse Wells?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. He's guilty. You can see it written all over him. But there'd be no use bringing him in. I haven't got one piece of evidence. I don't know.
Yes, sir. She's quite a woman. Mercy. Quite a woman.
Yeah, she is that all right.
Matt? Is that you?
Good evening, Miss Morley. Who are you looking for tonight? Can't be Red Lawson. He's dead.
So is my husband. You forgotten?
My deepest sympathy.
Don't bother. You know better. I am sorry about Red, though. He was nice. You're the one who did it, aren't you, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. For you. I couldn't do anything else.
I don't know why you say for me. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, sure, I know.
You know. You don't know anything. You don't know how it feels to sit in a house alone with your husband dead. No one in town coming near you. Like he was poisoned or something. Sure, I don't feel sorry about Al, but I would have once. He's the one who changed me, made me feel different.
I know it wasn't your fault.
And you didn't even come to tell me he was dead. Why not? It's part of your job, isn't it?
I didn't come and tell you, Miss Morley, because I figured that you'd... Chester?
Yes, sir?
Would you mind walking on ahead? I'll meet you on the Texas Trail in a few minutes.
Well, All right, Mr. Dillon, if you say so. Well, I get some of that every time.
Why'd you send him away, Matt?
I was just wondering if you were going to be home later tonight.
Well, I could be.
Around 10 o'clock, say?
Sure, Matt. I'll be there.
Well.
Hiya, Kitty.
Chester and I were trying to think of some way to rescue you from Ava's clutches.
Only one thing, though, Mr. Dillon. I wasn't sure you wanted to be rescued.
Kitty, has Doc been in tonight?
Oh, I haven't seen him, Matt.
Chester, will you see if you can find him and have him meet me here?
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty,
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd help me with something.
Well, sure, Matt. What?
Drop a hint to that bartender, Jesse Wells, that it might be smart to slip out of here and pay a visit to Ms. Morley's around, say, 9:45 tonight.
All right. Is it anything you can talk about?
I don't exactly know how to talk about it, Kitty. I got a murder on my hands. I know who the killer is, and I can't touch him.
So?
So I'm going to try to make him touch me.
Oh. All right, Matt. I'll take care of it. Will you be around for a while?
Yeah. I'll be here till about 10.
Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. Who'd you think?
Just a minute.
Well, hurry up. Let me in.
All right, Dillon, come on in.
Well, Jesse, I thought you were working.
I was, till just a few minutes ago. Well, what's on your mind?
I think Mr. Dillon probably wants to ask me some questions or something.
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. Jesse Wells, for instance.
What?
He didn't tell me he was going to be here, Ava.
Well,
What do you mean she didn't tell you? Wait, Ava, what about this? You were expecting him. You knew he was coming.
Of course you knew I was coming.
You and Matt Dillon. For how long? And what kind of a fool does that make me?
I'm afraid you were born a fool, Jesse. That's why she picked you.
She's so wonderful you said if only Al didn't stand in our way.
I didn't tell you to kill him. I didn't mention it once.
You didn't have to. Just kept dropping hints, leading me on. And all the time you and Matt Dillon.
She's too smart for you, Jesse. You should have realized that.
Yeah. And instead I played right into your hands. Both of you.
How, Jesse?
Killing Al, getting him out of your way, giving the two of you a clear field.
You're under arrest for murder, Jesse.
What? Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Both of you would. Sit around and laugh about it while you're waiting for me to hang.
I said you're under arrest. Now hand over your gun.
No, you don't, Dillon. You're not going to carry it that far. You're not taking me in for something both of you wanted me to do.
Hand over your gun, Jesse.
You want my gun, you got to take it away from me.
Get away from the door.
Oh, sure, I'll get away from you. Hold it, Mr. Wells!
Are you all right, Chester?
Yes, sir. It was close, but he missed me.
Well, you two didn't miss him. I don't know which one of you fired first, but either bullet would have done it.
Well, you got his confession all right, Mr. Dillon. Doc and I heard every word from the front porch there.
We sure did. Only one thing, though, Matt. He didn't implicate the woman in it.
Yeah, I know. Will you take charge, Doc?
Oh, sure. Be glad to. Part of my job, you know.
Matt?
All right, Chester, let's go.
Matt? Could I see you for a minute before you go? Matt?
What's it add up to, Mr. Dillon? 3 men have been killed since this same time last night.
Yeah.
And you know, Mr. Dillon, I think maybe it's kind of all her fault. And you can't pin a thing on her. My.
Well, there's one lucky thing. There aren't many women like her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lillian Bayef, with Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bayer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Strange Island tells the remarkable story of a tropical paradise that sank into the sea. Hear all about it on Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Hear about the miracle that saves Tarzan from drowning and brings the island back from the sea. Remember, it's yours for thrills on tomorrow night's exciting adventure with Tarzan, created by Edgar Rice Burroughs and brought to you now by CBS Radio. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway's My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Throughout the western United States, the career of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains has been told and retold until the present day. He did more than any other individual to bring law and order to the lawless frontier. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he roamed the West, fighting crime wherever he found it. And now the thundering hoofs of Silver return us to the days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We must hurry, old fellow! There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us! Hurry, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto came to the top of a small hill, they heard the distant chant of Indians rising from the valley.
Tonto, that's the chant of the Indian god of war. Not right. Maybe we take a look in valley. Get the horses back out of sight in case those Indians have scouts out watching. Come, Silver. Come, my boy. Come, Tonto. You stay there now. You see Indian? Look down there. That's a war dance. Oh, those fellers.
bad Injun.
You know who they are?
Me take good look.
That means trouble for someone. Trouble for white people.
Oh, this bad.
Tell me.
That leader, Geronimo.
The Fox?
Huh?
And those Geronimo's men?
Huh?
It's going to be even worse than we thought. But who are they planning to attack? There's no white settlement for miles.
It 2-3 day travel.
Perhaps they're planning war on other Indians.
No. Geronimo not do that.
That's true. Geronimo doesn't want other Indians' lands or crops. He wants white men's gold and guns and liquor, and he wants scalps. He hates white men and...
What?
And soldiers. Tonto, Geronimo hates the soldiers.
Maybe Tonto get closer look.
How can you get closer without being seen?
That dance for all Indian. Him call other Indian to council.
Yes?
Tonto, Indian.
Tonto, could you go to their council and learn the plans?
Tonto, try.
You went there. Could you get away safely?
Me try.
We can learn what those savage outlaws are planning. We can warn the people.
Tonto, how to get home?
You'd better unsaddle and go there bareback like the other Indians.
That's right.
I'll help you get ready, Kemosabe. Whatever you learn will be of some help. If you have trouble getting away, send me a signal.
Steady.
I'll be here watching.
Steady, white fella. Steady there. There. Now saddle off.
Good luck to you, Tonto.
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
The savages continued their war chant far into the night. No one noticed Tonto as he joined the other Indians who came from many surrounding hills in answer to the call of Chief Geronimo. When the moon was high overhead, the leader raised his hand. The chants and dancing stopped. Only the throb of the tom-toms continued.
Many time white man drive Indian back. Many time red brother fight. But war God smile on white man. Thunder gun of white man better than arrow of Indian. That why white time man all time win. Red brother, better fortune head. I lead to white man fort. You get gun like white man.
Geronimo.
Who speak?
Me. Tonto speak.
What say?
How you get white man gun?
You think Geronimo fool? Geronimo called Fox. Red Fox with plenty cunning. Soldier in fort many time drive red man back. This time, red man go with peace pipe. Ask soldier counsel. 50 men go with Geronimo. Under blanket, knife, tomahawk. Once inside fort, we fight.
You go as friend with peace pipe? You break oath.
Oath? Who you, Tonto, speak of oath? Geronimo want gun of thunder. Geronimo get thunder gun for braves. We're fighting. Inside fort, gates open. Other braves come in. We win. Great victory. No white man live. All red men win 2 feather of eagle. We be favored children of thunder god. We win great victory. Much food, drink, much gun, powder. Red brother then rule valley, not white soldier.
Tonto knew the plan of the savages, and while they danced and shouted, working themselves into a frenzy, he slipped away unnoticed and joined the masked man. Then, while the shouting and stamping was at its peak, a familiar cry rang out in the night. Miles away at Fort Custer, 123 men answered roll call the next morning. The commander of the garrison, Captain Ruddy, returned to his quarters after the ceremonies of the morning were finished. He turned to his aide and said,
Peterson, think we've heard the last of those confounded redskins?
I wish I could feel convinced of that.
What? Any reason why you can't? Been over 6 weeks since we repelled them the last time.
Yes, sir, I know it.
Prior to that, they raided every few days. Took quite a lot to convince them that our guns were mightier than their arrows.
True enough, sir. Their arrows were worthless against the stockade.
Well, then, what more do you want? Declare you're harder to convince than the Indians.
Geronimo is their leader, sir.
What of that?
Well, he's known as the Red Fox, and he's earned the name because of his tricks.
I think he's shown us his last trick.
The food situation is getting critical.
Eh?
Our scouts and hunters are coming back practically empty-handed.
You think?
I think, if you don't mind my saying so, that Geronimo is planning to starve us out.
The devil!
And the rate the food's coming in, and the rate the supply is decreasing, he's in a fair way to succeed.
Peterson, you know Geronimo better than the other soldiers, don't you?
I've fought him a long time, sir.
Is he smart enough to think of driving all the game from around here?
He's smart enough to think of anything. And he's smart enough to want our guns real bad.
Suppose we sent a messenger to find him and tried to make some terms of peace.
He'd agree to anything, but he wouldn't keep his word.
No?
Not as long as he can benefit by breaking it. Geronimo hates white men. He hates soldiers in particular, and he loves fighting. He's the most treacherous skunk alive. I know, sir. I've seen Geronimo in action at close range.
What's the trouble?
I don't know, sir. I'll go see.
What's this mean?
Shoot him!
Steady there, Silver.
Captain Ruddy. He's bound to see you. A masked man.
Bring your commandant. I'll talk to no one else.
Silence.
There's the commandant. It's Captain Ruddy. Captain Ruddy. Are you in command of this garrison?
I am.
Then you're the man I want to speak to.
Captain, we done our best, but him and that Injun with him wouldn't stop.
You had short orders.
Yeah, but you can't shoot a man down like that.
Your guards aren't to blame.
He just grabbed my gun.
And the Injun grabbed mine.
And in they come.
What do you want?
To speak to you alone.
Who are you? Remove that mask if you want to speak.
I'll speak with the mask on. My identity doesn't matter. I've come with news of Geronimo.
That snake?
Capture the man. Remove the mask.
Stand away from me.
Look at them guns.
Did you see him draw?
Captain, if you want to prevent the loss of every man in your detachment, you listen to me. This Indian is a friend of mine.
I don't care for Indians, no matter who they are.
What's that got to do with it?
Why, Tonto had just come from a meeting of Indians in a valley quite away from here. Geronimo is calling them together.
So he's still making plans, huh?
I know what his plans are, and I came here to give them to you, Captain Ruddy. Do you want them?
What are they?
Come into your quarters. I'll tell them to you there. Tonto, you take care of my horse.
Come in, then. Peterson, stand at the door and keep your hands on your guns. You men guard the Indian. Watch the two horses.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
Sit down there.
I'd prefer to stand.
Very well, stand. Now start talking.
I've tried to come to you as a friend.
Then remove your mask.
Geronimo is planning to attack you with men enough to outnumber you 10-1.
Let him. He's tried that before. We've been able to repulse him each time.
But this time he's coming forward and leaving his savages a short distance away from the fort. He's going to bring only about 50 men with him. And he'll carry a flag of truce.
Geronimo?
Quiet!
Yes, sir.
You say Geronimo's coming here with a flag of truce?
That's his plan.
Not to surrender?
No.
Or talk terms of peace?
No.
Then what?
He plans to get inside your garrison with 50 men, coming here under the protection of the flag of truce. At his signal, each man will draw a knife from beneath his blanket. They'll attack your soldiers and take them by surprise.
Why, that's
violating the flag of truce.
Yes. While your men are fighting with the 50 savages, the gates will be opened so the entire force of Indians can enter your fort.
So that's his plan.
Knowing of it, you could, of course, refuse to accept the flag of truce.
And merely postpone the fight that's bound to come.
Exactly.
And stay here until we're starved out.
Are you short of food?
Yes.
We thought Geronimo was planning to starve us out.
That might be his next plan if this one fails.
Thank you for the information. I'll use my judgment in regard to acting on it.
That means you'll do one of two things. You'll acknowledge the flag of truce and let yourself and your garrison be wiped out. Or you'll postpone the end. Geronimo will have other plans.
Perhaps you have a suggestion.
That's why I came here.
And why do you think I'll follow your suggestion? You come here masked. You don't reveal your identity.
I have a plan which I think will end the war against Geronimo for all time.
Plan?
Yes. Will you listen to it?
I'll listen. I won't agree to accept it, however.
Captain Ruddy, you're a hard man to convince. I don't know how long you've been in the West or what messages your scouts have brought to you.
I've been in the West for a long time. My scouts bring me news of what happens.
Very well. Then look at these bullets.
Bullets?
Examine them.
These are not lead.
No, they're not lead, Captain Ruddy.
Silver. This looks like silver.
They're made of silver.
Then you must be... I begin to understand. Suppose you outline your plan to me.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
Sit down. Sit down there and talk. Peterson.
Yes, sir?
Leave us here alone.
Alone, sir?
I said to leave us here alone. I'm going to listen to the plan of the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
And now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto learned of a plot by Geronimo and his savage followers to attack a garrison. The Lone Ranger went to Captain Ruddy, commander of Fort Custer, and persuaded him to listen to his plans. Our next scene takes us into the garrison, just outside the door of Captain Ruddy's quarters. Peterson, his aide, is there with Tonto.
I wonder if there's any trouble in there. The captain and your friend have been talking a long time. What's the scheme to be, Indian?
Tonto not know.
Captain Ruddy's got a bad temper when he's riled up. I wonder if they're arguing.
No.
You don't think so, huh?
No.
Look here, Tonto. How do you think we could wipe out Geronimo for good?
Maybe Captain fix him.
I wish...
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Pass the word to have the bugler sound assembly.
Assembly?
Pass the word.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Pass the word to sound assembly.
Have the bugler sound assembly. What's going on? What about the masked men?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
My full equipment. Have the orderly bring up my horse.
Yes, sir.
What about that masked man? All right, boys. Come on now. Line up, you boys. Come on, you fellas. Get lined up there. Come on, get your horses over there. Come on. Line up there, Al. Get ready to go. Come on, boys. Come on now.
When the men were lined up, there were expressions of surprise and wonder in their faces. Finally, Captain Ruddy spoke.
Men, we're threatened with starvation if we remain here. If we can drive out the outlaw savages under Geronimo for good, we'll have no further trouble. We're going to make a move that will accomplish one of two things. It will either hasten our finish or make this country secure for all time from the massacres of Geronimo and his followers. I'm not asking you to make a choice. I've already made it for you. We're going to leave the garrison behind us.
Men are about ready, Captain.
Yes, I'll lead them out. I'm putting the entire future of Fort Custer in your hands.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
If your plan succeeds, Congress shall hear about it. Peterson.
Yes, sir?
You'll remain behind and take orders from the man who wears the mask.
But, sir, yes, sir. Very good, sir. Your horse, Captain.
Now, my friend, may heaven guide you. Forward, hey!
I wonder why he left me behind.
Because he trusted you.
You, the Indian, and me. 3 of us.
And all of Geronimo's band will be coming here very soon.
Me help close gate. Heavy. There. Barred and set tight. Now, what's orders, sir?
Now, Peterson, we have nothing to do but wait until Geronimo arrives with his false flag of truce. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
In due time, the Indians rode into view at the top of a rise a short distance away and approached the fort. 210 of them, with blankets draped from their shoulders, reined in their mustangs while Geronimo himself rode a few paces forward, carrying the flag of truce.
Captain, your red brother would speak of peace.
Answer him, Peterson.
You think he sees me?
Yes, he's looking right at you.
What do you want? It is Geronimo who comes. What do you want? I come talk of peace. Who are those men with you? They come unarmed. You guarantee they don't carry weapons? I give word. Open gates. We come make terms.
Shall I tell him to come in?
Yes.
We'll open the gates. Come in single file. Leave your horses outside. We obey command.
There. I reckon the next few minutes will see things happen.
Yes.
Now to get that gate open.
Tonto helping you. That way. Now we get...
Not too wide, Tonto. Just enough for one man at a time to slip through. I told you what to say, Peterson.
Yep, I understand. I'll do my best.
I'll keep in the background where they won't see me at first.
There they come.
Come in single file, Geronimo. You first. The others right behind you. We're going to let you in one at a time, understand? I come flag of truce. That's all right. Just step right inside here.
All right, close the gate.
This trick.
The rest of your men will be admitted just as soon as we look beneath that blanket you're wearing.
Me come flag of truce. Search him. Here. Here, knife. You.
All right, Geronimo. You violated the flag of truce by coming here armed. We took the right to search you.
You not trust
We don't
Geronimo.
trust you at all. All right, Tonto. Let the next man in.
You come.
Look beneath this Indian's blanket.
I've got him. Here's a knife. All right, Redskin. Get over there beside Geronimo. I'm holding a gun on you.
Not a word of warning from you, Geronimo. At the first outcry, you'll die. Now let the rest of the men in one by one. We'll find weapons beneath every one of their blankets.
One at a time, the 50 men who accompanied Geronimo were admitted through the narrow opening of the gate and disarmed. The helpless, enraged Indians were herded into a corner of the garrison and held there under the guns of the Lone Ranger and Peterson, the captain's aide. Then the gate was once more closed and barred.
Now, Geronimo, we found that your flag of truce was meaningless.
What you do?
You see, there are no soldiers in the garrison. You've come to fight an enemy that doesn't exist. You know where the soldiers are?
This trick?
It is a trick. The soldiers are outside waiting for you and all your men to surrender.
Geronimo never surrender to white man.
As to that, we shall see. Here, Silver.
Come, white feller.
Peterson, you know how to leave the fort. Go now and join your company.
Yes, sir. But before I go, will you tell me how long it'll be before you join us?
Inside of 5 minutes.
You sure it won't be longer than that?
I'm sure.
I'll tell the captain, sir.
Get ready, Tonto.
Tommy, ready.
Geronimo, there is no food here. The soldiers are no longer in the fort. They're outside.
Geronimo, kill all white man for trick.
You know that no one can leave the fort while those men are outside to prevent it. When all your men are inside, no one will be able to leave in the face of the army guns.
Geronimo got many hundred warrior outside.
But those warriors are waiting for your signal to come inside.
They not get 'em signal.
When that signal is given, they'll storm through the gates on their Mustangs. Once in, there'll be only one way for them to leave, and that is by surrendering to the army.
Geronimo will never give signal.
You'll not need to give the signal. Get the gates open, Tonto. Just a little. The braves will open them wide when they come.
Gate open.
Now, Geronimo, you still refuse to give the signal for your men?
Me not give 'em it.
Very well, then. Tonto will give it for you. Tonto, the signal. The battle cry of Geronimo. Quiet! Listen! There they come! They can't hear you above the shouts, Geronimo. Here they come into the trap. All right, Tonto. I'll get on, white fire!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode out through the gates of the fort as the savages rushed toward it. The Indians, intent on the massacre and the eagle feathers that would reward them, paid little attention to the 2 white horses that dashed away. Meanwhile, Peterson joined Captain Ruddy and the cavalry.
What do you report?
Stand ready, Captain. The first part of the trick worked.
What of the masked man?
He sent me out the rear gate.
Is he safe?
I don't know, sir.
If he's trapped inside the fort, we'll have to attack. Try to rescue him.
But, sir...
Stand ready, men.
Yes, sir.
The Redskins must have discovered the trick by this time.
Why don't the masked man show himself? What's happened to him?
He must be...
There he comes.
Look, he's got away.
Look at him riding down here.
He's safe. He's away from the Indians.
And there's the Indian with him.
Come on. There's no sign of pursuit yet.
Good for him.
Steady. Captain Ruddy, wheel those cannon around and hurry.
Hear that, men? You give the orders. My men will obey.
Is the cannon loaded?
Yes, sir.
Aim for the main gate of the garrison.
Are all the savages inside?
Yes. Send a detachment to guard the rear gate.
Lieutenant Carter, take charge. Take the 1st and 2nd troop with you.
Keep those Indians inside the fort. Don't let them get out.
Come on, men. This way.
Hey, they're opening the gate. Look.
Drop a shot beside the gate. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Fire!
A perfect shot. Right alongside the gate.
They've slammed the gate shut again.
There, Captain Ruddy. You can keep them from leaving by the main gate.
Indefinitely.
The lieutenant and his men can keep them from leaving by the rear gate. You've taken all the food from the fort.
It's all with us.
Then you're in full control. Those Indians will surrender or starve.
And I don't care which they do.
Your hunters will be able to get food now and bring it to you. Geronimo and his men are defeated for all time.
And by the simple means of giving them what they were ready to fight for. I never heard the like of this. Sir, if you'll give me your name, you'll be cited by Congress for what you've done.
We go now.
Hail, Silver!
Wait!
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I learned something of courage, integrity, and Indian affairs. This in Deadwood, Dakota Territory.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman. Stars twinkle in the eyes of Mitch Miller every Sunday night over CBS Radio. Every Sunday, a galaxy of the brightest stars in the entertainment firmament shine when they visit Mitch and tell their intimate stories of their lives, their offbeat, humorous anecdotes, and the truth about careers which rival fiction. Authors, artists, singers, and musicians, you really reach the stars when you join Mitch Miller, Sundays over most of these stations. Don't miss CBS Radio's Mitch Miller Show tonight. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
A few weeks ago in Deadwood, I had attended the trial of a Sioux policeman named Crow Dog. He had killed a great chief, Spotted Tail, and refused to offer any defense for his crime. The man was convicted and sentenced to hang. When I returned from Cheyenne following the horse race, I found a message at my hotel asking me to call at my earliest convenience on Mr. Harry Clum, whom I remembered to be Crow Dog's attorney. I went immediately to his office.
Mr. Kendall?
Yes.
I recall seeing you at the trial. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
I understand you're to be congratulated.
Oh, you mean winning the race? Well, I was lucky.
You made quite a name for yourself between here and Cheyenne.
I had good advice and a good horse.
Oh, modesty. I shall refrain from embarrassing you further. Now, let me speak of the subject at hand. You're a newspaper correspondent, are you not, Mr. Kendall? As I understand, writing for the London Times.
Yes.
I assume that you've attended trials in the past, both here and in England.
Several.
Well, our procedures are perhaps somewhat crude in comparison to those you have witnessed, but I believe for the most part honest endeavors in the name of the law.
And if you're referring to Crow Dog's trial, I think it was fair, yes.
But justice it was not, sir.
He didn't kill Spotted Tail?
Yes, sir. Yes, he killed him. But why? Why?
Are you suggesting self-defense?
The white man's connotation, no. But to a Sioux, to Crow Dog, perhaps yes.
You didn't mention anything like that during the trial.
I couldn't. I was honor bound not to. Crow Dog had sworn me to secrecy. In divulging what I believe to be true, you must give me your word of honor to respect the confidence, sir.
Of course, but I don't see
In order to save my client, Mr. Kendall, to put it bluntly, well, I wish you to intercede.
How? What could I do?
Well, sir, perhaps through the use of your great newspaper. I must exhaust every possibility to save Crow Dog. Time's growing short. Now, first, let me tell you of the circumstances in the crime. Of course, you recall the victim, Spotted Tail.
Oh, yes. He was one of the chiefs who went to Washington for the conference in 1870, wasn't he?
Exactly. Spotted Tail, Sitting Bull,
That's right.
Red Cloud,
Yes.
Swift Bear, a dozen more of the great chiefs.
I remember. Yeah.
I shall not go into the devious maneuverings of plot, counterplot, jealousies, but suffice to say, there were factions within the Sioux Nation constantly at war with each other, as well as the white man.
Well,
Now, just bear with me, sir. We come now to Crazy Horse. After his capture and treacherous imprisonment, he tried to escape and was killed. Murdered, perhaps, is the better word.
Well, I'm afraid I don't follow you. What has this to do with Spotted Tail and Crow Dog?
It was the followers of Spotted Tail who seized Crazy Horse held him while the soldier bayoneted the chief.
Miss Spotted Tail was an enemy of Crazy Horse?
There are those who say so. Envy, hatred.
And Crow Dog killed Spotted Tail for revenge, huh?
It's possible.
Was Crow Dog a follower of Crazy Horse?
I don't know.
But you said he swore you to secrecy. He must have told you...
Oh, he told me nothing. All that I have stated is surmise, sir. But I had reason to feel that it was close enough to the truth. I took it to Crow Dog and suggested that we use it in his defense. He refused.
Did he admit that it was true?
He denied nothing, admitted nothing. All that he would say was that were such a defense to be used, it would rekindle the flames of jealousies, even war between the nations.
And he still wouldn't tell you why he killed Spotted Tail?
No. Perhaps inadvertently I'd stumbled on the reason. Now, according to Sioux custom, Crow Dog made a settlement with the relatives of the dead man. But because of Spotted Tail's importance, the government decided to prosecute Crow Dog.
When is the day of execution?
Well, sir, unless my plea for a stay is allowed, it's next week, Monday.
Well, do you think if the facts, at least as you believe them to be, if they were known, it would make a difference?
Well, it might.
But even were I to send my story to London, it would be weeks, even months before it's printed.
Oh, I realize that, sir. But I thought that you might have some influence with the authorities in Washington.
Oh, no, not the slightest. Now, the only thing I can suggest is that you try to make Crow Dog tell the truth as to why he killed Spotted Tail.
I'm afraid it's useless. He's not afraid to die. In fact, he'd rather do so than divulge whatever reason he had for the killing.
I don't think it would be much use, at least not to Crow Dog, but I should very much like to see him.
Oh, well, sir, I might be able to arrange that.
If you'll talk to me, there's always the possibility that something will slip out.
Well, I'll go down and see John Molson. He's the jailer. A fair man. I'm sure he'll consent to the interview.
The next evening, accompanied by Mr. Clum, I went to the jailhouse, and there met John Molson, who had given his permission for us to see Crow Dog.
I wish to show all the prisoners was as easy to handle as that Injun. Make my work a lot easier.
Has he talked to you much, John?
No, sir. Just polite is all. Thanks for whatever little thing I can do to make his last days comfortable. These fine evenings, I give him leave to sit around in the courtyard. Ain't no call to leave a man locked up while he waits to die.
Aren't you afraid he might try to escape?
I asked him to give his word on that. He gave it. I trust him. Well, you will be wanting to see him.
Oh, Mr. Kendall, on second thought, I think perhaps it would be best if I weren't present when you interview him.
He might not say anything at all, then.
Tell him that I sent you. We're good friends.
Shall I mention what we discussed?
As a last resort, yes. Although he'll know I broke a confidence, but if you feel it'd be helpful, by all means, yes. After all, sir, I am trying to save his life. I'll just wait here, John.
Sure, Mr. Clum. Hey, Crow Dog. You got a visitor to see.
Do you ever say, I have a good memory for faces, but names? Well, then, how about recognizing voices? Could you identify a famous personage just by his voice? That's what Morning Amsterdam, Orson Bean, Dagmar, and Ralph Story will try to do today on Says Who. Maybe you can place the voice before the panel does when CBS Radio brings you Says Who over most of these stations. In any case, you can place the laughter because it'll be yours as you enjoy the sallies of the panel presided over by Henry Morgan on Says Who, today on many of these same stations.
Crow Dog was a man of indeterminate age. Possibly because of his incarceration and the strain of waiting for execution, he appeared older than he actually was. He sat on a tree stump, a worn blanket wrapped about his shoulders, watching the lengthening shadows engulf the sunlit wall of the courtyard. As we approached, he looked up, then got to his feet, standing quietly, a little nod to his jailer, Molson.
Hey, Crow Dog, this feller's Kendall. He writes on a newspaper a long, long way off, over big seas. Place called England. He's a friend of Mr. Clum.
You are a friend of Mr. Clum?
Yes. I said I'd like to talk to you, and he thought that you wouldn't mind.
I not mind.
I'll leave you fellas to powwow. Come on back to the office when you're through, Kendall.
Right.
Mr. Clum in good health?
Yes.
I not see him these past days.
And he's working very hard to get you a stay of execution.
He not be able to. I will die.
Where did you learn to speak such good English, Crow Dog?
Many places. I was interpreter between chiefs and soldiers. I learned more on reservation and when I become policeman.
I was at your trial, and I've often wondered why you'd give no reason for what you did.
The sun is almost gone. It becomes cool. We will walk, if you not mind.
Not at all.
These walls, almost every day I see them. They grow closer to me. The courtyard is smaller.
Have you got a family, Crow Dog?
Yeah, family. Many relation. They are on reservation.
Have they come to see you?
No. This is a shame that cannot be. The white man's prison is not good place for family of Crow Dog. It is better for them to see me, remember me in other places at other times.
You did kill Spotted Tail, didn't you?
Yeah, I kill him.
Do you think Mr. Clum is right in trying to save you from hanging?
I kill as a Sioux. This a thing no white man can understand. Now, I die in the white man's way, the thing no Sioux understands.
If you could go free, would you tell the truth as to why you killed Spotted Tail?
No. It was a thing between us for no other ears.
Was it because of Crazy Horse?
Mr. Clum give his word to me. He has broken it.
He wants to save you. He thought I might be able to help. He has told no one else.
When he gave his word, I trusted him as I would trust few white men.
You can still trust him. The time for him to have broken his word was at the trial. He didn't do so. You can't blame him because he wants to help you now, before it's too late.
He think what he wishes about Crazy Horse. I have nothing to say. Will you tell Mr. Molson there's a chill? I am ready to go inside.
Yes. I wish I could do something to help you, Crow Dog.
There is no need. I thank you.
Goodbye.
Figured you'd have been longer.
He said he was getting cold, wanted to go back inside.
I'll take care of it. I'll be right back.
Well, Mr. Kendall, would he say anything?
Nope.
You mentioned Crazy Horse?
Yes, I think it was a mistake. He seemed to feel worse about you breaking your word than the fact he's going to hang.
Perhaps it was wrong, I don't know. It was a small hope at best. Except now I suppose he feels that he's lost his last friend.
On what grounds have you applied for a stay of execution?
Flimsy, terribly weak. If the government is determined that he shall hang, and I'm afraid they are, there's no chance. I based it upon the fact that he had satisfied tribal law by paying the settlement. That if tribal custom forbade him giving just and good reason for his act, that in itself is mitigating circumstance calling for a new trial.
You know, from what I've seen out here, Mr. Clum, it must be very difficult to enforce your laws on the Indians.
Oh, for both sides, sir, for both sides. We to impress our wills, they to understand why we do it.
Crow Dog said something like that when I was talking to him.
I sometimes wonder whether we're right, sir. We cheat, we lie to them and kill them, and then under the guise of Christianity, of civilization, we bring them to trial because they dare to emulate us.
Where is he? Crow Dog.
Right, in the courtyard. I left him there.
He's not there no more. Cussed suck-egg dog of a Sioux. He's broke his word. I might have knowed. Never trust an Injun. He's gone over the wall.
7 nights a week is The World Tonight, summarizing the state of the world and peace around it. Lighting up the day's top features, frequently pinpointing the humor and the human interest underlying the day's top news. The World Tonight is the perfect way to finish your day fully informed. Listen tonight on CBS Radio for The World Tonight, coming your way on most of these same stations.
A posse of deputies was hurriedly rounded up. They searched Deadwood and the outlying areas throughout the entire night, but Crow Dog had disappeared. The next morning, Mr. Clum and I were called down to John Molson's jail office. Another man was seated, obviously waiting for us. He chewed on a sliver of wood and had an odd habit of keeping his head lowered and watching us under the brim of his hat. His name was Gene Geddes. His badge proclaimed him a deputy marshal.
I hear it was you, Kendall, was the last to see him.
That's right.
He give you any idea what he had in mind?
Not that I can think of.
Well, now, there's an important government prisoner escaped. My job's to get him back for hanging, ain't that so, Molson?
Yep.
So if that Injun said anything to you, maybe give us an idea where he was going. Well, that's what I want to hear about.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Well, what'd you talk about?
His trial, testimony, or lack of it.
I guess he told you he's innocent. They always are.
As a matter of fact, no, he didn't. He spoke of his family. I asked if they had visited him. He said no. He didn't want them to see him in prison.
Family, huh? I'll give you odds that's where he's going, then.
To the reservation?
Sure. Figures the rest of his kind will hide him out. Well, don't worry, Molson. I'll bring him back by hanging day.
Would you object if I rode with you?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kendall. This is government business.
Well, I'm an accredited correspondent for the London Times. I'm going to write a report on this, and I'd rather get my information firsthand than to write what I'll have to imagine, you know.
That's all right with me if the marshal says so. You'll have to see him first.
The marshal was impressed with my credentials and had heard about my race from Deadwood to Cheyenne. I was given permission to accompany Geddes to the reservation. We left that afternoon.
Is that the horse you won the race with?
Yes.
Don't look like he could have done it.
He did.
How come you're so interested in that Injun, Crow Dog?
I'd like to find out why he killed Spotted Tail. And after meeting him, I'd rather not see him hanged.
Well, mister, you being English and all, I guess you don't know about these people. I guess I'm being soft in the head to call them people, savages near to animals or not. You ever fight them?
I've had to, once or twice.
You ever see what they do to folks? Women, children?
It's not pleasant.
Of course, I'm with you on one thing. Don't seem to matter if an Injun scalps another, but they got to learn the law. Keep them on the reservation and teach them the law. It's the only way.
The only way for what?
For peace. We licked them in war, now we got to keep them licked. Now, you take this Crow Dog. Like as not, he's got himself good and drunk by now, maybe done some more killing. Next thing you know, he'll up and fight man.
Ah, no, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, I seen raiding parties fresh off the reservation. I seen what they done to miners and settlers.
Why do you think they do it?
Why? Because they're no good red sons of guns who ain't got no more mind than a rattlesnake. I'm telling you. The biggest mistake we made was signing a peace. We should have killed every last one of them, then there'd be no more trouble. They ain't human.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Why?
Why do you hate Indians so much?
Because a war party of Sioux killed my wife and 2 kids 5 years ago. They had to have a little fun first so they didn't die quick. That reason enough for you?
His face livid, Geddes spurred his horse forward and rode on in front of me. That night we camped. We didn't say much to each other. There wasn't anything to say. He was a man dedicated to the extermination of Indians. He'd already told me his reasons. I had no inclination to argue with him. Two days later, we arrived at the reservation. Our presence was greeted with hostile silence, and it was some time before we gained the information as to where we could find the family lodge of Crow Dog. When we reached it, there was not a soul in sight.
They knew we was coming. We was 10 miles off. How much you want to bet one of them's got Crow Dog hiding out?
I wouldn't want to bet. Let's have a look inside his lodge first.
That's a waste of time. But you better keep your gun handy. They ain't beyond taking a scalp when there's a chance.
Mr. Kendall.
Crow Dog. It's good to see you
On
again.
your feet, Injun.
Put away gun, white man. I am unarmed.
That's good. Come on.
No.
I'm taking you back for hanging, Injun. That's the law. It's a law that if you try and stop me, I'll put a bullet right between your eyes.
I've come back here to say goodbye to family and relations. When that is finished, I return to Deadwood and the hanging.
You're going now.
White man, you are on reservation. There are many Indians here. You kill me, it does not matter. I must die, as your law has said. But kill me here, and you and Mr. Kendall will both die.
Injun, I'm telling you for the last
Listen to what
time
he's saying, Geddes. Don't be a fool.
Mr. Kendall, I give my word. I go back.
I believe you.
You siding in with him, you an Injun lover?
I don't feel like dying because you want to kill this man. I'd rather take his word.
Stinking Injun. Whole place stinks of Injun. Well, it don't matter to me. If he won't come peaceable now, the soldiers will catch up with him. I'm getting out.
You go too, Mr. Kendall.
Yes. I trust you, Crow Dog. I want you to know that Mr. Clum and I both trust you. We don't feel the way Geddes does.
When I have said farewells, I go back.
Geddes didn't return to Deadwood with me. He stopped at a stage station and proceeded to get very drunk. I stayed with him for a day, then decided to go on alone. Mr. Clum wasn't in his office when I rode into Deadwood, so I went down to the jailhouse. He was there, with Molson and a third man, Crow Dog.
How are you, Kendall? Where's Geddes?
Oh, he'll be here later. A little trouble with his horse.
Oh.
Hello, Crow Dog.
Glad to see you safe, Mr. Kendall.
I'm glad to see you, Crow Dog.
You not expect to, huh?
I'm not sure I would have blamed you.
In white man's eyes, I was a murderer. We must live as the white man tells us. So, I come back.
Then you'd better return at once to the reservation, Crow Dog.
Yeah. I go.
Go? What are you talking about?
A pardon, Mr. Kendall. While he was gone, a pardon came. Crow Dog is a free man.
Mr. Clum was never able to find out just why the pardon had been granted. Perhaps it was in part due to his eloquent appeal, and then again, the Indian Agency may have felt an injustice had been done. It didn't really matter. For whatever reason, Crow Dog had gone home.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Joseph Kearns, Stacey Harris, and Jack Moyles. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. Bud Sewell speaking.
left Cheyenne without my luggage, and in company with a wild Irishman and his even wilder cargo of freight.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you the latest report from the Frontier Gentleman. Whether your marriage license is brand new or your wedding ring is worn thin over the years, you'll get a kick out of every light-hearted episode of CBS Radio's The Couple Next Door. Written by Peg Lynch, creator of Ethel and Albert, The Couple Next Door is a warm and humorous series about a young married couple. Just for the fun of it, join us on most of these same stations 5 days a week as Peg Lynch and Alan Bunn star as CBS Radio's The Couple Next Door. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
Cheyenne, Wyoming Territory had been good to me. And when I decided to leave, I informed the people at my hotel, packed my little bag of belongings, and dropped by Carrie Chase's office to thank him for his kindnesses. From there, I went to the stage station and made arrangements for my departure. Having several hours' wait, I took a last turn around the town. I thought I had visited all of the saloons in search of people and stories from my column in the London Times. I was wrong. I had missed Dan's Bloody Bucket, a scant 4 blocks from the center of town. I shall never forget Dan, nor his bloody bucket.
Oh, so you want to play dirty, do you? All right then, Mr. Dan.
The man shouting was small, wearing a derby hat pulled low over shaggy eyebrows. He was holding a gigantic cat in his left arm, while with his right hand he was tugging a length of chain from beneath the folds of a swallowtail coat. He was facing a great brute of a man who was waving a broken whiskey bottle at him. Behind him, out of sight, another man was approaching with pistol butt raised. The odds against the little man were more than I could stand. Look out behind you!
Oh, dear, save us! A saint has arrived. Oh, no, you don't, blighter.
Hey, you want to get in this, stranger?
The troops has arrived, you shilly-shally mucky-buck.
The man seems to need a friend.
You better move on, or what's going to happen to him will happen to you.
Oh, the devil, the cat, the princess, she's jumped out of my arms. Grab her, saint.
No, you won't.
Oh, no, you shouldn't have done that.
No, grab him, Jake. Grab the stranger.
I'll get him. I'll get him right now.
Oh, you've done it, Saint, you've done it. Now grab the cat. I'll swing me chain over these two. Grab her!
What?
The princess, the cat, grab her, lad.
Who?
She's going by, Clapperhead.
Oh, yes. Here you go, princess. She's not friendly.
Grab her!
All right. Here now, cat princess.
Throttle him now and make friends later.
Stop it, I say, stop it. I've got her.
Now let's get out of here. They're beginning to come around. Run!
Where should we run?
Out the door to me wagon. They won't never come near me chain. Now watch the cat. Don't let her get away. Now run. It's straight on with you. Now the cat into the box. Hurry.
There you go, lovey.
Hey, come on, you high-roaring humptail. Hey,
It's Dan. He's shooting.
It's never again you'll see me down at the bloody bucket. Never! And the same to all of you. Thunder corruption.
6 times a week, here at the Star's Address, you'll find that the shortest distance between 2 smiles is the Amos and Andy Music Hall. For one thing, there's always a sparkling tune or two to give your spirits a lift. The guest list reads like a textbook in applied astronomy. And of course, right at the heart of all the light-hearted things that happen at the music hall are the one and only 2, Amos and Andy. Tomorrow and every Monday through Saturday on most of these same stations, listen for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
The little man drove at a most fantastic rate of speed. I sat in silence atop the wagon seat, holding my hat down with one hand, while the other clutched the side for support. Our exit was punctuated by the princess hurling herself at my bottom side in magnificent rages, and I was thankful for the barrier of wood between us. In the bed of the wagon were numerous large crates full of cats of all sizes and colors. There seemed to be no one in pursuit, and after some minutes the little man slowed the wagon, and without looking at me, he painfully lit a pipe. I presumed we were now somewhere in the barren area between Wyoming Territory and the Dakotas.
Perils. Perils of the trade, me boy.
I would say.
You've done a grand thing, lad. The princess there is the start of a whole new race, she is. I had to have her.
What? You mean the princess belonged to Dan?
And what did you think, huh?
Then I helped you steal the cat?
Oh, tush, tush. You merely laid down a blow he'll not be forgetting.
But you said grab the cat. I thought she belonged to you.
Don't let the technicalities bother you. 'Tis a proper thing you've done.
I don't understand.
I supplied Cheyenne with her cats in the first place, and I reserve the right to have access, as it were, to their progeny.
I see. And if Dan pursues us, then what?
Well, if me luck holds, he won't find us.
And if it doesn't?
Never bother trouble, me lad. Look at me, lad.
Yes?
You have a bit of England in you.
Why, yes, as a matter of fact.
Me worst fears. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. It's Kendall. J.B. Kendall.
And I thought the saints had smiled. My name is Kerrigan, Shane Kerrigan, and you might as well have it straight out. I'm an Irishman. What's your business, Kendall?
I write stories concerning the West for the London Times.
Oh, that is a good town, London. I was there once when I was a mere boy. Good town. Too bad it's so full of the English.
Mr. Kerrigan, I'd be indebted to you if you'd tell me something about yourself for my readers.
Oh, wait a minute. Will you stop your blather, pussycats? It was on a bright summer morning when the birds sweetly sang on each bough that I first saw me Kathleen Mavourneen as she sat a-milking her cow. There.
It's a miracle.
Now, Kendall, what was it you wanted to know about?
Yes, this cat business of yours. I was going to ask, how does it work?
Oh, very simple. I'm on my way to save Deadwood at this time.
Save Deadwood?
I have 62 cats, 62 furry creatures in the proper positions, and the town will be rid of its varmints in a matter of hours.
And you intend to sell your cats?
That I do, at $10 a head.
$10? People pay $10 for them?
Now, where have you been, Mr. Kendall? Do you not know that civilization rises or falls according to the number of cats in the towns and villages?
And I just never thought of it.
The Great Plague in Europe was due to the shortage of cats.
I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm.
Well, when you get to Deadwood, just how do you plan to go about the sale of your cats?
I have a staunch friend there, dear Margaret. I shall make me headquarters with this lovely lady, and soon the word will spread that I have arrived with me cats.
And will this lady appreciate your coming in with all this baggage?
It'll take a bit of doing, me boy, I don't deny that. But Miss Margaret has had an eye for Shane Kerrigan these many years. Before 'tis done, she'll embrace me and me cats.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather like to ride along, if you don't mind.
Oh, 'tis welcome you are. Hurry up there, little one. You've rested long enough. Here.
Your horse. She seems to love her work.
That she does. Oh, 'twas on a bright summer morning. Oh, and the birds sweetly sang in each bough that I first saw me Kathleen Uh-oh. That'll be Dan, the tenacious one. Hiya, girl, hiya! We'll give him a run for his dust.
I turned in my seat, and sure enough, it was Dan on horseback, accompanied by another rider. Mr. Kerrigan clamped his jaw on his pipe, leaned forward, and the wagon flew across the rocky ground.
Is he there, Kendall? Can you still see the Hayden?
Yes! He's closer! Jane! You might as well stop!
Stop! Are you daft? I wouldn't suffer the devil himself! Get along there! Hurry up!
Then it happened. A rock, half as big as the horse, loomed up in the road. Jane Kerrigan couldn't miss it.
Look out! We're going to hit!
Dan, do you ever see so many cats in the air at one time?
There's only one cat I'm looking for.
Oh, me heart, I've had it this time. Me heart can't take no more.
Are you all right, Mr. Kerrigan?
No, I'm dead and dying. The wagon's across me leg.
I came for my cat, you old goat. Where is she?
Kendall, how's me horse and cat?
The horse is all right, but the crates are broken and the cats are scattering.
Are you listening to me? I want that cat. She was the best mouser in Cheyenne.
Now, you see here, Dan, whatever your name is. Can't you see this old gentleman is hurt? Now, give me a hand. We'll get the wagon off him.
You ought to do it, Dan. Your cat ain't worth killing, the old fella.
I ain't helping nothing. It's a cat I come for, and I'm going to get.
And I say you're going to help me. Here.
No, Kendall. Let him go. It's me dying wish he'd take the cat. Dan, you can see they've all scattered to the winds. Find yours and take her.
I'm going to do just that. Come on, Jake. Let's find her before she gets lost.
Wait! I'll need help moving this man.
No. Are you daft? What about the princess?
Well, the wagon box is still closed.
Oh, good.
What about you?
Well, the kind of help I need, the likes of them can't give. Now, come on, give me a hand here.
All right, I'll try. Now, when I lift it, you try to pull yourself out.
Oh, yes.
Now, up. How you doing? Out up there.
Oh, Kendall, she's bent. Oh, my leg is bad.
Yeah. Let me help you.
Oh, may I be forgiven, an Englishman keeping me. It is more important to get the cats back. Whew. Now, break out the tripe and liver. They can smell it for miles. Then whilst they're coming in, we can make our repairs and be off for Deadwood.
Whatever happened to, what's his name? You know who I mean. That high-pretense newsman who reported every wild rumor he ever heard. We don't know what happened to him, but we can tell you that reliable newsmen like Larry LeSueur, Lowell Thomas, and all of their colleagues at CBS News are still very much preferred by listeners everywhere. 5 nights a week, Larry LeSueur and Lowell Thomas broadcast the news on most of these same stations. Interestingly enough, their consistently accurate and carefully detailed reports provide much more excitement than cheap sensationalism ever could.
It was true. The tripe and liver could be smelled upwind, downwind, probably in Deadwood itself. The cats came streaming in. And with each group I expected to see Dan and his friend, but we had seen the last of them. Mr. Kerrigan was considerably lamed by the accident, but managed to move about amazingly well. I made all the necessary repairs to the wagon and the crates, and by morning we were underway. We finally arrived at Deadwood, which had the look of all boom towns, a long, narrow street with wooden frame structures along the sides. The dwelling of Miss Margaret turned out to be a large saloon with upstairs lodging quarters. It was called simply Maggie's Place. You're certain this is it, Mr. Kerrigan?
Aye, this is it. You go tell Miss Margaret Jane Kerrigan is sick and wounded and needs lodging.
All right.
Lively with you now.
Howdy, mister. Can I help you?
Why, yes, I believe you can.
I think I'd like to. My name's Charlene. Have I seen you here before?
No, I don't believe so. I'm looking for Miss Margaret.
Miss Margaret? Sure you are. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah?
There's a fella here wants to see you.
Well, send him over.
Don't forget me. Charlene. Mr.
Kendall.
Kendall.
Yes.
That's Maggie over there. The big fat one at the end of the bar. I'll be around if you want to buy me a drink later on.
All right, Charlene. Thank you.
Max, you can change to the bad whiskey now. Nobody'll know the difference. Well, hello, stranger. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for lodging.
Not a chance, not a chance. We've been full up for weeks. Ain't you heard about the strike at Gold Run Gulch?
No, I just arrived. No, this was for a friend of mine. He's outside. You know him, Mr. Chain Kerrigan?
Chain? Well, why didn't you say so? Charlene!
What?
Fix up the good room for a friend of mine, and hurry it up.
Maggie almost cried at the sight of Chain cradled in my arms as I carried him up to the room prepared for him. There, lying back on the bed, he lifted a hand feebly toward me.
Oh, Kendall, good lad. Would you be about bringing up me luggage?
Oh, the poor man.
You mean you want all?
Yes, all of them. And don't forget the rations. It's most important, lad. Now go.
Oh, why do you bother the poor ailing man with trivialities now? Bring up his baggage, as he says. There's a back way, and it won't bother no one.
Oh, Margaret, come to me, sigh.
Yes, love. Now, what is it?
Are you sure I'm not imposing on you?
Well, now, what kind of a woman do you take me for?
Oh, Margaret, darling. It's worth the whole trip and trouble and the accident to my leg just to get back and look into your eyes.
Go to sleep, sweetheart. And you can have your friend Kendall right here with you.
Oh, no. I mean, it'll be rather crowded here. I can find a place.
Well, how can it be crowded? 2 men in a big room like this?
Well, maybe not. I just hate to,
That's the end of it right now. I'll have another bed set in for you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Look at him, Mr. Kendall. Poor man has fallen asleep. And we stand here, jawing in front of him. Come on.
Oh, before you go, darling, would you be sending up 4 fingers of your best whiskey for my leg?
Well, of course. I'll have Charlene bring it right away. You can see, Mr. Kendall, nobody understands Chain Kerrigan like I do. I guess he's told you, hasn't he? The reason he's come back to Deadwood is to marry me.
Nobody saw me staggering up the back steps with crate after crate of cats. As for Chain, he busied himself drinking the liquor provided for him and instructed me to release and feed the cats. Eventually it was over, and we finally got settled down, in a manner of speaking. But in the morning, the swarm had to be fed all over again. It's quite a job, isn't it?
It is a labor of love, my boy. Did Miss Margaret see you bringing our friends in last evening?
No, she didn't. But what do you plan to do about selling them now, crippled up the way you are?
I have a plan, Kendall, a wee bit of a plan.
Chain, love, it's Margaret with your breakfast. Can I come in?
Oh, please do, darling.
Well, did you sleep well? Oh! What goes on here? Get out! Oh,
Now, Margaret, you've lost control of yourself.
So this is the way you thank me, Chain Kerrigan. Well, you can get out, too.
What?
I'll not have this kind of a mess. Go on!
Oh, Margaret, come to me, side love.
I'll come to your side. I'll take an axe to you.
But it's my business, love, selling cats. I told you that when I was here before.
Yes, you told me. But I don't expect you to let him a place with them.
Possibly I could help in some manner.
You can, Mr. Kendall. You can open the back door for Chain Kerrigan and his cat.
Have you been told, lass, you're lovelier than ever when you're shouting like that?
Oh, get him out.
Margaret, now would you be allowing $620 to walk out the back way?
I don't care how much money you... What? How much did you say?
62 cats? Not counting the princess, of course. I could never sell her. She's my breeding stock. 62 cats at $10 apiece. That's $620. Now, Mr. Kendall, a man with that much money could support himself and a loved one for a good long time now, could he not?
Why, yes. I suppose he could, Mr. Kerrigan.
Margaret, have you ever thought of marriage? A woman of your beauty and accomplishments.
Well, as a matter of fact, Jane, you're proposing to me, ain't you? I knew that's why you'd come back.
Now, when me leg heals and I'm able to get about and sell the cats, then I can make the plans closest to me heart.
Oh, Jane, I got an idea.
Oh, what is it, beauty?
I'll sell the cats for you.
No, you can't mean it. Now, how would you be doing that?
Why, they'll buy. They'll buy or else.
Who'll buy?
My clientele. I have a certain power here in Deadwood, as you know, Jane, and they'll buy from me.
Well, no, but if it wasn't for my leg, I wouldn't let you do this.
Oh, don't worry about your leg. By tomorrow, you'll have $620, and I'll have the preacher come by in the afternoon. Now, what do you say to that, Jane? Huh?
One thing at a time, Margaret, one thing at a time. Now, how would you be going about selling those cats?
That was the last I saw of Jane Kerrigan. I found a room for myself in town, lay on the bed for a moment, and, well, it was the next morning before I awoke. I rushed over to Maggie's place. Above her own sign, there was another one. It said, "Cat Sale. Get yours now." On the door of the saloon itself, there was another sign saying, "Closed." I knocked, and Charlene, the girl I had first met at Maggie's, came to the door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kendall. I'm sure glad to see you this morning. But y'all better not come in.
What? Why? What happened?
Come on. Let's walk down the street. It's about Mr. Kerrigan.
Was he died or something?
Worse. He's lived.
Oh, well, then, that's good.
Oh, no, it ain't. He didn't wait for the wedding and say goodbye to Maggie or nothing. Just got his wagon and left.
What about his cats?
She sold them all. Last night. Gave him over $600. Why, you never seen so many men buying cats in all your life.
How's she taking it?
Oh, all right. Every time she feels bad, she counts her money again.
Her money?
Sure. She sold those cats for $15 apiece. Made over $300 for herself.
What? Why, that's marvelous. Charlene.
What?
You come on with me. I'll buy you that drink I promised you.
Why, Mr. Kendall.
Frontier Gentlemen was produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Tom Handley and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
I met a justice of the peace in Wyoming Territory and saw two kinds of justice done.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall. Frontier Gentlemen.
In the South Pass district of Wyoming Territory, there is a mining settlement called Dry Creek. Carrie Chase, editor of the Cheyenne Daily Press, had mentioned the fact that a new justice of the peace had been appointed to Dry Creek. This in itself is not particularly newsworthy, except for the fact that the J.P. was a woman, Mrs. Amy Robinson, and as far as we could determine, one of the first of her sex to hold such an office in the United States. 300 the West, and a few days later, found me in Dry Creek. I had expected to see the usual rip-roaring mining community, and was surprised to find instead an atmosphere of complete contrast. There was an oppressive quiet to the place. Small groups of men stood here and there, talking in low tones, pausing as I walked by to stare at me suspiciously. Outside the assayer's office, I saw two miners coming out and stopped to ask them directions.
Stranger around here, ain't you?
Yes.
And how come you want to talk with the Justice of the Peace?
Well, I should think that's a matter between the lady and myself.
Are you a friend of Mrs. Robinson?
No.
You a lawyer, fella?
No.
She's down the street there, runs the general store.
Thank you.
You see, we don't like strangers asking questions around here.
So I gathered. Good afternoon.
You tell Mrs. Robinson we ain't changed our minds neither. That red dog, he's going to get a stiff rope and a short drop no matter what she says.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Come in. Well, something I can get you?
You are Mrs. Amy Robinson?
The same.
My name is J.B. Kendall. I'm a newspaper correspondent for the London Times.
Now, what in the name of sin's a London Times correspondent doing in Dry Creek?
You're the reason, Mrs. Robinson. I think a great many women in England would be interested in reading about a female justice of the peace.
You being flippity?
No, not at all. I'm quite serious.
Well, you got to excuse me. There's a lot of folks hereabouts ain't taking my appointment to heart.
And I think perhaps I met one of them on my way here.
Oh, who?
Oh, a miner. He suggested that I tell you that they haven't changed their minds. I get the feeling that there's some discussion about a hanging.
Your feeling's correct, mister. Sheriff Godey's got the accused locked up and waiting for trial. Jack Red Dog's the fella, Arapaho Indian. There's them says he done murder. Killed Big-Nosed George Haney's brother, Ike. That's what they say.
I see. Well, when does the trial take place?
As soon as I can get a jury to sit. There ain't no man in Dry Creek will do it.
You can't get a jury, huh?
Well, come on in the back. I was just making some coffee.
Uh-huh.
Here, take a chair, Mr. Kendall. You see, before all this happened, I was Widow Robinson, who ran the general store. Folks was decent and nice to me. Then I get appointed Justice of the Peace, and it's like I got the epizootic. Just because I'm a woman is all. Well, I tell you something. This here Jack Red Dog case is my first, and I aim to see fair trial done, whether they like it or not.
Oh, thank you. What about the talk of hanging?
Well, that's Big-Nosed George and Tip Butler. They're trying to get the fellas riled up to take the Indian out and string him up without a trial.
From the looks of the men as I came into town, they seem to be making some headway.
Well, they ain't going to do it. I swore to uphold the peace and justice in the community and fight...
Amy, you there?
Was that you, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Well, come on back.
Now, you better come out yourself.
Oh. Oh, this feller's name is Kendall. Come to do some writing about me. Mr. Kendall, meet Harry Godey, Sheriff of Dry Creek.
Sheriff, how do you do?
Yeah, things ain't getting on so good, Amy. I've been thinking it might be better if I take Red Dog over to Rock Springs till we get this thing settled.
You're doing no such thing, Harry Godey.
Now, listen to me, Amy. Big-Nosed George ain't fooling. He's fixing to take that Indian out and hang him.
How do you know that?
Well, he wants me to join up with him and the other boys to do it.
What did you tell him, Sheriff?
Now, Amy, no sense going on the prod. I'm just telling you what they aim to do. I ain't courting trouble. That's why I'm saying I want to get Jack Red Dog out of here.
And have him tried somewhere else? Show that I can't run a trial in my own town? That nobody ain't got no respect for a justice of the peace in Dry Creek because she's a woman? Oh, no, sir, Harry Godey. I'm telling you, I'm ordering you as sheriff to protect that Injun till it's time to call the trial.
I'll do my best, you know that, Amy, but there's going to be trouble.
Well, then get yourself a couple of deputies.
Can't. Ain't having none of it.
Well, what about Dollar Bill Orpin?
He's up in the hills.
So it's the whole town, huh?
I told you, Amy. I told you they wouldn't stand for a woman judge. You didn't believe me.
And I told you a woman's got as much right as a man.
Not in a man's work, she ain't, Amy.
What do you want, Big Nose?
We're a committee. We come here to tell you...
Tell me what?
That Injun's guilty. We already tried it.
Not legal, you didn't.
We found him guilty, didn't we, boys?
Now, we ain't got nothing against you, Amy.
Right now, I'm declaring court's in session, boys. The name's Judge Robinson. Now, go ahead and say your piece, but I'll remind you about contempt.
Yeah, all right, Judge. Your Honor, we just saved you the trouble of holding a trial.
What do you mean?
Well, now, Tip's saying that Injun Red Dog shot my brother, and we're going to use him to trim a tree.
That's lynching. Begin the law, Big Nose.
Now, keep out of this, will you, Godey? Ain't nothing you can do about it. It's you and her agin all of us.
And me.
Who are you?
Kendall, Deputy Sheriff.
Hey, since when? Listen, this fella just waltzed into town and asked the way to Amy's.
That's contempt, Tip Butler. It's Judge Robinson. $10 or 2 days in the hoosgow.
Oh, come on now, Amy. Ain't no use.
$20 or 5 days.
This fella ain't no deputy.
Sure he is. Godey just swore him in, didn't you, Sheriff?
I sure did.
$20 or 5 days, Butler. Which is it?
Well, which is it to be, Butler?
Now, that'll cost you another 10. Pick up that money and hand it over.
You make me, Amy Robinson. You go ahead.
Anybody's got ideas of starting something over this, just remember, there's only two of you, Sheriff. Now, I wouldn't want Miss Amy here to get hurt. So supposing you all just stay in here till we finish what we got to do with that there Injun killer. All right, come on, boys.
Godey, you got to stop them.
Well, they got a right to go on down to the jailhouse if they've a mind to.
They'll get Jack Red Dog.
No, they won't. I took 'em out before I come here. Hit 'em. Oh, I want to thank you, mister, for standing by us. Of course, you ain't made many friends doing it.
Oh, I didn't expect to. What's going to happen when they find the Indians gone?
Oh, they'll come looking for me. Now, Amy, you seen how things are. I'll be taking Red Dog to Rock Springs.
Oh, no. There ain't no pack of cussed hardtails going to stampede me.
At this point, I'm inclined to agree with the sheriff. We can't fight the whole town.
You both sell me out, huh? Because I'm a woman. You won't stand up against them.
Oh, it ain't that at all.
What then? I took my oath to uphold what's right. You did the same, Harry Godey.
And I'll do it, too. But this ain't the way. The Injun's as good as dead if he stays in town. No sense whittle-wanging, Amy. My job's to protect Red Dog till he comes to trial. I'm going to do just that. Kendall, you want to be a deputy? No fooling?
If you need me.
Oh, I need you. You're sworn as of right now. Got a horse?
No, I came in on the stage.
We'll get you one. Amy.
Yeah?
As soon as I get the engine to Rock Springs, I'll be back. Let's go, Kendall.
All right.
Stable's just across the road. Better keep your eyes skinned. You know how to use that blue lightning you're carrying?
I've used a gun before.
Yeah, sure hope you don't have to today. A lot of them fellers is my friends in better times.
Where's the Indian?
Hid out in the stable.
You think he's still there?
Well, if he ain't, he's taking a mighty big wagon with him. I handcuffed him to a wheel. I figure by now old Big-Nosed George is busting his gut down to the jailhouse. We'll have to plumb light a shuck out of here. Hey, Jack.
Yes?
Well, Injun, you don't know how close you are to catching the rope crook. Oh, we'll take them 2 horses already saddled, Kendall. Jack will ride with me.
Right.
Good.
Easy, boy.
You no going to let them hang, Red Dog? I no kill like Haney.
Come on
We'll
now.
get you over to Rock Springs. If you're going to hang, you'll hang legal, that's for sure.
Which one do you want me to ride, Sheriff?
Take the roan. He's a salty devil, but if you can handle him, he's a lot of horse. All right, now let's lead him out.
That's just fine, Goaty. Now, you boys stop right there, lest you want us to start throwing lead. Well, sir, I guess you figured you was right smart, didn't you, Sheriff?
This Injun's in my custody, boys. I'm warning you.
Hey, don't you worry none about that, Goldie. We'll take care of him and that Injun boy. He's going to be the guest of honor of the drink party. Ain't you, Red Dog?
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. Some people believe only in what they want to believe. The vast majority of us, however, are prepared to examine the facts. Now, that, in a nutshell, explains the widespread popularity CBS newsman Alan Jackson enjoys. 6 days a week, get the story as it happens, as most of these CBS radio stations present Alan Jackson and the news. And now we return you to the Anthony Ellis production of Frontier Gentlemen.
We stood near the door of the stable, Sheriff Godey, Jack Red Dog, and myself. The Indian's face was bathed in a shaft of dust-speckled sunlight. I noticed a scar running from the bridge of his nose across his cheek. His eyes were very dark, frightened. A dozen or more men crowded into the entrance, 2 or 3 carrying rifles, the others drawn guns. Big-Nosed George Haney and Tip Butler took our gun belts away from us.
You can't do it, boys.
Want to bet on it, Goaty?
Why not give the man a trial? If he's guilty, he deserves to hang.
He's guilty right enough, ain't no doubt.
Couple of you boys help me get a rope over that beam.
It'll be murder, Tip.
Can't murder an Indian, Sheriff. They just plain dying which way. Nobody's accountable killing an Indian.
Are you afraid to give him a trial?
I told you, mister, we done it.
Not legal, you didn't. Not legal. That's how come we got a justice of the peace.
Woman justice, you know better than that, Goaty.
I ain't a-shouting for suffrage, but she was appointed.
Now, boss, you weren't. Man-law's good enough for me.
Mr. Big Nose, I no kill your brother. I was asleep that night with Red Eye, much whiskey. You ask Tip Butler.
I'd be asking the wrong feller, because he's the one seen you do it.
That's fact.
Ike Haney and Red Dog friends. Red Dog didn't have need for killing.
He was drunk, Jack. You shot him in the back. I saw it. Let's get it over with, boys.
Bring him over.
No, they're my son, my woman. Who care for them?
Give him a chance. Maybe Butler was mistaken.
Sure, it was dark, Tip. Might have been another Indian, somebody else.
I seen with my own eyes, I'm telling you.
If you saw him, why didn't you catch him then? Instead of waiting till morning, you and Big Nose sending me over to arrest him.
Like you say, it was dark. Couldn't catch him. Tie his hands back of him, Tommy.
Oh, I give you my claim. Much gold in it. All yours. You let me go.
Injun, if you gotta die, die like a man. This ain't no time to crawl.
We'll give you a chance to say a prayer. You got an Indian prayer in you? How many white men you kill without they got a chance for prayer, huh?
I kill no man.
Except my brother. That's enough for the hang. All right, help me get him up on a horse.
You can't. It's lynching, and we're finished with that. Listen to me.
No, Hank. No.
Take your hands off him.
Put away the scattergun, Amy. This ain't no concern of yourn.
What's got to be done has got to be.
Sheriff, take your prisoner down off that horse. Walk him up to the jailhouse.
Get her! Oh, no! Take your hands off. Stay right where you are, mister.
All right, now get on with it.
Wait. Wait now. If you do this thing, every one of you will be as guilty as you think the Indian is.
I feel no guilt, mister. My brother's got his lamp blowed out, but this here Arapaho, I ain't feel no guilt.
Then why not let the law decide? You're the law, all of you. Given the right to defend himself. Form your jury. Prosecute him. But not this way.
He's right. Listen to him.
He's wrong. Dead wrong. He ain't even American, that fancy talk and all. You shut your mouth, mister, or you'll go with the Injun.
So long, Jack. If you see my brother, you tell him hello to me.
They didn't look at Jack Red Dog when they finally cut him down. That is, they tried not to. Nor could they look at each other. One spoke of getting a drink, and the others agreed that a man could work up quite a thirst at a lynching. The shaft of sunlight fell on the dead man's frayed moccasins.
I sure hope he was guilty.
Would that make it better?
He spoke of a wife and child.
Yeah, they live up behind the Black Canyon diggings.
I'm thinking it's my fault. All of this.
It ain't your fault, Amy.
Maybe it happened because a woman was made justice of the peace. They was forced to do what they did. If it'd been a man, maybe they'd have listened to him. They don't want to hear a woman's words. Not in a man's world.
You did what you could. It wouldn't have made any difference. They were bound to hang him. Mostly, I think, because he was an Indian.
Well, I'll take him up to his wife. Better tie him on the horse.
No. I'll bring my wagon. Put him in that. He rode his last horse.
Well, we will help you hitch it up.
Hey, Goldie!
Oh, that's Dollar Bill Orphan.
Howdy. Hey, I hear him and Jack Red Dog's in the who's down for shooting Ike Haney. That's so?
Not anymore, it ain't Dollar Bill. He's in there. He just had us a necktie party.
Hey, now, that ain't so good. How come? Thought you was Justice of the Peace, Mrs. Robinson.
I thought so, too.
Well, they sure hadn't ought to done that. Arapaho Jack, he didn't kill nobody.
What do you mean?
It ain't just that, stranger. Night Ike Haney was killed, Jack Red Dog come round to my diggings looking for whiskey. He was sure high lonesome. I told him, I said, Jack, you don't need no more bug juice. You better go lie down summers before you slip and fall in the canyon and break your fool neck. Well, man, he was so drunk he fell down 3 times going down the hill to his wiki up. Dropped his gun. Hey, I got it right here. So if he shot Ike, he did it with somebody else's thumbbuster.
He was telling the truth. He said he was asleep, drunk when it happened.
Yeah, and Tip says he saw him shoot. Funny how certain he was about that.
Sheriff, you swear in Dollar Bill right now as deputy.
You're sworn, Bill.
I swear. Gonna have some fun?
We're going down to the saloon.
Here, let me tie up my mule. I'll be right along.
All right, boys. There'll be no more drinking. Court's in session.
Oh, go on home, Amy. We don't want
One more word out of you, Big Nose, and I'll have you arrested.
Your Honor, may I speak for the court?
Yes, sir. You go ahead.
This court is going to investigate 2 murders. 1, the shooting of Ike Haney by persons unknown. And 2, the strangulation of Jack Red Dog committed by those present.
He's loco. Set up another round of drinks.
Sheriff, arrest that man for contempt.
Tip Butler, you make a move and I'll blow your head off.
Now go on, Mr. Kendall.
We have a witness to the fact that the Indian, Jack Red Dog, may have been telling the truth when he said that he was asleep at the time of Haney's murder.
You're a liar.
No, he ain't. I seen him that night. He was so drunk he couldn't have plugged nothing. Besides, he didn't have no gun.
Sure he did. I seen him.
You saw him shoot.
Yeah, I saw.
How many times did he fire?
3, 4.
It was dark.
Dark.
And you were close enough to recognize Jack Red Dog.
Yeah, I was close enough.
What did he do with his gun after he shot Haney?
He threw it away. No. He put it back in his belt.
Which?
Listen, mister, I don't have to answer no fancy law wrangler questions.
Yes, you do. You're a witness in this trial.
Answer the questions, Tip.
Did he throw away the gun?
No.
Sheriff, when you arrested Red Dog, did he have a gun?
Nope. Of course he didn't. He dropped it up to my diggings the night Haney was bushwhacked. Yeah, I got it right here.
How come you had time to see Red Dog shoot Ike 3 times, put the gun back in his belt, and not do nothing about it, Tip?
I told you it was dark. I couldn't catch him.
But it wasn't too dark to see him.
That's right.
How close were you?
I don't know, a few feet, I guess.
How come you didn't start shooting yourself, Tip?
I never got the chance, Big Nose.
What was you doing? Just watching?
No.
How come you was up there anyway, snooping around Ike's diggings that night?
Well, Ike and me was going partners. We was going to talk about it.
Ike never said nothing to me about another partner.
He was going to.
Is that why you shot him? Because he wouldn't take wind?
It wasn't me. It was that Injun. Ike and me was talking, and Red Dog sneaks up and shoots Ike.
You told me you never got a chance to talk to Ike. When you got to him, he was already laid out dead.
Well, I mean...
What you mean is that you bushwhacked Ike. Your own self.
Put away your gun, Haney.
My brother. You did it, Tip.
No, don't!
Haney? I'm sorry I missed. I should have killed you, Haney.
Sheriff, take Tip over to the jailhouse and hold him for murder.
I didn't attend the trial of Tip Butler for the murder of Haney's brother. The jury that lynched Jack Red Dog found Butler guilty. Justice of the peace Amy Robinson pronounced sentence, and I heard a few days ago the man was hanged.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis, and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Jack Moyles, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, and Tom Holland. Congratulations to CBS radio affiliate WVAM Altoona, Pennsylvania, observing its 10th anniversary this month. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. When the West was young, the law of might makes right ruled the frontier. But through the length and breadth of 7 states, the masked rider of the plains rode his great horse Silver in the cause of justice. History does not record his deeds. His real name was never known, but his memory still lives. A man who dedicated his life to the winning of the West. Now let us return once more to the thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's trouble up Valley Center. We've got to meet Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver!
Melting snow and floodwaters swept over several communities near the Army post at Northfield. After the flood had subsided, the government sent food and supplies for distribution to those in need. Lieutenant Spade Calhoun was in charge of the post in the absence of Captain Curtis. He saw a chance to make some money with the aid of a civilian partner, Squint Merkel. As our story opens, Merkel, astride his horse, is watching the muddy trail to the fort. When Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, guided his white horse along the trail, Squint stopped him.
Hi there. Hold on a second, Injun.
White fella,
I aim to speak with you. You heading for the fort?
Why, you won't know.
Hankering to get some of that army food, huh?
Plenty white men need food, so Indian not get 'em.
No, that's where you're wrong. I'll tell you, Injun, my folks are in bad shape. We need cash bad, and that's why I'm making a proposition to you.
What? That?
The distribution of the victuals is in the hands of Lieutenant Calhoun. Of course, he does the best he can to serve everyone in turn, but that'll mean you'll wait a week or so for your turn to come, you see?
Oh.
Now, me, I've been waiting for some time already. I'll be getting my victuals in no time at all, maybe today.
That's good.
No, it ain't. You see, there's things my folks need worse than food, so I've got to have cash money. Now, if you got any cash, I'll let you have the food that the lieutenant has set aside for me.
Me not got cash.
You ain't? Well, maybe swap your horse, eh?
Me not want food.
Well, why didn't you say so? Blast you, I should have known better than to waste my time with the redskin. Get on your way. There's somebody else coming.
Get him up, white fella.
Hey there, stranger. Rein up. I want to speak with you. If you're heading for the fort, you better wait and talk to me first. I may be...
Tonto rode directly to the Lone Ranger's camp. The tall masked man was waiting for him and listened intently to the news he brought from the fort.
You saw him take the cash from several others before he stopped you?
Not right.
But how much food does he think is coming to him, Tonto?
Me not know. Steady, white fella, steady.
he? When you saw several transactions, you rode past him yourself and he stopped you too, huh?
Uh-huh.
Tata, whenever a community is stricken like this one, there are men who take advantage of the situation.
Them heap bad feller.
The worst kind of crooks. Men who rob the homes of those who are helpless and charge huge prices for everything they have to sell. Looks to me, Tonto, as if this man who stopped you is one of those crooks.
That's right.
He's taking money from the people who come to the fort for help. He's promising them army food, and he can't possibly keep his promise.
That heap big trouble.
What?
Tonto see...
What did you see?
Feller come back from army post with food.
You mean to say that after they pay this schemer, they go on to the fort and get the food?
That's right.
In that case, Tonto, we're going to the fort ourselves. Here, Silver. Come on, Kimosabe. Here, ride with me. Hi-yo, Silver!
Get him up, boy.
While the Lone Ranger rode toward the fort, Squint Merkle went there to report to his friend, Spade Calhoun. The lieutenant was waiting for him in the captain's office.
Half a dozen men come here with a slip of paper from you, Squint, and got their food.
Yeah?
Meaning you got the cash. Here's the orders. Now let's settle up accounts.
What's the hurry about it, Calhoun? We ain't but started on this scheme.
I'll take my share as we go along. And I'm sure I got it. Shell out now.
All right, then. Seems like you don't want to trust me.
I'll feel better with my share in my pocket instead of yours.
There you are.
Yeah, that's better.
I'm afraid you're in for some trouble, Calhoun. I met a critter named Del Sturgis on his way here.
Sturgis?
Yeah, from Valley Center way.
Valley Center. Do they need food over that way?
Sure they do.
That's out of our jurisdiction.
Sturgis is coming here with the idea that the Army will deliver a pile of grub there.
Where'd he get that notion?
I don't know. It's a darn shame we couldn't get some cash from him. He'd pay a plenty. He wants food for a whole doggone town.
I don't reckon we can go much further with the business.
Why not?
A scout come in bringing word the captain will be coming back in a day or so.
Doggone. Just when we was got going good.
I know, but we made a good thing of it while it lasted.
This'll be the wind-up then?
It all depends on how much food Cap lined up. If there ain't enough, he may make another trip. And if he does, we can work the same thing all over again.
Here's hoping.
Who's outside?
That's him.
Who?
Sturgis. I better scoot out the back door. It wouldn't do for him to see me with you.
All right. Stick around, though. I'll let you know when he's going. Come in.
Is this where the food supplies are being handled?
Yeah?
This is the place I want, then. I'm from Valley Center. The name is Sturgis, Del Sturgis.
Valley Center?
Yep. We're down right up against it there.
Let me look at this map.
The sheriff's office is rationing what food is left.
Sorry, Sturgis.
Huh?
That's out of our territory.
It's what?
We don't handle food for Valley Center.
Oh, now hold on, Lieutenant. We're starving. We need food.
Can't be helped. There's others in the same fix. We're doing the best we can.
No, just wait a minute. I was told that you'd be handling food for Valley Center. That you'd be able to send men there with a wagon load of it.
Who told you that?
A man that said he was a friend of yours. And said that if I'd pay him, he might be able to fix it up.
I don't know nothing about that.
If you can do it for cash, you can do it for nothing. If you got food to sell, you got food to give.
Now, see here. Just who do you think you are talking like this to me? I told you.
All right, you told me. Now I'll tell you. I happen to know the rat that stopped me. Maybe when the captain gets back, he'll be anxious to hear about you and Squint Merkle.
You seem to know a lot.
I do.
All right, go ahead. Do what you blame, please. See where it gets you.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll find a way to make Squint Merkle tell the captain the truth.
You don't know the truth.
No? I can make a good guess at it. And I do know enough to put Merkle in jail if he don't squeal.
Yeah, the devil. He might make trouble at that. Squint.
I heard what he said, Spade. I don't know how he found out about me.
There any truth in what he said about making you talk?
I done things that I might be jailed for.
You fool.
Gosh, now what'll we do?
Close his mouth. It's up to you. You got a gun, ain't you?
Yeah.
All right. Follow him and use it.
You mean?
I mean close his mouth once and for all.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto overtook Del Sturgis as he traveled back toward Valley Center.
Hold on. We want to speak to you.
And I suppose you're going to drill me so as I can't tell what I know.
What are you talking about?
Go on, shoot. That's just about what I'd expect from Merkel and the dirty crook in charge of the fort.
I'm not going to shoot you. Tonto, is this one of the men who talked to Squint Merkel?
Me not sure.
Did you?
Yes, you bet I did.
And you paid him money?
I didn't have none to pay. And I wouldn't if I had.
Good for you.
Say, just who are you? Ain't you sent to get me by Lieutenant Calhoun?
No.
But that mask.
Just who are you and where are you from?
The name is Sturgis, from Valley Center. I've been looking for a shot from ambush most any time. I tell you, I'll find some way to show what a crooked deal the folks around here are getting from the fort.
Wait a minute. Is it the fault of the government or the fault of one man?
One man, Lieutenant Calhoun. But he's working with a rat named Squint Merkel. If only there was some way I could prove what they're doing. But I guess I can't.
Sturgis, you might be the man I'm looking for.
Huh?
I came this way to find out just what sort of crooked scheme is being worked with the government food. Come on. I'm riding back to Valley Center with you.
That suits me.
Tonto, you watch the back trail to be sure we're not followed. Come on, Silver.
Get up there.
Squint didn't report back to Spade Calhoun until the next day. He entered headquarters cautiously, approached the desk, and said,
Lieutenant Calhoun.
What ails you? What's the idea of coming in here this way?
Is the captain back?
No.
Oh. It's different then. I guess everything's all right.
I expect you'll be back sometime today. Did you follow orders yesterday?
No.
You didn't? You mean you let Sturgis get back to Valley Center?
I couldn't do nothing else.
Why couldn't you? Oh, now look at the mess we're in.
But we ain't in no mess. That's why I'm here. Yeah, but look at this.
Where'd you get that?
Valley Center, folks.
What?
Yep, for food.
Listen here, get to the point. What happened yesterday? Why didn't you get Del Sturgis?
Yeah, I followed him till I was sure I could shoot without being overheard by someone.
Yeah?
And just as I was about to close in on him and use the rifle...
Rifle?
I took a rifle so I could shoot at longer range.
Go on.
A couple of men rode up to meet him. One was an Injun, the other was masked.
Yeah? Outlaws?
I don't know. I talked to the Injun before, and they rid off together, the three of them.
So you let them go?
Sure. The Injun kept watching the back trail. I couldn't get close enough to get a shot.
Well, where'd this cash come from?
That's what I'm getting at, Spade. I hung around outside of Valley Center wondering what to do. I thought maybe I could sneak in and get Del Sturgis in the night.
Yeah?
I was still on the outskirts of the town when Sturgis started back here again.
Where's he at now?
Back in Valley Center. He came up to meet me, and first I didn't know what to say, but when he started talking, he was like a whipped cur with his tail between his legs.
Go on.
Sturgis brought his horse to a stop as soon as he seen me and yelled out that he wanted to talk.
Hey there, Squint. Wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
Look here, I reckon I was wrong yesterday.
Wrong? What do you mean?
Look here, Squint. The folks in Valley Center have got to have food. Women and children are starving there. We've got to do something.
Well,
I shot off my mouth to the lieutenant. I reckon he must have told you. But it was just a bluff, Squint.
So you don't know nothing about me after all?
Shucks, no. Look, will you let bygones be bygones?
What are you getting at, Sturgis?
Well, I talked to the folks this morning. We need food, and we're willing to pay for it. I brought all the cash the folks could get together.
What am I supposed to do about that?
Take it back to the lieutenant and send us some food. You got to do it, Squint. There's women and children starving. You got to do this for the sake of the folks in Valley Center.
I'm telling you, Spade, he almost got down on his knees and begged me to take the cash.
But we can't send him food. Valley Center's out of our jurisdiction.
That's all right. We can handle it the same as we did the rest. Split the money and I'll pull stakes, and they won't never find me.
And they can't prove a thing on me. Squint, you done all right. Give me my share and then you clear out. Put lots of miles between us before the captain gets back. This is a swell haul to finish up our game with.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. The government had sent food to the army post to be distributed to the starving people of a flood-stricken community. Lieutenant Calhoun, in the absence of the commandant of the fort, forced the townspeople to pay for their food. The Lone Ranger and Tonto planned to defeat the scheme. Del Sturgis from Valley Center, a community out of the jurisdiction of the army post, paid the lieutenant's partner, Squint Merkle, for food for the whole town. Merkle took the money and divided it with Lieutenant Calhoun. Our next scene opens in a small camp outside the town of Valley Center, where the Lone Ranger and Tonto review their plans.
We've staked everything on your Indian friends, Tonto.
Tonto, go see him.
Del Sturgis trusted us to the extent of taking every penny he had in the world.
That's right. Tonto get Indian to help.
We've got to count on something else. We figured there'd be more supplies brought to the fort.
That's right.
And that's what the captain left for. If he hasn't secured them, Valley Center and Sturgis will suffer.
Tonto, go now. Find Little Beaver tribe.
You know what to tell them? I'll send you a smoke signal from Pine Hill.
Tonto, watch.
Here, Silver.
White feller.
I'll keep Merkle where he can be found when he's needed.
That good.
Yep. Until we meet, Kimosabe.
Get him up, white feller.
Hi-yo,
Once again, the Lone Ranger raced toward the fort with a daring plan in mind. He questioned several people near the army post and learned that Squint Merkle had left the community. The masked man started out to follow the trail, knowing that Squint played an important part in his scheme.
Come on, Silver!
Meanwhile, Captain Curtis returned to the army post and received the report of Lieutenant Calhoun.
So we doled out the food as best we could, sir. And that's that.
Very well, Lieutenant. I managed to secure more food at Red Bluff. We'll have to send a detachment of men there to get it.
Yes, sir.
Enough food to help everyone through this crisis.
Good.
You'll take 5 wagons and mules.
Very good, sir.
And get to Red Bluff as quickly as possible.
Leaving right now, sir?
Immediately. I think you can be back here by tomorrow. With the urgent need for food, delay will cost lives.
I'll start at once, sir. Is there anything else?
Nothing further at the present time.
Make those mules get along. We've got to load that food and start back at daybreak.
Lieutenant Calhoun.
Well?
Who was the squinty-eyed galoot that was hanging around the past few days?
I don't know much about him. Wanted to join the army, but I told him we couldn't use his kind.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time around the fort.
What about it? Drive them mules. I want the wagons loaded tonight so we have no delay in starting back.
Frankie, this'll be food enough for everyone. It's some to spare.
Stop talking and load. And you can sleep here and start back at daybreak. Step them mules lively. We'll be back by evening mess.
Get up, Doc. Get up. What's more stubborn than an army mule?
Who's that coming to us? One of the scouts?
It looks to be. He's riding hard, too.
Lieutenant Calhoun! What's the matter?
Indians. Indians ahead.
How many of them?
Too many to fight. I hear them. They're coming this way fast. They know we got food. There they are, coming over that rise. I see the wagons now.
Cut for the west.
They're closing in from north and east. The only way to go is west.
Cut over. We can't stop to fight them. Too many of them.
If we get to the next town west of here, they'll be running up to help us fight them. Come on.
Get up there.
Get up.
Half 100 Indians pursued the wagons, but the mule skinners lashed the small, strong beast to frantic speed. The heavily loaded wagons bounced wildly along the uneven ground.
Keep going there. Keep them mules going. We're holding our own.
Why don't them redskins close up? They can travel faster than us. They figure we may abandon the wagon. Get up there.
How far is the town?
Just ahead, right across the bridge. At Valley Center.
It's what?
Valley Center. Why?
Great concept. Why didn't you say so?
What's the difference? Look, there's folks crowding the other side of the bridge to meet us. They see the Indians chasing us.
Valley Center.
Get up there. Get along there.
When the army wagons stopped at Valley Center, the townsmen crowded around, and the Indians retreated. The scout and the mule skinners congratulated themselves on their escape.
They've gone. They seen they couldn't fight the town. Now we're all right. We can ride back to the fort for a guard to get the food in.
All right, boys, unload the wagon.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Get away from them wagons.
What do you mean?
Sturgis, you again.
Sure, it's me. It was darn nice of you to fetch this food so quick, Lieutenant.
But I tell you
I reckon I went at getting the food in the wrong way, didn't I?
This ain't your food.
Valley Center don't get this food.
Valley Center's got it, soldier.
You can't have it. Now get back or I'll order my men to shoot.
Hold on now, Lieutenant. I'm the sheriff around here.
I don't care who you are. Keep away from that food. We was chased by Indians and brought the food here so there'd be men to help us fight them.
You mean to say this ain't our food?
No, it ain't. Valley Center is out of our jurisdiction.
That's curious. We bought and paid for this food.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, Calhoun. I gave Merkel the cash yesterday. He agreed to have you bring food here.
You're crazy.
And everyone is counting on it. I wouldn't take the chance of trying to get it away from here, soldier. I'm the law, but I couldn't keep the men from killing if need be to get food for the folks to home.
But I tell you
Look here. We paid for the food, and we're going to have it.
They look mighty determined, Lieutenant.
There's Quint Merkel. You can ask him.
Let me go!
You'll give an accounting, Merkel. Sturgis, is this the man you paid?
Yes. He's got our cash.
We all chipped in for this food.
You doggone fool.
I couldn't help it. That masked man got me.
Search him and see if he has some of the money bags.
I'll handle that.
Who's the masked man?
What sort of mess have we got into?
Say, Calhoun, maybe these folks are right.
What's this bag?
That's mine. That's mine, I tell you.
With the letters DS on it?
That's one of the bags I gave you, you dirty crook.
So you took cash and promised food. And now they say the hoop food ain't for us.
Listen, give me a chance to talk, Al.
Lieutenant, there ain't but half of what he paid us here. Where's the rest of the cash?
I don't know.
By thunder, Calhoun, you look as guilty as sin. Where did you put the rest of this cash? Let me alone. Leave me be.
Tell the truth, Merkel.
You
dirty rat, I'll show you. Not quite fast enough, Spade. My hand.
The masked man.
You can't shoot like Steady. All I did was to shoot away your officer's gun before he murdered the man who could tell the truth.
You was going to shoot me.
My hand's busted. Your hand wasn't touched by that bullet. Now, will you talk, Merkel? Merkel stole from these folks. He took money he had no right to. That's why I was going to drill him.
You lying crook. Try to kill me, will you?
You keep still.
I won't keep still. You try to murder me. I'll squeal. I'll tell him the truth. You did get half the cash. You got half the cash from everyone. Sheriff, I'll talk. That skunk's going to jail with me. You got to keep him there so he won't kill me.
He'll be taken care of.
Captain Curtis.
The cab.
You here?
I've been here for some time, Calhoun. Long enough to hear all that was said.
Captain,
Hand over that money.
But
He's got it. He's got it all right. Search him.
Hand it over.
I got it.
There. You see?
That's what I got. That's all I got. I don't know how much he got.
Sheriff, You will see if this money is returned to those who paid it.
I sure will. It's yours, Sturgis, and the town owes you a plenty for what you done.
It wasn't me, Sheriff. The suggestion come from the masked man.
Captain Curtis, these two men have taken money from everyone who has been issued food since you left Calhoun in charge.
You explained that when you brought me from the fort.
He brought you?
I wouldn't believe you, sir, but thank the Lord you compelled me to come and hear the truth about a man who was trusted by the government.
Should I jail him, Cap?
He'll face court-martial. He'll be dealt with. I only hope that you treat Merkel with equal severity.
He'll get all that's coming to him all right enough.
But, Captain, are you going to take the grub away now?
After you've taken what you need, there'll be enough to supply the other communities. We leave one wagon load here.
Captain.
Yes?
One of us will have to ride to the fort for troops to get the other wagons back.
Why?
They'll need guarding, sir. Bad Indians out yonder.
Those Indians won't trouble you.
But they chased
The Indians are friendly. They were summoned by the masked man's friend. And they were only following instructions when they forced the wagons to come here.
Then it was all a frame-up.
It was the only way, Calhoun, to bring proof against you. Thanks to that man who wears the mask. The Lone Ranger.
Come on there, Silver, old boy! Tonto was waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Need any more cartridges, Mr. Dillon?
No.
I got the greener loaded.
Unloaded. I don't want a shotgun.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to come with you?
You want to come?
No, sir. I guess not. But I will.
Better stay here then, Chester.
This make me a coward, Mr. Dillon?
How do you feel?
Like a coward. Lassiter scares me, sir.
But you were willing to come anyway. Figure it out for yourself.
Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. If I'm not back, don't forget those reports have to be mailed tomorrow.
I won't forget. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah,
You ever get scared?
sure. Better keep yourself busy.
Marshal! Mind if I walk along?
Not at all, Doc.
Yeah, kind of anxious to get a look at this new corpse of mine. Lassiter's sure done us a favor picking Dodge to die in. This'll put us in the history books for sure.
You're a little premature, aren't you, Doc?
Not a bit. Oh, maybe a little foresighted. You know, they say Lassiter's packing 18 slugs in him. 18 slugs? My goodness. He sure has been a lot of gunfights.
Yeah, so they say.
Mm-hmm. Guess he's got the biggest gun rep in this whole section. Outside of maybe Ben Thompson or Wes Harden. And you, of course.
He's waiting at the Alafraganza, Doc. You better not walk in with me.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm not sticking my snoot into no shooting. No, sirree. Hey, Marshal.
Yeah, what is it?
You are going to win, aren't you? I sure hate to work on the bodies of my friends. Makes it too darn personal.
I'll do what I can, Doc.
You watch him close, Marshal. Don't let him pull a hideout.
Hello, Lassiter.
Hi, Matt. Been a long time.
Yeah.
Drink with me?
Why not?
Harry, 2 whiskeys. Harry, get up from behind the bar.
Sure, Mr. Lester. Sure.
Oh, don't spill it.
Leave it on the bar, Harry. We'll pour our own.
Yes, Marshal. Yes, sir. Here, sir.
How's your shoulder, Lassiter?
Aches a little, bad weather. Still carrying your lead, Matt.
There you are.
Yeah. You should have killed me, Matt.
Maybe. It was a long time ago.
Matt, I want you to know I bear no grudge. But it has to be.
I know.
We're gunfighters, you and me, both the same. Yet not the same. What's in our blood? That's why, Matt. That's why I have to brace you. I got to know for sure.
There's no grudge, Lassiter. Your health.
And yours. Straight up.
Straight up. You call it.
Now.
Oh, it was beautiful, Matt. Simply beautiful.
Was it?
Why, yes, and it was close to. For a moment, I wasn't sure who. Oh, Marshal, your neck. You're hit.
Just a scratch. It'll be all right.
But here,
let it go. Go and get Lassiter. He's all yours.
Hmm? Well, of course.
And you'll be happy to know he's got 20 slugs in him now. I couldn't tell anyone, but the bitterness ice in my stomach made me sick as I remembered Lassiter as a friend, now dead by my gun. And then I got over it. I always got over it. The frontier code was a harsh one. I knew my job was one that had to be done if the West was to ever see peace. As long as killers like Lassiter lived, I'd carry a gun and use it. It was the way it had to be. Sometimes a man's dying was the end of it. And sometimes the beginning of something worse.
Marshal Matt Dillon?
Yeah? What can I do for you, miss?
Die.
Miss, I don't know if...
It's Mrs. Lassiter.
Oh.
You see? You've done quite a bit for me already, Mr. Dillon. You've made me a widow.
Sit down, Mrs. Lassiter. Here, let me get you some
thank
water.
you.
I didn't know Lassiter was married.
Would it have mattered?
No, I guess not.
You're just like all the rest of them. A killer, lusting for blood like a wild animal.
Mrs. Lassiter.
Only you're worse. You hide it behind a badge. My husband was in town less than 2 hours, but you couldn't wait, could you? You saw your chance to get a little bigger reputation. Matt Dillon, famous gunfighter. Matt Dillon, murderer.
It was your husband that sent the challenge, Mrs. Lassiter. I'm sorry for what happened. And if I can help you in any way...
No, thank you, Mr. Dillon. I only came to tell you that you haven't heard the end of the Lassiter name. I'm going to see that you're stripped of that big reputation. And you're going to die.
Mrs. Lassiter, is there anything I could say that you would listen to?
Nothing.
And good day, madam.
Till we meet again. Marshal.
Big Sam Hobday was a very important man in Helena, Montana Territory. He wanted to be even more important and insisted that I write about him. This is what I wrote.
Frontier Gentleman. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just 1 minute, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman.
Did you fill up the gas tank of my swept-wing Dodge?
Yes, I did. That'll be 80 cents. She didn't need no oil or nothing.
Okay, wipe off the windshield, will you?
Yeah. Hey, this is some big windshield, boy.
Yes, it's a Dodge picture window windshield.
I can't reach the middle part, right up there where it curves back. Hold my ankles and boost me out on the hood.
All right, up you go.
My, this is a big car. I still can't reach all the windshield.
Well, just walk out on the hood and finish it up.
Okay. Boy, you must be rich to own a big car like this.
Well, actually, Dodge costs less than 59 different models of the low-price field. I just got all the car I was paying for.
I forgot my squeegee.
Here it is.
Why, I could afford a Dodge.
Come on, we'll see a Dodge dealer.
Well, put up to the pump and I'll swing down.
Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I had been 4 days in Helena, the capital of Montana Territory. It fascinated me, this lusty city, which owed its very existence to the discovery of gold. It was the evening of that 4th day that I was made aware of the fact that my presence in Helena was a newsworthy event. I was eating my dinner in the Hotel Colorado.
Mr. Kendall?
Yes?
The name's Coleman. Don't think we've met.
How do you do?
I'm manager of the hotel. Thought maybe you'd like to see this. Rocky Mountain Gazette.
Oh?
Right there, see?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Correspondent for the London Times visits our fair city. That's you.
Well, I wouldn't exactly
I got
say
the whole story about you and the kid and them claim jumpers you brought in a few days back.
It has.
You know, we're mighty proud to have a visitor from foreign shores with us, Mr. Kendall. Anything I can do for you, you just sing out.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Coleman.
Will you be staying a while?
Oh, no. No definite plans. I'd like to do 1 or 2 stories from here.
Yeah, kind of put Helena on the map if you did. Mm-hmm. You might... mention my hotel while you're at it if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, Mr. Coleman.
That's fine. I'm obliged to you. Much obliged. Now, you be sure...
Something wrong?
Those fellas just come in. Walking over to the bar. Ed Jeffers and Tucson Willie. Big Sam's boys.
Big Sam?
Hey, you've been here 4 days and you ain't here to Big Sam Hobday?
Should I?
He kind of runs things, him and his boys. Got mixed up with the vigilantes a few years back, and nobody figured yet which side he was on. But when the shooting was finished, Big Sam was top dog in these parts.
I'm surprised I haven't met him.
Between you and me, Mr. Kendall, he's not the kind of man we want.
You Kendall?
Yes, that's right.
Good evening, Ed.
You shake your hocks, Coleman. Me and Tucson here, we want words with this fellow.
Sure, Ed. That's fine. See you later, Mr. Kendall.
You want to talk to me?
It ain't us, Kendall. Big Sam.
Really? Big Sam?
Yeah. All right, let's go.
I haven't finished my dinner.
Well, you finish it when you get back, huh? Come on.
Rather an aversion to cold steak.
What's he talking about? Aversion? What's aversion?
How come you ain't educated to Tucson? That just means you don't like it.
Would you like to go over to the bar until I'm finished, and then possibly we can talk about it?
Mister, I guess you just didn't hear me right. Big Sam wants to see you now.
Well, you tell Big Sam I'll see him. He can come to the hotel in the morning.
Man, you shouldn't ought to even think like that, let alone talk it.
Hey, Tucson, this place is getting real fancy. Look, yeah. They lay a cloth on the table for a man to eat off it.
Yeah.
You know, I seen a fella do that once. He whooped the cloth off and not a dish was broke. It stayed right there on the table.
I'm sorry you did that.
Mister, you try and draw iron, I'm going to shoot you full of daylight.
Tucson's got the drop on you, Kendall, for a fact. He's an awful fast gun.
So I see. This friend of yours, Big Sam, he must be rather anxious to see me.
Oh, sure. Big Sam just wants a nice, quiet talk. Ain't that so, Tucson?
Yeah. So let's burn the breeze out of here.
I was relieved of my gun, and we left the hotel. I noticed that most of the men passing by gave my companions a hurried nod and a wide berth as we made our way down Main Street toward a saloon. It was called a Bonanza, and from the look of the business that was being transacted at both bar and gambling tables, the name was a fitting one. I was taken upstairs and shown into a quite gaudily furnished room. Sitting behind a table was one of the largest men I've ever seen, literally shoveling food into his mouth. Lolling on a couch nearby, a woman of rather extraordinary proportions was sipping champagne.
Oh, Kendall, you had your dinner?
And I was having it. There was a slight interruption.
What's the matter, you jabbers? Ain't you got no manners?
Well, it ain't our fault, Big Sam. He wasn't going to come.
That's right. We had to persuade him.
All right, go on, get out. Grab a chair, Kendall. All right, Millie, get a plate. Give Mr. Kendall some of them lamb fries. Best doggone lamb fries you ever ate, Ken. I'll go ahead, sit down. This here's Millie. Best looking gal this side of Chicago.
How do you do?
Tell you what I want to see you about, Kendall. I figured you want to write something about me in that London paper of yourn.
Here's your lamb fries, Mr. Kendall.
Yes, thank you.
Champagne, Millie. I see the Rocky Mountain Gazette says you're in town, Kendall. That was a fine thing you done for that kid the other day. Fine thing, yeah. No good sister Bill claimed jumpers got what they had coming. Should have hung them, though.
What'd he do? I ain't read the paper.
Shut your mouth, Millie. Where's your champagne?
Here's your champagne, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Now go lie down and don't bother us. So like I say, Kendall, I'm a pretty big man in these parts, and I figure folks read your paper would want to know.
Well, is there something particularly interesting about you? I mean, aside from the fact that you own what is obviously a successful business?
Hey, mister, this town breathes when I tell it to. Ain't that so, Mel?
Sure. That's right, Mr. Kendall.
I got myself one of the biggest strikes in the country. Taking out better than $1 million. How's that?
Congratulations.
The saloon, that's just a sideline with me. I'm a man that's going a long way, Kendall. You write about me, it'll help. Savvy?
In what way?
Well, I've been thinking about going in for politics, maybe being governor. Now, a story about me written right, it look pretty good for folks here and in Washington, reading what you say about me all the way over in England.
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't be of much help.
Why not?
I don't write what people want me to write.
I'll pay you 1,000.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Oh, sit down. You ain't even tasted your lamb fries.
Some other time. Good night.
Hi, Kendall. You going or staying, Big Sam?
Staying.
Well, now you go on back inside, huh?
Tell you what, Kendall. I'll pay you $2,000. Easiest money you'll ever make.
Sorry.
Well, I'm being nice to you. I ain't used to people saying no to Big Sam.
I'd say now's as good a time as any to start getting used to it.
Mill, go to bed.
I ain't sleepy.
Get sleepy. Kendall and me want to be alone.
Night.
Good night. She's a good gal. All right, what's your proposition?
I haven't got one.
2,500.
No.
Listen, boy, I run Helena. You do what I say.
Or?
Ain't no use us whittle-wanging. I like you. Now, what do you want? A newspaper here in Helena? I'll buy you one.
You're wasting your time.
Maybe you ain't hurt. It don't pay to get Big Sam Hobday on the prod.
Hobday. I'm getting tired of this nonsense. You might as well get it through that skull of yours once and for all. I haven't any intention of writing a glorification of your political charms. Understand?
And I'm going to have to teach you why they call me Big Sam. Maybe you understand now, huh?
I have an overwhelming desire to see if that stomach of yours is as big a piece of blubber as I think it is. He must have weighed 280 pounds, but I found out very quickly that looks can be deceiving. There wasn't any fat on him. He was as hard as rock, and so were his fists. I vaguely remember getting in a beauty on his nose. Then something sloshed me over the left ear, and I was finished.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. Today on CBS Radio, Everett Sloan stars in a thrilling drama about a big game hunt on Suspense. You'll find excitement waiting for you, too, on our next high-tension episode of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Today and every Sunday, enjoy one fast-moving drama after another on most of these same stations. And now we return you to the Anthony Ellis production of Frontier Gentlemen.
I woke up to find myself lying on a very large bed. The lady named Millie billowed over me, applying a wet cloth to my head. Behind her, I could see Big Sam Hobday. He had a fat lip and looked worried.
Hey, you come out of it, huh?
Yes. Yes, so I have.
I feel.
I've got a headache.
That Tucson, he could have killed you.
Tucson? And it wasn't you?
Ain't you never been pistol whipped? Him and Jeffers come busting in just when we was going good. Kendall, I sure do admire your punch.
I'm going to have a little talk with that gentleman.
Oh, don't you worry none about that. I told him plenty.
Yes, I'll bet that made an impression.
Mill, go get Mr. Kendall some coffee.
Sure. You just take it easy, Mr. Kendall. Millie'll be right back with the coffee.
Sure glad to see you up. I thought for a while you'd seen the pale horse. Let's go in the other room. How about a drink? Name your poison.
Brandy?
Sure. You're all right, Kendall. And when Big Sam says so, it means something. Now, I want to do something for you.
I think you've already done more than enough.
Yeah, you're all right. Yeah. Now, how about it?
How about what?
You writing a piece on me?
I thought we'd settled that.
We ain't settled nothing.
Must we go through it again? I told you, I write only the way I see things, not as you or anybody else wants me to.
Then you ain't going to do it?
Oh, I'll send a story about all this, but I don't think you'll like it.
But you're stubborn as a bobtail mule.
No doubt. Now, if I can have my gun, please, I'd like to go back to the hotel.
You ain't going nowhere, Kendall. I've been real friendly to you. Now I asked you a favor, polite and nice, and you turned me down. Well, I ain't asking no more, I'm telling you. Big Sam wants you to write what he says to write.
Yes. Well, you tell Big Sam there's not a chance.
Jammers! Aside! That's the trouble with me. I get easy with folks like you. They take the bit in their teeth.
Something you want, Big Sam?
Well, sure, there's something I want. How come you figure I call you? Now, get some writing paper, quill and ink. Kendall here's going to work.
Sure.
Tucson, you stay here. I'll be right back.
How about you sit down, Kendall?
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't you do nothing to make me shoot you. 'Cause Big Sam will be awful mad.
Ooh, perish the thought.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you, Millie.
You sure are welcome. Tucson, how come you're holding a gun on Mr. Kendall?
I'm watching him for Big Sam.
Oh. You know, Mr. Kendall, you shouldn't ought to wrangle with Big Sam. He's a real loving man when you get to know him, that is. Why don't you do like he says, huh? It'd make him real happy to be a governor.
But it would make me very unhappy.
Oh.
Tucson, put away that gun. Look here now, Kendall. I brung Sheriff Downer. He just happened to be passing by.
Hello, Sheriff.
Mr. Kendall, sure is nice seeing you again. You walked out so quick after bringing in them claim jumpers, I never did get a chance to properly thank you.
Sheriff could tell you about me, Kendall.
I could for a fact, Big Sam.
Sheriff thinks I make a doggone good governor, don't you, Downer?
Well, what I think ain't so much, Big Sam. It's the people that count.
You see? Now, we all know what a fine thing it'd be if that London Times of yourn says a lot of pretty English words about Big Sam Hobday.
Just a point of information. Sheriff, are you aware that I am being held here against my will?
Well, sure he is. As a citizen, I've been keeping you for the sheriff because you disturbed the peace.
I disturbed the peace?
That's right. I invited you up for a peaceable talk, and you jumped me. That's against the law in Helena. Ain't that right, Downer?
If a man wants to bring a complaint, I guess it is.
Now, I'm a fair man. Don't hold no grudges. As far as I can see, no harm done. So you write what I want, and I don't swear out no complaint.
You know, if I didn't have more respect for the people I've met in the territory, I'd do it.
What does that mean?
The answer is still no.
Downer, take him over to the jail.
Oh, now,
I got my rights.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kendall.
No, it's all right. And while we're at it, I want to serve a counter-complaint against Big Sam. Same charge. If I go to jail, he goes too. We'll settle it in court.
Yeah.
My word against his.
Ain't a judge in town going to believe you, Kendall. I'm Big Sam.
I'll take the chance. You arrest me, Sheriff, you arrest him, too.
He's in his rights, Sam.
What do you mean in his rights? He ain't got no rights. You do like I say, Downer. We're getting a new sheriff.
I got to uphold the law, Sam. If I take him, I got to take you. He's made a complaint.
Downer, you get me hog wild.
I'm mighty sorry, Sam.
You gonna do like I say?
Well, I can't. I swore to uphold the law. You remember when I was swore in?
I'm warning you, Downer.
It don't make no difference.
All right.
I found papers. Hey, what's the matter with the sheriff?
You and Tucson lay him on the bed inside. Mill, go take care of him. Felt like maybe I broke his jaw, poor feller. Now, Kendall, you see how it is around here. Why don't you just fall off and cool your saddle and write your piece? The boys will keep you company. Javers?
Yeah?
I'm going downstairs for a while. You and Tucson keep an eye on things. Kendall, you have that finished when I get back, you hear?
You heard what Big Sam told you.
Yes. Oh, yes. Now, how's the sheriff?
He's fine. Didn't break a thing. He'll be coming around.
Now you get going, huh? I'll put the paper and quill there on the table.
I may need some help.
What kind of help?
Oh, things about Big Sam's background, his past.
Well, Tucson here can tell you. He's been with him longer than me.
Good. Now, where was he born?
Kansas, I guess. Near as I can remember.
Kansas, huh? How old is he?
Ed, how old is he?
I don't know. Milt?
He never said.
What did he do before he came to Helena?
Well, lots of things. Some maybe he wouldn't want you to write.
Helpful. I'll just use my imagination. I began to write flowery, revolting nonsense. Tucson came closer, leaning over my shoulder. From time to time, I asked him a question. I knew if I could take him off guard for just a moment, it would give me a chance to get his gun. I had filled almost 2 pages when the time came. Well, now, what do you think of this, Tucson?
In Montana Territory, the flower of manhood has reached its perfection.
That's right.
In the mining town of Helena. I refer to a
stalwart
citizen who bears, and with good reason.
Hey, where's going? Put your hands high over your head, Jeffers. Now, I'll take your gun if you don't mind. Another patient for you, Florence Nightingale. Pick him up, Jeffers. Take him in there.
Kendall, Big Sam ain't gonna like this.
I have an idea there'll be quite a few things Big Sam won't like. This is the least of them.
Move over, Sheriff, honey. You got company.
I'm all right. Let me up. Millie, you souse him with water. Get him awake. I'm arresting him. And you, Jeffers. Big Sam, too. Mr. Kendall, I'll ask you to be a witness at the trial.
My pleasure, Sheriff.
Hey, now, you can't arrest Big Sam.
Listen, boy. Maybe I ain't the best sheriff in the country, but there ain't a man alive gonna bust me in the jaw and get away with it.
Oh, he didn't mean nothing, Sheriff. He's just a big, playful puppy.
Kendall! Tucson! Jeffers!
Shall we break the news to the playful puppy?
Sam, I'm arresting you for doing me a bodily harm.
You're fired, Downer. I'm firing you right now. Roll your blankets and pull freight out of here.
We'll let the judge decide that.
The judge did decide, strangely enough, against Big Sam and his boys. 7 days in jail and $200 fine. It was a small thing, but it broke Sam Hobday's hold on Helena. The whole town stood against him, and he knew it. I sent the story off to the Times, but I don't think that it will improve Big Sam's chances for governorship of Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Stacey Harris, Vic Perrin, Gene Carson, Harry Bartell, and Charles Seal. Music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Now now stay tuned for the Ford Road Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. John Wall speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It was the dust. The heat was bad enough in Dodge City, but out on the plain, it was the dust. The sun was a burning red-brown chip in the sky, and the sweat on a man never had a chance to drop. It was blotted and dried with dust. Doc, Chester, and I had ridden to old man Gore's place 10 miles out. He'd had some trouble with one of the hands. Fellow had gone loco with liquor and had been shooting up the cattle. We found him, stripped naked nearby on his haunches, crying, drunk over a parched water hole. Doc had got him to bed and fixed him up some. And now we were heading back for Dodge.
Darn horse. Seems he's just bound to stomp all the dust in Kansas in my eyes.
Maybe the marshal will buy you a camel, Chester.
This keeps up, we'll all buy camels. I remember the time back in Waco when I was just
Doc,
a small...
Chester,
boy.
You see something ahead on the side of the trail there?
Yeah, maybe.
It looks like some poor calf strayed off and dropped.
I don't think so. It looks like a man. Come on. Chester, get the water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me have a look, Marshal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Heat.
Is he all right?
Well, depends on how long he's been lying here.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Open up his shirt, Marshal. Chester, get some of that water on his wrists.
All right.
It looks like an Easterner, huh?
Sure not dressed for this country. Oh, well, that's better. That's better. Try to get a few drops in him.
All right, Doc.
No, not too much, Chester.
Not in his nose, Chester, his mouth.
Well, my gracious, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but he moved his head. It's not so easy to... Hey, look, he's awake.
You're all right, mister. Just take it easy for a bit now.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew.
What did he say?
Oh, it's out of his head, Chester. For this relief, much thanks.
Forget it. Chester, get around the other side and shade him from the sun.
Yes, sir. The sun. I begin to be a-weary of the sun.
I don't blame you. What happened?
My wagon shed a wheel, I fear, along the high road. I know not where I am.
You're about 4 miles out of Dodge City. Kansas.
Kansas. Oh, I would give all my fame for a pot of ale and safety.
We better get him to town quick. He's in a bad way. Delirium.
You think you can make it on a horse? We'll take him into Dodge. And he passed out again. We tied him across Doc's horse. Doc and I doubled up, and Chester rode behind. The stranger was a tall, skinny man with a face like a friendly mule. Big hands and thin wrists stretched out from his sleeves. He had no papers on him, nothing. And until he woke up, we wouldn't even know his name. Doc settled him down in the back of his place, and he was still asleep when Chester and I rode out to where we figured he'd left his wagon. Wasn't hard to see when we found it.
What color wagon would you call that, Mr. Dillon?
Puce, Chester. Puce.
I guess so. Seems to be some writing on the side there.
Yeah. Oh, Irving Henry, thespian supreme, disciple of the immortal bard.
I should have known he was a religious man.
He's an actor, Chester, the immortal bard. Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, wrote plays, poems.
Hi.
But
You think he let the horses go, Mr. Dillon?
well, I was wondering that. Seems to me he'd have ridden for help instead of trying to walk.
Horses couldn't have got out of the harness themselves.
Let's take a look at the wheel.
Wish we could wait till the sun goes down. It's going to be awful hot work, Mr. Dillon.
It's not too bad. The pin fell out. Must be another in the box at the back. Take a look, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I'll prop the wheel up here. Now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, can't you find it?
Will you come here a minute?
What's the matter?
Take a look in there.
It took a second or two to get used to the darkness inside the wagon. And then I saw the hand sticking out from behind the trunk. You didn't have to be the doc to know that it was a dead hand. The body was of a man about 40. He was dirty. And in a greasy, torn waistcoat, I found a pocketbook with his name. Sam Matchett. And that was all. Below his left shoulder and his back was a patch of dried blood. And in the middle, a bullet hole. We got the wagon wheel on, hitched up our horses, and drove into Dodge. Doc?
Oh, that's you, Marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah, be right out.
All right.
Get that fella's wagon fixed up?
Yeah, I brought it in. Is he awake?
Oh, I haven't looked in the last half hour. I was making coffee. You want some?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's a funny thing about coffee. When it's hot weather like this, drink it scalded and it makes you feel cooler outside.
Look, Doc, I got to see that fellow. I want to ask him a couple of questions.
Oh, that's so?
I found a dead man in the back of his wagon.
You don't say.
You better take a look. Chester's bringing him in the side.
Oh, sure. You want to go on back?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry, wake up.
Yes, what? Oh.
Your name, Irving Henry?
Oh, Irving Henry. What is this place?
Now, you got to listen to me for a minute. We found your wagon.
Ah?
Did you let the horses go before you sat on your own?
Of course. I could not let them remain to die.
Well, how come you didn't take one to ride?
I have a loathing of horses. I cannot bear one under my body. There is a carafe of water beside the bed. Would you be good enough, Mr.
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the marshal here in Dodge City. Here you are.
Oh, my thanks.
Now, what were you doing with a dead man in your wagon, Mr. Henry?
A dead man?
A dead man shot in the back, lying in your wagon.
This is very midsummer madness.
I won't argue about that, but I'll thank you to answer my question.
But it is impossible. It isn't true.
I say it is.
You lie on your throat if you say that I'm any other than an honest man.
Look, mister, I didn't say you weren't honest. You're an actor. And you got a fine way of saying things, but murder's murder. I don't care how you say it. Now, I'm asking questions, and I want straight answers.
Your pardon, sir. What you tell me, in truth, if it were played upon a stage, I would condemn it as an improbable fiction. I swear to you, I know nothing of a body.
Did you come through Hayes City?
Yes.
Do you know a man there called Sam Matchett?
No.
You had no trouble in Hayes City?
No.
What are you doing in these parts, Mr. Henry?
I am touring the provinces. An actor eating the bitter bread of banishment. And my talents are not taken for their worth in the East. And therefore, I bring the immortal bard to the hinterlands. And now, sir, that the interview is ended, pray give me leave to depart.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. You'll have to stay until we get this thing cleared up.
Mr. Dillon, Doc would like to see you.
All right, Chester. Stay here with Mr. Henry, will you?
Well, sure, Mr. Dillon, sure. How you feeling by now, Mr. Henry? Would you like some more water?
These evil manners live in brass.
Doc?
Right here, Marshal.
Yeah.
Fill me cup, father's boy.
What'd you find?
Well, there's one thing. This man didn't die right away. I mean, not right when he was shot.
Is that so?
No. More likely bled to death. Inside.
Uh-huh. You think he might have been able to climb up in the wagon after he was shot?
He might. There's another thing.
Yeah?
You see the way he's dressed? Now, you take a look at that. What the hell?
Come on, Doc. Chester.
What's the matter with him?
Chester.
He took my gun when I was pouring him some water, Mr. Dillon.
He must have gone through the window, Marshal.
I tried to get it back. It went off.
Take care of Chester, Doc. I'm going after him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, do you know how old the school building in your community is? If it's over 25 years old, the chances are that it's woefully inadequate to the present demands on it. Certainly thousands of schools all over America are unable to meet the needs of a greatly increased enrollment. And all our school children will suffer unless all of us work actively to improve conditions. Join with the groups in your community working for better school conditions. Remember, better schools build a stronger America. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I went out of there, I didn't know how badly Chester was hurt. There was a lot of blood on his head and over his face. It was nearly dark outside, and the street was empty. It was supper time. I could see the women through the windows getting food ready. The kids were inside, too. Sure looked peaceful. But with Henry out with a gun, well, that wasn't a good thing to have running around loose in Dodge.
Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Did you see a man run down the street, Miss Fletcher?
Well, no.
Oh, you better get inside and lock your door. Don't come out again. There's a killer loose. I walked the length of the street, listening, waiting. And when I got to the end, there was nothing. He hadn't taken a horse, I'd have heard that. And in a way, I was sorry, because if he'd tried to hide and dodge, there'd be no way to get out of shooting that wouldn't get women and kids hurt. A breeze came up and swirls of dust flew around, and then settled as the air became still and hot again. I went back to Doc's place.
Oh, did you find him, Marshal?
No. How's Chester?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Dillon. Just creased my head. More mess than hurt.
Oh, good, Chester. Look, you want to go home or you want to work?
I want to work.
All right, go down to the office, get yourself another gun, and round up some men, many as you can. As long as Henry stays in town, we're in trouble. Now, keep your eyes open. Meet me back here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Take my gun with you, and if you see him, watch out. All right, now get going.
Yes, sir.
Now, Doc, I'm going to have to make you a deputy, too.
Well, maybe instead of digging out bullets, I'll be putting some in.
It's not funny, Doc. Now, come on. All right, we'll start here. I'll take this side, you take the other. Get the men to go through their houses and tell them to look for their horses. Tell them what's happening. But 10 o'clock that night, as far as we could tell, Henry hadn't left town. There were plenty of places for him to hide, though. We had 50 men out searching. Chester and I were working along back of the express office. There were a couple of houses there we hadn't covered.
You wouldn't think a man like that'd be a killer, now would you, Mr. Dillon?
I never saw a man yet couldn't be, Chester. Depends on your reasons for killing, I guess. Now, let's take a look behind these boxes. Huh?
You think he could have got this far?
Yeah, he might. A lot of back streets to sneak around in the dark. That's Miss Cullen's place there, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Looks like she's still awake. Light burning back there.
Yeah.
Seem a bit cooler to you tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, a bit. Oh, evening, Miss Cullen. I'm sorry to get you up, but we're looking for a man, a stranger around. He's tall, thin. You seen anyone about tonight?
No. No, I haven't.
Oh? How's the kids?
Oh, they're fine. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Fine.
Uh-huh. Well, you keep the place locked tight, Miss Cullen. Don't let anybody in tonight unless you know who it is.
All right. Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Good night, ma'am.
Well, now that's strange. She didn't even say hello to me, and I know her better than you do, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, round up the others. Get them over here.
I don't know why she...
He's in there with her. I think he's got the kids in the sleeping room.
Oh.
Sent her out to get rid of us. Now, I'm going to try and get in. Don't do anything when you come back. Just put the men around the house.
Yes, sir.
I'd seen Miss Cullen make a move with her head, and her eyes said the rest. When I told her to lock up, I shook my head, and I hope she understood. I wanted that front door to stay open.
Keep my promise as soon as I can.
He was in there, all right. I could hear him. I wanted him alive, but I wasn't going to risk hurt to Miss Cullen or the kids getting him.
Please. I did what you asked. Don't hurt the children, please.
They will never know this night. And in the morning, when they're awake... What's that? You said you locked the door after you.
No, don't. Don't.
I shall keep the pistol turned to the girl's head, madam. Someone is here.
They tried to take me. Who is it? Who?
Mr. Dillon, go away. Please. He'll kill us.
You lied. You lied. Oh, tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide. Listen to me, Marshal Dillon. Throw your pistol in here, and then come in with your hands before you. I have no stomach for child killing, but I will not hesitate to do so.
Now give me the gun, Henry.
No.
You won't be able to get out of this.
I must. There is living to be done.
You know that fancy talk isn't going to help either. Now why don't you climb down? What happened to Matchett?
Nothing happened to Match.
Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
In 5 minutes or less, there'll be 50 men or more around here. Now, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
If you didn't kill Matchett, you'll get a chance. I'll see to that. There's no use going on this way. Give me the gun.
I cannot. It is my prop of salvation.
No gun is salvation to anybody. Put it down.
You must tell the men to go away, Marshal Dillon. I'll have to take one of these children with me for my protection.
No!
Shed a tear for me, madam. I have the greater need.
You do a lot of talking, mister. I'd like to see you turn the gun away from that kid's head. That'd take more than talk, wouldn't it, though?
I have no skill with such a weapon. Why should I match with you? I want to live.
You're going about it the wrong way.
The smallest worm will turn, being trod upon.
Meaning?
You gave me no choice when you brought me here. Would have been better to have left me lying in the dust. You don't understand. You don't know.
Well, why don't you tell me?
What good would it do?
It depends.
My life has been the theater. As a boy, I was a student of Shakespeare. You would look at me. Who would accept this face for Hamlet? This ill-shaped body for Romeo? His speech has become my speech, but the fools only look. They cannot listen for laughing.
There have been ugly men before you. It hasn't been cause for murder. Why'd you kill Matchett?
In New York, there was a man, a gross, stupid man who fancied himself an interpreter of the bard. He took me, as his apprentice. And together we set out for the tour. I would play only the voices. Never Richard, never Henry, never Lear, only the voices. Whilst he, stumbling, drunken, he muddled and tore to a tatter the words that I should have spoken.
You killed a man because you wanted to play a hero?
How easily murder is discovered.
Yeah, sometimes, I guess.
It was yesterday. We were leaving Hayes City. We played there for 2 days, and it made me a laughing stock. It was night, and he became drunk, and threatened to leave me in the next town. I made him stop the wagon, and taking up a pistol, I shot him. He did not die at first, and when I saw what I had done, I wanted him to live. And I put him into the wagon, and I drove on, hoping to find a doctor. Then, as the night passed, I saw that he had died. And I was afraid.
The wagon broke down?
Yes, I put my purse into his clothes and took his name for mine. How I've hated the name of Sam Matchett. But you wouldn't understand.
I wouldn't? Well, what now?
I want to live. I want my chance.
You've done a murder. I can't let you go. You know that. Don't make it harder.
I lost my husband 2 years ago. I know what it is to be alone. You've been alone, haven't you? I'm sorry. But you killed someone.
We may pity, though not pardon, dear. I'm going now, Marshal.
If you walk out of there with your gun, you're a dead man.
Death's a great disguiser. I must have my chance.
Don't do it, Matchett. There'll be killing.
Madam, forgive me. I would not have harmed your children.
Matchett, put down your gun.
Let me go my way. Please.
There are a lot of men waiting for you out there, Matchett. You know what'll happen if you open the door. Don't do it, Matchett.
Sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come.
Matchett. He knew he was going to die. The minute he opened that door, he knew it. And maybe he wanted to, because he fired first, a single shot. We buried him in back of the church, and I found some words in a book to put on his grave. He that dies pays all debts.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Hans Conried was featured as Henry, with Mary Lansing as Mrs. Cullen. Parley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Duck. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, Gangbusters going to action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh,
Miss Kitty. I'm looking for your partner, Kitty.
Oh, Sam?
Mhm.
He's in back breaking out a shipment of whiskey we just got. Sit down. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
Sam in trouble, Matt?
Oh, no, Kitty. I just wanted some information from him. It's nothing important.
Well, that's good. Who are those two men?
I don't know. They're strangers to me.
That one wearing the gun, I'd like to keep a stranger.
Where is the owner of this place?
He don't look like he's going to make nobody happy.
Hey.
Excuse me.
Let Sam take care of him, Kitty.
Well, it's my job, too.
Go get the owner, miss. We want to talk to him.
I'm one of the owners.
You?
What is it you want?
Well, we can't do business with no woman, Breeze.
And what's wrong with doing business with a woman, mister?
Well, it ain't fitting, that's all.
Well, what's going on, Kitty?
You the real owner here, mister?
Miss Kitty and I own it together. What can we do for you?
My name's Tom Brees. This here is Red Temple.
I'm Sam Noonan.
They say this saloon's worth about $15,000. Is that right?
I guess that's about right. Why?
We want to buy it.
What?
They said we want to buy it. We'll give you $10,000 cash.
You just said yourself it's worth 15.
I hadn't finished. We'll give you $10,000 now and $5,000 a year for the next 2 years. That makes $20,000 in all.
You'll give us $20,000?
Go check at the bank. The first 10's on deposit there right now, and your banker, Mr. Botkin, will have the bill of sale drawn up by tomorrow morning.
You're awful sure of yourself, aren't you, Brees?
Now, Kitty, all they want to do is give us $20,000.
Where are you men from, anyway?
Abilene, we come in on the Santa Fe this morning, and our money is good.
This is kind of sudden, but $20,000?
Well, what do we want to sell for, Sam? This is a good business.
Sam knows a good deal, miss. You trust him.
Sure, if it's legitimate, why not?
Well, I don't know.
Look, why don't you two talk it over, and we'll come back in the morning and settle everything.
We'll talk it over, all right. Sam can't sell without me.
Oh. Well, you listen to him now. He knows what he's doing. We'll see you in the morning. Come on, Temple.
He's right, Kitty. We'd be crazy not to sell at that price.
I'll sleep on it, Sam.
Sure, you do that. But come on out back for a minute. I want to show you that new whiskey we ordered.
All right. I'm going out back for a minute, Matt.
Okay, Kitty.
Well, I'll be doggone. What do you make of that, Mr. Dillon? Sounds like a good deal, don't it?
Yeah? If, like Sam said, it's legitimate.
with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
I just ate and I'm still hungry. But it's a nice morning, though, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, nice enough to get Kitty out bright and early.
What? Oh. Say, she looks mighty pretty, don't she?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Miss Kitty.
Well, are you in business or out, Kitty?
In. I told him this morning I'm not selling.
No?
Well, how's Sam feel about it?
Sam's hardly speaking to me.
I'll bet.
Oh, what decided you?
I honestly don't know, Matt. Maybe I just don't like those two. And I don't like their big hurry, either. They insist the deal has to be settled by Wednesday, day after tomorrow, no later. So I told them I needed more time, that's all. But they can't wait, so I made a definite no.
Well, it's your right, Kitty.
It sure is. Well, drop around later, huh?
Okay.
So long, Miss Kitty.
Bye.
Well, that's that.
Yeah. Hey, look, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Them two fellas. You think they're fixing to follow her?
It won't do 'em any good. When Kitty makes up her mind, she doesn't often change it.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Priest. Temple.
How'd you know our names?
I've heard.
Oh, through Kitty Russell, no doubt.
Do you want to see me?
They say you're a good friend of Kitty's.
Yeah, that's right.
She tell you about turning down our offer?
She mentioned it, yeah.
She's making a mistake, Marshal.
Well, I think it's up to her what she does, don't you?
Oh, sure. Maybe you could kind of change your mind.
What?
By Wednesday. There's $1,000 in it for you.
Better take it, Marshal.
I had, huh? Tell me something, Temple. Is that more or less than he's paying you?
Huh? Hey, now, look at
Easy, Temple. What do you say, Marshal?
I don't know what your game is, Brees, but if I find out and I don't happen to like it, you're going to be in trouble. Both of you.
Come on, Temple.
Yeah. We'll meet again, Marshal.
Anytime.
My goodness, they're going to bear watching, ain't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Well, this is number 9.
Go ahead, Temple. Knock.
What do you want?
We want to talk to you, Kitty. In private.
Now, look here.
Just be quiet.
What do you think you're doing, busting into my room
Shut
like
up,
this?
else you'll get hurt.
Oh, so that's it. I should have known you were nothing but a hired gun when I first saw you, Temple. Let go of me!
Hit me, I'll show you.
Oh, Temple, now hold it. Leave her alone.
She slapped me.
I said leave her alone.
Get you later, Kitty.
Kitty, you listen to me. I'm going to make it real short.
Then you're through now. Get out of here.
We're going to buy the Long Branch, Kitty. And we're going to buy it before Wednesday.
No, you're not.
Okay, Kitty. You were right about Red Temple. He is a gunman.
So? You're going to have him shoot me?
No. Your partner, Sam Noonan.
You wouldn't dare.
But if you go to the marshal or anybody else about it, he'll shoot you, too.
It'd be a pleasure.
No. Look. You can't do anything to Sam.
We'll kill him, that's all. Think it over, Kitty. Think it over hard.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
L&M is the modern cigarette that lets you get all the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the flavor that you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Sam.
Well, did you hear the news?
Oh, what news?
Kitty. She's changed her mind. We're going to sell the Long Branch after all.
You are?
Here, ask her. You tell him, Kitty.
Well, about selling? It's true, Matt. Why should I turn down all that easy money? I was just being stubborn, I guess.
Well, you had to think it over some, Kitty. I understand that now. But at least it's your decision. Nobody pushed you into doing it.
No.
Come by tomorrow afternoon, Marshal. Drinks will be on the house.
Tomorrow?
Well, after we get through signing the papers at the bank. We're going to have a little celebration. I'll see you then.
Okay, Sam. Kitty? How come you changed your mind?
You really want to know?
Well, if you want to tell me.
I did it for a friend, Matt. I did it for Sam.
Well, good morning, Matt.
It's past noon, Doc.
Well, then it's time to go eat some dinner.
All right. As soon as Chester gets back from the depot.
Depot? You go to meet somebody?
Oh, Chester meets everybody who comes in. But his excuse is that he's picking up the mail. Oh, sit down, Doc.
Thank you, Matt. That's good. Say, you know, Dodge ought to put Chester on the payroll as a kind of official greeter.
Yeah, he'd like that.
He wouldn't either. But it's kind of funny. He welcomes them, makes them feel at home, and then you come along and look them over and run half of them back out of town again.
Well, maybe that's why I'm not as popular around here as I might be.
Well, lawman isn't supposed to be popular, man. Not if he's doing his job right.
No, I guess so. You know, practically everybody has something on his conscience, Doc.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that is. Even of me.
Oh? You want to tell me about it, or wait till I find out and come after you, huh?
Well, no, I'll wait. It'll kind of give you something to think about on a rainy afternoon.
Okay, Doc.
Mr. Dillon, Oh, hello, Doc. You here?
No, I'm not, Chester.
Oh, a friend of yours is in town, Mr. Dillon. I met him down at the depot.
Oh, who, Chester?
Glenn Horn. Do you remember him?
Sure I do. One of the richest gamblers in Abilene. What's he doing here?
He didn't say.
Oh, where is he?
He went to the Dodge house. He said he'd be by later.
No? Glenn Horn doesn't travel for pleasure. I think I'll go see him right now. Well, Glenn, the whole thing begins to make sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it sure does, but I don't like being taken for a fool, Matt. And I won't be in the middle on any kind of a crooked game.
You never have, I know of.
I don't even know this pair, Brees and Temple.
Well, the game works better for them that you don't.
I'll admit I was talking some about my plans, but I never thought anybody'd try a trick like this.
Anything for $1, Glenn.
I suppose you've got some fool law here against shooting people.
Well, you take him back to Abilene and shoot him. I'd rather have Bill Hickok worry about it.
No, I'm serious, man.
Now, you leave the fighting to me, Glenn. If there is any.
You think this Red Temple's much of a gunman?
You never know till it happens. But if we handle it the way we plan, maybe there won't be any shooting.
Men like them never give up easy, Matt.
Well, let's find out. You ready to go?
I'm ready for anything. Come on.
Marshal, come over to the bar. Have a drink. Now, we just started celebrating, Marshal. What'll you have?
You can draw me a beer, Sam.
Coming right up.
The deal's all set, huh, Kitty?
Signed and sealed, Matt.
Uh-huh. Hello, Breeze. Temple.
Marshal. Sam and Kitty have 10,000 cash in the bank, Marshal, and I've got the bill of sale. Right here.
That's fine.
Breeze? Glenn Horn. He got here just right, didn't he?
Sure did.
Let me handle this now, Temple.
Yeah. Who is he, Matt?
Wait a minute, Kitty.
Well, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Mr. Horn. What are you doing here?
Oh, just business. How you been, Marshal?
Oh, fine, thank you. Oh, this is Kitty Russell, Glenn Horn.
How do you do, Kitty?
Hello.
Here's your beer, Marshal.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Sam, this is Glenn Horn. Sam Noonan.
Hello, Sam.
Have a drink. We're celebrating.
No, thanks. I'm taking the train back to Abilene in a few minutes.
What'd he say?
Shut up, Temple.
I thought you were here on business, Mr. Horn.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I've changed my mind. Matter of fact, I was going to make an offer for the Long Branch here.
You were going to buy it?
Well, I was going to try to buy it, Miss Kitty. I guess I told everybody in Abilene about it. I even told them I was going to offer $15,000 for it.
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Horn. My name's Brees. My partner there's Red Temple. We just bought the Long Branch.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Brees. I wish you good luck with it.
Yeah, you haven't really changed your mind, have you?
Yes, I've decided I prefer Abilene to Dodge. I don't know why I was thinking of moving anyway.
But it's for sale. We'll sell it to you, maybe even for $14,000.
You'll do what?
You stay out of this.
No, it's no use, Mr. Brees. My mind's made up. Goodbye, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye.
Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Horn.
Good to see you again, Marshal.
Yeah, I'll look you up in Abilene sometime.
Fine.
We can't let him go, Breeze.
He means what he says, Temple. Kitty, Sam, I got something to tell you.
What?
Here's the bill of sale. You can have it back.
What do you mean?
We've changed our minds, too. We want our money.
What's going on here, anyway?
Deal's off. We want our money. We're going back to the bank and get it right now.
But you can't do that.
Yes, we can.
Wait a
Sam.
minute, Temple. I want to explain
Marshal,
something.
just you keep out of this.
Not
now.
likely.
What is it, Matt?
It's real simple, Kitty. Glenn Horn was thinking of offering $15,000 for the Long Branch, and these two heard about it. So they bought it for $10,000, and we're going to make a fast $5,000 profit on it.
But they were going to pay us another $5,000 a year for 2 years.
Yeah, if you could find them. Men like them can disappear pretty easy.
Rotten crooks. I should have known.
You forgetting something, Kitty?
All right, Temple. I haven't said anything.
Oh. So that's it, huh? They've been threatening you, Kitty?
No, Matt.
You're looking at me, Temple, and you keep looking at me.
Shoot him, Temple.
I'd do it, Marshal.
Nobody else is armed, Temple. I guess it'll have to be me.
You first, anyway.
You killed him.
You should have hired a better gunman, Brees.
Now, you can't touch me. I ain't done nothing illegal.
No, but you're leaving town after we go to the bank.
What?
You want your money back, don't you? Kitty, you and Sam come along, too. Glenn Horn is waiting there with $15,000 if you still want to sell.
No. No, that ain't fair.
Brees, you're lucky to get out of this alive. Now, you keep quiet. You two, you still want to sell?
But I ain't even going to the bank, Marshal. After this, I'm leaving all such matters with Kitty.
Good. Then we're still going to be running this place, Sam. Let's go, Matt.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. How can we make America a better place to live? First, we must keep our own homes in good condition. That goes without saying. Secondly, we must clean up slums. Slums hurt everyone, not only those who live in them. If there's a slum near you, it lowers the value of your house. If there's a slum anywhere, it breeds delinquency and crime, which you pay for in higher taxes. What can you do? Well, some slums are beyond repair and should be torn down, but some can be rehabilitated. Right now, local groups may be at work in your town seeking adequate housing for all our people. Find them. Join them. Write to Action. Action is the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods. It's a new national nonprofit organization designed to give you the information you need to protect the housing health of your community. Send for Action's free booklet. Write today to Action, Box 20, Radio City Station, New York 20, New York. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, most men, even the gunfighters, wore only one gun. Because they felt if you couldn't get the job done with 5 bullets, you shouldn't get in arguments to begin with. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
It's a never-ending source of amazement to me what a woman will do for or to a man. This happened in Dakota Territory.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman. Not just a news program, but a clever, concise focus on the world tonight, 7 nights a week on CBS Radio. Listen to the World Tonight, reporting odd, stimulating, and important sidelights to the day's events. Hear CBS News round up the stories behind the news, frequently in the voices of the newsmakers themselves. 7 nights a week on most of these stations, CBS Radio presents The World Tonight. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
The lady I knew as Belle Siddons had brought her gambling establishment to Deadwood. And as I had reason to know, where went Miss Siddons, so followed trouble. This remarkable and very pretty woman had once been a Confederate spy. In the years following the war, she had married, been widowed, and after spending a short time as a tutor at the Red Cloud Indian Agency, she drifted into gambling, becoming one of the most skillful 21 dealers in the West. Belle, or Madame Verdi, as she called herself in Deadwood, was playing a very dangerous game. This was impressed upon me by a peace officer named Boone May. I was sitting in his office the morning after he had learned of a planned stagecoach holdup.
You get to talk to Madame Verdi last night, Kendall?
I spoke to her.
She say anything?
About what?
You know about what? Stage holdup is supposed to be on for tonight.
Well, she knows there's going to be one, that's all.
What'd she say about McLaughlin?
Nothing much. I told her you thought they were planning the robbery together.
What'd she say?
She laughed.
Huh? That's so.
Then she said she'd told you the truth. No, one of her casemen had heard a gold shipment was going to be stopped between here and Rapid City. She doesn't know who's going to do it.
The way things are between her and McLaughlin, I wouldn't figure her square. Would you?
If she's really in love with him, I don't imagine she'd want to see him caught.
Well, I'm going to find out. That's for sure.
How?
Well, I'll tell you, Kendall. It wouldn't be smart me getting mouthy about what I aim to do until it's time to do it. You being a newspaper feller and all. You savvy?
You afraid I'll tell Madame Verdi?
Well, now, I ain't exactly afraid, but I ain't over anxious neither. See, I've been living in Deadwood long enough to know it ain't smart to put trust in any man or a woman. Maybe that's how come I'm still living.
Yeah, I suppose in your job it's the safest way.
Yeah, that's right.
What about this Archie McLaughlin?
You haven't met him?
No.
Well, he's real polite. Good-natured young feller. At least ways that's the way you figure him to be. Then you find out he fought with Quantrell's raiders on the Kansas border in the war. I ain't kept track of his killing since then, but they say there's 4 or more he shot down here and other places. He's a road agent, spends most of what he steals gambling.
But if you know his record, why haven't you arrested him?
Well, I know what I hear tell. I ain't got proof. That's what I need. Maybe tonight that's what I'm going to get.
I'd like to be there when you do.
Yeah, I guess you ain't got a good feeling toward him at that, him taking Madame Verdi from you.
You insist there's a great romance between the lady and me, don't you?
I heard things was a simmering.
Well, false rumor.
How come you're so interested in McLaughlin, then?
That's part of my job. I'm a newspaper correspondent, remember?
Yeah. All right, Kendall, you come back here this evening, say about 6 o'clock. Maybe I'll have something for you to write about in that London paper of yours.
I spent the rest of the day in my hotel room sorting out notes and preparing outlines of future articles. At 6 o'clock precisely, I returned to Boone May's office. He was buckling on a gun belt, smiled at me in his mirthless way as I walked in.
You all set, huh?
Yes.
You seen the madam again?
No.
I know you ain't. I had somebody watching just in case.
Javert.
Huh?
A French policeman. Man by the name of Victor Hugo wrote about him. You have a great deal in common.
Oh. You got a gun?
Yes.
That's fine. Come on.
Where are we going?
Oh, down to the stage station. Going to take a little trip.
When we reached the station, I saw a coach with 5 heavily armed men standing near it. Each carried a rifle and holstered guns. Boone May nodded to them.
All set, boys?
Ready as I'll ever be.
This feller's Kendall. He's riding with us to see the fun. Gold come in yet?
We already loaded it, Boone.
All right, let's get going then. Sam, you drive. Davenport, you ride shotgun. Rest of us be inside. Go ahead, Kendall, after you.
All right, you are. Oh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of tight squeeze with all the artillery. Now, come on, boys. Get the rifles on the floor. We won't have no use for them for a while. All right, let's go, Sam.
You think it's safe to tell me about it now?
Sure. No harm now. This here is the regular coach for Rapid City. Instead of the company driver and guards, these are my men.
As I gathered that.
See that box on the seat?
Yes?
50,000 in gold. That's what we're going to be stopped for. Don't mind a little shooting, do you?
I don't imagine I'll have much choice, will I?
That's a human fact. Oh, say, Kendall, that there French fella, a law dog.
Javert?
Yeah. Was he a good one?
I suppose in some ways you could say he was.
Gunslinger?
No. He didn't have to be.
We may have a fairish long ride. How's about you telling me more about it? How'd you say that name again?
Javert.
Javert.
Henry Morgan is head man on CBS Radio's bright, bouncy Sunday night quiz called Says Who. Mr. Morgan's noted scimitar wit sets the stage for a guessing game that's sheer delight for players and listeners alike. The idea is for the stars to guess whose voices are being played for their ears. You may beat the players to the punch, or you and they may be tied up in hilarious knots later on today over most of these stations. Play along with Henry Morgan and company in CBS Radio's Says Who.
It may appear odd, but at the time there seemed nothing particularly strange about recounting a condensation of Hugo's Les Miserables to Boone May and his deputies. I suppose I'm becoming used to the peculiarities of my life in the West. One accepts anything, even the gleam in a peace officer's eye as he compares himself to the dedicated bloodhound, Javert. May's deputies listened, respectful, silent. I finished the story.
I'd say that was a man who believed in the law. Wouldn't you say that, boys? Sure was. Yes, sir. Oh, I like that word you used, Kendall. Dedicated. That there's a fine word.
What's the matter, Sam? Cottonwood tree falling across the road.
All right, stay where you are, Sam. Might be natural, might not.
Up with him. Get down off the coach, both of you, or you're dead.
5 of them.
Passengers, come on, outside.
Me and Kendall go outside as soon as we hit the ground. You 3 start shooting. All right, come on, Kendall. When I tell you to drop, you do it quickly. You won't have no back left to your head.
Caswell, hold on to them horses. Right. Billy, you cover the passenger. Yeah.
Archie McLaughlin.
Where? If it ain't Boone May.
Down, get down!
For about 5 seconds, the moonlit clearing thundered to the sound of gunfire. And then it was all over. Lying on the ground was the man named Caswell, a bullet through his head. The 4 other hold-up men were racing away on their horses. One we could see had been wounded as he held desperately to the horn of his saddle. We took Caswell's body back with us to Deadwood, and then Boone May suggested a drink. He led me to a saloon which stood a few doors away from Madame Verdi's gambling tent.
You know why we come to this place, Kendall?
I have a faint idea.
I want to see the madam's face when I tell her.
Well, what makes you think she'll come here?
Oh, she will. 2 of the boys are going to bring her in.
Are you arresting her?
Not right now. I just want to see her face. Maybe it'll tell me if she needs arresting.
You still think she knew about the holdup?
She might. Oh, there she is. I'll be obliged you don't say nothing outside of hello, Candle. I'll take it as real unfriendly if you do, savvy?
Perhaps I better go.
No such thing. Well, now, Madam Verdi, this is sure a pleasure.
Is it? Good evening, Mr. Kendall.
Madam Verdi?
Am I under arrest, Mr. May?
Of course you ain't.
These 2 men didn't give me much choice. I had to leave my table. There's a big game going on.
Well, then, madam, you better get right back to it. It wasn't nothing important I had to say. I'll see you in the morning.
If it was so unimportant, why did you have me brought here?
Well, I never said to the boys to bring you, madam. I told them to ask you, polite. I surely do apologize for the inconvenience. Oh, by the way, there'll be some company money at the office for you tomorrow.
Oh?
Yeah, that holdup you told us about. You was right. They tried it a while back, and we plugged one for good. Another's bad hurt. 3 got away. We'll get them.
Who were they?
Archie McLaughlin and some of his boys.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, madam, like I said, I sure am sorry for the trouble getting you over here.
That's all right, Mr. May. I understand why you did. Good evening.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mr. Kendall.
I'll walk back with you to your place if you don't mind.
Not at all.
You have no objection.
Oh, shucks, no, you go right ahead. Oh, I drop around in the morning, Kendall. Maybe I'll have some more news for you.
Who was it? Who was killed?
A man named Caswell. I don't think it was McLaughlin who was hurt, but I'm not certain.
May wanted to find out what I knew about it. That's why he didn't tell me who the dead man was, isn't it?
That mostly, I think.
And he enjoyed watching me.
I expect so.
Were you there during the holdup?
Yes.
Archie's such a fool. Why didn't he tell me?
You didn't know he was going to do it?
Of course not.
Well, Boone May will be watching you now, you know that. He'll expect you to get in touch with McLaughlin, or McLaughlin to try to reach you.
Shall you be watching me, too? Is that why you came with me?
You think I'm on Boone May's side?
I've known newspaper men before. The story's the important thing, isn't it?
Not to that extent.
I have to get back now.
Money waiting to be won?
Yes. Before you go, may I ask you something? You're not angry with me about Archie?
No.
Not jealous?
No.
Most men would be.
I know, but I have no reason. It was just something that was rather nice and right between us. That's all.
Will you let me know if you hear anything about him?
Yes.
You know, I'd be much wiser to fall in love with a man like you. Good night.
What forces are at work? Who are the central figures? How do the people involved feel and think as schools and communities move towards desegregation? These questions are uppermost in the minds of Americans in every part of the country. Tonight on CBS Radio, you will hear the answers, as most of these same stations present Virginia, Pattern of Resistance. Narrated by Walter Cronkite, Virginia, Pattern of Resistance is another special study by CBS News that goes right to the heart of what's happening.
For the next few days, I saw Belle Siddons from time to time, but never for more than a few minutes, and then it was usually on the street or in her gambling establishment. If Boone May expected me to be the unwitting liaison between Belle and Archie McLaughlin, he must have been disappointed. There had been no word concerning McLaughlin or his companions. Then, one night, I had just returned to my hotel room. Yeah?
Get inside. Don't make no noise, mister. You carrying a gun?
Well, it's hanging up over there.
Sit down. All right. I'll tell you the straight of it. My name is Billy Mansfield.
Oh. J.B.
I know you're Kendall. Archie says you know Madame Verdi.
Archie? McLaughlin?
Yeah, he sent me to find her. I think one of Boone May's boys spotted me when I come into town. I figured if I couldn't get through to the madam, you would.
Well, what makes you think that?
Archie says you're a friend of Madame Verdi's, that's why.
Oh. I recognize you now. You were with McLaughlin in that holdup, weren't you?
Yeah. Listen, one of the boys, Johnny Brown, he's like to cash in his chips any minute. One of the shots got him plumb through the belly.
Has he had a doctor?
He ain't no doctor we could trust around. Archie wants the madam to come and do something.
What could she do?
Get the bullet out. Archie says she knows about doctoring.
You can't ask her to do that. Not a man with a bullet in his stomach. He needs a doctor.
Mister, I ain't here to argue with you. Will you get the message to the madam?
Supposing I go to Boone May.
Ain't no skin off my saddle if you do. I won't be here when you get back. Besides, you being a friend of madam, you wouldn't want to see her get in no trouble.
What's the message?
Tell her to come to the place she and Archie went. The start of the timber road. She'll know where it is. If she ain't alone, one of us will get her before they get us. Archie didn't say that, but I'm saying it, Kendall.
Supposing I come with her?
That's your business.
When is she supposed to go?
Tonight, soon as she can. We'll be waiting.
You'll be taking a big risk, Belle. If Boone May finds out, you know it'll happen.
I've got to go.
Why? It's not McLaughlin. He's not been wounded.
No. But he asked me to. That's enough.
All right. I'll come with you.
No.
Yes.
I'll be safe.
I'm sure you will. But if Boone May sees you ride out alone, he may be suspicious. If we go together, let him think what he wants.
You don't have to do that for McLaughlin.
I'm not. I'm doing it for myself. I want to write the story. Belle Siddons and I drove out to Deadwood in a buckboard. And to any casual or inquisitive onlooker, we had all the appearances of a romantic couple enjoying a midnight drive. As far as I could tell, we weren't followed.
This is it.
Ooh.
You better go back. Leave me alone. I'll get back to Deadwood, all right.
No, I'd rather not.
You've done enough.
I've told you, Belle. This is the kind of thing that earns me a living. Besides, I'm rather curious to meet your Archie McLaughlin.
Belle?
Yes?
Who's that with you?
Mr. Kendall.
Were you followed?
I don't think so.
This is McLaughlin, Kendall. I thank you for what you've done. Now you better get on back to Deadwood.
You trusted me to get the message through for you. Why not let me stay? I'll see she gets back safely.
You come into the timber with us, you take your own chances of getting out. I ain't sitting to argue. Follow me up the road.
We drove along the diminishing road for 15 minutes until it became nothing more than a deep, rutted trail, and then was too narrow for our buckboard. McLaughlin swung Belle Siddons onto his horse. I followed behind. Another 5 minutes took us to a ramshackle shanty deep in the woods. A dim glow shone from inside.
Now, she's here, boys. Who's the fella? Name of Kendall. I told you he said he'd come. Don't give up easy, does he?
Ain't nothing you can do. Better to put him out of his misery.
Let me see.
Sure looks ugly, don't it?
Can you do anything?
I don't know. How long's it been?
10 days.
Well, I can't make him any worse than he is.
You could kill him.
He should have been dead days ago. Archie, find me a piece of wire. I've got to get the bullet out.
Yeah. Jack, Billy, take a look around.
Have you ever done this before?
No. But I studied dissection with my husband.
I've taken bullets out, but not like that. I'm afraid I'll be no help.
Bring the lamp over here, will you?
Right.
Put it on the floor here.
Yeah.
I'd rather operate on that table, but I'm afraid to move him. What do you think?
Better do it here.
I found the wire.
Give it to Mr. Kendall.
Oh.
Hold it over the flame.
All right. Belle Siddons, ex-Confederate spy, gambler, doctor's wife. With that single piece of wire, she probed the terrible wound and extracted the bullet. And the man lived. She smiled at me, at McLaughlin.
Now, I think I better go, Archie.
Yeah, you think he'll make it?
He's got a chance.
Hey, wait a minute. You ain't thinking of having her and this Kendall fella going back to Deadwood, are you?
Well, why not?
Why not? So they can tell Boone May where we're hiding at?
Well, Madame Verdi is hardly likely to, and I have no reason to. I'm not a lawman.
I ain't for letting him go, Archie.
Jack's right. It ain't safe.
Now, look, she came as a favor to me. A favor to Johnny. And he's still alive, ain't he?
Don't matter. She'll tell or he will. I say plug him now.
I'd rather you didn't, gentlemen.
Oh, put away your gun, Kendall. There's no call for shooting. Leastwise, not between us. I say you and Madam here, you both go. I figure neither one of you'll do any talking. Now, ain't that so?
You know, Archie.
How about you, Kendall?
I'm rather fond of the lady, too. I don't think I want to see her strung up to a cottonwood limb as an accessory. No, I won't do any talking.
Hey, you hear that, Jack? Billy? Now we're going to let him out of here. Quiet and peaceable. Any killing to be done, you'll have to draw on me.
Will I see you again, Archie?
Sure you will, honey. Don't you worry. I'll be around real soon. Old Johnny there, he can't thank you yet, but I sure do. And one of these days, I'll prove it. So long, honey.
I drove Belle Siddons back to Deadwood. Our escapade had apparently gone unnoticed, which was just as well, because a rather unusual message awaited me at my hotel, which I shall write about in my next report to the London Times.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Gene Lansworth, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, William Allen, and Jack Moyles. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
Thank you.
The mysterious phantom figure of the plains was the most famous character of the frontier days of the western United States. His heavy guns were loaded with bullets of silver. His great white horse was shod with shoes of the same metal. And in all his fights against crime and injustice, he was accompanied by his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. And now, as Silver thunders down the trail, adventure comes to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Fellow is waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver!
Martin Gates, the banker of Three Corners, held mortgages on almost every home in town. A poor cattle year made it impossible for the people to meet their payments, and Gates foreclosed without mercy. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, hoping that they could aid the poverty-stricken people, made their way toward the community. We joined them as they near the town.
If Martin Gates is all that he said to be, we'll try to teach him a lesson, Tonto. He can't possibly need all the land he's grabbing.
Him got right to land.
There are rights here that aren't argued in law courts.
Oh.
In spite of what is outlined in written contracts, Tonto, men must help each other. All those people who lost their homes to Martin Gates deserve some sort of help.
That's right.
They didn't know that with the war ending, the price of cattle would fall too low to pay for shipping them. They're given a little time, and they can get better prices for their stock and pay off their mortgages, instead of losing their homes to Martin Gates for 1/10 of their value.
Maybe them not know about North Country.
Cattle prices north of here are good. But if Gates takes possession of the stock and payment of the mortgages, those people can't ship their cattle north.
What we do?
I don't know yet.
What matter?
Tonto, look ahead. That horse in front of the sheriff's office. Sway-backed and gray. Tonto, that looks like the horse that belongs to our friends Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings.
That right?
Who there, Silver?
That's Sherman, all right.
Well, old boy, where are your partners? He knows this, Tonto. I wonder what trouble Bolivar and Hacksaw have gotten into now.
Me not know. Them all time in trouble.
If they'd only learn that they can't beat the law. They try one thing after the other, and they've never yet come out on top. Tonto, there's an open window at the side of the office. Take care of Silver. I'm going to see if I can learn what they're up to before we let them know we're here in Three Corners.
Me, wait. Steady, Silver. Steady, white fella.
All right, so you introduce yourselves. Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings. Oh, what about it? In the Confederate Army, what's left of it, huh?
No, sirree, Sheriff. We ain't in it no more. We're wearing the uniforms because we ain't nothing else to wear, that's all.
Well, what do you want here?
Mean to say you ain't hearing about us, Sheriff?
Hush up, Hackshaw. Don't call it to his attention how backward Three Corners is when it comes to hearing things.
What do you want?
Sheriff, old Jeb Stewart used to brag something awful about the two of us. Why, he's frequent said that if he had a dozen more like us, the Yanks wouldn't have had a chance in the war.
Doesn't like you would scare 'em.
Yes, sirree.
It's the steely glint in our eyes.
Now, get to the point. What are you doing here? We got enough trouble around town without a couple of tramps like you here.
Well, I like that.
Tramps, eh? Well, maybe you can match this roll of paper money.
Where'd you get all that cash?
From grateful towns that's appreciated a couple of worthwhile gents like us.
Yeah, and paid us for helping them in problems such as you got here.
What do you know about Three Corners?
You got a critter here named Gates, ain't you?
Well?
He's took over almost everything in town, ain't he?
Yeah.
So none of the folks has any cash, and the town ain't got enough to even pay your salary.
Get to the point.
Sheriff, we aim to help Three Corners in the present deplorable situation.
How?
Now you got gambling here, ain't you?
Did have. When the men had anything to gamble with.
Just so. But the town never got nothing from it, did it?
Nothing but free liquor for the law. That's me.
Just so. Now we ain't...
Hacksaw, let me do the talking. Sheriff, we bought us a tent from the Army, and we got that same packed aboard our horse. Now, if you leave us set it up and run a nice, refined poker game, for them that wants to play, we'll pay a percentage to the town.
A percentage?
Sure.
For every dollar we win, the town will get 10 cents.
That ain't much.
If we win $1,000, you get 100.
Me?
Well, the town, but it's paid to you. It's the same thing, ain't it?
I reckon it is. Now you're talking something like sense. And you two don't look like gamblers.
Well, we ain't exactly.
You play your cash against anyone that wants to play you?
I'm the one that plays. Hacksaw, he just stands by to see that there ain't no crooked playing.
Well, if that don't beat all, I've seen a lot of strange things in my day, but no one could ever make me think that a couple with your looks was good at gambling.
What about it, Sheriff?
Oh, it's all right with me, if you can find anyone with cash to play with.
And there's Martin Gates, ain't there?
And he's always glad to win cash.
Ain't no one yet has ever got the best of Martin Gates.
Sheriff, you're looking right now at the man that can do it.
I can't believe it, but I'm willing to be convinced.
Good enough. Bolivar, we'll set up our tent and get started this evening.
Yes, sirree. And the 10% of all the winnings goes to you, Sheriff.
I'm warning you, though. If you lose, you better be able to pay up, or I'll jail you so fast your head'll swim.
Oh, well, we'll be able to pay up.
Our food ain't so good in jail. So remember what I told you.
Come on, Bolivar. He's making threats that don't mean nothing.
And keep that game honest. I'll be around to try it for myself.
Sheriff, we couldn't be anything else but honest. There, Hacksaw. That big roll of Confederate paper money and a couple of genuine bills atop it done the trick. I never... Leaping termites.
Bolivar, them 2 white horses alongside General Sherman.
Tonto.
Oh.
It's Tonto the Injun.
And the masked man must be close by. There's his horse.
So you two are going into the gambling business now.
Stranger, mister, look here. We ain't busted no laws.
No. I saw that you were careful to keep your word to me and get permission from the sheriff before you set up a gambling tent.
Sure, that's it, mister. We was keeping our word.
We was thinking of that when we called on the sheriff.
What do you know about Martin Gates?
He's a money-grabbing polecat. He's swindled everybody around
Hi
here.
there. What's the masked man doing? You! I got you covered, stranger.
Get back in your office, Sheriff. I came here to talk to you.
Well, you keep your distance. Keep back, I tell you.
Let's go inside and talk. You two wait for me. How do you keep them there?
Me keep them. I got you covered now, stranger.
Put away that gun and sit down. What's Martin Gates trying to do? Control the whole country?
No. Well, that is, I don't know. He's got legal papers, and they're the law.
And so he's taken over most of the ranches around here.
Well, what he ain't took yet, he will doggone soon.
And if he let those people keep what they own for a time, they could join the Chisholm Drive and get a good price for their stock.
Yeah, I know that. So does Gates.
Do the ranchers know it?
Sure, but what can they do about it? They signed their land away to Gates.
Sheriff, just who are you for?
Huh?
Martin Gates or the people?
Me? Now, see here. I don't know who you are, and you ain't no right to come in here masked like this. Ain't no right to talk to me like you are. But I'll answer your question, then I'll ask a few.
Well?
Martin Gates has darn near had to shoot me to make me serve notice on the folks when he's foreclosed his mortgages. I'm agin him.
That helps.
I'm agin his methods and his style, stranger. I'd do darn near anything to see him took down. Look at what I did do.
What?
Let 2 old galoots with a lot of Confederate cash that they tried to make me think was genuine federal folding money set up a gambling tent to take Gates's cash.
Then you knew they didn't have much real cash to lose.
Of course I knew it. I ain't blind.
And you knew Gates couldn't win much from them.
I'm only hoping they'll be able to take a plenty cash from that skinflint.
Sheriff, I think we'll get along.
Huh?
We'll meet again.
Now, here, you hold on.
Stay in your office.
But you
and
can't...
put away that gun. You're not going to use it on me.
Dad read it? How did you know?
Mister, we ain't aiming to break no laws. We ain't figuring
You
on...
needn't hold them any longer, Tonto.
You say keep them here.
Well, you kept us here right enough. Now leave us be. Let go my collar.
Bolivar, are you and Hacksaw planning to play a straight game?
Hacksaw, he won't be playing. He'll just stand by, and I'll handle the cards.
Honestly?
Huh? Oh, no, you know I wouldn't do otherwise.
If you mean to play an honest game, go ahead.
You ain't gonna stop us?
Go on and play, and do what you can to win from Martin Gates.
Yowie! Hacksaw, that's a good omen. Come on, let's get our tent set up pronto. We're going after Martin Gates.
But listen to me first. You're going to do it my way.
The 2 ex-soldiers listened to the Lone Ranger, then put up their second-hand tent and installed some borrowed furniture. That evening, several men drifted in and played for small stakes with varying luck. Later, Martin Gates and Sheriff Lamson arrived and played for a full hour. Finally, Gates shouted in anger.
Blast, that's your game.
What's the matter, Banker Gates?
You were too measly pair and you beat me. I want another deck of cards. There's something mighty crooked about this game.
Now, Banker, that ain't right or just. It's insulting.
I demand new cards. Leave! Bust out another deck of cards. And you better get the cafe and buy up a few more decks. Looks like Banker Gates aims to call for new cards with every deal he loses.
When I win, what do I win?
Your deal, Banker Gates.
With a full house last time, I won. I won a pot. And what did it amount to? Nothing at all. This time I try a bluff and raise and raise. Knowing blame well that coyote hasn't much. But he don't bluff out. He sticks and wins.
You want to deal the hand, Banker Gates?
Something mighty odd about this whole thing.
Banker Gates, I should resent that kind of talk. It ain't right to cast reflections on a man like me. Now leave it to the sheriff.
He's playing a straight game, Banker.
That's what I thought at first. One look at his face and I figured the game would be honest. He don't look smart enough to be anything else.
You done shuffling that new deck, Banker Gates?
Cut him.
Uh-huh.
Not you. Get your hand off them cards. You cut, Sheriff.
Anything to be obliging. There you are.
Maybe you better not play agin my unconscious luck, Banker Gates. I'm said to be the luckiest man alive.
Lucky to be alive, you mean?
Maybe you can't afford to lose no more cash.
What's that? Why, you skinny old gadfly, you, I'll show you. Let's see. Stop looking over my shoulder.
Me? I didn't mean nothing.
Go on, Hacksaw. Get outside where you belong.
Oh, there ain't no use me staying outside no longer. There won't be no one else getting a chance to play tonight, even if I do get him interested, Bolivar.
Sure there will. The banker won't stick much longer.
I'll stick till I get back my losings. I'll get square if it takes me all night.
Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead.
No, you don't. Pick up them cards and play them.
All right, then.
Now, the stakes are going up. I feel my luck's changing.
I'm afeard you're right, Gates.
I'll play these.
Huh?
I'm standing pat. How many cards do you want?
Me? Oh, give me 3 cards.
Drawn to a pair, eh? And me sitting here with a full house. All right. Here's your cards.
I got a notion you're trying to bluff me again, Banker Gates.
For how much?
Oh, let's get this done with. I got openers.
What's your bet? There'll be no piker.
I won't be. I'll bet $20.
20? Why, you cheap skinflint, after all you won from me, you bet $20?
You can raise as far as you want, Banker Gates.
As far as I want?
Yep.
I'll raise $500.
Gosh. Careful, Banker Gates.
He won't dare to see me.
Mr. Gates, I still got a notion that you're bluffing. So I'll call you.
Twist your skinny hide. You ain't no right to call me. You ain't no right to think I'm bluffing.
Maybe you got the cards to beat a pair of queens. If you have, the pot's yours.
I ain't a doggone thing. How'd you know I didn't have? Sheriff, this game's crooked. Stand aside. I'm going to get back my money or drill that cheating cook plumb through the heart. You're cheating. You're crooked. Gates, put down that gun.
Banker Gates!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Bolivar Bates at Hacksaw Hastings schemed to win at poker from the greedy banker Martin Gates. Gates had foreclosed without mercy upon the ranchers in the district, making it impossible for them to sell their cattle in the profitable northern markets. Knowing this, the Lone Ranger watched the progress of the game from outside the tent. But when the banker finally lost his temper and shot point blank at Bolivar, the masked man quickly entered.
You ornery killer! You shot my partner! You killed Bolivar Bates!
That's enough of that shooting.
Who's this masked man?
Drop that gun. You're covered. Drop it.
Me help him, old man.
Get him out of here, Tonto. Sheriff, you're putting this man under arrest, aren't you?
You're doggone right I am. Ice your hands, Gates.
I had reason to shoot. I had reason. It was a card game.
That's for a jury to decide.
And I'll be on hand to tell that jury how square the game was. Why, Bolivar wouldn't cheat.
We'll stay here with Bolivar, Sheriff, and see if there's any chance to save him.
Yeah, you're coming to the calaboose, Banker Gates.
No, you can't do that to me.
Who says I can't?
I better take care of my partner's winning.
But let me look at him. Let me see how bad he's hit.
Get going. You already done enough to him.
I'd drill you myself if I wasn't sure the Lord'd hang you for this.
On your way now.
But the masked man, who's he?
Ain't no concern of yours who anyone around here is now. You won't be around town.
The sheriff promptly threw Gates into jail to await trial for the shooting of Bolivar Bates. There, the banker could learn nothing of what happened in town since his arrest. From the window of his cell, he saw the Lone Ranger passing by. He called to him.
Hey there.
You calling me?
Yeah, come here, will you?
What did you want?
How bad hurt is Bolivar? Is he killed?
You'll hear at the trial.
Blasted, won't nobody tell me nothing?
What has the sheriff said?
Him? Huh. He won't say nothing. Neither will the deputy. They're all against me, every blame one of them.
You can't blame them. What have you ever done to make people like you, Martin?
Well,
You've taken their homes, their ranches, their cattle. You've taken everything they've worked hard to earn.
That's just business.
Other bankers have made profits without taking advantage of their customers.
Who are you to tell me what I should do?
I'm just explaining why you won't stand much chance at your trial.
Yeah. Have you heard much about what folks think?
I've talked to a lot of people.
What'd they say?
They feel that you shouldn't be given any more chance than you gave them.
Gosh.
You see, Gates, 12 men will be chosen for the jury. The majority of those will be people whose land you've grabbed.
I've got to do something. I'll hang for sure. I got to do something.
Come on, Silver.
I don't want to hang. I'll get out of this some way. Sheriff! Hey, Sheriff! Come here, Sheriff! I got to talk to you, Sheriff!
The banker shook the door of his cell and shouted until the sheriff came to the barred door.
Sheriff, come here, Sheriff! Sheriff!
Quit making all that noise.
But this is important.
Well, what do you want? Ain't got much time.
I want to get out on bail. There's a lot of things I have to do.
Mm-hmm. You know darn well I can't let you out on bail.
But Sheriff,
You're in on a charge of murder.
You can set the bail any figure you want to. I don't care what it is. I ain't trying to run away.
And what are you so head up about?
I got to get out. I got to see people.
For what? I reckon folks have seen all they want of you.
I want to talk to them.
I don't know about that.
Sheriff, I'll do anything you say if you'll just give me the chance. I don't want to be hung.
Well, if I take you out of here, the mob might lynch you.
I'll take that chance. Look here, Sheriff. You can handcuff me and take a dozen guards along. Just let me get out. I've got to see some people.
What for?
Everyone in town's against me. You won't get no jury that'll give me a fair trial.
I wonder whose fault that might be.
It's mine. It's mine. I savvy it. That's why I've got to get out. I've got to talk to people. You won't regret giving a man a chance to live. If I go on trial now with every man in town set dead against me, I'll swing for sure.
I reckon a man's entitled to a fair trial.
Sure he is, and an impartial jury.
Well, I'll think it over, Gates.
You gotta let me out.
I reckon that could be arranged if you go out well guarded.
The sheriff smiled to himself as he released the banker under guard. Gates wasted no time calling on the people he had driven from their homes. He went first to Jeremy Burke.
What do you want here? We're getting out in this place as soon as we can. We got till the first of the month, Gates. You told us that yourself.
Hold on, Burke. You ain't got to leave.
Where did you hear what he says, Burke?
I changed my mind. I ain't foreclosing.
You ain't foreclosing?
I'm going to renew your mortgage like you asked me to.
Your what?
Yes, here. Here's the new mortgage. You just sign here and go on living here. This place is still yours. And you can pay me the cash you owe me when you get it.
Well, I'll be...
Don't you see, Burke? That leaves you free to dispose of your cattle.
And with the cattle my own again, I can sell it?
Sure you can.
Wherever there's a market?
Certainly, wherever there's a market.
I can join the Chisholm cattle drive to the north. By thunderation, what's come over the banker?
Martha, did you hear what Gates done with Jeremy Burke?
What's that?
He renewed his mortgage. Burke is going to keep his cattle.
Who's that coming here?
Well, I'll go see.
Hey, Sid. I got to talk to you.
Banker Gates.
How'd you get out of jail?
He's under guard, ma'am.
Here's the mortgage.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to renew your mortgage. I ain't foreclosing on you.
But you already have.
I didn't mean to. I don't want to take your home or your cattle. Here, just sign this. It's a new mortgage, and you can pay me when you get the cash.
Well,
Go on, man. Sign it. The banker's had a change of heart.
Martin Gates, renewing the mortgages on liberal terms, hurried from one place to another. His debtors were astonished, and the news of the banker's action spread like wildfire. Those who'd already lost their homes rushed to interview Gates before he could change his mind again.
Are you renewing my mortgage, too? What about me, Gates?
Can we keep our land?
Are you going to let us have our cattle? I'll pay you as soon as the cows are sold. Just line right up here. I got new mortgages for every one of you. I ain't going to foreclose on nobody.
You ain't gonna foreclose.
What's your name? Lem Purdy of the Barcade. All right. You foreclosed. You drove us out. We've been wondering where we was going to sleep next week. You're going to sleep right on the Barcade. You're going to keep the Barcade. Here's your paper. Sign right here.
What about me, Gates?
What's your name?
Sam Tyndall.
All right, Sam. I got your paper here somewheres. You can pay me when you're ready.
Who's going north with cattle?
I am. So am I.
Me too.
We can join the Chisholm cattle drive.
We can get good prices to the north.
Next man, step up here. Hurry it up now. Hurry it up.
What we owe.
I've got to get through all these papers before sundown. And then the sheriff's taking me back to jail.
Never in the history of Three Corners was there so much activity and excitement. Toward sundown, when Gates, tired and exhausted, was again in his cell, he saw countless herds of cattle being driven northward past the jail. The banker stepped to the door and called to the sheriff.
Sheriff? Sheriff, I want to speak to you. Well, what's on your mind now, Gates? All them cattle going by. They're all going to join Chisholm. With a drive to the north, eh? Yep. They can sell the cattle there, can't they? Sure they can. Get good prices for it. You know, Sheriff, it's a funny thing. Well? All my life in making money, I've never been half as contented as I am right now. In spite of the fact that you're waiting trial for murder? Yep, in spite of it. I just wish... You wish what? I wish to goodness I hadn't shot that poor critter. Huh. Ain't likely a jury will hang you now, Gates. You bribed every man in town. Curious thing, though, Sheriff. It ain't the hanging that bothers me. No? It's the killing of the man. I don't know. Something happened to me today, seeing all them folks with their faces lighted up with smiles. Looks like you had a good lesson, maybe, huh? Why?
How's the prisoner, Sheriff?
Come in, stranger, come in. He's a changed man.
I heard he'd been doing a lot around town today.
Sheriff, who is this masked man? What's he doing around town anyhow? Well, Gates, he come here to investigate you. Me?
Good fortune sent old Bolivar and Hacksaw here.
Look here, can't you tell me how Bolivar Bates is? I ain't even sure he's dead.
Come in, Bolivar.
Well, Sheriff.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Fact is, I'm feeling frustrated.
You?
Howdy, banker. You feel like playing some more poker?
That man, he's alive. He's walking. He ain't even wounded.
It was generally believed, Gates, that if you lost money, you'd lose your head. You did that very thing and drew your gun.
Yep, you sure enough did that.
But I shot. That's what you spent this time in jail for, Gates. Drawing and shooting a man over a game of poker. But he ain't even wounded.
Ain't your fault, Gates. You sure shot straight enough. That wadding in the blank cartridge you fired most knocked the wind right out of it.
Blank cartridge?
Yep.
You see, Banker Gates, you was figured to do just what you done. That's why your gun was slipped from your pocket and loaded with blanks while you was concentrating on the car.
Who done it? Who done it? Who figured me out like that?
The masked man there. That's why he let us play poker around here, after promising him we wouldn't do nothing crooked.
I'll let you out now, Gates. I reckon you've learned your lesson. Let me out? And I ain't killed nobody?
I don't look dead, do I?
Now, maybe you're going to regret what you done today, Gates. But it's all done, and you can't recall it. You signed new mortgages. The funny part of it is, Sheriff, I don't regret it. Doggone it, I'm glad I done it.
Have you anything else to say to the banker, Bolivar?
No, reckon not. I...
Think hard.
Oh, yes. Gates. I come to give back what I won from you.
Huh? You mean you're going to give back the money?
Yep, minus your 10%, Sheriff. You see, we didn't win that cash fair.
It was a darn good scheme just the same, Sheriff. You see, I'd hang around and get to see the hand that Banker Gates was dealt. And if he had anything to beat what Bolivar was holding, I'd give Bolivar the high sign.
So you cheated me. You cheated me after all.
Yep. And my conscience hurts me, Banker. That's why I'm returning your cash.
Cheated me. By darn. I wouldn't believe that a galoot that looked like you would do it. But it looks like I got tricked all around. By darn, I'm doggone glad of it. I never felt better in my life. You keep that cash, Bolivar. Huh? Keep it. You earned it.
Well, I'd sure enough like to, but I can't do it, Banker Gates.
You see, I didn't win it honestly, and my conscience bothers me.
Your conscience, my eye. You're giving it back because the Lone Ranger made you, just like he made Banker Gates give back the land he took.
You see, Banker Gates, in this new country, new laws must be made. Men can't live and grow with the country unless they replace the written laws with the laws of humanity and help each other.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. There's trouble. Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is this everything, Chester?
Well, there might be more later when they finish sorting the mail. Hey, where's that telegram?
Oh, what telegram?
I thought I put it right on top. Let me take a look. Oh, yes. Here it is. Might be important.
Oh, we'll soon see. Well, it's from Bill Hickok.
Up in Abilene?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mr. Dillon?
Teeters and Gridler headed for Dodge. Keep them there, but don't arrest them until I get there with murder witness. Or I'll write Washington all I know about you. Signed Hickok.
Oh, then Mr. Hickok's coming here, huh?
Now, that's what he says.
Well, how'll you recognize those two men, Mr. Dillon?
I expect I'll recognize him all right.
Oh, you know them.
Yeah, we've met. Teeters and Gridler are gunmen, Chester. The kind who kill as easy as most men shake hands. Just about as often.
Too bad you can't just put them in jail.
Yeah. Well, we'll start meeting the trains.
There's one in at noon, sir.
Good. Then we'll meet it.
What'll we do if they are on this train, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I'll find them later and talk to them, but not in a crowd like this.
Yes, sir. You know, every time I see a train, I am just overpowered with the urge to travel.
Oh? Where to?
Anywhere. Anywhere but Kansas.
Well, I don't think you'd like it back east any better.
Why not?
You just have the urge to come out west again. I know your kind.
I suppose you're right, sir. But still, it'd be good to walk down a street that wasn't all heat and dust and that wasn't crowded with a lot of grimy men looking for trouble. And I wouldn't mind seeing some women, married women, with kids and parasols and
Wait a
Bibles
minute, Chester. There they are.
Where?
They just got off the end car. Those two headed for the depot there.
One of them's tall?
Yeah. That's Teeters in the black hat. The other's Gridler. I'll just step around the corner here and see which way they head.
Yes, sir. There they are.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the Dodge house. Now, let's follow them.
Yep, that's where they're going, all right.
Now, let's wait here. Let them get a room, and then I'll go talk to them.
But if you can't arrest them...
And I'll just try to make them feel welcome to stay in Dodge.
When do you think Mr. Hickok will get here?
Oh, be a couple of days anyway, Chester. Look, right now, I want you to go back to the depot and ask the ticket agent to let me know if Teeters and Gridlers start to leave anytime. You can describe them to him.
All right, sir.
And then go to the stage office.
Yes, sir.
And go to all the stables, too. If they rent or buy any horses, I want to know about it right away.
I'll tell everybody.
Also, tell them to keep quiet about it. I'll be back at the office later, huh?
Right, sir.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
2 men came in here just a minute ago. One of them was tall, black hat. Well?
Well, what, Marshal?
You were here. Did you see him?
Those were gunmen. I could tell.
Now, the tall one's Teeters and the other one's Gridler. Those the names they gave you?
Yes, but there'll be trouble if you try to arrest them here, Marshal. Can't you wait until they're outside in the street someplace?
No. What if they're after you?
I've got nothing to do with men like that, Marshal. There's no reason in the world that
Now,
they...
just take it easy. They never heard of you, and I'm not going to arrest them. But since you're a good, helpful citizen, maybe you can tell me what room they're in.
Certainly, Marshal, certainly. Number 25. Up the stairs and turn to your left.
Thank you very much.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? I'll open it, Gridley.
You can put your gun away, Gridler. I just came for a little talk.
And make your talk, Marshal.
No, I ain't polite, Gridler. Let him in. You watch him better inside, anyway.
Hello, Teeters.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
I'm just trying to think. Last time I saw you men was in, let me see, was it Tascosa?
Never mind all that, Marshal. Why are you here?
No, I heard you were in town. I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
News must travel pretty fast in Dodge. We ain't been here 15 minutes all told.
Well, maybe he was expecting us, Gridler.
I happened to be at the depot. I noticed you get off, so I followed you here.
All right. But we're not wanted, Marshal. Matter of fact, a judge up in Abilene just turned us loose. Wasn't no witness to that killing. Wild Bill tried to frame us, but didn't work.
Well, that just goes to show the law's fair to everybody, doesn't it?
Why'd you come here, Marshal?
Just to let you know that I'm still the law in Dodge and that I don't want any trouble here. And with men of your sort, I always like to mention that.
We're not looking for trouble.
Good, good. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
That's a funny thing to tell us.
It's an open town, Teeters.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. Sure it is, yeah.
And I'll treat you two just like anybody else. If you stay out of trouble, the town's yours.
Anybody who starts trouble won't be us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll be going now, gentlemen. Oh, there are some pretty sharp gamblers here. Don't let them take all of your money.
Well, don't you worry about us, Marshal.
So long. There was no way of figuring how long Teeters and Gridler might stay in Dodge. If they took a notion to do some gambling, it might be a week or two, or they might move on in an hour. That night, however, they were still in town, bucking faro at the Alafraganza. Everything looked fine until Chester came into the office about 10 o'clock.
They're fixing to leave, Mr. Dillon, first thing in the morning.
Oh, how do you know?
Jim Bunch at the stage office. He just told me they came in and paid their fare to Sharon Springs on the morning stage.
Sharon Springs, huh? And then they're headed for Denver.
Looks like it, sir.
All right, Chester. Go tell Jim that I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow, too. If he likes, I'll ride shotgun for him. One of the boys can have a little time off.
I'll tell him, sir. But are you going all the way to Denver?
I'll follow him all the way to San Francisco if necessary. You can tell Hickok that when he shows up.
Too bad he won't be here before they leave.
And it'll be another day before he can get here. But that won't be too far behind us. Stage leaves at 8, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there to see you off, Mr. Dillon.
Fine. We'll meet at the Dodge House for breakfast if you like.
All right, sir. The stage looks like it's all ready to go, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see Teeters and Gridler, though. They're not inside, are they?
I don't think so. No, they're not here yet.
Just about 8 o'clock. They should be here.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester. If they've changed their minds, it's all to the good anyway.
Want me to go ask Jim Bunch if he's heard from him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Let's just wait here.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Jim said the regular shotgun messenger has to go up to Sharon Springs anyway, but to thank you just the same.
No, good. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Look, up at the other end of the plaza there. Coming this way.
Well, I declare. It's Sam.
Yeah. Now what are they up to, I wonder?
Well, they can't be taking the stage if they're horseback.
No. Looks to me like they're fixed for a long ride, too.
Sure does, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. You're up early, Marshal.
Yeah. So are you, Teeters.
Cooler in the morning.
For traveling, it is.
So long, Marshal.
What's the matter? Did you lose all your money last night?
Yeah. Next time we'll follow your advice.
So long.
Will we go after him?
Chester, you stay here and explain things to Wild Bill. I'll be on their trail. As soon as they're out of sight, I'll get my horse. You can tell Jim I won't be taking the stage.
All right, sir.
I'll leave as clear a trail for Hickok as I can.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, young women are needed to enroll as student nurses and to take their places as graduate nurses in an ever-expanding field where opportunity unlimited awaits. Older women should seek careers as practical nurses where fine living and fine working conditions are in prospect. Ask at any hospital at the nurses' registry desk or at any qualified school of nursing. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I did my best to stay out of Teeters and Gridler's sight. But if they had suspicions of being followed and were watching their back trail, they'd have known I was there, all right. The land was flat, and we frequently crossed great patches of powder-dried dirt that smoked the air with dust under the horses' feet. After an hour, they began to swing slowly north. And by noon, it was clear that for some reason they were riding in a great half circle. They'd left Dodge, headed west, and sure enough, just after sundown, they rode back into town from the east. I waited until dark, then came in. Put my horse up. The office was empty, so I walked up to Delmonico's, where I found Doc having supper.
Oh, Matt. Oh, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Oh, you look hungry enough to even eat this food.
Yeah, it's been a long time since breakfast, Doc.
Yeah, the man ought to eat 3 meals regular, Matt. You'll get run down if you don't.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Only sometimes you have to eat when you can.
Oh, that's so. Did you have a hard day, Matt?
Yeah, I've been riding, Doc. Riding around in circles.
Oh, is that what the government pays you for? Oh, I'd like to have your job. Yeah,
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doc. It isn't always this easy.
yeah, I know, Matt. Chester told me. What happened? You lose them?
No, I didn't lose them. As a matter of fact, they're coming in here right now.
Huh? What do you mean they're coming in? Those two?
Yeah,
They're pretty hard-looking fellas.
they are.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Teeters. Riddler.
Marshal.
This is Dr. Adams, gentlemen.
How are you?
Hi, Doc.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, what's on your mind?
You are, Marshal.
What?
That was you trailing us all day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why?
I didn't want you to get lost.
That's a lie.
Then let's say that I didn't want you to get into any trouble.
You going to tell us what it's all about, Marshal?
Well, you're not exactly the most reputable citizens in Kansas, and I just wanted to have an eye on you, that's all.
You sure do.
Because, like I told you, you keep out of trouble, and you're welcome to stay here.
Just remember one thing, Marshal. There's 2 of us.
And next time you follow us, you might not come back.
Well, taking chances like that's part of my job, Mr. Teeters.
That's a poor job, then.
Yeah, sometimes I think so, too.
Come on, Teeters, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, they're not very polite, are they?
No, but they're smart. Smart enough to figure something's wrong, anyway.
Well, you think they might bolt, Matt?
It depends on how smart they really are, Doc. Right now, they're so curious, they might stay around just to see what it's all about.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh,
Pull up
hi,
a chair. Pull up a chair, Chester.
I won't have time. Hey, we better get right over to the depot.
Why? What's happened?
Well, sir, I saw them ride back into town. The first thing they did was go to the depot and ask about a train.
Oh, were you there?
No, sir, the agent came and told me like he'd promised.
Train goes at 7:30, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. And it's just about that now. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Doc, if that waiter ever does come around, tell him to hold a steak for me, will you? I might just be back for it.
Sure, Matt. Yes, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Are you going to go on the train with him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Hickok's sure to be here in the morning, Chester. If I can keep him off this train tonight, I doubt they'll try anything else till tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't arrest him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then,
I'll just face him off it, Chester. So keep your head up.
Yes, sir.
Now, there they are. Come on.
You come just to say goodbye, Marshal?
Not exactly, Teeters.
Oh?
You can take the train tomorrow if you like, but not this one.
Why tomorrow?
Well, I've got orders to keep you in sight till then.
Orders from who?
It doesn't matter. But you have your choice. You can have the run of Dodge tonight, or you can spend it in jail.
You know, you talk pretty loose for just one man, Marshal. Your friend there doesn't look like a gunman.
Well, now, you can't always tell by looks, mister.
I can't. You said you didn't want trouble, Marshal, but you sure starting it.
There won't be any trouble. You do what I tell you.
And if we don't?
I'll kill the first one of you that moves for that train.
You can die that way, Marshal.
Maybe. But you won't both get on that train. Gridler, you know me. You know I'll do it.
We can still make it, Gridler.
No, it's not worth it. We can go tomorrow.
All right. Marshal, tomorrow it'll be different. Yeah, sure. Tomorrow it'll be different. Chester and I met the noon train next day. But as I'd figured, Hickok didn't get off it. I questioned the man who rode the baggage car, and sure enough, Wild Bill and his witness had hidden out there the whole trip. As soon as the crowd left the depot, we walked down to the car, crawled under it, and pounded on the door on the other side.
Who is it?
It's Dillon, Bill. Open up.
Oh, jump up, man.
Come on, Chester.
Oh, Matt, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Hickok?
Chester. Sam, come over here. This is my witness, Sam Trimble.
Howdy.
Mr. Trimble.
Are you still here, Matt?
Yeah, but we better move fast.
Matt, that judge up at Abilene's crazy, but he's still the judge. And he says Trimble here has to identify Teeters and Gridler before I arrest him this time.
But, Bill, they can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I know that, Matt, but I'm after them for a second murder they did. I'd suggest we just go kill them, but I've been waiting a long time to see these two hung, and by glory, I'm going to do it.
Well, you will if you're lucky. Tell me, Mr. Trimble, do these men know you on sight?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Marshal. I was in this stable where I worked, over in Abilene, that is, and a fella come in for his horse, and I went to get it for him. I heard some shooting, and then two men ran right past me. I got a good look at them, all right. They just killed that fella, too.
You mean you don't know Teeters and Gridler?
I never heard of them, Matt. There's no pictures of them I know of, but he can identify them when he sees them.
Yeah, sure, but what about them? Will they recognize you, Mr. Trimble?
Gosh, I don't know, Marshal. I hope not. They'd kill me on sight, wouldn't they? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you just do what we tell you to, and you'll come to no harm, Trimble. Dillon and I are a fair match for those two. If they start any trouble, we'll be on them so fast they'll die on their feet.
Taking a terrible chance. I hadn't thought of that.
Easy, Trimble, easy. An hour from now, we'll have them in jail with their teeth pulled.
I sure hope so, but how are you going to do it?
Just go find them, that's all.
As soon as we get them locked up, I'll buy you the biggest steak you ever ate, Trimble. Come on, let's go.
I took Hickok and Trimble over to the Texas Trail, where we decided we'd wait while Chester located Teeters and Gridler. Then we'd just walk in on them and get it over with fast. I introduced the two men to Kitty, and we ordered a couple of drinks for Trimble, who was getting jumpier by the minute.
What are you two heroes doing? Getting this poor man drunk enough to fight him?
Not exactly, Miss Kitty. He just lacks faith in us, that's all.
I wouldn't have come if I'd thought about it. I sure would.
Look, Trimble, it isn't often a man has both mine and Matt Dillon's guns behind him. You're as safe as you'd be in church.
I don't go to church.
Here, Mr. Trimble, have another drink, huh?
I will in a minute. I'm going out back first.
Whatever you're up to, it's making him mighty nervous.
Yeah. Well, I'll admit he usually leads a quieter life. He'll brag big, though, once he's back in Abilene.
Yeah. Tell me, Bill, do you plan to stay in Abilene long?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Charlie Utter keeps talking to me about Deadwood.
Oh, it's as dusty up in Deadwood as it is in Kansas.
Yeah, I know, Miss Kitty, but Charlie thinks some of that dust is made of gold.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you, Matt.
All right, stay in here, everybody.
It was Teeters and Gridler. I was just crossing the street and saw them run out of the alley there.
All right, come on.
There he is.
Yeah, it's Trimble. What happened, Trimble?
They shot me. I was going to run away.
And he got scared and ran right into him.
We shouldn't have let him alone at all.
They said they saw me with you, Mr. Hickok. They said that's all they needed to know. And they shot me.
Chester, go get the doc. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Trimble. They were the men who killed that fellow in Abilene. You recognize them all right?
No. No, I never saw these two before. It wasn't them.
What?
I knew I shouldn't have come. I got killed for nothing.
Trimble. Trimble.
That's no use, Bill.
Yeah. He got killed for nothing, all right. They must have figured he was a witness to some murder they did commit.
Well, anyway, they'll hang for Trimble now.
Let's find them before they get out of town, Matt.
We'll find them even if they do. Hickok and I walked out of the alley and into the plaza. There were a couple of citizens who'd heard the shooting and had seen Teeters and Gridler run out of the alley. Told us that they'd gone into the Dodge house, and we followed. From the look on the clerk's face as we went past him and up the stairs, I knew that they were in their room. When we reached it, Bill stood on one side of the door, and I on the other.
Think they'll fight, man?
Well, let's ask them.
I told you they'd follow us, Teeters. Now we're trapped sure.
Shut up, I said. And it got us to the street otherwise.
Open the door. Throw your guns out. There's no use trying to fight.
There's no use in hanging neither, Marshal. You can just take us the best way you can.
No. Our chance hanging. We got off once.
Billy, get away from that door.
I've listened to you enough. I ain't facing Dillon and Hickok both now.
Hold your hands clear of that door.
Peters, you shouldn't have...
Don't you try to prevent us.
Wait, Matt. Could be a trick.
No, I don't think so, Bill. Look. On the floor there.
Yeah, he's been hit all right.
Well, they're both dead.
Well, I sure never expected this.
Saved us doing it, maybe.
Riddler lost his nerve. Blast him. Shooting was too good for these two. I wanted to see him hung.
How things don't always work out, Bill.
No, they sure don't. Not lately, anyway. Matt, I think I'll go up to Deadwood with Charlie Utter right soon after all. Maybe I can find me a little peace and quiet.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Lawrence Dabkin, John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Many of the war orphans of Korea have never known peace or plenty. Their lives have gone from bad to worse. Now their future is in our hands. Without help, they cannot live. We can send them food through CARE, the American Package Sending Relief Agency. Send your contribution to CARE's local office or to CARE New York or CARE Los Angeles. This is Roy Rowan.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. His name has not come down to us in the written pages of history, but no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. The cry of Hi-O Silver was the battle cry of justice. Now return with us down the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofs of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! They're opening homestead land to settlers. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
In the early days of the West, when land was to be had for the asking, farmers came from Ohio, Iowa, and Minnesota, and from the far eastern seaboard to the new country. Government troops guarded the boundary of the territory, waiting for the cannon signal that would start prairie schooners into the newly opened homestead lands. As far as the eye could see, wagons were lined up, ready for the dash in the morning. The folks sang in groups around the campfires.
It rained all night the day I left, the weather it was dry.
Inside their wagon, Aaron Stewart and his wife Mary are talking.
Now, Aaron, don't you worry so about me. I'll be all right as soon as we get settled.
Sure you will, honey.
It's been a mighty hard trip overland, but it'll be worth it. Tom Granville and me have a place all picked out. We're going to race for it as soon as the cannon fires, and we'll go partners.
Aaron, I wouldn't trust Tom Granville too far if I was you.
Now, Mary.
I know you think it's silly of me, but there's something about Tom Granville that I don't like. And that friend of his that he calls Skeets is even worse.
You shouldn't say things like that, honey. Tom Granville's been right friendly with me.
He's been friendly, but he's never yet done anything that he didn't get the best of it.
Oh, shucks. Half your sickness is just from worry.
Maybe so. I've been expecting to see him try some underhanded scheme ever since we left the East.
And he hasn't, so that I'll prove he's on the level.
I wish you hadn't told him about the place you located when you rode on ahead to look around.
But I had to tell him. Shucks, I was out here long before the wagon started. That's why I went all the way back east again.
Tom Granville will do you out of that land, Aaron, if you don't watch your step.
Don't say that, hon.
But it's so. He's had a grudge against you ever since I married you instead of him.
Nonsense, honey. Well, don't you remember how I had to argue with him to get him to come out here with us?
That was because you wanted him to stake you to the cash to get here.
I know where the best strip of land in the whole country is to be found.
I know.
Good water, good timber, right at the foot of a hill, and good grazing. It's prime.
If you can get it.
I'll get it all right. We got the best team of horses, the wagon all set to roll.
But if someone else gets there first and files papers...
They won't. You just wait and see.
What if Tom Granville gets there first and decides that he'll claim it for his own?
Shucks, there's plenty for two people there.
Oh, I sure hope you're right, Aaron. That's all I can say. I hope you're right.
Everything's going to be fine. Now, don't you worry, honey. You're just sort of let down from a long, hard trip.
Hey there, Aaron.
Oh, there. That's Tom now. You just stay right here and try and get some sleep, honey. I'll go see what he wants.
Hey, Aaron. You in your wagon?
I'm coming.
Aaron, I want to talk to you. A little business.
Sure. What's on your mind?
It's about that money I loaned you.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Step over here, Tom. Mary's kind of worried and nervous tonight.
Suits me. Reckon this is as good a place as any, ain't?
Now, what about the cash I owe you?
$200, I believe. I got your note here.
Oh, sure.
I reckon you can read it. Says it's payable on demand. If you ain't got the cash to pay it, I can levy on your goods.
Well, that's what I put in the paper, but you know, Tom...
I'm demanding a $200 now.
You what?
If you ain't the cash, I'll take your horses.
But you can't do that, Tom. If you take them horses, how'll I get to the land we're going after?
I don't know how you'll get there, but I reckon I'll make it all right.
Did you tell him about it, Granville?
Yes, Skeets, I told him.
Skeets, he can't be...
I told him he'd take his team instead of the cash if he didn't have the cash.
Yep, that's fair enough. You ought to be glad to sell that team of horses for $200.
But you can't do that, Granville. I located that land I told you about. It's me that found it. I'm the one that brought you out here.
I don't reckon you'll have trouble finding another strip of land for yourself.
You're doing me out of the land, Granville. You can't get away with it.
No? I don't know why I can't.
You planned this all the time. You mule...
You remember a few years back, Aaron, when you done me out of the girl I loved?
I didn't. She chose me instead of you, that's all. It wasn't my fault.
Save your wind, Aaron.
But Mary's sick. You know she's sick. What'll I do if everyone goes and leaves me stranded here?
She's your wife and your worry, not mine.
Oh, look here, Granville. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go ahead, take the land. Take it for yourself. Just leave my horses here. I'll find some other land.
You better find some way to head back east where you come from, Aaron. That's the place for you.
But I can't even get back there if you don't leave me horses.
That's too bad. I reckon them's the horses pegged down over yonder, Skeets. Go take them and lead them over next to ours.
You're all right.
Too bad we gotta do this. But it's all legal. There's your paper, Aaron. I'm marking it paid in full. And now you don't owe me nothing.
Granville, listen, wait. Skeets, you can't do this.
Get up there. Get along there.
Wait a minute. You can't leave me stranded here. You can't do it. You know Mary's sick. You can't do it with no horses or anything.
When Tom Granville led his horses away, Aaron was desperate. Leaving his own wagon, he went from one family to another, asking, begging, beseeching that they help him.
But you got 4 horses. You can let me take a couple.
Sorry, Aaron. I need all 4 of mine.
Just let me take one. Just one. I can't stay stranded here.
Can't do it, partner. Got a heavy load. I'll need all my horses.
gotta help me. My wife is sick.
Can't do it. We'll be spread out so far we never see you again.
But I'll give you my word. I'll return the horse. I can't move from here without some sort of horse.
Sorry, Aaron. But starting with the cannon in the morning, it's every man for himself. We ain't a wagon train no more. We're all racing against one another to find a place to settle on.
You gotta help me. You gotta do it for my wife's sake. I tell you, she's sick.
My husband died on the way over, Aaron.
But we gotta get horses.
Sorry, Aaron. Ain't got none to spare.
Clem, you can help me. Let me hitch my wagon on the back of yours. You've got oxen. They can pull 2 wagons.
Sorry, Aaron.
Then take my wife on your wagon. Take her with you and leave me here.
My wagon's heavy enough as it is, Aaron. Sorry.
I've got to have help.
Sorry, Aaron.
Well, we'll be stranded.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Please,
sorry, Aaron.
We got all to do it our own way. Sorry, Aaron. Help me, Aaron. Help me, Aaron. Help me,
Bless you, Mary. I'm glad you're asleep. It makes it some easier. You won't have to know till morning. Oh, Mary, how can I ever tell you that Tom Granville's double-crossed us?
Aaron,
Oh, Mary, you're awake.
I'm awake, Aaron. I heard what Tom Granville said to you. I suspected something of the sort all along.
Mary, what'll we do?
He's never got over the happiness we've known since we were married, Aaron. That's why I did it. I'm kind of glad he did.
Glad?
I knew all along he'd do something to get even. That's his nature. Now he'll leave us alone. It might have been worse.
But, honey, it couldn't be no worse. In the morning, everyone will be dashing out for the land. Everyone but us.
I know.
They'll leave us here. We'll be stranded. Oh, Mary, I've brought you all the way out here to let you starve.
Oh!
Mary, what's the matter?
Aaron, look. The back of the wagon. That man, he's masked.
Please don't be afraid of me.
Who are you?
You've been trying to borrow horses.
Yes.
I heard about your trouble.
But you're masked. You ain't one of us.
No. I'm one of the people of this country, Aaron. Don't lose heart. Let the others go ahead tomorrow. Wait here until they've all gone.
Who are you?
Keep your hopes up, Aaron. This is a great and glorious country, and there's lots of land for everyone. Let the others go on without you, and keep your courage high. I'll be back.
Aaron, who was that man?
Early the next morning, an army bugle sounded a warning call. And pioneers, with their horses hitched, families and luggage safely loaded, whips and reins in hand, awaited the cannon. Hundreds of men leaned forward eagerly, their whips ready to lash their horses into frantic speed at the signal to break new land for homesteading. Then, suddenly...
Come on down, you! Give me that collar there. What's the matter with you? Move them legs, you old move you. What's the matter with you? Come on there. Get it on there. Go on down, you. Come on there. Give me the collar there. Right up there. Get it there. What's the matter with you? Come on there. Get it on there. Get it on, you. Get it on. Come on there, you fool.
They've gone, Mary. They've all gone but us.
Don't give up hope, Aaron. Don't give up hope yet.
There's nothing to hope for now, Mary.
That masked man last night.
I don't take much stock in what he said.
But I do. There was something about the way he spoke, Aaron. And I was right. Look, there he comes. See him? And there's another rider with him.
But it don't seem possible. It's an Injun with him.
And they're both riding white horses. Look at them come.
I see them, but
Don't give up yet, Aaron. We're still alive. And while we're alive, we can still hope.
Oh, Silver! Oh, steady, one. Oh, my God. We'll hitch our horses to your wagon, Aaron, and pull you into the homestead land. Tonto, harness our horses.
Me do 'em.
But it's too late, stranger.
No, it isn't. There's land that won't be claimed by anyone.
It won't be claimed.
What do you mean, stranger? That just don't sound like sense.
After you're settled there, we'll suggest to Tom Granville that no one knows the secret that land holds. It isn't desirable to look at, and everyone would pass it by except those who know the secret.
The secret?
But what is the secret?
You'll find out when you get there. Ready, Tonto? We're taking Aaron and his wife to their new home.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Aaron and his wife Mary were deprived of their horses on the eve of the dash into newly opened homestead lands. Tom Granville planned to claim for his own the land he and Aaron had agreed to hold jointly. After the wagons had left, the Lone Ranger and Tonto hitched their horses to Aaron's wagon and drew it to land that looked undesirable. It was a narrow strip at the foot of a hill. Aaron looked out of his wagon when the stop was finally made and was surprised to see that it joined the hillside land that Granville had claimed. Granville approached the wagon, saying,
"Oh, you finally got here, eh? With the help of an engine and a masked outlaw.
Hold on now, Granville.
Well, you can take yourself off.
I don't aim to settle on your land.
Well, what are you doing here? Move on.
You ain't claimed this narrow strip at the foot of the hill.
There ain't enough room here to do anything with.
Nevertheless, Aaron Stewart is going to claim his acreage on the hill.
On the hill? The only part in the hill that ain't been claimed is too steep to do anything with.
Well, as it's the only land that ain't been claimed, it's the only land I can get, ain't it?
All right, then take the narrow strip where you are, and the steep slope above, and see that you stay on your own land. Skeets, come here.
Yes, Tom, what's the trouble?
Aaron aims to settle next to us. If he sets foot on my land, shoot him.
He'd better keep off on our land.
You hear that, Aaron? See that you keep off.
You've sure turned ornery all of a sudden, Granville.
Just how do you figure you can live on that hill?
I'm going to dig myself a cave.
A cave? That's a good one.
That'll do to keep the rain off on us, and I'll be on my own land.
See that you stay there. And what's more, when your food runs out, don't come around begging for me.
We'd sooner starve than ask a favor of you, Tom Granville.
Come on, Skeets. Let's go and leave these blame fools to dig their cave.
Remember what we told you, Aaron. Some things are more valuable than level watered land.
I will, stranger, and 1,000 thanks.
Come on, Silver.
In the fortnight that followed, Aaron dug a cave in the hillside and made a shelter for himself and his wife. Meanwhile, Granville and his partner Skeets kept close watch on everything Aaron Stewart did. They saw him take a shovelful of earth from various parts of the hill, wash it, and then carefully examine the dirt that remained. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto camped nearby, and each evening Tonto reported Aaron Stewart's progress to the masked rider.
Tonto, watch him close.
Is Aaron doing what we told him?
Him do plenty good.
Digging dirt? Then washing it and digging more dirt?
Not right.
Tell me, Tonto, Is the man who swindled him watching?
Him watch all time.
If ever a man deserved justice, it's Aaron Stewart. And if ever a man deserved punishment, it's Tom Granville.
Maybe Aaron feller get even.
I think tomorrow, Tonto, it'll be a good idea for you to take this dust and go to Granville's land while I ride for the government office at Pine Ridge.
Tonto go.
You know what you're to do?
Tonto know.
I know Mr. Dixon at Pine Ridge, and I think we can count on his help in this situation. I'll deal with him while you go and call on Tom Granville.
The next morning, when Granville and Skeets looked toward the foot of the hill, they saw Tonto industriously engaged in washing out dirt that he'd taken from their land. Quickly, the two made their way to him and watched him for a while.
Say, you. What are you doing here? This here's my land.
Maybe you let Indian have dirt, huh?
We don't let no one have nothing. Now get out of here.
Me not want much.
Hold on a minute. What do you want that dirt for, Injun?
You own hill yonder, too?
No. What do you want to know for?
Maybe you get fortune on land. You look here in pan.
What do you mean?
Me wash 'em dirt. Look what left. You see small speck? Yellow speck?
Jumping snake's pod. It's gold.
Gold? Give me that pan, Injun.
No, you give me dirt.
I'll see about that. Where did all this come from? Is it all around my land?
It washed down from hill, maybe.
From the hill? Washed down? Then they must be... Skeets, I gotta talk to Aaron.
He won't be any too glad to see you, Granville.
No matter, I'm going now. Wait here and don't let this Injun take anything off our land. I'll be back soon enough.
You not give Tonto dirt?
No! Get out of here. Hey, Moose, beat it. I'm not going to stand having you around stealing what's mine. There's Mary over yonder now, Skeets. I'll be right back. Mary! Hey there!
What do you want?
Where's Aaron? I got to talk to him.
He ain't here, and I don't want nothing to say to you. Get off in our land.
But this is important. I got to speak to him.
Well, you can. I told you he ain't here.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. Like as not to the government office. That's where he was heading for.
The government office?
Yep. In Pine Ridge.
On foot?
Sure on foot. You got the only horses we had.
Skeets, I got to hurry. If what I think is right, I got to go to the government office myself. Hitch up a horse. Quick.
In the government office in Pine Ridge, the agent looked up from his desk and saw the Lone Ranger, his face disguised, framed in the doorway.
Good morning, Dixon.
You? Great Scott, man, I'm glad to see you.
You won't be glad when I tell you what I came for. I'll close the door.
You want me to help you out on something?
Exactly. And it won't be pleasant for you, Dixon.
But what is it?
First, I'm going to tie and gag you and put you on the floor behind the counter.
I guess you know what you're doing. It'll be all right. Here's my hands. I'll make it easy for you.
Good. It won't take long.
What's up, anyhow? I'd give a lot to know, but I can guess one thing.
Yes?
You want something here in the office fixed the way it shouldn't be, and you want to save my skin.
I'll not tie you so tight it'll hurt. Just loosely. Like this. There.
And now my feet.
Yes, I'll have to tie your ankles.
But what's up? Can't you tell me yet?
Not yet. You'll know later on. Now, that'll do. The gag.
I don't need to. I won't open the trap.
Very well. You can say that you were threatened with death if you made a sound. Here comes the man I want to see now. He just stepped from the wagon. On the floor with you. I must take my mask off.
I'm down.
All right, just in time.
I'm Tom Granville.
Yes?
You're the government man, ain't you?
Who else did you expect to find in this office?
I was just making sure, mister. Will you make a test of this and tell me if it's really gold?
Those tiny specks?
Right.
There isn't enough here to test. You'll have to have more.
Yeah, but what's it look like to you? You can tell something that way, can't you?
I can't be sure, but it's the same color as gold. It might very well be. The only place around here where there would be gold, though, is in the hills. Did this come from a hill?
Well, maybe so. Maybe from level land. Are you saying there's gold in the hills?
Lots of men have found it there. It comes in pockets.
Pockets? What's that?
The way they find it is to dig in different places in the hill and wash the sand and gravel until they find pay dirt. Then they work to each side until they find dirt that no longer shows a trace of gold.
Yeah?
Then they dig up the side of the hill in a fan shape to the pocket. They make tests all the time. The pocket may contain thousands of dollars worth of gold in a single bushel of dirt.
Gosh almighty.
If you found the gold on level land, it's probably near enough to have been washed out of one of those pockets.
My gosh, that's just what Aaron was...
What?
Well, that is, a fella I know worked just that way. How much gold you say there was in one of these pockets?
Men have taken out as much as $100,000 in a week's time.
Thanks, mister. I'll be back. I'll get more of a sample for you.
Granville, what you doing here?
Hey, it's none of your business. I can go where I want to without being checked on.
Hello there, Stewart. Back again with more gold?
Yep. I reckon I'll hit the pocket in no time now. I got a couple $100 with me in this here sack.
He's gone. He'll be waiting outside to speak to you, Aaron.
Thank you, stranger. Is it all right to carry on as we planned?
It's perfectly all right, Aaron. When you and he come back in, I'll be gone. Dixon, the man in charge, will take care of you.
If it works out like you say it should, I'll never be able to thank you enough. I'm downright glad to see your face without a mask.
It isn't my face that you see, Aaron. Tonto helped me disguise myself. Here, take this. It looks like money.
He's watching through the window?
Yes. Now leave here and whistle as you go. Look as if you had no troubles at all.
I'll do just what you say, mister.
Hey, Aaron. I want to talk to you.
Well?
I've been trying to see you. It's hard to say, but I'm sorry for the way I've treated you, and I'd like to square things.
It's a fine time to say that. If we'd counted on you, we'd been dead long time ago.
I know it, Aaron. But you don't know what it can do to a man to lose the girl he loves. I've been trying to get up my courage to see you a dozen times.
Yeah?
I just went local for a while, seeing you two married.
Well?
I'd give you a pretty bad deal, Aaron. Now I'm willing to give you half the land I've got, if you'll still go by that partnership thing we agreed on.
Half the land you got, huh? You mean the land you swindled me out of?
Yeah, I did a pretty mean trick.
And I reckon we ain't much more to say.
Wait a minute, Aaron. You don't savvy things. I'm offering you the land you wanted and surveyed in trade for the land you're on now. We could swap half and half.
Nope. I reckon I'll hold on to what I got. If I deal with you, you'll like as not swindle me again sometime. Besides that, I got plans to get rich off of my claim.
But I found gold on mine. See? Here's some specks of it.
Did the fella inside tell you it was gold?
Sure it is, but I got to get some more of it to get it tested. It's sure enough gold.
Ever figured that there might be more in my hill? What do you think I laid claim to hill for?
Then how would you like to sell some of your land?
To you?
Sure.
That don't appeal to me none. The less I have to do with you, the better I like it. I'll tell you what, though. If you get the idea that you'd like to prospect for gold, I'll deal with you.
How?
Well, prospecting don't appeal to me much. It's a little hard on Mary.
What's your proposition?
I like farming, and I want to be able to grow things and live comfortable. If you wanted to swap land just as it stands and throw in the house you built and the horses for my hill and the cave I dug, why...
Hey, you mean swap even? I have whatever I find?
Yep, that's right. But you're getting the best of it even so.
It's done. It's a deal. You got your papers with you?
Yep, I have. You?
Sure. Come on in with me and we'll get the government agent to fix it up right now.
But mind you, Granville, I ain't making no promises. I don't guarantee you'll get rich on that hill.
I'll take that chance. Come on inside.
It was late afternoon when Aaron finally returned to Mary, and we find him laughing as Mary says,
But, Aaron, what happened at the office?
I wish you'd seen Granville's face when he learned that the real government man had been tied behind the counter.
But he made the deal, Aaron.
Yep, he made it, and then found there wasn't nothing but fool's gold in those sacks. And even that didn't come from this hill.
I don't know what you mean.
Mean, honey? It means we're taking over Granville's claim, and he gets this no-count hill.
Oh, Aaron.
That ain't all, hon. I got his horses and wagon, too. And if he tries to move us off the land, he'll have the whole U.S. Army after him.
And our land is what he's been living on?
Sure. Well, now we gotta vacate this old cave so Skeets and Granville will have a place to live. From now on, this is their property.
But, Aaron, how did it ever happen?
We have the Lone Ranger to thank for that, Mary. He's got us fixed up in great shape. We've got the best section of land in the whole state, and Tom Granville has the worst.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in Big Bend. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hurry, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
There's a fever in the mining country of Montana Territory. It's known as gold colic. Once a man catches it, it can only mean one thing: life or death.
Frontier Gentleman. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
Fort Benton on the Missouri in Montana Territory is what you might call a clearinghouse for supplies. They're shipped by riverboat up the Missouri, food, clothing, guns, ammunition, whiskey, tobacco, and from Fort Benton on to the west and north by pack train and wagon. The post is also the point of debarkation for the tenderfoot, the inexperienced miner seeking the fabulous gold fields of the territories. It seemed a worthwhile spot to find a story for the London Times, and so on my arrival, I went to the office of the local newspaper, the Fort Benton Dispatch. The editor was an affable chap by the name of John Warren. He took me into his tiny office.
London Times, eh? Sit down, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Well, this must seem kind of like a tin horn paper to you.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Warren. As a matter of fact, I rather envy you. My work depends entirely upon whether the editor likes my story or not. If he doesn't, I don't get paid. If he does, well, I'm in luck.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope I can put you onto something good.
That's very kind of you.
Of course, the best thing you could do is to talk to some of the old-timers around. They've got 100 stories.
Well, first I wondered, has there been much gold found in this vicinity?
Around Benton? No, most of it's north and southwest of here. Big strikes over to Virginia City and Bannock. Mind you, there's talk, you hear it around once in a while, of gold in these parts. But I never heard of anyone striking it rich. Most of the boys just pick up supplies here and try to get a grub stake to head on out to the mountains.
I see. Well, didn't you ever try prospecting?
Nope. Found a good wife, a pleasant way to live. I make out and I'm happy. Too many hill rats wasting their...
Hill rats?
Prospectors. Too many of them wasting their lives for that one big chance. I guess I'm not that much of a gambler.
Where would I be likely to find a chap like that, a hill rat?
Oh, Benton's full of them. If you want a real old-timer, go down and see Shorthorn Tom.
Shorthorn Tom?
Yeah. Nobody knows his real name, and he's probably forgotten it himself. You'll find him down at the shacks end of the street here. Turn left. His place is the first one on the left.
Good. I'll call on him.
And, look, don't let him talk you into grub staking him. He's got a lot of crazy ideas about finding a lost mine. He's been at it for 6 years, they say.
Well, I'll be careful.
Say, Mr. Kendall, why don't you join me and the missus for dinner tonight? You'd sure be welcome.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Warren.
Well, it's not every day we get to meet a traveled man like yourself. I'll see you later, Mr. Kendall.
It wasn't hard to find Shorthorn Tom's place. I could have discovered it on a foggy London night by the smell alone. A ramshackle lean-to affair, it had the odor best described as rotting fermented cabbage, which a moment later I found emanated from the gentleman himself. The old prospector was the most unwashed individual I've ever come across in my life. Bleary-eyed, he greeted me at the sacking that passed for a door. Shorthorn Tom? I wonder if I could have a few words with you.
What's the matter, boy? You got the heaves?
No, I don't believe so.
Sound like it. You want words? Come on in. Got me a mess of poop stewing. Light and rest your saddle, mister. What's your business?
But I'm writing about the territory for a newspaper, Tom. I thought possibly you might be able to give me some information.
Information. What kinds of information?
Oh, the life of a miner, for example. Your life. No, I'm quite serious.
You want to pay for information?
Oh, well, I hadn't exactly planned on it.
Then I ain't got no medicine for you.
$5?
Yeah, let's see it. Ain't you got no real money? Never did trust a bit of paper.
I'm afraid that's it.
Well, better than a sack of dingbats, I guess. You want some pooch?
Is that what you're cooking?
Yeah, tomatoes, sugar, and bread. Lost my teeth a couple of weeks back. Can't eat nothing but.
I don't think so. Thanks very much.
Well, you go ahead and ask what you want. I'll eat.
I understand you've been mining in this country for some time.
20 here, more other places. Got the biggest strike a man ever sees 6 years back. But I lost it.
Really? Well, I'd like to hear about that.
No more than 20 miles from here, too. Except nobody believes it.
But I heard there wasn't any gold to speak of here.
You heard. Oh, listen, mister. Them's that tell you that don't know their saddle from a prairie dog hole. I'm a-telling you. There's diggings over in them mountains, the highwoods. I seen 'em. I know what's there. Gold. 5,000 a ton if it's worth us saying.
Well, what happened to it?
Well, me and a partner was prospecting in the highwoods. Got lost and caught in a blizzard. Sam, he was my partner. He went west. Wind blew him clean off the trail, about 1,000 feet down. Well, I found a cave, see? I figured to stay put till the weather broke. And that's where I found it.
In the cave?
Right in the cave. Indian or Spanish diggings, I figure. Nuggets as big as your saddle.
Well, go on.
Well, that's all. I brought the nuggets back. Had me some fun. Then went back to work to mine. And I couldn't find it.
It's unbelievable.
Sure, that's what they all say. Shorthorn Tom, biggest liar in Montana territory. Ain't nobody going to give old Tom a grub stake to make 'em all look sick as a mule.
But they must have known about the nuggets you found.
Mister, a fellow who's in it rich is like to give away more than I took out of that cave. Oh, that's how they figure I got the gold. It was give to me.
It's quite a story.
Yes, ain't it? Now I'm between a rock and a hard place. Doing a job here and around to scrape up $1 for grub. While up there's enough gold to buy me the whole dang town.
When did you give up looking for it?
When? Mister, when you got gold colic like I got it, you just never give up. You sure you want to have some of this pooch? Mighty tasty.
No, thank you.
Yes, sir. 8 times I've been back looking till I run out of grub. But one of these days... Hey, you wouldn't be interested in going partners, would you?
Oh, I don't think so. It's very kind of you to offer.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me show you something. You know what gold looks like?
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Good Lord. That must be worth...
200, 250.
Well, but couldn't you use this to buy what you need for another try?
Could, but won't. If I spent this and didn't find the mine, there'd be nothing left to prove what I know. Oh, it wouldn't cost more than $100. Man could take one mule for packing. Pretty good outfit. Oh, I ain't saying the best, but it'd do. Only on 20 miles from here.
And how about $50?
No, 100. And you know what? I got a feeling if a man wanted to put up $100, this could be the lucky time. Oh, I've been feeling it for a week. The weather's good. This trip out, I'd find it.
Well, Tom, I have an idea, if for nothing else but the experience, it'd be worth it. All right. Here. 50, 70, 90, 100. If we don't find it, I'll be in your shoes. Flat. Busted.
Oh, mister. Hey, what's your name?
Kendall.
Well, Kendall, you got yourself a partner. Yes, sir, I'll take this here money and get us fixed up. We can leave right away. Bed out tonight. Where are you staying?
No, I've got a room at the American Hotel.
Meet you there in 2 hours.
Oh, Tom, there's nothing personal, you understand, but I think a little security is indicated in case of accidents.
Oh, you figuring me to deal from the bottom? All right, I'll tell you what. Now, I'll give you the nugget, see? You trust me with your 100, I trust you with my nugget. And if I don't show up in 2 hours ready to travel, you made yourself a profit.
Fair enough.
Mister, you may not know it, but you're going to be one of the richest men in Montana.
Or the poorest. I'll meet you at the hotel.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. When you hear CBS News, you're hearing the results of worldwide watchfulness that pays off in accurate reporting sped to your sets with minimum delay. CBS News has reporters in every corner of the world. By keeping your set tuned to CBS Radio, you not only get your favorite entertainment, but the regular news programs of the nation's best reporters, plus special bulletins whenever they are called for by CBS News. Make the Star's address your listening post on the nation's most listened to programs and for the nation's most listened to news reports as well. And now we return you to Anthony Ellis' production of Frontier Gentlemen.
I had left Shorthorn Tom at a general store to buy supplies. Precisely 2 hours later, the old prospector was outside my hotel, leading a scrawny-looking burro, which looked as though it would momentarily collapse under the weight of its pack. It seemed that we were ready, except for one thing. Shorthorn Tom was blind, roaring, drunk.
Here they are, partner! I'm all set and raring to go. I had me a little scamper juice to kind of start things off right.
Here's your nugget, Tom.
Oh, you're an honest man, Kendall. Come on, let's get going.
Well, if it ain't my old pal, Shorthorn Tom.
Who? Oh, Kendall. You see this suck-egg dog? Calls himself Willie Sanders. Worst no good son of a gun claim jumper this or any other side of the Rockies.
So you got yourself a grub steak, Tom. This fellow you're playing for sucker?
Sucker? Do you see this nugget, you river sniper? We're gonna get more like it. You've been laughing at me and my gold in the Highwood Mountains, huh? Well, we'll see who's the sucker. No good varmint, I got a good mind.
Tom! Tom.
Ain't no good trying to rouse him, mister. He does it every time. You bet he poured a whole bottle of whiskey in him. Gets stiffer than a board. He'll be like that for hours.
Give me a hand with him, will you? I'll take him up to my room.
They won't let that old buzzard in the hotel.
I think they will. Come on. I had a boy take the burro to the stable. Then together, Saunders and I carried old Tom into the hotel, up to my room, and put him down on the bed. He was snoring quite peacefully. My companion, Saunders, was not of the nicest type. Thick black brows growing in an almost straight line across his eyes, and a cast in one eye which gave him an even more villainous appearance. As I put Tom's nugget in my pocket, I saw him give it a sidelong glance.
You believe that story of his?
I have no doubt of it at all.
Nobody else in Benton does.
Well, that may well be their misfortune.
Did he tell you where the mine is?
He gave me a rough idea. Now, thanks very much for your help.
You grub-staked him, huh?
I grub-staked him. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders.
You really think there's a mine?
My dear fellow, I can't see what earthly concern it is of yours, but yes, I think there is a mine.
How about taking a couple more partners on, me and a pal of mine?
Not interested, thank you.
He find that nugget up there?
You heard him. Goodbye, Mr. Saunders. Tom. 2 hours later, he was still asleep. I locked him in the room and went downstairs for dinner. The bill came to $6, leaving me with exactly $2 in my pocket and a growing doubt as to the wisdom of my investment. I was just about to get up to leave the table when I heard a voice behind me.
Hi there, handsome. Yes, you.
Good evening.
Mind if I join you?
Why, no, not at all. Won't you sit down?
I've been watching you from over there. You know what I said to myself? I said there's a real lonesome man. A real lonesome man. So I come over to make you feel better.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, I'm in quite high spirits, really.
That's swell. That's real swell. I'm glad. My, you got a beautiful way of talking.
Thank you.
You're good looking, too. Nice and tall and good looking.
Very kind of you.
You know what I bet?
I haven't the remotest idea.
I bet you're from the East and you're going to look for gold. And I bet you find it. What do you think of that?
Extraordinary.
I'm Alice. What's your name?
J.B. Kendall.
J.B.? What does that mean?
Oh, just initials, you know, J.B. Everybody calls me J.B.
I like that. It's strong. J.B. Would you like to go someplace quieter to talk, J.B.?
Not particularly. You see, I have a friend upstairs in my room.
Oh?
No. You don't understand. A gentleman. Not feeling too well.
I am sorry. Then if you like, we could go to my place.
Charming thought, but not tonight.
You don't like me.
Well, to the contrary, I find you irresistible, but I must say I question your motives. Run along, dear. Your friend, Mr. Saunders, is much too interested in our conversation.
Saunders? Who's he?
The gentleman behind the pillar, see? I saw you come in with him before. Would you be good enough to give him a message? Just say, no partners. Good night. Shorthorn Tom didn't awaken until the next morning, and I marveled at his recuperative powers. He showed not the slightest effects of the night before. We collected our burro and left Fort Benton at sunrise and started south toward the Highwood Mountains. 2 days later, we were in the heart of the mountains. Tom was in excellent spirits. He seemed to know exactly where he was going.
You see that gulch below? I swear I got sight of it before that doggone blizzard closed in 6 years back. Yes, sir, we're on the right trail this time.
Do you mind stopping for a moment?
Sure.
I thought I heard something.
Oh, man gets that way in the mountains. Hear a lot of things ain't really there.
No. It sounded like horses.
Oh, just echo of the old burro, that's all.
What's your real name, Tom?
Oh, I ain't had none except Shorthorn Tom for so long I near forget sometimes. When I was a sprout, I had me some folks called Weatherly. That was a long time back, Kendall.
What about Shorthorn? Where did you find that name?
Never found it. It was given to me. That's what they called a tenderfoot down south a ways, and the name stuck. Hey, you got a handle, except Kendall?
J.B.
J.B.
Jeremy Bryan.
Jeremy Bryan. Oh, partner, I'm sorry. Mighty sorry. Man could get killed out here with a name like that. Trail's getting narrow yonder. You better watch your step. It's a long drop down.
How much further from here?
Oh, not much ways. It don't look like much, just a hole in the rock, but when you get inside, she opens up to a sizable cave. Look, there she is! Come on!
Well, it looks like a cave, all right, but you said the opening was small.
Oh, it's the one, I tell you. You see inside. Come on now. Watch your step.
I will.
Watch it.
Yes.
Yes. No, I can't exactly recollect whether it was on this side or the other. Can you see any sign of diggings?
No.
Oh, might have been a fall covered it up. Say, I'll use my pick here. You try where you are.
We stayed there working, digging at the solid walls of that cave for over 3 hours. Tom must have known it was hopeless, but he wouldn't give up. Only shouted words of encouragement to me and dug into seams the harder with his pick. Then quite suddenly he stopped. I turned and saw him lying on the other side of the cave. Tom. Tom?
Oh, pain in my stuffings. Up to my chest. Ain't easy to breathe.
Oh, here. Here. Lie on your back. There we are.
Oh, that's better. I tell you, J.B., I tell you. Oh, it's a cold trail. I know that some time back this ain't the place. Don't feel it. It just don't smell right. I was kidding myself. It ain't the place.
No, that doesn't matter.
No, I guess not. Not no more. Oh, here, you take this.
What for? I don't want the nugget.
I told you. It's worth $250 maybe. I won't need it now. I'm going up Salt River, partner.
If you mean you're going to die, nonsense.
Boy, one thing a man knows when he's old, buzzard bait like me, he knows when it's time to die. But listen, you go on looking and see. Them diggings is around here somewhere. Maybe further along the trail. Maybe there's another cave along a bit.
No, Tom. Tom, lie back.
No, out of my way.
Tom.
I'm going to find it just along the trail.
Tom!
That old Tom, he sure had the gold colic bad, didn't he?
He dead, Sanders?
Sure he's dead. Don't you figure, mister?
Yes.
Me and my partner here, we come up to see how you was doing. Didn't find the mine, huh?
No, we didn't find it.
Well, there's still the nugget. I seen him give it to you. Hand it over, huh?
Gentlemen, I feel rather sad about Tom's passing. Be good chaps and let well enough alone.
You kidding with that talk?
Oh, he's a dude. He can't help the way he talks. You give us the nugget, huh?
Now, both of you, get up. Up! Now, each of you take a pick. Start digging. We'll bury him here. You give me any argument, I'll shoot you on the spot. After Shorthorn Tom was buried, I took the horses belonging to Sanders and his friend and started back to Fort Benton. I had the idea the walk would do them good. After sending my story to the Times, I had a drink for old Tom, then packed to leave for Helena in Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Joe Kearns, Don Diamond, Virginia Gregg, and Herb Ellis. Music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Now, stay tuned for the Ford Road Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. John Wall speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
fiery horse of the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The Masked Rider of the Plains has found no place in the written history of the western United States. But the stories of his adventures have been told and retold around thousands of frontier campfires. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the early West. And the memory of his tireless efforts in the cause of justice will never be forgotten. Return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come along, Silver! Tow's waiting for us in Medicine Bow! Hi-yo, Silver!
The town of Medicine Bow was the center of great activity in the gold fields, and prospectors came from all sides to get their supplies from Lige Potter's general store. Confined more or less to the store by his advanced years, old Lige was always eager for news, and always anxious to talk with anyone who would visit with him. In the first scene of our drama, we find Lige talking to an Indian who has just made a purchase.
You don't need to be in no hurry to shove on, Injun. Where'd you come from, anyhow?
Me come long way.
Ain't many Injuns come in here to buy meat. Land sakes, most of 'em just sashays up to the nearest longhorn they can find and slices off a steak or so. You seem like a right nice sort, Injun. Reckon I'd better warn you.
What matter?
If you want to stay healthy, you best keep out of the way of the blacksmith. He's likely to throw a 6-gun on you.
Him not like Injun?
'Tain't exactly that, but he's hunting all of 'em, so's he can get one particular Injun. Jim Blackwell knows more'n most of the folks in Medicine Bow, being as he's traveled more and seen more. And...
Pa, what do you think Blackwell's done now?
Eh? Oh, hello, Polly. What's he done?
Oh, Pa, that Injun.
I just been telling him to keep out of Blackwell's way.
But, Pa, he might be the one. It might be him the reward's for.
Lawman not want Tonto.
Course not. Hang it all, Polly, I think this whole idea of the boys is wrong. I knowed that there Lone Ranger for what he done up Cheyenne way and for what he done down in Texas and lots of places.
But, Pa, he's been seen robbing.
You mean they seen a man with a mask and a white horse and heard him shouting to Silver?
That's right, Pa, and they're certain sure it's him that's the outlaw around here.
I dunno. What's Jim Blackwell done now?
Well, I just come from there, and someone said he'd seen a strange Injun in Medicine Bow, and Jim, he jumped up and offered a $500 reward for the Injun, dead or alive.
Hey there, Lige.
Jim.
I was just telling Pa about that reward.
Lige, you ain't seen an Injun around here, have you?
Well, there ain't no Injun here now.
I see that. I figured there might have been.
Well, if there was, I ain't no idea where he'd be now.
This here Lone Ranger that's been robbing the boys of their gold and savings has an Indian friend by the name of Tonto that travels with him.
So I've heard.
If the Lone Ranger's in these parts, then Tonto is too. If we get one, we'll like as not get the other. I figured it'd be a sight easier to get the Injun than the masked hombre, because there ain't a horse alive could catch the one he rides.
Jim, you ain't jumping to conclusions.
What do you mean?
I mean, I ain't so certain it is the Lone Ranger that's been robbing folks around here.
He's been seen by half a dozen of the men he's robbed.
Well, they might have made a mistake.
Blame small chance of that. He fired at Sandy Town, and when Sandy dug the bullet out of his wall at his place, he fetched it to me. And it was solid silver, just like what the Lone Ranger uses. Now, what do you say?
I'd say you do better to stick to shoeing horses like you've been doing and stop trying to be a detective.
Jim, you said he fired at Sandy Town?
Yep.
By thunderation, that sure is funny. Did Sandy fire first?
How the heck do I know?
Well, that shooting must have been at powerful long range if that fellow shot and missed. That's all I got to say. He's a dead shot. And Sandy's plenty tall enough to make a first-class shooting target.
Look here, Lige. Have you seen an Injun?
Well, maybe you have, and maybe you ain't. Suppose you just try and guess.
Tonto slipped out of Lige Potter's store as Jim Blackwell entered. He remained outside to hear what was said, and then hurried away. We next see him as he joins his tall, masked friend in a small, well-concealed camp not far from town.
Tonto, you've ridden hard.
Honey, you got bad news.
Bad news? What is it?
People say you robber. All town look for you.
They're looking for a thief who wears a mask and rides a white horse. Not me.
Them say Lone Ranger, bad man.
I've heard about it, Tonto.
Feller named Blackwell. Him pay reward.
The blacksmith, huh? Tell me more.
Him say you shoot it, man.
Who?
You not hit him. Bullet miss. Bullet silver.
A silver bullet. I'm supposed to have shot at a man and missed?
Not right.
And they found the bullet?
Huh?
And it was silver?
Not right.
What was the man's name?
Sandy Town.
Sandy Town.
Huh?
Someone shot at him and used a silver bullet. But, Tonto, you and I know that it wasn't me.
Feller in store named Potter say Lone Ranger not bad.
Lige Potter believes in me, huh? I'm glad someone does.
The
only way to prove I'm not a thief is to find the one who made and fired a silver bullet.
Not right.
Tonto, pack our things. We're going into town and see what we can learn. That silver bullet gives me a clue.
Several days passed. 2 more robberies were committed by a tall, masked man riding a white horse. Feeling ran high, and more recruits joined the band, determined to capture the Lone Ranger. Sheriff Emerson returned home tired after another unsuccessful attempt to trail the criminal. We hear his wife speaking.
Hadn't you better get to bed, hon? You're plumb tired out with trying to catch this Lone Ranger.
I've been thinking, Libby. I don't feel sure that the Lone Ranger is a thief.
Why do you say that?
I've been talking with Lige Potter and his daughter.
Yeah?
All the fellows that says they've been robbed by this here masked fella ain't said nothing about seeing the Injuns that's supposed to travel with him.
But that don't mean nothing.
Lige still swears that the Lone Ranger ain't a robber, and that ain't all. I seen the fella once myself and heard him. I'd know if it was him or not if I could just see him.
But who else could it be?
I don't know. That's just the trouble.
My soul and body. What's this?
Boys, what's all this mean?
We come to talk.
All right, Blackwell. Speak up and get done with it.
Where's that Lone Ranger?
We're here to see why you don't get that crook before he does any more robbing.
He's robbed me of all I got.
Now, hold on. Shut up and let Jim Blackwell speak for you.
We're here to see why you ain't got the Lone Ranger yet, Sheriff.
He shot at me and...
Well, he missed you, didn't he, Sandy?
Yes, he missed me, but that don't say he will next time.
You got anything for him, Steele?
Not now, I ain't.
And you never had. I know that 5 or 6 of you had a good store of cash laid by,
And probably Jim Blackwell had the most.
I did till he took it.
All right.
I had a gold watch that he took with my cash.
And I had over $1,000 in paper money with my name writ on it so it couldn't be used after it was stole. But that don't give it back to me.
Now listen, boys. Quiet down. Quiet. I'm doing all I can. You fellas can help me out by making out a list of everything that was took. So as when we get this critter, we'll know what we're looking for. Sandytown, I don't know why in thunderation that fella would take the trouble to rob you.
He shot at me because he didn't find anything. It made him sore that I didn't have anything worth taking.
Well, you fellas make up your list. And them as can't write can get Libby here to help you. Then you leave him with me, and we'll see if we can get somewhere.
The men soon had their lists of stolen property prepared, and the sheriff took them with the assurance that something would be done to capture the masked robber. After they departed, Sheriff Emerson and his wife spread the lists on the table and studied the crude writing of the men by the light of an oil lamp. Meanwhile, outside the house, the Lone Ranger and Tonto sat astride their white horses watching. We hear the masked man as he murmurs to Tonto.
The sheriff and his wife are alone now, Tonto.
That's right.
It's time to put our plan to work. Is my mask tight enough?
It's plenty tight.
My guns are loaded.
You not shoot anyone?
No, Tonto. I'm just going to fire one shot into the wall for the sheriff to find.
Not good.
You know what to do, don't you, Kimasabi?
Tonto, no.
Very well. Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
Tonto, watch Silver.
Very well, Kimasabi. I'll need him again in a few minutes. Leave Silver right there and take your horse with you. Don't forget what you're to do.
Tonto, do. Come, white fella.
Now to take a chance.
Oh, look!
The masked man.
The thief.
Steady, Sheriff. I have you covered.
Put down that gun. You can't get away.
Yes, I can. Hand over your cash and be quick about it.
Don't take chances. Do what he says. He'll shoot if you don't.
You are the Lone Ranger.
Oh, please don't shoot, mister. You can take the money, what little we got. Just leave us alive.
I can't believe it.
Your money, quickly.
Up to now, mister, I didn't believe the stories I heard about the Lone Ranger being a crook. After all the good things I heard about you, they didn't make sense. But seeing is believing. When I tell Lige Potter about this, you'll lose the last 2 men in town that stood by you.
Get that cash, Sheriff. I haven't time to waste.
What if I don't?
Hurry!
Don't!
That's just a warning.
I'll get the cash. It's here. This tin box. Take it, but don't shoot.
Thanks.
This makes me lose all my faith in human nature. I wouldn't have believed it.
He's just what everybody said he was, a crook.
I'd sooner almost anything had happened, mister, than to see you doing this. An ornery robber, toting guns to men's homes and sticking them up.
I'm sorry, Sheriff Emerson. All I can say is dig out the bullet I fired. Dig it out and keep it.
I'll keep it all right. Keep it as a souvenir of the man I thought you was. Keep it as a warning never to trust anybody.
Compare it with the bullet fired at Sandytown.
Get after him. Maybe you can catch him and get the money back.
No, Libby. I ain't going after him.
You can't let him get away.
That's what I'm going to do.
Well, you're scared. You're yellow. Go chase him. Get him.
Now, listen, honey.
Then I'll go after him my own self. I'll get him.
Get back, Libby. Get away from that door. Don't shoot him.
I reckon I couldn't anyhow. He's plumb gone already. But the ornery low-down snake, he stole everything we've saved for years.
And him, the Lone Ranger. Let me think, Libby. Just let me think.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger learned that a mysterious robber in Medicine Bow was using his name and wearing his mask. Jim Blackwell posted a reward for Tonto, hoping that his capture might lead to the Lone Ranger himself. Tonto learned that a silver bullet fired into the wall of Sandy Town's shack was the most important evidence against the Lone Ranger, and the masked man started out to trace the robber from that clue. As part of his plan, he held up the sheriff and took his money. Just after sunrise the next morning, we find Jim Blackwell hard at work in his smithy. Suddenly, he looks up and sees Tonto standing beside him.
An Injun.
And you hear what me say.
Who are you? I am hunting an Injun around here.
You give reward?
You're blame right.
Me friend. Me Tonto.
Huh? Now, is that so?
Lone Ranger steal cash last night.
Oh, he did.
Him tell me come here now.
So, I begin to see it. So he's got an Injun to work with him now, eh? Just like the real Lone Ranger. Who'd he hold up?
Me not know.
Where's the cash?
Here.
Good enough. Just tell him that I'm putting it away with the rest. You'd better keep out of sight around town. They'll be hunting you for to get that reward I posted.
Me be plenty careful.
Now, vamoose.
Sheriff, got reward money?
No. I gave the sheriff orders to take the reward money out of the money that was stole from me, if he gets it back, and to pay it to anyone finding the Lone Ranger or Tonto.
Me go now.
Goodbye. Yeah. My pard sure is getting downright smart ideas. When things get too hot, we just hangs the engine, and it'll make folks satisfied for a while. Now to hide this here cash with the rest. Any fine place for hiding here. It's too bad I ain't as tall as the Lone Ranger, so I could do all this myself instead of having to split.
Stand right where you are, Blackwell.
What the?
I'm leaving here. I'll take what I've stolen with me.
See here, you
I've
ornery.
no time to argue.
Double-crossing me, are you? I'll get you for this if it's the last thing I do.
You don't dare, Blackwell. If you turn me over to the sheriff, you'll put your neck in a noose as well. You don't dare tell what you know.
I don't, eh? I don't. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you can't double-cross Jim Blackwell and get away with it.
The Lone Ranger took most of the loot that had been hidden in Blackwell's smithy. As soon as the masked man had gone, Blackwell set out at top speed for the home of Sandy Town. Meanwhile, we find Lige Potter driving a small wagon toward the office of the sheriff. In the seat with Lige are Polly and Tonto. The old fellow says,
I don't know why you're doing this, Tonto.
It's part of the plan.
But was it really the Lone Ranger that come and fetched you to our place?
You get reward from me.
But the sheriff, he likes not have you hung. He was robbed himself last night, and he's sore as a mule.
That's right.
Well, if it means that this Indian's going to get hurt, then I don't want no reward money.
But the Lone Ranger says to take him in, and I'm for doing what he asks.
I wish I knowed more about the Lone Ranger's plan.
There's the sheriff's office. Whoa there, whoa, boy.
Here comes Sheriff.
Hey there, Lige.
Sheriff Emerson, this here Indian, I'm bringing him in.
I know. The whole thing's been explained to me.
What do you mean?
Get going, and I'll ride alongside you. There's other boys joining us on the way.
What's this all about? Where are we heading?
I ain't no time for questions now.
But this Tonto, this here Indian...
I know about Tonto. Come on now. Whip your horse up and get going. Get up.
Get up there. Get up. Go on, get up there.
The sheriff and old Lige went along at breakneck speed, pausing only long enough for new arrivals to join them.
There's Ben riding this way.
Get up, Clyde. Get up.
It is Ben, Pa, and he's coming awful fast.
Get up there. Sheriff, here I am, just like you told me. Come on and get going. Come on. Get up
Pa, there comes two other riders.
I'm Tucker and Dan White.
What's all this mean? Sheriff, what's it all about?
Never mind questions. Just pick them horses up.
Get up, Clyde. Get up.
Come on, boys, and make it fast. We've got a lot of ground to cover.
Blackwell, convinced that he'd been double-crossed, rode hard to Sandy Town's home. When he reined in his horse in front of the house and dashed up the steps with gun drawn, he did not notice that many horses and riders were concealed behind the house. Blackwell jerked the door open and shouted,
Stand right where you are, Sandy.
What?
I'm here to talk to you, you rat.
And what about? What in thunder's got into you, Jim?
Shut up. I come here to tell you what I think of a double-cross, a low-down skunk like you dirty polecat.
Now, see here.
I'll do the talking. You figured I wouldn't have the nerve to come and call you, didn't you? You thought I was afraid the sheriff would hang me as well as you. Well, he won't. And he won't hang you neither.
Now, what do you mean?
I mean I'm taking things in my own hands and drilling
Now,
you.
put down that gun.
Stand still. I got some other things to say, too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. It was my idea that you fix up to look like the Lone Ranger on account of your height. It was my idea that we take a horse and cover him with white so as he looked like the Lone Ranger's horse.
Yeah, but...
And it was me that made the silver bullet for you to shoot.
Sure it was, Jim. I ain't never said anything different, have I?
It ain't what you said. It's what you did. You got the gall to come and rob me and take not only your own share of the stuff we got, but mine as well.
Jim, hold on. There's something wrong there.
You're the one that's wrong.
No, listen, you darn fool. Put down that gun. I wasn't near your place today.
What? Why, you...
That's true. I ain't been out of the house.
I don't believe you. I seen you with my own eyes. You was there masked. You robbed me.
But I've been here since yesterday morning. Honest, I have.
You mean to say you never robbed no one last night?
No, now put down that gun, you fool, and tell me why you're acting like this.
But what about the engine you sent me?
What engine? I ain't seen no engine around here, Jim.
You ain't? Then what's it mean?
Perhaps I can explain.
Look, Jim.
It's him, the Lone Ranger.
Yes, I took the stolen goods from you this morning, Blackwell. Don't kill your friend. He didn't rob you.
I ain't, but I... Look out! Behind you, mister! There! I got him, Sandy. Grab his gun. Wait.
I got him. I got his gun.
Stand up again that wall pronto. Now, where's the stuff you stole from me?
You mean the things you stole from others?
Never mind that. I ain't gonna have that kind of talk from you, even if you are the Lone Ranger.
Where's that money you took, mister?
In my left pocket.
I'll get it. You keep him covered, Jim.
For a fellow that's had as much said about him as you have, you sure was easy to take a prisoner by, Ginger.
Yeah, here's the loot.
Great. Now take off his mask. I have a hankering to see who this hombre is.
Who's that?
I don't know. But we better do something with this money.
Never mind that. We ain't no time.
We'll turn this hombre over to the law. See who's at the door, Sandy.
Hello, Sandy. Howdy, Jim.
Lige!
Oh, look. Who's that?
That's the Lone Ranger. We got it.
What do you want here, Lige? Where'd you get that engine?
I've been hunting for you, Jim, on account of that reward. I see you got your money back from that hombre.
Yeah, him capture me.
It's too bad, Tonto. I'm sorry.
I got this engine, and he admits he's friend the Lone Ranger. I fetched him to you for the reward.
Well,
Suppose you ain't no choice but to give it to him, Jim.
I don't know. Things are sort of mixed up.
I got the sheriff with me to make it legal. Sheriff Emerson.
I'm right here, Lige. Howdy, Jim. Howdy, Sandy.
Howdy.
I see you got stolen stuff there. Good enough. Just hand that 500 to Lige Potter for the engine.
Yeah, but I...
Hurry up. You got back what was stole, and you said you'd give a reward for the capture of this engine or the Lone Ranger himself.
All right. There you are, Lige.
Gosh almighty, Polly, look at here.
Jim, that's what we wanted to be sure to get from you. That reward for Lige Potter.
You shut up. I still got you covered. Take him, Sheriff.
I don't reckon I will.
What do you mean by that?
Smudge and Ben and the others you robbed us here, and we all heard what you two said. You told us all we need is evidence.
You mean I...
What did you hear?
About Sandy being the one that was doing the robbing.
No, it ain't true.
And you having the idea, Blackwell, to make folks think he was the Lone Ranger, and you fixing a silver bullet for him to shoot.
But you can't prove anything.
I reckon hearing what you said was all the proof we needed. Come on in, boys, and get your money back. It's here.
What sort of game is this?
It's a game that you can't win, Blackwell. That's what it is. You tried to make different rules, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but you can't get me for robbing anyone.
I got enough evidence to prove all I want about both of you. I got the bullet you made for Sandy to shoot. And I got a silver bullet from the Lone Ranger's gun.
What a silver bullet!
The only thing about them that's the same is the fact that they're both made of silver.
But I didn't rob you last night, Sheriff. That was the real Lone Ranger.
You can't prove that you didn't rob everyone else. Nope, I got you, the two of you. And as for that spavin' no-account nag you've been using, Sandy, shucks, you ought to see the real Lone Ranger's horse. That's a horse.
But what was the idea of the whole thing? Tell us that, won't you, Mr. Lone Ranger?
Yeah. How'd you ever find out it was these two that done the robbing?
Lige, silver doesn't melt easily. I didn't think anyone in town could make a silver bullet except the blacksmith, so I watched him.
You mean you suspected all along?
Yes.
You sent that engine. You tricked me.
It took a trap to catch a rat like you. I didn't want you alone, Blackwell. I wanted your partner as well.
But, mister, what about having the engine captured?
Your father proved himself a true friend, Polly. As long as there was to be a reward, I thought he might just as well have it.
Oh, shucks. After knowing so many good things you've done, how could I change toward you?
By darn, it's downright slick having that ornery crook Jim Blackwell hand over reward money.
But, Sheriff, I know I've got a right to the reward.
Keep it, Lige. Land's sakes, keep it. I got these two prisoners, and I'm satisfied.
I could put the money to good use. There's people around here I could help out, just as the Lone Ranger would like to see.
I thought that money was being put into the proper hands.
We'll all get back what we lost, won't we?
Sure you will.
And the crooks get what they deserve.
Here, Silver.
He's leaving. You gotta stop him. He robbed me, Sheriff. He robbed me this morning.
Don't make me laugh, Blackwell. Don't make me laugh.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Stretch out those great legs. Fellows waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Never bought these new boots off them, Pruny. Rushing around like this.
Hey, where's the fire, Chester?
I'm sorry, Miss Kitty. I just ain't got time to stop and visit. I got to get over to the office and tell Mr. Dillon something.
Well, it must be awful important.
Yes, ma'am, it sure is. I'm sorry, Miss Kitty. I'll see you later. Like I've been running once. Dear. Mr. Dillon?
Quiet. Be quiet, Chester. I've got 35 cents in this pot. Cards, man?
Let me see.
The doctor, you're just going to have to hold up the
honest.
game.
Give me 3.
All right. 1, 2. There you go, man.
Mr. Dillon, I've got to talk to you.
Hold it a minute, will you, Chester? I'm about to win myself 35 cents.
Yeah, and you might be about to get killed, too.
And I'm taking 1 card, man.
Taking 1, huh?
Mr. Dillon, there's a fellow rode into town looking for you. I just heard him over at the Dodge House asking about you.
And I'm raising another 5 cents, man.
Raise, huh? You're losing your head, aren't you, Doc?
Over to... He's kind of young, but I think he's a gunman, Mr. Dillon. I think he's heading over here. Now, if you ask me, I think he's coming over here to kill somebody.
Howdy.
Oh, my goodness.
One of you fellas Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, I am.
My name's Crowley Tobin, Marshal.
How are you, Mr. Tobin? Will you wait just a minute? All right, Doc. I'm calling you.
2 pair, Matt. King's high. I guess that's enough.
Just a minute, Doc.
3 sevens? 3 sevens? Oh, of all the sneaky luck.
Thanks, Doc. Yeah. Chester, is this the fellow that...
Yes, he is.
What can I do for you, Mr. Tobin?
Well, I'm a special deputy from California, Marshal. I'm after a man who's wanted for stage hold-up and murder. I got reason to think he's here in Dodge. His name's Jess Ricker.
Jess Ricker?
You know him?
Yeah, we know him. He's been around for a couple of weeks.
Well, you know where I can find him?
No, not right this minute, I don't. Tell you what, you leave the warrant with me, though, and I'll pick him up for you sometime this evening.
I'll do the picking up, if you don't mind.
Oh?
All I asked you was where I can find him.
What about your authority? You're kind of out of your territory.
I'll worry about authority after I get Ricker.
You know what he's like? He's tough with his hands and fast with a gun.
I didn't come here crying for help.
How long you been a lawman?
2 months, if it's any of your business.
Uh-huh. Now, this your first assignment?
What difference does that make? What are you trying to say? I ain't big enough to handle it?
Now, wait just a minute.
You think I can't bring a man in without running to get somebody else to do my job?
Nobody's doubting your ability.
Look, Marshal, if you got the idea there's a reward out for this fellow, you're crazy.
Why, you...
Easy now, man.
I never took any reward on an outlaw in my life.
Well, then what's your reason for trying to horn in on this?
None that you'd understand, Tobin. All right, I don't know where Jess Ricker holds up, but he always hits the saloons in the evening, around 9 o'clock. Either the Lady Gay or the Long Branch.
Thanks. I'll be there. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you go, maybe you better shake hands with Doc Adams. Because the next time you meet up with him, you probably won't be able to. Doc's the coroner here.
A funny thing happened today, Matt. I saw a green horse.
Oh?
Yeah, and it had purple wings. It was flying around up over Boot Hill.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, it was singing just like a meadowlark.
Uh-huh.
Matt,
Did you hear what I just said?
What? Oh, yeah, sure, Kitty. That sounds great.
Oh, come on, Matt. What's it all about?
What? What's what all about?
You haven't heard a word I've said since you walked in here. What have you got on your mind?
No, it's, that fella over there at the end of the bar, Kitty.
Huh? Oh, you mean Jess Rickard?
Yeah. You know him?
Oh, he comes in all the time. I try to avoid him as much as possible.
Well, that's a good idea.
How does he figure with you, Matt?
Well, he doesn't. Not the way things stand.
Well, then I don't see what's bothering you.
Kitty, I want to ask you something. How do you keep somebody from making a fool of himself when he's dead set on doing it?
That's easy. You don't.
Yeah.
Who is he, Matt?
Oh, a deputy from California.
Huh?
He's awful green, Kitty. He's on his first assignment. He's going around with his back up. He's touchier than a bear with a boil.
Oh, and Jess Rickard's his first assignment?
Yeah, so he says. He won't even show me the warrant. I'm afraid that I'd be asking for help. Well, without him, I'm tied. There's no charge against Ricker here in Dodge. Not so far, anyway.
Mr. Dillon?
Huh? Oh, yeah, what is it, Chester?
He's on his way over here, Mr. Dillon. He got tired of waiting at the Lady Gay.
Oh, the fella you were talking about, Matt?
Yeah. Chester's been keeping an eye on him.
Well, what are you going to do?
There's nothing much I can do.
There he is. There he comes.
Good evening, Marshal.
How are you, Tobin?
You know, I've been waiting across the street there for an hour. He didn't show.
Tobin, the two of us could take him without much trouble, you know.
We already been through that, Marshal.
Yeah, I know we had.
All I want to know is where I can find him. Have you got any idea?
Yeah. He's standing over there at the end of the bar.
Which one is
The
it?
big fellow with a scar across his jaw. But listen, Tobin.
I got a warrant to serve, Marshal. Thanks anyway.
His trouble is he's just plain too big for his britches, Mr.
Your
Dillon.
name, Jess Ricker.
What's it to you, mister?
Well, you're under arrest for robbery and murder.
Arrest? You hear that, boys? This little sawed-off prairie dog says I'm under arrest.
I mean it, Ricker.
You're bothering me, mister.
Put out your hands.
Bracelet, huh? And you really aiming to put them on me?
I am.
All right. I'll put out my hand. One at a time. You're going to arrest somebody, was you? All right, I'll teach you.
All right, hold it, Ricker. Now, you put your hand on that gun, it'll be the last move you ever make.
I was just...
Now, keep those boots to yourself. You kick him and I'll drop you.
I wasn't doing nothing, Marshal. I was standing here minding my own business, and you jumped me.
Shut up. Tobin? Chester, get some water and throw it on him, man.
That's right. Well, Sam, will you hand me a bucket of water? Hey, Marshal. How come he's trying to arrest somebody here in your town?
I told you to shut up.
All right, stand back, folks.
You all right, Tobin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all right.
You want me to serve that warrant for you now?
What warrant, Marshal?
Give it to me, Tobin.
If I got a warrant to serve, I'll serve it myself.
Is that what you're aiming to do?
I'll get you if it's the last thing I ever do. Either dead or alive. I don't care which.
Now, Marshal, he threatened my life. You heard him.
Yeah, I heard him.
Fine, law-abiding citizen like me that ain't got a single charge against his name here in Dodge City. Man like me's got to protect himself. For instance, if he was to come walking up the street toward the livery stable about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I might figure it was hostile, seeing as how he just threatened my life. I'll be there, Ricker. And so will I, mister. Bring your handcuffs. I want to pin them through your ear.
You know something, Tobin? You're a stubborn fool.
Mr. Dillon, if I was you, I wouldn't fret myself about it. He's a growed-up man, ain't he?
Well, he's old enough to be.
That's what I mean. And so if he ain't, then whose fault is it?
I don't know, Chester. His own, I guess. And I just keep thinking I could have made the same fool mistakes when I started out as a lawman.
Morning, Matt. Well, we sure couldn't have better weather for it.
Better weather for what, Doc?
Why, for the shooting, of course. Now, don't tell me you're heading toward the livery stable just by accident.
I wouldn't try to tell anything to an old ghoul like you.
Oh, good. Oh, no, man. I'm here on an errand of mercy. I got my toolkit and everything.
Yeah, sure, and it's probably stuffed full of blank forms for your coroner's report.
Well, I did bring a couple, just in case. Maybe Tobin won't show up. You're wrong, Chester. He's already showed. He's coming out of the Dodge house now.
You don't have to sound so joyful about it, Doc.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it, Matt. You neither, for that matter.
Yeah, I know.
I think the street sure is deserted, ain't it?
Morning, gentlemen. I hope you're not planning to interfere, Marshal.
Looks like the only way I could would be to jail you, Tobin.
You wouldn't do that.
Don't be too sure. I've thought about it.
Oh, no, you're too much of a lawman, Marshal.
And it's too bad you're not. You're not half as concerned about the law as you are about your own half-baked pride.
If Ricker gets me, you'll get him. So the law wins either way. Good day, gentlemen. Nice talking to you.
I hope he's better with a gun than he was with his fist.
He's not good enough for just Ricker. But if I horned in on it, it'd probably make him so mad he'd go for me.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Just watch him die, I guess.
Mr. Dillon, you gotta stop him.
He's not my responsibility.
That's right, man. Now, I don't blame you a bit.
What am I supposed to be, his nurse?
Oh, no, of course. Nobody can expect it. There's Ricker. Just coming out of the livery stable, I see.
Tobin's a fool. It's his own fault.
Oh, you're absolutely right there. Oh, yes. He's bringing the whole thing on himself.
For 2 cents, I'd go back to the office and forget about him.
That's exactly what you should do, man. Oh, yes. If you'll glance down the street there, you'll notice they're not more than 100 feet apart.
What of it? Doc, if you think for 1 minute I'm going to take any part in this, you heard him, didn't you? He doesn't want any help.
But that's true, Matt. Yeah, that's true. Oh, my. Yes, there's going to be some shooting any second.
I asked him 3 times, and that'll be enough. Oh, come on. Let's get down there before it's too late.
Yeah, Matt. Now, wait a minute, Matt. It's none of your responsibility if that young idiot wants to die.
Oh, shut up, Doc. A man doesn't mean everything he says.
So I've noticed.
Ricker will try to make him draw first, so it'll make it self-defense and keep me out of it. And Tobin's just stupid enough to fall for it.
It's too late, Matt. Tobin's seen you coming.
Hey, Tobin! Hold up! He walked right into it.
The self-defense, Marshal. He drawed on me. You seen him do it.
Yeah, I saw him. All right, put away your gun, Ricker. Tobin?
Here. Let me see him. That's it. Stand back. Let's get him. Open his shirt here. Yes. Oh. Well, by golly, caught him high in the shoulder, man. He'll pull through it all right.
Tobin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, then listen to me. You had your show, and it fell in on you. Now, you give me that warrant, and I'll serve it for you.
No, Marshal.
Look, you've already proved yourself if that's what you had to do.
I'll get over this. I'll get him yet.
There may not be another chance. He's got a bedroll tied on his saddle, and he's fixing to ride out. Now, you say he's a murderer. You going to let him get away?
I'll catch up with him. I'll find him again.
Yeah, I suppose you don't.
It's my job, Marshal.
It's the law's job, and you're only part of it. Now, what are you going to be? A stubborn kid or a lawman?
I don't know what you mean.
Make up your mind. He's on his horse. What are you, Tobin, a boy or a man?
Warrants inside my vest.
All right. Look after him, Doc.
Now, you be careful, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Ricker! Get off that horse.
What's the trouble, Marshal? I thought we agreed it was self-defense.
It's got nothing to do with that. I got a warrant here for your arrest on a charge of murder.
So I hollered for help. Marshal, I don't think I cottoned to you serving that warrant any more than I did for him to.
I don't much care what you cotton to, Ricker. You shouldn't have tried it, Ricker.
You broke my leg.
Well, don't worry about it. You and Tobin can get well together. And I think he'd like the pleasure of taking you back to California.
You'll never get me there.
I'll get you there, all right, Ricker. If I have to drag you by the hair.
You know something, Ricker? He's just stubborn enough to do that, if he has to.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around frontier campfires, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime through the length and breadth of 7 states. His efforts in the cause of justice were tireless, and although history does not record his deeds, he will always be remembered as the man who did most to bring law and order to the West. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure was found at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting for us near Big Bend. Hi-yo, Silver!
Trouble threatened in the vicinity of Big Bend when an Eastern company, basing its claim on an old land grant, attempted to take over the homes and property of settlers in the disputed territory. As our first scene opens, we see the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto approaching town on their way to the stagecoach station.
We should be in town by the time the stage gets in from Kenwood, Tonto. I'm hoping the government representative will be on it.
Plenty late.
It was a good idea for the government to decide the argument between the settlers and the Eastern Company. But if they don't learn the decision soon, the settlers may sell out to Randolph.
Who, Randolph?
He's the agent of the syndicate, Tonto. He's shrewd and not too honest.
Oh.
He's been trying to buy out the settlers for 1/10 of what their property is worth.
That's plenty bad thing.
He has most of the men convinced the government will decide against them. They're becoming discouraged and willing to sell for what they can get. Amos Drake is the leader of the landowners. If it weren't for him, most of the land would have been sold to the syndicate already.
Why, fella from East not come?
I don't know what's delaying him. Word was received by Pony Express that the decision had been made, and a representative was being sent here to announce it.
Why them do that?
The government doesn't want the decision known until their man arrives.
That's strange.
No, whichever way the decision goes, there's apt to be trouble. It's wise to have a man from Washington here with authority to deal with it.
Oh.
There's the stagecoach station now, Tonto.
There's plenty feller there.
Everybody's hoping that the government man will come on today's stage.
Who that big feller wear black coat?
That's Philip Randolph, the syndicate's man. Amos Drake is standing beside him.
Oh.
We'll stay behind the station here, Tonto.
They'll not see us here.
Go, Silver.
Oh, white feller.
I want to watch Randolph. I doubt that he'll be willing to settle the argument honestly.
That's right.
There comes the stage now. We'll soon know if the man from Washington is on it.
There comes the stage. Old Sam is sure getting speed out of them horses. Maybe he's bringing that fella from the east. They were all hoping for it.
Hold on, Blackie. Hold it.
Ain't you got no passengers today, Sam?
Nary one, Amos.
Looks like you'll have to wait a while longer, Amos.
Go ahead and laugh, Dad. Rat you, Randolph. This just gives you that much more time to try to get folks to sell out for nothing.
I won't argue with you.
There's John Perry, manager of the stage line. Maybe he's got some word what's causing the delay.
Howdy, Amos.
Howdy, John. I was just wondering if... See, what's making you look so downright sour?
Well, Amos, I just learned something today that sort of upset me.
It ain't about that fella from Washington, is it?
Nope, it's Sam.
Huh? What's the matter with Sam? Him and me have been friends since he first took to driving the stage for you.
I reckon you'll find out soon enough. Sam, climb down over that stage. I want to talk to you.
Sure thing, Mr. Perry. What's on your mind?
I'm going to ask you a kind of funny question, Sam.
Yeah?
Just tell me where the baggage scales are sitting.
But what's
Go on, tell me.
Shucks, they're right over there by the door like they always is.
Well, they ain't. They was moved around back today.
Leaping lizard, Sam. Are you plumb blind? Why...
That's just it, Amos. Sam is blind.
Can't be.
Mr. Perry's right, Amos. I reckon there ain't no use me pretending anymore.
Well, I'll be doggone.
I've been wondering why Sam's wife took to walking down here to meet him lately. But I never know till Joe Lieber told me today. It was because Sam can't see no more.
It was Joe that told you, Mr. Perry?
Uh-huh.
That doggone...
Sam, how in Tunky could you fool us like this?
Well, I've been losing my sight for near a year, Amos. But it ain't been but for the last week or so that I couldn't see at all.
But how could you drive the horses?
Shucks. Blackie and Nick and the rest of them don't need nobody to drive them.
They savvy just as much about their job as I do.
But,
Besides, I drove them same horses for years. Why, we savvy each other just like they was humans almost. Ain't that right, Blackie, old fellow, huh? You see?
I'm sorry, Sam. You've been a good man, but I'll have to let you go.
I knew it'd have to come, Mr. Perry.
It'll take me a day or two to figure what you got coming. Then you can drop back here and I'll pay you off.
But, Mr. Perry, ain't there something I can do around the station or the horses? Why, driving the stage has been my whole life. I wouldn't want to live away from the business.
I'm sorry.
Who's taking my place?
I reckon I'll give Joe Lieber a chance at it.
That crook?
No, that ain't no way to talk.
But
Besides, it was Mr. Randolph that gave him a recommend.
Randolph? He's the worst crook in these parts.
You shouldn't feel that way, Amos, just because he's working for the syndicate. Sam, you can help unhitch the horses right now. But tomorrow, Joe will be driving the stage.
All right, Mr. Perry.
Hold on, Sam.
Yeah?
I've been wondering what could have happened to that government fella. You don't figure he could have got sick or something and is laying up in Kenwood, do you?
Ain't heard nothing like that.
Well, I'll be walking back uptown then, I guess. So long.
Bye, Amos. All right, fellas. Let me through. I got to see to the horses.
Get back out of the way, fellas. Let's see him get
Tonto, I wonder if Amos could be right. Steady, Silver.
What that?
It's possible that the man from Washington is ill. That would explain his delay.
Oh.
It's worth investigating. Come on, Tonto.
What we do?
We're riding to Kenwood to see what we can learn. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
The following day, Joe Lieber drove the stage to the town of Kenwood. There he picked up a single passenger, a tall Easterner for the return trip to Big Bend. We see Joe now as he speaks to the guard while guiding the horses over the rough trail to town.
Well, the fellow we got inside is a government hombre, all right, Pete.
You sure of that?
There can't be no doubt of it. Randolph told me just what he looked like.
How'd Randolph find out about it?
The same way he found out the government decided against his company.
Yeah?
Yeah, this here Eastern Syndicate is a powerful smart outfit. They had fellas in Washington spying for them.
But what do you figure?
Just a second. This is where we're leaving the trail now. Easy there, you critters. I blast you. Quit trying to stay on the road.
Hey, Shabby's darn well. This ain't the way to go.
Yeah, I'll teach you. Take back. Get along with you. Get up there. Oh, show him, boss.
This whole trail ain't been used for a long spell. Sure we can get through?
Yeah, we'll make it all right.
Wonder if that government fella's got any notion we ain't taking him to town.
Why should he? He ain't never been this way afore.
This is mighty risky business.
Yeah, Mr. Randolph's paying us good, ain't he?
Yeah, but just
all
the
we
same.
gotta do is keep him away from town long enough so Mr. Randolph can buy up that land before the settlers can find out they won.
You figure they'll sell?
Sure they will. Most of them don't reckon he stand a chance against the syndicate. So they'll sell now. And they won't be able to get nothing at all later on.
The boss is sure plenty smart.
He is that.
How much farther we gotta go?
Oh, not far. Just this side of the old bridge up ahead.
We're gonna stay at the old cabin?
Yeah, there ain't no better place to hide out. Nobody ever comes this way no more.
Yeah?
Hey, Mr. Randolph will let us know when we can let the government fella go. Then he'll pay us off and we'll clear out of this part of the country.
Ain't Randolph taking big chances?
Oh, shucks. There ain't no one can prove he had anything to do with it.
What are we going to do with the stage?
Yeah, you just leave that to me.
Well, there's just one thing I won't stand for. There ain't going to be no killing.
You're blamed right, there ain't. I don't hanker to get my neck in a noose any more than you do. All right, get along there, blast you.
It was Randolph found out about Sam going blind, wasn't it?
Yeah, he told me and I told Mr. Perry. So I got the job driving.
Hadn't you better rein up?
Yeah. Just as soon as I do, you hop down and cover that fellow with a gun.
I'll take care of him.
This'll do all right. Whoa, Doc. Whoa, whoa, blast you. Whoa there, boy. Whoa.
I'll get him all right.
I'll be right with you.
Driver, what's the idea of stopping here?
Climb out of there, mister.
Come on.
We got you covered.
What the?
Get out before we drill you.
Is this a holdup?
Never mind what it is.
Ice your hand.
You men can be jailed for this.
Uh-huh. But we gotta be cats first.
I'll see.
Shut up.
Pete, hold them horses a second.
Yeah. Now I'll show you what I had in mind to do with the stage.
I still don't savvy what
You
you're gonna-
watch.
You're shooting the stakes for the hole.
You blamed right, I am. Just hold them horses.
Are you crazy, man?
Yeah, I reckon that'll do it. Now, hand me the whip, Pete.
Right here.
Here you are. Yeah, good. Just get them horses started back for town.
Well,
what do you go? Get along with you. Get up there. Go on, get along with you.
Oh, what ways did you do that for, Joe?
Them horses will head right for Big Bend.
Yeah, but what good will...
And when they get there, everybody will figure we was held up and shot. But all the time we'll be right over there in the cabin. And this fella here is staying right with us.
In town, the usual crowd of people waiting for the stage was increased when word was spread that the stage was unaccountably late. We see the district manager, John Perry, as he attempts to answer their worried questions.
The stage is almost a half an hour late already, John.
Figure there could have been an accident? Weren't never late when Sam was driving.
Can't you tell us what's happened?
Quiet, folks, quiet. How do you figure I know any more about it than the rest of you?
But what if the government feller was on the stage today?
No one's got any call to be worried.
But look here.
Joe's a new man on the stage. You can't expect him to do so well right off.
Amos, you might as well forget about that fellow from Washington. It won't matter if he does come.
Blast you, Randolph.
I've called a meeting for tonight. Everybody who wants to sail while they have the chance will be there.
Ain't got no right to do that.
There's nothing to stop me.
There's the stage.
I don't see no driver. What's happened to Joe? By golly, them horses are coming in with themselves.
There's been trouble. Grab them horses. Stop.
I'll get them. Oh, there. Over there.
You find something, Amos?
Then a hold-up.
There's bullet holes in the stage.
Maybe Joe and Peter are killed.
I wonder if the government feller was along.
I don't know, but something's got to be done. Somebody get the sheriff. We got to figure this thing out.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. An Eastern syndicate claimed that an old land grant gave them title to property owned by settlers in the country around Big Bend. The government decided in favor of the settlers and sent a representative to announce the decision in person. But Randolph, the agent of the syndicate, learned of the decision and arranged for the representative to be kidnapped and held while he bought up the settlers' land before they could learn they had won their case. As our second act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and Tonto that same day in their small, well-concealed camp in the hills.
Tonto, I saw the stage when it arrived in town. It was empty, and there were bullet holes in it. It might be that those shots were just fired as a warning to make the stage stop.
Maybe that's right.
But what I can't understand is why outlaws would have held up the stage.
It not have cash.
It held nothing of value. And I wonder...
What you think?
When we were in Kenwood, we saw a man get on the stage who looked like an Easterner.
Oh, him from East, all right.
And he might have been the man sent here from Washington. I'm sorry now that we didn't follow the stage when it started back for Big Bend. But I never thought anything would happen to it. And I was anxious to arrive in town first.
Tonto learned plenty.
You have?
Feller named Joe worked for Randolph long time past.
Joe Lieber once worked for Randolph?
Not right.
That's something I never knew before.
Joe, plenty bad feller. Him gunman.
And Joe was driving the stage today.
Ah.
Here, Silver.
What you do?
We're riding to town, Kimosabe.
Here, white feller.
We've got to find out what's happened to the passenger on the stage. Yep.
That's right.
Randolph has called a meeting of the settlers for tonight. He's in a hurry to buy their land.
Tonto know that.
Most of them will sell. And if the government man isn't found, it may be that they're selling land they could keep.
Ah.
But I have a plan we'll try.
What that?
We're going to call on old Sam Lennox. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white feller.
Shortly after the masked man and Tonto started for town, Sam Lennox, the blind ex-stage driver, made his way to the office of John Perry, the manager of the stage line. It is early evening as we see Sam enter the office, closing the door behind him.
Evening, Sam.
Howdy, Mr. Perry. I come for my money.
Uh-huh. Here, let me help you to a chair.
I don't need no help. Shucks, I know this office like it was the inside of my hand.
Yep, I reckon you do it that.
Now, about my pay.
It's right here. But first, I got some news I'd like to tell you.
Yeah?
It's right good news for me.
Well, now, I'm glad to hear that.
But maybe things being so tough for you, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
You've always been a friend of mine, Mr. Perry, and I don't ever expect to see the day when I'll be sorry for my friend's good fortune.
Sam, I just got word I'm going to be made manager of the whole division.
That's fine.
Of course, it'll mean I'll have to move to Kenwood.
Then you'll have to give somebody your job here.
That's right.
Have you got anybody in mind?
Oh, I don't know. I was figuring on giving it to Joe Lieber.
You was?
But now if he's been killed, I'll have to find somebody else.
Ain't there been no word yet?
Not a blame thing. The sheriff took a posse and rode to Kenwood. But he never seen no sign of outlaws or Joe either.
That's a funny thing.
All they found out was they had a passenger.
And now the passenger's gone, too.
Well, the sheriff is going out to look for him again tomorrow.
Mr. Perry.
Yeah?
You wouldn't give me that job you were speaking of, would you?
Now, Sam, you know as much as I'd like to, it couldn't be done.
Maybe I couldn't drive the stage no more, but I wouldn't have to be able to see to do the work here in the office.
I'm sorry, Sam. There isn't a chance of it.
Well, I just figured wouldn't do no harm to ask.
Something else will turn up for you, Sam.
I reckon.
You're going to Randolph's meeting tonight?
I don't know.
Just a minute.
A masked man.
I want to talk to you, men.
You're an outlaw. Get out of here.
I'm not an outlaw.
Then what are you doing
I
with
haven't time to waste explaining.
I can't see you, stranger, but you don't sound to me like an outlaw.
What's your game?
I want Sam's help.
My help?
What do you want with a blind fella?
Sam, I've heard that you know this country between here and Kenwood as well as any man in this district.
As well? I know it a heap better.
Can you think of any places where a man might be hidden safely?
I can think of a dozen of them.
Someplace not too far from the stage trail?
I sure can, but what...
The man that got on the stage today at Kenwood was an Easterner.
Now, look here. You're an outlaw, and we don't want no truck with you.
Let him talk, Mr. Perry. I got a notion he's got something important in mind.
And it's possible that the passenger was the man you've been expecting from Washington.
By golly, he might have been.
I've learned from Tonto that Joe Lieber once worked for Randolph.
Who told him that?
Say, I'd heard something like that myself.
Joe might still be working for him.
How do you mean?
Randolph seems to be in a big hurry to buy the settlers' land.
Well, he'll likely get most of it tonight.
Perhaps Joe wasn't shot. Perhaps he's holding his passenger a prisoner.
How do you know that?
I don't know it, but I want to find out.
But
Will you help me?
I'll sure do anything I can.
You'll have to drive the stage.
Hold on there. Sam can't do that.
That's for Sam to say.
Mr. Perry, I could have drove that stage for years with my eyes tight closed. I reckon being blind ain't no different.
I want you to lead Tonto and me to all the good hideouts you know close to the stage trail.
I can do just that. With them horses, I could go anywhere.
Well, I say you ain't gonna do it.
Now listen, Mr. Perry.
The stage is company property, and I can't take no chances letting a blind fella wreck it.
It's more important for the settlers to save their land.
You can't have the stage.
Sam, will you take a chance? Will you drive the stage anyhow?
You figure we can prove Joe Lieber a crook?
I believe we can.
Then I'm with you, stranger.
Good. I was sure you'd agree. The stage is outside.
It ain't. The horses are in the stable.
Tonto hitched up the horses, and the stage is ready to go.
And so am I. Come on.
Hey, wait. I'll have the law on both of you. Wait, I say. Come back here.
We'll have to risk that, Perry.
Sam, come back here. You've gone loco.
Maybe I have, Mr. Perry, but I'm sure enjoying it.
Get started, Sam. Tonto and I will ride with you.
Lester, you'll pay for this.
Get up there, Blackie, old fellow. Get up there, Nicky. Get along.
Come on, Silver.
Although blind, Sam handled the heavy stage without difficulty. There was perfect understanding between him and the horses he drove. And while the masked man and Tonto rode on either side, he raced down the trail to Kenwood. Twice, however, he stopped and pointed out a possible hiding place to the Lone Ranger. But both times they were disappointed.
Well, we'll just have to try again, friend.
No one has been here.
What makes you so sure they can't be far from the trail if they're hid?
In the first place, the empty stage got into town only 20 minutes late.
I hadn't thought of that.
And in the second, when they left the stage, they had no horses. They wouldn't have gone far on foot.
Then we'll keep on going.
How far is the next place you had in mind?
It's just a piece up the road. Get up, Howard. Get up.
Come on,
come on.
wait,
Come on. Hold there, Blackie. Hold it. Hold that way.
Where to now, Sam?
I was just thinking they might have gone up the old trail.
Yes?
Maybe the engine can see if there's tracks there.
Tonto, look.
What's the matter, Blackie?
Be nervous.
What is it, old fella? Are you trying to tell me something? Doggone, he sure is trying.
Me find him track.
You did?
It go that way.
Down the old trail.
Maybe this is it, but we haven't a minute to spare. Randall's meeting should be almost ready to start.
Get up there.
Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white fella. Get up there. Come on, Blackie.
In town, the meeting called by Randolph got underway. The village hall was crowded with settlers, more than half convinced that their only chance to save something from their homes was to sell. We see old Amos Drake as he speaks angrily to the syndicate representative.
You're a crook, Phil Randolph, and I'd sure give a heap to be able to prove it.
Talk all you want to, Amos, but I'm getting down to business.
This is your meeting. I can't stop you.
Quiet, everybody. I have something to say.
Well, go ahead.
Men, the company I represent has every reason to believe it will win the government's decision. But we wish to act fairly. And the sooner we get possession of the property, the more value it will have for us. In view of that fact, I've been authorized to offer $1 an acre to all who are willing to sell at once.
What? That all you'll give us? It ain't near what the land's worth.
Mine's worth $10 an acre. We figured you'd give us more than that.
Just one moment. You can hold your land if you wish, but I warn you that you'll receive not one red penny from us when the government hands down its decision. Remember that $1 an acre is better than nothing at all. This offer won't be made again. So those who wish to sell, step forward. I'll take your names.
Don't pay no attention to him, fellers. Hold out till the government feller gets here.
You can do it because you've got cash, Amos. We don't aim to lose everything we got.
I'll take the dollar so long as I can't get no better.
Me too. I'll get what I can.
Just step this way.
I got it.
I know what land each of you owns. I have money here, and
Hold on.
Hurry, man.
Who's the fella that paid us for doing it?
So, what are you doing here?
Me and Pete ain't gonna take the blame all by ourselves.
You're under arrest, Randolph.
You yellow squealer.
Well, they found us. I couldn't help it.
You won't do any more talking.
He's got a gun.
Watch out.
You shot my hand.
I only hit your gun, Randolph.
Hold him.
We got the skunk.
Listen to me. This is Mr. Bennett, the man you've been expecting from Washington.
Then you found him after all.
Thanks to Sam here.
Sam found him.
Sometimes blind men can see more than men with eyes.
Well, I'll be blasted.
Sam tells me you'll soon need a new manager here.
Yeah, that's right.
Sam would make the best district manager this town ever had.
I'll be darned if I don't think you're right.
Mr. Perry, you really mean you'll give me a chance at it?
That's just what I mean, Sam.
I think Mr. Bennett has something to say that will interest all of you.
Then the government decided that the land rightfully belongs to you. The syndicate's land grant was proved to be a forgery.
I knew all the time them fellas was crooked.
But all you fellows would have lost your land anyhow if it hadn't been for the masked fella and Sam here.
Oh, shucks, I just helped him. But it was him figuring things out and having faith in me that done the trick.
Well, the both of you saved our land and fixed it so them polecats would be put in jail. I don't know which one of you did the most of it, and I don't savvy yet how it was done, but we ain't forgetting, no matter what happened.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Tonto has located Jack Wesley. We've got to hurry. Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Sooner or later, every man meets his Waterloo, even in Montana Territory. At the time Colonel Custer was meeting his, I very nearly met mine.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I had received permission to accompany a troop of soldiers and packers up the Yellowstone to the mouth of Rosebud Creek, and through the kindness of a Lieutenant Snow, in charge of the supply depot, I'd found quarters aboard the river steamer Far West. There was an air of expectancy about. A scout had brought news that the main concentration of the Sioux Army had been sighted somewhere between the Rosebud and the Bighorn. It was Lieutenant Snow who informed me.
Well, they've sent Custer in the 7th, Mr. Kendall. We'll see an end to it now. He'll finish the Sioux.
I wish I had known. I'd like to have gone with him.
Well, maybe Custer will bring back Sitting Bull or Crazy Horse. You'll be able to have your interviews.
I've about given up hope.
Oh, don't worry. If they're still alive when the colonel's through with them, you'll get your chance.
Glad to hear it.
Oh, they should have let Custer attack the Sioux a long time ago. Well, now you'll see. He'll massacre them.
Lieutenant. Oh, how are you, Mr. Kendall?
Well, thank you, Captain.
Lieutenant, just got word there are civilians up at Castle Butte.
I haven't got anybody else for the job, so you'll have to do it.
Bring them in, Captain?
Yes. We haven't had any reports of enemy movement in that area, but watch yourself. I can't spare you more than 4 men and a Crow scout. Now, if you do run into hostiles, turn back. Don't engage them. That's an order, Snow.
Yes, sir. And the civilians?
Well, that's their lookout. They were ordered in a month ago. If you can get them out safely, good. If not, don't risk the lives of your men. There's been enough heroics around here.
I won't risk the lives of the men, sir.
Very sensible, so that you don't. Now, you'll leave immediately, and the location is here. You better cross west of Porcupine Creek and then head north.
Captain Thomas, I wonder. If Lieutenant Snow has no objection, may I go with him?
Well, I don't suppose there's any reason why you shouldn't. Snow?
Fine with me, sir.
I thought you'd want to be here, Mr. Kendall, when the conquering hero returns. Make an interesting story for your London Times.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, we'll be back in time, Mr. Kendall. Captain Thomas is referring to Colonel Custer.
Oh.
The young lieutenant and I don't see eye to eye about the colonel.
No, we don't, sir.
Well, it's a matter of opinion. I won't bore you with mine, Mr. Kendall. Snow, you'll issue a horse and a rifle to Mr. Kendall and see that he signs for them.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
There are times when it's hard to remember rank. The trouble with him is he's not West Point. He resents anybody else who is. Well, you've just had a good look at professional jealousy, Kendall.
Odd. I wouldn't have thought that of the captain.
No, pretty obvious, isn't it? Come along, we'd better get going. You see, the captain thinks it was a mistake to send Custer after the Sioux.
Oh, why?
Well, our military genius is of the opinion that Custer's a bad soldier. Out for personal gain, that he's too impetuous, that he'll make a mess of things. Of course, there's also the incidental point that Thomas is a captain, 2 years older than Custer, who's a colonel. And that's where I say the trouble is.
When I was in the army in India, I had an officer who affected me that way. He was a colonel, too. Dreadful old blunderbuss. I was positive I knew more than he did.
Well, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. He ordered us to attack a Sikh stronghold. There must have been 2,000 tribesmen, and we had about 400 lancers. I suggested it might be a mistake, and he nearly died of apoplexy. I somehow wish he had. Only 30 of us got out of that mess alive. Our destination was some 15 miles north and west of the mouth of Rosebud Creek. There were 7 of us. Lieutenant Snow, Sergeant Wilson, 3 troopers, and a Crow Indian scout with the intriguing name of Six Toes. Intriguing because, as far as I could determine, he had only 5 on each foot. We had traveled fast without incident when the scout brought us to a halt.
Smoke over hill, near Castle Butte. Any sign of Sioux or Shan?
Have been passing this way. Maybe small party, 7, 8.
Sergeant? How long ago, Six Toes?
Walk a mile, maybe less.
He means 20 minutes or less.
Ah.
Sir?
Six Toes says there's a sign of the enemy, Wilson. Smoke just over the hill. Now, they may have attacked the party we're looking for. Stay here and keep your eyes open. I'm going to ride up the hill and take a look.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to come along.
All right, Kendall. Six Toes, you too.
Here. There. Smoke.
Can't see what it's coming from. Trees are in the way.
Well, if it's a raiding party, we might still get them. See that canyon to the left? We could ride through there.
Well, nasty place for an ambush, though.
Worth a chance. We'd come up under cover of the trees.
Not good place if Sioux got big party waiting.
No reason why they should. There haven't been any reports of any big war parties up here. Probably a few renegades. Sergeant Wilson?
Look here, old boy. It's none of my business, but 4 men in those rocks could hold off a small army. Wouldn't it be safer to take the direct approach? Open country. You'd stand a better chance.
Mr. Kendall, I don't know how you fought in India, but over here, surprise tactics are the only way. Beat the Indian at his own game. Outguess him.
Yes, very sound. When you can do it.
What is it, Lieutenant?
You see that canyon, Sergeant? We're going through. If the Sioux are where the smoke is, we'll take them by surprise, wipe them out. Oh, you hear that? Settlers are holding them off. Kendall, you want to stay here? We'll pick you up on our way back.
I think I'd rather come along. Don't want to miss the fun. We rode down the hill toward the narrow canyon. Lieutenant Snow sitting erect in his saddle, eyes sparkling with excitement, a smile on his lips. I had seen such a look before in young subalterns going into their first battle, unafraid, not knowing.
Up together!
The mouth of the canyon drew closer. The shadows reached out to us. Then we were in it, the walls looming on either side. I didn't look back. I knew from the sound of that first volley what had happened. And when I emerged from the canyon, there was only one other man a short distance behind me. It was the Crow Indian scout.
Go around the trees. Don't go through.
Yeah. Now take a look. See if anyone's alive in there. I'll try the smaller cabin.
Where are the others?
We didn't expect to find anyone alive.
I saw you on the hill. Fired the shots. I was afraid you'd go away.
We'd better go inside.
All burned in other cabin.
He's an Indian. He's not coming in.
Six Toes is a Crow scout for the Army. A friend.
I heard shooting in the canyon. Did the soldiers kill them?
I'm afraid not. We were the only ones to escape.
They saw you. That's why they left. Now they'll come back.
How many were there?
7 to begin with. We killed 2.
Well, not so bad. You should be able to defend us quite nicely, I think. Yes. I'm sorry. Six Toes. I'm going out to the horses to get the rest of the ammunition and our canteens. Cover me from the window. Oh, there, ho. Oh, boy. Quiet. Quiet, boy. Quiet. There.
I'm sorry. That was a very foolish thing to do. I'm all right now.
Good.
I've got a gun and ammunition. I know how to shoot.
Couldn't be better. Six Toes, keep watch where you are. The lady and I'll take this side.
My name is Amelia Mitchell.
How do you do? I'm J.B. Kendall.
Did you see a little boy out there? In the other cabin?
No, but perhaps he...
He was in there. With my brother and the other men. They were putting up a stockade when the Indians started to shoot. I was in here getting some nails. I saw what happened through the window. It was so quick. Then there was the fire. And the cries. I hope he died before the fire.
Your boy?
My son. 10 years old. It's not right, is it?
No, it's not right.
You, tall man.
Yes?
Indians coming. Cheyenne.
See them through trees.
Where?
Wait. You see. There.
All right. Now, don't waste shots. We'll wait for them to come out into the open.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. Do you have questions on satellites, Davis Cup teams, a new medical technique? Answer, please, with Walter Cronkite as your answer. Hear him every weekday evening on most of these stations. And send your questions to Answer, Please, CBS Radio, New York 22, New York. That's Answer, Please, CBS Radio, New York 22, New York. And now we return you to Anthony Ellis' production of Frontier Gentlemen.
We waited for the Cheyenne to come out into the clearing, away from the cover of the trees, but they didn't. Neither did we get a chance for a decent shot at them. The sun began to go down. Shadows lengthened. In the little cabin, a shaft of pale sunlight poured through a crack in the heavy shutters. It was very warm. Amelia Mitchell, possibly 35. Rather tall, her face glistening in the heat, the Winchester rifle held firm in her broad hands. I was suddenly and unaccountably very conscious of her.
They must be waiting for nightfall.
Possibly. Anything on your side, Six Toes?
Nothing moves.
You're English, aren't you?
Yes.
Where did you go to school, Oxford?
As a matter of fact, it was Cambridge.
Oh.
Disappointed?
No. I thought it would be Oxford. If my boy had lived, I would have liked him to go to Oxford or Harvard. One of those fine colleges. Strange talking about him now. As though he'd been gone a long time. I suppose I never did have him, really. Not really.
Was your husband in the other cabin?
No. I've never been married. I came out here with my brother. He thought it would be best for us, my boy and me. Best to make a new life.
Oh, well,
You don't have to be embarrassed now that the boy is gone. I'm glad to talk about it. I was a school teacher. After the war, I met a man. He was a returning hero. It was lonely. I never saw him again after that one time.
You could have married.
No. A decent man wouldn't have wanted that.
Well, for me, there was somebody in England. I suppose not quite the same thing, but she married somebody else. I think I felt very much the same way as you did. It was a mistake.
It's funny, you and me, you and I, talking like this.
What were you doing here?
My brother and the others were in partnership, mining. We thought we might have found a rich vein.
Well, when this is over, you'll be very rich. Do the things, see what you've always wanted to, go to Europe, England.
Is Lieutenant Snow. They are...
I know. There's nothing we can do. Better go back to your post.
Soon dark comes, tall man. Maybe then they attack. Is not good thing to hear.
That's a pretty good reason why they're doing it. You afraid?
I am a crow. I'm not afraid of noise. I know what Cheyennes do. Of this I am afraid.
We'll try a diversion. Might bring them out. And no more than 3 rounds each. Fire between the trees. Perhaps one of us will be lucky enough to hit poor old Snow. It was no good. I knew that with darkness they would come. There would be no moon. They would wait and then set fire to the cabin. If we tried to run out, it would be mercifully quick. A bullet, nothing more. I'm not sure what it was that made me decide, the sight of the woman standing next to me or the sound of Lieutenant Snow's agony. But suddenly I knew what had to be done. Look here. We can wait until they burn us out, or we can do something. Six Toes, will you go out there with me?
We are two against them. Woman, no good.
She will stay here.
I'm not afraid to die, as my father has done fighting Cheyenne, but would like to take one step with me, tall man.
In a few minutes, it should be dark enough. If we can get out of here without them seeing us. And no rifles. We'll take our pistols, but I don't want to use them unless we absolutely have to.
Hatchet.
And knife, quietly.
Is good.
Now, the back window. Then cut around behind them in the trees.
They not think white man will do this.
Oh, I hope not.
Woman fires into trees many times while we go.
Yes, and keep it up for a minute or two. Give us a chance to get out there.
All right.
I think you know what to do if we don't come back, Miss Mitchell.
I know. Goodbye, Mr. Kendall.
Start firing. Wait. The poor Walla. Quietly now, Six Toes.
You make good Indian.
Won't be long now, Snow. Won't be long. I can see two of them. Standing over the lieutenant.
Another over there, behind high bush.
Yes, that's three. Where's the other two? All right, stay here. I'll get the chappie at the bush.
You bring back scalp.
And the civilized devil, of course not.
You get him?
I get him. Your turn, dear fellow. Two more and we can use our guns.
There.
Huh? Where?
Two near trees, looking out to cabin.
Ah. Come on. We'll never get across the clearing without them seeing us. Can you throw the hatchet?
Very good at throwing. You watch.
Together. 1, 2, 3. Oh, blast. Fine bloody aim you've got. Quick. I can barely see them now. Shoot, and for Lord's sake, don't miss. Shoot! Six Toes got 3 scalps that night. We carried Lieutenant Snow back to the cabin. That he was still alive was a miracle. It would have perhaps been better had he been dead. Amelia Mitchell did what she could for him, but he died in the early morning. When we returned to the Rosebud the next day, the Battle of Little Bighorn was over. As Lieutenant Snow had predicted, it had been a massacre. Custer's troops had been wiped out. Those other wounded under Major Reno's command were being carried aboard the riverboat, the Far West. I stood with Miss Mitchell and Captain Thomas, watching the wounded being carried aboard. Where would they take them, Captain Thomas?
Downriver to the hospital. Doesn't seem possible. 2 of my best friends were with Custer. Porter, Sturgis, both gone.
I'm sorry.
It was a mistake. A terrible mistake.
Yes. I imagine it was.
You and Miss Mitchell will go with the wounded?
Miss Mitchell will.
I'll see you on board.
You're not going.
No, I don't think so.
I see.
And you?
I'll be able to help at the hospital. Then sooner or later there'll be a school out here. I'll teach again.
Oh, you'll get married. There'll be other children, besides those in your school.
I don't know. What about you?
I'll be sending my story to the London Times, then I'll go north. There's a town called Fort Benton.
I hope we shall meet again, Mr. Kendall.
I hope so, Miss Mitchell. Well, you'd better go aboard now. Good luck.
Goodbye.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Clark Gordon, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jack Moyles. Music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The eventual success of the fight for freedom depends upon our getting the truth to people behind the Iron Curtain. If the spark to freedom is to stay alive, Radio Free Europe must remain on the air. You can help keep it there by contributing your truth dollars now to Crusade for Freedom. Just send your contribution to Crusade for Freedom in care of your local postmaster. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. Dan Coverly speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
In the mining country of Montana Territory, it seems that it's one thing to find gold and another to claim it as your own.
Frontier Gentleman. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I've been traveling along the Mullen Wagon Road in Montana Territory, and I was looking forward to reaching Helena before dark when my horse began to go lame. And I realized I faced the prospect of camping out for still another night. I had just rounded a bend in the trail when I saw the small figure plodding along on foot ahead of me. He carried a pack on his back, and as I drew nearer, I saw that he was no more than a boy, 17 or 18.
Hi.
Hello.
Going into Helena?
Yes, but I don't think I'll get there tonight. Horse has gone lame.
Oh. Yeah, right foreleg, huh?
Yes, he slipped off a rut a mile or so further back.
Too bad. Thought I might get a ride with you. Ain't been many wagons along today.
No. How far have you walked?
Mostly from Fort Benton. Got a couple of rides day before yesterday. Say, you don't happen to have any food on you? I ain't got much, but I could pay $1 or $2, I guess.
Oh, I've enough for the two of us. You better save your money.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you,
Keep your eyes open for a decent bit of ground, and we'll make a camp. About half a mile beyond, we found a somewhat sheltered spot a little way off the trail. The youngster, his name was Bill Richmond, gathered wood, and I prepared the food. It was almost dark by the time we had finished.
That was as fine a meal as I've ever eaten, Mr. Kendall.
And I'm glad you enjoyed it, Bill. Did you smoke?
No, sir. I haven't found a taste for it yet.
Well, you've got time. Take my advice. When you do, use a pipe.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you come from?
Kentucky?
A long way.
Yeah, I run away from home. It wasn't much of a place. I figured I was old enough.
And you came out here for gold?
That's right. Hey, you make any strikes, Mr. Kendall?
No. I'm not a prospector. How did you get to Fort Benton, Bill?
I worked my way up one of them river boats. I sure learned plenty about gold mining from some of them fellas. You know, this says there's places in this country where you can pick the gold right off the ground.
I imagine the trick is to find those places.
Oh, I will. Of course, I don't mind digging some if I have to.
I wish you luck. Hello. Sounds as though we have visitors.
How are you? Me and my pals saw the light of your fire off of the trail. You mind company?
No, not at all.
My name's Jack Hinton. This is Rod Goodall.
Howdy.
And him with the long face there, that's Dauncey Abbott.
How are you?
J.B. Kendall. The nipper is Bill Richmond.
Howdy.
I'd offer you some food, but I'm afraid we used the last of it.
Oh, that's all right. We got our own grub. But how's the firewood?
Enough, I think.
Dauncey, your turn for the grub. Get going.
Nothing I hate worse than...
He hates cooking like thunder, but he sure knows how to make a son of a gun stew. Oh, now that fire sure does feel good.
You and the kid have any luck? Find any traces around here?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Goodall, I haven't been looking. I'm on my way to Helena. No, Bill is the prospector.
Oh, that's so? Boy, we're just camping down for the night. I aim to try my luck west of Helena.
So, huh? Well, now, boy, how come you wait until you get there?
Well, I heard tell of big strikes. That's how come, mister.
Oh, now, you listen to me, boy. There ain't no sense going everybody else goes. But for all you know, you're sitting on a bonanza right now.
Oh, you're joshing me.
No, I ain't. Here, Rod, ain't that the truth?
It could be.
Why, sure it could. Now, listen. I heard stranger had.
Oh, they're pulling your leg, Bill.
No, sir, no such of a thing, mister. Now, listen here. Me and the boys, we was working Deer Lodge country a year. Dauncey, you remember?
I remember.
Why, sure. Now, a couple of fellers right in the next camp to us. They got into a shoot-up. Next thing you know, one of them bites the dust. Other fella, he starts out to bury the poor son of a gun. He digs a grave right there in the camp, and what do you think?
Yeah?
Pay dirt. Lousy with gold.
Oh. Mr. Hinton, you'd take first prize with that one. In a minute, you'd have me believing you.
Oh, but that's the truth, though. Oh, I've seen stranger things than that.
And that's a fact.
It was a pleasant way to pass the night. The three prospectors, hard-bitten, rough men, spinning one tale after another. They'd never find a better audience than Bill Richmond, and they knew it. I could see him absorbing every word. And it wasn't until the fire was getting low that we finally turned in. At first, I thought I heard the shouting in my dreams.
I found it!
And then
I
knew that I was awake, and it was beginning to grow light in the east.
I struck it, Mr. Kendall! Looky here! I'm rich! I made it!
What are you talking about, Bill?
Just like they said here. I found it.
Found what?
The gold!
Gold? Boy, what's the gold? What?
Look, Mr. Hinton, sir, look here, gold.
Gold?
All night I thought about what you told me, you know? All them stories. I didn't even sleep for it. And this morning here, I got up and I walked up the gulch, and I found this.
Now, let me see that.
Iron pyrites, I'll bet you.
May I see?
Ain't it gold, Mr. Kendall? It is. The fellas on the boat, they told me what to look for.
Iron pyrites, I tell you.
Dauncey, fetch me the hammer.
I got more in my pockets. Look at this
Boy,
one.
will you shut your mouth a minute?
Where'd you find it? Surface?
No, kind of sticking out of a rock in a gully. I can show you.
Well, I'm sure obliged to you, Mr. Hinton.
Here's the hammer.
If you want my opinion, you're wasting your time. That's gold.
Sure it is, Mr. Kendall.
It don't break. It's soft. Ain't no alloy in it neither. No silver or copper. Look at the color. Pure gold.
Show us where you found it, boy.
We followed Bill into a gulch which began no more than 100 yards from the campfire. He turned into a shallow gully and stopped. I could see where he had cut into the rocky bank with his pocket knife. And I could see something else, too, in the faces of the men who stood over him, the guarded tones of voice.
Bill, I would say that you've hit it. That's a fact.
Ain't no question in my mind. No telling how far that vein goes.
Say, don't think I'll forget you fellas, 'cause I won't. I'm going to make a fine present to all of you.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful, boy, mighty thoughtful.
I imagine one stakes out a claim now. Isn't that so, Mr. Hinton? Then register it in Helena?
Yeah. Yeah, that sure is, Kendall. That's the thing to do. Yeah. Bill, I don't guess you'd mind if me and the boys take a look on up the gully a ways, would you? There should be plenty for all of us.
Oh, no, sir. You go right ahead. I ain't no hog now. I got all I need right here.
Good. Then we'll help you then make out the claim, all proper and legal.
Well, that's fine.
All right, let's go, boys.
Oh, Kendall, you coming?
In just a moment.
Mr. Kendall, listen. I owe you plenty picking me up, sharing your food with me and all. I'm cutting you in for a share of this.
Oh, no. It's yours. If there's more here, I'll stake my own claim.
No, you don't have to. Now, this here must be worth hundreds and thousands.
Listen to me, Bill. The most important thing is for you to register that claim. Get title to it. You understand?
Oh, sure.
All right. Have you got a gun?
No, I ain't got no gun.
Well, you know how to use one.
Oh, I guess so, but...
I'd take it, just in case of accidents. I'm going with the others now. If any more strangers come, don't tell them what you found.
All right, Mr. Kendall.
You better go back to camp now. Wait for me there.
Sure. If you say so.
I stayed with the three prospectors almost the whole day. We found traces all right, low-grade ore, but nothing really worth working. It was late afternoon when we retraced our steps to the camp. On the way, we passed through the gully and the site of Bill's claim. The sun had already fallen behind the mountains to the west, and there was a chill in the air.
Can't just figure it. Just the one vein.
Possibly it's a question of digging. Seems to be a number of gullies running off.
We looked around these parts a couple of years back. Remember, Rod? That's right. I'd swear what the kid found's a freak. Might not go more than a foot or two, and then peter out.
No, don't look that way to me. I'd say she'd show better than, $2,000 a ton.
Lucky boy.
Yeah, ain't he, though? Say, Ken, you and the boy, you partners or something?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I met him yesterday for the first time.
Oh?
Man can search a lifetime, not find anything like that.
Yeah. Kind of crazy, ain't it? We tell him stories, and he takes us up on it and finds this. Think that'd be worth a share in the claim, wouldn't you?
He sure as shooting wouldn't have come looking if we hadn't given him the idea.
Sure. What do you think, Kendall?
Well, I think, gentlemen, that this is Bill Richmond's claim, and we better get it staked out for him before dark.
The way you see it, huh?
Exactly that way.
Yeah. Well, might as well get on back to camp.
Well, don't you think it'd be a good idea to help the boy to stake out his claim before nightfall?
I don't know, Kendall. I'm kind of tired right now. How about you fellers?
I sure had enough for one day.
Oh, that vein's been there a long time. Guess you won't be moving tonight. Kendall, you know how to stake out a claim.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh. Well, I guess it can wait. Do something about it in the morning, huh? Because right now I sure could use some grub. a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. A suspense story starring Agnes Moorehead and the latest action-packed adventure with insurance investigator Johnny Dollar are two of the exciting dramas waiting for you on CBS Radio today. If you like your listening on the thrilling side, don't miss Agnes Moorehead on Suspense. And don't miss Johnny Dollar's tense tangle with a spy ring on most of these same stations today. And now we return you to Anthony Ellis' production of Frontier Gentlemen.
In the camp now, there was a very different atmosphere. Sullen, I think is the best word for it. A subtle hostility had settled like a gray mist. I saw the men huddled together as Bill and I prepared the campfire, and I had a pretty good idea of what they were talking about.
Oh, she's going fine now, Mr. Kendall.
Listen to me, Bill. I think we may be in for a bit of trouble, and no matter what happens, keep your head.
How come?
No time to explain now, you'll see. Just don't lose your temper.
Bill.
Yeah, Mr. Hinton?
Bill, me and the boys been talking. Now, we figure while it's still light, you ought to get that claim staked out all regular.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Now, of course, doing you a service like that, seeing how you nor Kendall know about such things, we reckon it ought to be worth something to you.
Well, that's all right. I don't want something for nothing.
There, see? See what I tell you, boys. He's a good kid.
You was right.
What do you think such services are worth, Mr. Hinton?
Even shares all around. Cut you in two, of course, Mr.
Even
Kendall.
shares?
Just a moment, Bill. Pretty expensive, isn't it? I imagine a lawyer wouldn't charge that much.
Ain't no lawyers round here, is there, Jack?
No, sir. Now, Bill, it's kind of like protecting your rights, you see? Because if anything happened and you didn't get your claim registered, why, the next feller comes along, the whole thing would belong to him, you see?
Rather awkward situation, isn't it?
It sure is.
We're taking the gamble as much as you, kid. Why, heck, that vein might not be worth nothing a foot down.
I was under the impression you thought it would work out to about $2,000
now,
a ton.
Look, mister, we're doing business with the boy, not with you.
I'm representing his interests. That right, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Since when?
About the same time as you decided to help him register his claim, Mr. Goodall.
Well, what's your deal with the kid?
We have a gentleman's agreement.
Pretty smart. And you come in for half.
Presuming that I did. That still leaves him half, which is a lot better than a fifth share. As it happens, I have no intentions of doing so.
You believe this dude, kid?
Yeah, I believe him.
We ain't getting nowheres. Don't see much we'll get going on the grub.
I did it last night.
Well, do it again.
It ain't my turn.
Come over here. You too, Rod.
Have you got the gun on you, Bill?
Yeah, stuck in my belt here.
Now keep your jacket buttoned. Don't let them see it.
You figure they're going to take my gold away from me, Mr. Kendall?
I think they'll make a good try.
Well, I ain't going to let them.
Keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, sir. That sure gets me mad, though. I heard about claim jumpers, but I never expected to run into them this quick.
The price of fame and fortune.
Well, they're going to have to kill me to get mine.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. The conference is over.
All right, me and the boys got an offer to make.
Happy to listen to any offer.
You and the kid take 50%, we take 50%.
I'll make you a counteroffer. You take nothing, I take nothing. Bill takes all.
You see, I told you. Now, look, mister, you ain't in no position to make an offer. Till that claim gets registered, it don't belong to no one. Now, if me and the boys decide to stake it out for ourselves, what are you going to do about it?
I imagine there'd be some shooting, don't you?
You only got one gun. We got 3.
Would you like to draw first?
No, ain't no use that kind of talk. Now, nobody's talking about a shoot-up. We just want what's rightfully ours. We told the kid where to look. That makes us equal partners.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, sir.
If the kid rides in to get someone out to stake that claim for him, you know we got a right to take over while he's gone.
If I let you.
It ain't your strike.
He'll give me power of attorney in writing.
You bet I will.
What's he talking about? Are you a lawyer?
No.
Of course, maybe you'll ride to Helena. Leave him here.
Very doubtful.
All right, now see how it is then? We got all the grub. You got none. We can just sit it out and wait.
By and by, you'll get so hungry you'll sell us the whole thing for some eats.
Did you ever stop to consider that the wagon trail is not very far away? All Bill has to do is to wait for someone to come along. I wouldn't be surprised if there were one or two honest men who would give him a hand staking his claim. I'd be happy to stay here while he's gone.
All right, Kendall, all right. All right, you win. I guess we know when we're licked. Huh? Boys, we'll pull out.
How come?
Shut your mouth, Dauncey. Say we'll pull out. Kendall's right. Kid found it. It's his claim. And just to show you, Mr. Kendall, that there's no hard feelings, we'll leave you some of our grub. How's that?
Extremely kind.
Well, I'll pay for it, Hinton. What do you figure it's worth?
No, kid, it's a present to you. To make up for what we tried to do to you.
Sort of a conscience salve, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, come on, boys. Let's get moving.
I didn't have the heart to laugh at Hinton's clumsy attempt to put us off guard. They packed their belongings and within 10 minutes were riding off down toward the Mullen Road. At the same time, I had no illusions about our somewhat uncomfortable position.
You figure they'll come back?
I think there's no doubt of it.
I'm sure glad I got this here gun, then.
I hope you don't have to use it.
Y'all want me to get started on the grub?
Yes, you might as well.
Sure is something what happens to fellas when they get a sight of gold, ain't it?
History has a way of repeating itself, Bill. I went through something like this only a week ago in Fort Benton.
You know what I'm going to do if that stock's really worth something? I'm going to sell out. You know, I'm going back to Kentucky. I'm going to fix things up just fine for my mom and pa. And the kids.
Brothers and sisters?
Oh, yeah, a whole slew of them. 8. That's one of the reasons I took off.
Well, the immediate problem seems to be our friends. If I send you to Helena now, they might be waiting for you. On the other hand, if I go, they could come back here.
I'm feared either way.
No doubt. But your claim won't be worth much to you if you're not alive to enjoy it.
Mr. Kendall?
Hmm?
What are you doing in Montana?
Oh, nothing much, really, Bill. I think the word is drifting. I drift about. Do a little writing for a newspaper in London.
London, England?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know something? I never did learn reading and writing. That's something else I'm going to do when I get back.
It's a good idea. But we'd better make preparations to make sure you do go back. As far as I could determine, their most likely line of approach would be up a shallow draw. We packed everything we could find under our blankets to make it appear we were asleep in the clearing. An hour passed. The moon rose.
Mr. Kendall?
Yes. Yes, I heard it. Take out your gun, but don't shoot unless I tell you to.
All right, sir.
And keep down behind the brush.
Now, boys, get him ready. Well, that should ought to have done it, boys.
No.
What?
Wait a minute. It ain't them under the blankets.
It ain't.
Just a lot.
Drop your guns, gentlemen. Stand just where you are.
We was just coming back to see you was all right.
Your thoughtfulness shatters me.
I told you it wouldn't work.
Pick up their guns, Bill.
Sir.
Now, gentlemen, we'll wait until it's light enough. Then you are going to stake out a claim. It'll be in the name of William Richmond. Are there any objections?